Chapter 1. London. The sky was shrouded in a somber gloom, with a persistent drizzle falling. Two figures hurriedly traversed a bustling, old-fashioned street, passing through a grand iron gate adorned with a weathered steel plate. Upon closer inspection, the plate bore the words Wool's Orphanage in bold letters. Beyond the gate lay a stark courtyard, and at its rear stood a square, foreboding building that seemed even more sinister under the dim sky. Ascending the steps, the woman in the lead pushed the door open with a resounding thud. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the foyer as they crossed the neatly tiled black and white entrance, navigated the stone staircase, and stepped into the corridor. The wooden floor, worn and in disrepair, creaked irritatingly beneath their weight, eventually halting before a small room that, like the exterior, was simple and austere yet clean. Mrs. Cole knocked twice before stepping inside. The small room was crowded with people, both seated and standing, most of the children clad in identical gray frocks, their cheeks rosy, suggesting they were well cared for. Yet, an air of somber oppression hung thick in the atmosphere. A girl sat at the head of a bed, her head bowed as she sobbed softly, "Oh no, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let Henry fetch the kite from the tree. Boo-hoo, Henry, it's all my fault." Her companion offered her comfort from beside her. A frail figure lay in the center of the bed, head wrapped in bandages stained with flecks of blood, eyes tightly shut, skin pallid, covered by a thin gray blanket, seemingly lost in a deep slumber, breathing somewhat labored yet appearing tranquil. The dim candlelight illuminated the newcomers. Mrs. Cole was a gaunt, weary-looking woman, her facial features sharp, brow furrowed, her expression more anxious than fierce. The reverent gazes from those around her indicated she was highly respected within the orphanage. A girl in a soiled apron approached, her hands twisting nervously in her garment. "Mrs. Cole, Dr. Slant." Mrs. Cole nodded. "Amy, do not fret, I have summoned Dr. Slant." As she stepped aside, Dr. Slant appeared behind her, clad in a white coat and carrying a medical bag. The children within the room exhaled a collective sigh of relief upon seeing him, the atmosphere brightening considerably. Dr. Slant was handsome, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a full beard, exuding an air of reliability. He frequently visited the orphanage to provide free medical care, and the children had a complicated relationship with him, both affection and exasperation. All right, children, please step outside and give the doctor some space," Mrs. Cole urged, ushering the children out of the small room. She turned to Dr. Slant with sincerity. "I entrust you with this." Dr. Slant's demeanor grew serious as he nodded gravely. "I will do my utmost." He settled at the head of the bed, carefully removing the bandage, revealing a gruesome sight that nearly made him gasp in horror. Thank goodness the children were not present, for they would have surely been haunted by nightmares. He meticulously washed away the blood from Henry's head and, after an examination, astonishingly discovered that the child had only sustained superficial injuries. According to Mrs. Cole, she had witnessed Henry plummet from the 4th floor, landing headfirst and rolling several times, yet now he bore only external wounds, with his skull unbroken. Perhaps this is what Slant refers to as the after-effects, Mrs. Cole mused, her brow furrowed with concern. After a moment of contemplation, she could not shake her unease. "No, I must have Slant come and assess Henry's condition once more." With a quick adjustment of her attire, Mrs. Cole prepared to depart, but just as she was about to step through the doorway, she turned and inquired, "By the way, where is Henry?" "He is still in his little cottage, being looked after by Dana." Mrs. Cole nodded and set out to find Dr. Slant. Meanwhile, in Henry's cottage, "Henry, this is an apple I've peeled for you. It's my very first attempt at peeling one. Now open wide, You don't want it? Well, I must admit, it doesn't look very appealing. Then how about this? Henry, this is a stash of chocolate I've been saving. Now open wide, Henry rejected the apple, which had been reduced to a mere core, and cast a bemused glance at the girl before him, who was now brandishing a chocolate bar. "Dana, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. You need not fuss over me like this." Upon regaining consciousness, Henry realized that he had not received any memories of his past, unlike the protagonists in novels. Faced with the gentle inquiries of his older companion, he felt compelled to fabricate a tale of amnesia. Fortunately, the remnants of the original owner's knowledge remained intact. He could comprehend English and speak it fluently with a London accent. Given his head injury, this provided a plausible cover, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief without raising any suspicions. However, once Dana learned of his amnesia, everything changed. She eagerly took on the role of caregiver, leading to the current predicament. "Henry, you're a patient and require my care," Dana cooed in a sweet, delicate voice, attempting to charm Henry into accepting her assistance. "But your version of care treats me like an infant. Just the other day, you follow me to the restroom. I assure you, I am in perfect health, with no issues whatsoever." Henry pounded his frail chest in mock bravado, suppressing a cough. He had just learned from Amy that the United States to the west had recently engaged in its first large-scale armed conflict during the Cold War, casting a watchful eye over the world, while the Eastern Red regime was in turmoil, teetering on the brink of collapse. Although he found himself in the relatively secure surroundings of the island nation of Britain, where his basic needs were met, he understood that failing to keep pace with the times would ultimately lead to obsolescence. Contemplating the dire future of Britain, he wished only to reflect quietly on life, yet he could not bring himself to intimidate a young girl, especially since all her efforts were aimed at providing him with the very best. "Fortunately, Henry, how are you feeling?" A deep, steady London accent broke through the air as Dr. Slant entered, followed closely by Mrs. Cole and Amy. In that moment, to Henry, Dr. Slant, clad in a white coat, appeared as a benevolent angel, come to rescue him from his plight. "I feel much better, though I still can't recall anything from my past." "And who might you be?" Henry hastily prepared to rise and greet him, deftly avoiding the chocolate bar Dana had thrust forward. However, darkness suddenly enveloped him, causing him to sway unsteadily. "I am Slant Davin. You used to be my assistant. We are on the same side. Just call me Slant. Remain still. You need to recuperate properly and avoid getting out of bed." Dr. Slant steadied Henry, gently pushing him back down. "Have some chocolate. It will help alleviate your dizziness. You haven't eaten in over a day and need to replenish your strength." Dr. Slant gestured for Dana to feed Henry the chocolate in her hand. Yet again, he could not escape. In despair, Henry took a large bite of the chocolate bar offered by Dana, eliciting peals of laughter from a girl. He was ready to give up on the notion of recovery if being treated like a baby was the price. "So be it. Aside from my inability to recall past memories, do you experience any other abnormalities?" Dr. Slant inquired patiently. For now, that seems to be it." "Oh, right." Uncertain whether his transformation into a child had altered his personality as well, Henry took a deep, exaggerated breath. "What is it?" Dr. Slant paused, a note of concern creeping into his voice. Mrs. Cole and Amy behind him exchanged anxious glances, their hands clasped tightly together. "I also have headaches." Mrs. Cole released Amy's hand, striding forward to deliver a light slap atop Henry's bandaged head. "That's what you get for talking so much." Though not painful, Henry feigned agony, clutching his head with both hands and gazing at the trio with wide, pleading eyes, hoping to elicit sympathy. Alas, his performance was too lacking. Even Dana was unconvinced. She stood off to the side, stifling laughter behind her hand, while making silly faces at Henry. Dr. Slant, however, did not appear upset. Rather, he believed that such playful banter would help ease the mind of the amnesiac child. The ability to joke indicated that the recent incident had not left the child with a psychological scar. "This is a positive development." After meticulously re-examining everything and confirming that no anomalies remained, the doctor took his leave. Mrs. Cole accompanied Dr. Slant as he exited the room, casting a fierce glare back at Henry, who lay in bed, only to turn and smile. Her stern countenance softened by the expression, perhaps the first smile she had displayed in days. "It is indeed a relief that he is unharmed. Let that young man contend with Amy and Diana alone. He must learn that offending a woman is ultimately unwise." The door creaked shut, leaving behind the echoes of pleas, feigned anger, and suppressed laughter lingering in the room. Night fell. Once the girls who cared for him and the friends who visited had departed, Henry raised himself to a sitting position, leaning against the soft pillow as he gazed out the window. His head throbbed faintly, yet his mind was remarkably clear. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, and now in this life, he remained one. Was this fate's decree? However, the care he received from the headmaster and peers in this life was significantly kinder than those who bullied him in the past. He wondered if the child he had saved before his demise was safe now. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry pondered with a hint of arrogance. The name Woolworth Orphanage feels oddly familiar. He skillfully tapped his head, eliciting a twinge of pain, yet he could not recall where he had encountered that name. Never mind. Perhaps it would be more prudent to contemplate how to earn a living after leaving the orphanage. Stocks or the lottery? That is indeed a conundrum. A night passed in silence. A few days later, the weather was unexpectedly clear. After pleading with Amy for several days, Henry finally received permission to rise from his bed. He eagerly stepped out of the confines that had held him for several days, basking in the rare sunlight and the taste of freedom. A small shadow trailed behind him. Dana followed closely, anxious to prevent him from falling. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade Dana to entertain herself, Henry resigned himself to her company. It suited him well. He too wished to learn more about the world, and conversing with a child would surely yield more insights. Henry squinted, lost in thought, while Diana, beside him, animatedly pointed out various aspects of the courtyard, recounting incidents that had transpired there. It seemed she was eager to divulge everything she knew, hoping to aid Henry in regaining his memory. However, her well-meaning intentions left Henry feeling quite uneasy. "Look, that's where you fell," Diana remarked, gesturing towards a corner of the four-story building. "To have survived such a fall from such a height, Henry, you are truly remarkable." Diana gazed at him with admiration, her large, sea-green eyes sparkling with flecks of golden light. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry furrowed his brows, deep in contemplation. No, this is not a mere illusion. It is an anomaly that this body has personally endured. There is something amiss in this room. A significant issue, indeed. I am fine. By the way, Dana, do you happen to know who resides in that house? Where? Dana inquired, glancing around with curiosity. The very place from which I fell, Henry indicated with a gesture. Oh, that house. Dana followed his finger and realized. That house has been uninhabited for quite some time. Mrs. Cole and Nurse Amy have forbidden us from approaching it, claiming that misfortune awaits those who enter, even providing numerous examples. But how can that be? Have you forgotten? We have sneaked in several times, and aside from the furniture typical of every room, there is nothing else, no wardrobes, nothing entertaining at all. Hee. Henry, do you still wish to go inside? We could evade Nurse Amy and slip in quietly. Henry gazed at Diana in astonishment. He had never perceived that beneath her typically gentle and delicate demeanor lay a rebellious and adventurous spirit. Henry pondered for a moment before ultimately conceding. His intuition suggested that the original owner's fall from the rooftop was intricately linked to the secrets of this room. Ignoring the eerie atmosphere was not in his nature. Not only was he driven by a desire to uncover the cause of the original owner's demise, but he also sought to ensure that his future would remain untainted. He felt compelled to investigate. Was it a curse or something supernatural? Since his rebirth, his scientific worldview had faced challenges, and he approached these fantastical notions with a cautious mindset. Better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it outright. What if it were indeed true? However, he resolved not to involve Dana out of curiosity. He could explore the room alone later that evening when time permitted. Henry, exercising prudence, refrained from suggesting an immediate departure and instead savored the rare warmth of the sun in London. As night fell, the building's hall was illuminated. The dinner consisted of toast accompanied by a rich soup. Although the meal was quite simple, the children, having indulged in a day of exuberant play, relished it immensely. After the meal, Henry feigned fatigue, seeking to rest more and evading Dana's attentive care by retreating to his small room. He lay on the bed, closing his eyes to rejuvenate, and only opened them when the children, called in by Amy, began to settle indoors. It was not until the waning crescent moon ascended to the sky that the creaking of the wooden planks outside ceased. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry cautiously glanced around, apprehensive of encountering Mrs. Cole or Amy, as he slowly approached the door of the first room on the third-floor corridor. The door was locked, and taking advantage of the corridor's moonlight, he observed with surprise that the lock was remarkably smooth and well-oiled, indicating it had been well maintained. However, peculiarly, the lock's head was loose and not securely fastened within the lock cylinder. He gently unfastened the chain, pressing a hand to his racing heart, and softly pushed the door. It emitted a faint creak as it slowly opened inward. The room was enveloped in silence, stark and devoid of adornment, much like the other rooms. Containing only an old wardrobe, a wooden chair, and an iron bed, devoid of the eerie accumulation he had anticipated. Through the grimy window, the once pure moonlight appeared particularly strange, casting a pale glow that illuminated the interior. Henry cautiously stepped into the room, surveying his surroundings. Although it had been uninhabited for quite some time, the floor was impeccably clean, save for the grimy windows, which was somewhat peculiar. He carefully navigated around the wooden chair by the door and approached the dilapidated wardrobe nestled in the corner. After all, this was the only place in the room that might conceal something. The wardrobe, also crafted from wood, bore several prominent cracks on its door, likely a result of neglect over the years. Centrally engraved on the door was a name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Henry stared blankly at the name. Reminiscent of his first encounter with the Wolves' Orphanage, it seemed familiar, as though he had heard or seen it somewhere before, yet upon deeper contemplation, he could not grasp the fleeting insight. Standing before the wardrobe door, he hesitated momentarily before deciding to open it. As his hand made contact with the doorknob, a chilling sensation coursed through his fingers, penetrating to his very heart. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand, gazing at the wardrobe with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. The cracks, which should have been a result of weathering and drying, cast an eerie shadow in the pale moonlight, resembling a serpent's face, seemingly etched by human hands. Henry's movements froze, as an unsettling sensation gripped him, as though something unseen lurked in the shadows, scrutinizing his every move. He cast a wary glance around, yet found nothing amiss. Nevertheless, the feeling of being malevolently observed lingered ominously. Observing the desolate surroundings, Henry sighed, attempting to reassure himself. Just take a look, a mere glance, and then I shall depart. Trust in science, the irrational cannot exist. After fortifying his resolve, he bravely extended his hand once more, battling against the slick, frigid texture. He cautiously pried open a narrow crevice, leaning closer to the wardrobe, intent on glimpsing its interior by the light of the moon. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke seeped through the gap, engulfing Henry's face, causing him to stumble backward in terror, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Henry's mind was a blank slate, as if he were intoxicated, lost in a stupor, helplessly watching as the dark smoke gradually thickened and began to take shape. Even the instinct to flee was paralyzed, retreating deep within his consciousness. It has appeared. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry regained his senses, drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily as he collapsed onto the ground, incredulously exploring his own body. Had a serpent truly slithered within him just moments ago? Yet, as he examined himself, he found no abnormalities. His limbs moved with ease, as though the entire ordeal had merely been a vivid dream. No, he resolved. He must uncover the truth of the matter. Otherwise, the fright he experienced that night would have been in vain. Gasping for breath, he rose to his feet and reached for the wardrobe door once more, feeling a stark contrast to the previous slickness. Now devoid of the chilling cold, an entirely different sensation reminiscent of a snake's skin. The wardrobe door creaked open slowly, releasing a long-buried aroma that, while not overly offensive, was unmistakably stale. Henry was astonished to discover that the wardrobe was not as empty as Diana had claimed. Rather, several tattered and patched garments hung from the clothing rod. And atop the upper shelf sat a small cardboard box, with nothing else to be found. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry tentatively prodded the pendant with his finger a few times, finding nothing amiss, before pocketing it with the intention of examining it further. After a thorough search yielded no additional findings, he delicately restored everything to its original state. Upon exiting, He cautiously returned the lock to its previous position and was about to slip back to his room when, unexpectedly, a flicker of candlelight emerged from the staircase, followed by a tense voice inquiring, Who's there? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry's tense body immediately relaxed, and he repeatedly expressed his approval as he circumvented Amy and hurried down the stairs. Before he could take a deep breath to fully unwind, he unexpectedly heard Amy's distant and ominous voice behind him. By the way, you didn't enter this room, did you? With his back turned to Amy, a chilling sensation crept over him, the icy feeling once again enveloping his entire being. The air he had inhaled lodged in his throat, and a queasiness settled in his stomach, making him feel somewhat nauseous. After a prolonged silence without a response from Henry, Amy emitted a sound through her nose, her tone slightly elevated. Henry felt a jolt, cursing himself inwardly. He then stiffly turned around, shaking his head and murmuring, "No, there isn't." Amy's face was shrouded in the dim light of the oil lamp, flickering and casting shadows that rendered her expression ambiguous. She pressed her lips together, regarding Henry with suspicion, her features losing their previously gentle contours. Suddenly, she reached out towards the chain behind her. No, the lock had not yet been secured. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry gaped in astonishment, vividly recalling that he had not locked the door due to the absence of a key. He merely feigned a locked state. Why had Amy not noticed this? Could it be that she intentionally wished to shield him from the truth? Yet, there seemed to be no necessity for such a ruse. Mistakenly believing that her tone had frightened Henry, she sighed inwardly, recognizing that he was still but a child. There was no need to instill such fear in him even amidst concern. A smile gradually returned to her visage. I once mentioned to you that this room harbors significant issues. Perhaps you have forgotten. Allow me to reiterate. This time, do remember. The previous occupant of this room was a troublesome child, of an age similar to mine, now likely in his 60s or 70s. However, he never returned after he began attending school at the age of 11, rumored to be at a place called Hogwarts, though its location remains a mystery to all. In the years following his departure, several children moved in, only to be so terrified that they fled the premises within days. The lady of the house once claimed that all his belongings were cursed, and he himself was rather peculiar, one might even say. Bizarre? We rejoiced for 2 whole days after his departure. Henry pursed his lips, recognizing the familiar tactic often employed to frighten children, using the experiences of others to intimidate those who have yet to encounter such events. Whether those tales held any truth was another matter altogether. Nevertheless, the room indeed harbored some peculiarities. The connection between the snake and the serpentine pendant warranted meticulous investigations, and it was essential to ascertain whether his own body had been affected. At this thought, a restless sensation clawed at Henry's mind, urging him to return to his room with haste. Amy, observing Henry's distracted nods, noted his apparent disengagement and raised her voice to underscore her point. Someone had witnessed him conversing with a snake. He would utter a phrase, and the snake would respond in kind. Furthermore, just a year prior to his departure, on the very day following a quarrel with Billy, Billy's rabbit had been gruesomely suspended from the rafters. Although he had assured his wife of his innocence, who would truly believe him? Oh, that poor little rabbit. How could he have been so cruel? I have not eaten all day, and there is more as if time had reversed. Henry was taken aback to see Amy, who had always presented herself as strong and gentle, reveal a countenance marred by panic and fear while recounting her past. In a dreamlike whisper, her gaze wandered, as if ensnared in a nightmare. That summer outing when Mrs. Cole had taken them to the seaside during their free time. She and Dennis had been lured by snacks into a cave on the cliffs. All she could remember was the dimness and dampness of that place, the icy sea water. And then, suddenly, she found herself back in the car, with no recollection of the intervening moments. Dennis, too, had no memory of what transpired. That mischievous boy later told Mrs. Cole they had gone on an adventure, yet upon reflection, her mind was a blank canvas, with a newfound focus in her eyes. She grasped Henry's hand tightly. Can you fathom the terror of retaining memories surrounding an event while having a crucial piece of that memory entirely erased? What horrors transpired within that cave remained shrouded in obscurity, as if deliberately expunged. Since then, my life has felt cursed, illness and suffering visit me with alarming regularity, leading my husband to squander our fortune on my behalf, and now he cannot even afford treatment for his own ailments. At this juncture, Amy's voice faltered. Oh, and my children, she murmured weakly. I had 3 opportunities to become a mother despite my utmost caution. I lost them all in the final month for various reasons. Oh, my children. Henry felt a stinging sensation in his eyes, unable to bear the weight of the moment. How could such a kind-hearted woman as Granny Amy have committed such grave errors in the past? Why was she subjected to such harsh punishment? He embraced Granny Amy, hoping to warm the weary soul of this unfortunate elder with the heat of his own body. Fortunately, having weathered many storms, Amy quickly regained her composure. She gently pushed Henry away, turning with a hint of embarrassment to retrieve a tattered handkerchief, which she used to dab at her face, followed by a discreet sniffle. She then turned back, continuing her lament. Thankfully, Mrs. Corf has offered me shelter and a lighter task, allowing me to cover the costs of treatment and medicine. As for poor Dennis, Dennis, I've heard he too is plagued by illness, succumbing to organ failure before even reaching 30. It feels as though we are cursed. What did that wicked boy do to us in the cave? He is a monster. No, a devil. Granny Amy muttered darkly about the former occupant of room 1 on the 3rd floor. Her eyes reddened as she implored Henry with an earnest gaze, as if seeking his validation to confirm that her reality was not merely a figment of her imagination, nor a projection of her misfortunes onto others. To prove that she had not yet lost her sanity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry assisted Grandma Amy back to her room, intending to leave only after she had drifted into slumber. Once Grandma Amy had calmed her emotions and found her composure while seated, Henry, suddenly struck by a realization, nearly leapt from his chair. Wait, what did Grandma Amy mention earlier? Conversations with a serpent? A cavern by the seaside? These tales sounded like something out of a fairy tale. Yet what if they were indeed experiences that Grandma Amy had lived through, coupled with the orphanage's name he had been observing and the connection to the room's owner? Tom Riddle, the conclusion was nothing short of explosive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In a moment of desperation, Henry exclaimed, I discovered it while browsing through photographs a couple of days ago. You see, I longed to swiftly rekindle the memories of my past, so I intended to. Before he could finish his sentence, Amy, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed to embrace him, exclaiming, Oh, my poor child. It matters not that you have lost your memories. Together, we can forge new ones. Having just revisited the harrowing events of her past, Amy felt an even deeper connection to Henry, who similarly suffered from memory loss, causing her previously calm emotions to surge once more. Henry was consumed with guilt. He secretly vowed never to deceive this woman, who had endured so much suffering in life, again. In an attempt to divert the old woman's attention, he feigned curiosity and inquired, But why is it that I hear Mrs. Cole refer to you as Amy Doyle? The mention of her surname reminded Amy of her husband's illness, intensifying the sorrow already dwelling in her heart. She longed to weep uncontrollably, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of losing composure in front of the children. With great effort, she suppressed her grief and explained, Doyle is my husband's name. Naturally, I adopted his surname upon marriage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for invoking the sorrowful memories of the elderly lady this evening. Yet he was at a loss as to how to offer her comfort. He could only comply with Amy's suggestion, bidding her good night before retreating to his small chamber. As soon as the door to her room closed, he heard the muffled sound of weeping behind him. Clenching his fists, he silently returned to his quarters. If his suspicions were correct, he had already identified the source of the elderly lady's anguish. The revelations of the night were profoundly significant. Along the way, he mentally revisited the crucial information he had gathered, yet all the deductions pointed to a singular conclusion. This world was far more complex than he had previously envisioned. And he was increasingly confident that he could substantiate that he had indeed entered the magical realm of Harry Potter. Henry leaned against the window, gazing out at the moonlight that bathed the world beyond in a silvery glow, stroking his chin as if piecing together a puzzle to arrive at a conclusion. Engaging in dialogue with serpents signifies that one possesses the ability to comprehend and communicate in the serpentine tongue. Within the lore of the Harry Potter series, this is known as parcel tongue, a language regarded as profoundly sinister by ordinary wizards. Those proficient in it can command both mundane snakes and magical serpentine creatures to act according to their wishes. This ability is said to be attainable only by those with a specific bloodline or remarkable linguistic talent. Such an attribute is unparalleled even in the vast multiverse, rendering it exceptionally distinctive. Mastery of Parseltongue heralds the emergence of a true Parselmouth. Throughout the Harry Potter saga, apart from the infamous dark wizard Herpo the Foul, who birthed the world's first basilisk, only a select few from the lineage of Slytherin and a handful of others have possessed this skill. These wizards are invariably profound masters of the magical arts, wielding considerable influence, regardless of their moral standing. However, due to the heavy toll inflicted upon the British magical community by the most notorious Parselmouth of the previous generation, the practice has become a taboo among ordinary wizards. Of course, there are others, such as druids and those with a connection to nature, who can communicate with animals, but the name Tom alters the context entirely. A name serves as a cipher. Tom Marvolo Riddle is the greatest antagonist within the Harry Potter framework, a figure so shrouded in mystery that his name is often avoided, referred to only as he who must not be named. Upon discovering his true heritage, he developed a profound aversion to his birth name. Tom rearranged the letters of his name to assume the title Lord Voldemort, cursing it so that anyone who spoke it, even behind magical barriers, would reveal their locations, greatly facilitating the Dark Lord's minions in their pursuit and slaughter. The middle name Marvolo pays homage to his grandfather and signifies the noble bloodline coursing through his veins, which can be traced back to Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. In the dark and brutal witch hunts of the Middle Ages, he, alongside 3 like-minded allies, established Hogwarts to protect vulnerable wizards from persecution by ordinary humans. He founded Slytherin House, named after himself, based on his beliefs regarding student selection, insisting on pure bloodlines, ambition, cunning, adaptability, reverence for power and glory, unwavering resolve, and a commitment to self-preservation and the supremacy of victory. However, Slytherin's stubborn and dictatorial nature, coupled with his obsessive conduct and numerous perilous experiments involving magical creatures, profoundly impacted his psyche. This once wise, elegant, and formidable wizard gradually succumbed to radicalism and cruelty, yearning for power. Perhaps this was the hidden, repressed aspect of his persona. In his later years, he became estranged from his former friends, leaving Hogwarts and vanishing from sight. It remains a topic of debate whether Slytherin's lineage, likely infused with the blood of magical beings, retains its noble essence, or if it is the root cause of the madness and brutality seen in his descendants. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that his lineage possesses immense magical aptitude, with Parseltongue becoming almost a defining trait of this bloodline. Thus, one could argue that purebloods indeed enjoy certain advantages in the realm of magic. Not only do they inherit a wealth of innate magical power, but being raised alongside accomplished family wizards grants them earlier access to magical education, allowing them to seize the initiative in their studies. Moreover, pureblood families command a significant share of wealth and resources. Some possess libraries that far exceed the collections of the Ministry of Magic, the governing body responsible for magical administration, justice, and legislation. In the magical realm, knowledge contained within books equates to power. Throughout the annals of magical history, potent spells have emerged continuously, crafted by brilliant minds. However, as time has passed, many spells have been lost to obscurity, yet most can still be found within ancient tomes. Therefore, possessing a substantial collection of such literature equates to wielding considerable authority. Henry's thoughts leapt as he recalled the description provided by Granny Amy. The cave, where she and the Uncle Dennis, whom she had never met, were deceived by Tom, was precisely the location where the Dark Lord later concealed a Horcrux made from the Slytherin Locket. This dark secret was ultimately unveiled by his former loyal follower, Regulus Black, who sacrificed his life to retrieve it, only for it to be destroyed by the Sword of Gryffindor. Speaking of Horcruxes, they can be deemed one of the most malevolent magical inventions in the annals of magical history, undoubtedly pioneered by the infamous He Who Must Not Be Named. Even the notorious Tome of Dark Magic, which purportedly encompasses a vast array of malevolent spells and nearly all forms of dark sorcery, merely glosses over this subject without providing any guidance or detailed explanation, thus underscoring the profound wickedness inherent in such practices. Henry endeavored to recall the principles of creation, vaguely remembering that it involved the brutal murder of a soul, coupled with a spell that would allow one to split their own soul and seal it within any object. Note, it could be any object. This could achieve a certain degree of immortality and even facilitate resurrection upon death, proving to be far more convenient than the phylacteries of liches and other magical realms. Henry found himself intrigued by the notion of acquiring a semblance of immortality through such a shortcut. He had heard of attaining eternal life through cultivation, evolution, or mystical artifacts. Yet he had never encountered a method where merely splitting one's soul equated to possessing a ticket to immortality. Anything related to immortality, even if it merely bore the words longevity or immortality in its name, would incite an obsessive pursuit. Even though the process of soul division was said to be maddeningly painful, and the results often unbearable for an ordinary person, it was still, after all, a form of immortality. Moreover, this low-cost, high-reward avenue could be pursued by any sorcerer with a dark disposition, sufficient means, and ample magical power. Even a fifth-year student like Tom could achieve it, as he had done when he murdered Myrtle to create his first Horcrux, the Diary, during his 5th year. Henry could not help but be intrigued by this shortcut to a semblance of immortality. He had heard of attaining everlasting life through cultivation, evolution, or enchanted artifacts. Yet he had never encountered a method where merely splitting one's soul equated to possessing a ticket to immortality. Anything associated with the concept of eternal life, even if it merely bore the words longevity or immortality, would be fervently pursued, despite the perilous and excruciatingly maddening process of soul division and the unbearable aftermath it wrought upon ordinary individuals. It was, after all, a path to immortality. Furthermore, such a low-cost, high-reward avenue could be traversed by any wizard with a dark disposition, ruthless methods, and ample magical power. Even a 5th-year student like Tom could accomplish this. He had crafted his first Horcrux, a diary, by murdering Myrtle with the basilisk in his 5th year, at a time when he was hardly considered an adult wizard. This easily accessible form of immortality served as a glaring temptation for those wizards gripped by the fear of death, driving them to slay their kind in a desperate bid to evade mortality. Once the first Horcrux was forged, the desire to cease would be rendered moot, as the consequences of soul-splitting would ensnare them deeper and deeper until their souls were irrevocably fragmented. Moreover, the targets of such murderous intent must possess magical abilities, ensuring that the resultant loss of the wizarding population would lead to the obliteration of the entire wizarding society. This would spell a self-inflicted demise for the wizards. Henry could comprehend why the explanation of Horcruxes within the dark arts was so vague. After all, the madness of humanity can be terrifying. And when most people lose their sanity, it often leads to catastrophic consequences for humankind. Nonetheless, he yearned to delve into the operational principles of this magic. A restless itch gnawed at his mind, but the prerequisite of ruthlessly murdering a soul significantly diminished his enthusiasm. Weighing all the pertinent information, Henry concluded that he was indeed in the world of Harry Potter, and the source of endless suffering for Grandma Amy was none other than Voldemort, the mortal enemy of the Potters. In his previous life, while at the orphanage, he had been utterly captivated by this world. He would wait by the mailbox daily, hoping to receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts that would whisk him away from the monotony of the orphanage into a fantastical journey of magic. Unfortunately, after waiting in vain until the age of 12 without receiving any correspondence from Hogwarts, he relinquished his dreams of the magical realm and resigned himself to the harsh realities of life. Little did he anticipate that a single act of selfless heroism would grant him rebirth in this long-desired world. Now that he possessed foreknowledge of the future and foresaw the impending dark turmoil, with countless hopes resting on Harry's success in vanquishing Voldemort, he realized he could not remain idle, merely waiting for a series of fortunate coincidences to enable Harry to defeat the Dark Lord. It was not in Henry's nature to place his hopes solely in a savior. What if the butterfly effect of his rebirth altered the future? Perhaps it was Grandma Amy's concern that compelled him to confront his long unhealed wounds and inform himself of the dangers surrounding him. Or perhaps it was the attentive care of Dina, or the cheerful smiles of the original owner's former companions he had encountered in recent days. Henry could no longer regard these individuals as mere characters from a book, dispensable and often omitted. He refused to wait until Voldemort's return from the shadows, only to be slaughtered like a defenseless muggle. To alter this fate, there was but one path: to become a member of the wizarding community. In his previous life, he had passively adopted the identity of a wizard, but in this new existence, having truly immersed himself as an ordinary person in this world, Henry became acutely aware that it was not the harmonious fairy tale he had envisioned. Instead, it was a cruel and authentic realm. The might of wizards was undeniable. An ordinary person in this world could easily be manipulated by a wizard with just a mere wand. Magic rendered wizards seemingly omnipotent. Even if firearms could ambush an unprepared wizard, how could one contend with the vigilant and formidable Dark Lord? Not even nuclear weapons would suffice. A sophisticated disapparition or portkey could effortlessly elude the blast radius. To confront wizards, one must become a wizard. At that moment, his desire to enter Hogwarts intensified. Since he had designated Voldemort as a hypothetical adversary, it was imperative to thoroughly understand him, including his experiences, personality, and weaknesses. Henry grasped this principle early on. He racked his brain to recall Voldemort's life story, hoping to analyze his character through this lens, returning to the new generation of the Dark Lord. Prior to his creation of Horcruxes, and while his mind remained intact, he was a person of exceptionally high intelligence and remarkable skill in disguise. Fully aware of his inherent advantages and adept at maximizing them, in his youth, he garnered nearly universal admiration upon entering the magical community. Thanks to his handsome appearance and exceptional academic prowess, he was notably deferential toward more powerful wizards, while internally skilled at winning hearts, often presenting a courteous facade. However, beneath this veneer lay a sense of self-importance and arrogance, a self-proclaimed nobility that reveled in flaunting possessions acquired through heinous acts. He despised anything that rendered him ordinary, yearning instead for fame and recognition. He never genuinely respected anyone for their virtuous qualities, for he only ever esteemed one thing: absolute power. This understanding led him, once he attained true strength, to discard his pretense and reveal his cold, ruthless, and secretive dark nature. By espousing the theory of pureblood supremacy, he attracted a multitude of discontented supporters within the magical community, amassing a significant following early on in his dark endeavors. Most of the 28 pureblood families covertly endorsed his rhetoric, providing him with resources and manpower. Subsequently, he promised the power of life and death over Muggles after his conquest of the world, coercing or subduing the vast majority of England's dark magical creatures. Thus, more and more wizards and creatures bowed before him, kissing his shoes and proclaiming themselves as servants, addressing Voldemort as the Dark Lord or Master. Every command, order, and punishment issued by him was wholly accepted by them, whether they genuinely adhered to his doctrine or were merely seeking power from him. They were collectively referred to as Death Eaters. Voldemort, intoxicated by this overwhelming power, craved even more, yearning for more souls to accept his dark dominion. Deriving pleasure from the fear and sorrow it incited, he had never loved or trusted anyone, including his subordinates. All relationships were mere conduits of utility and exploitation. How tragic, one might think. Yet, such perceptions were wholly normal within his ideology. Voldemort's actions became increasingly radical, and his temperament grew more violent, as he increasingly scorned the sanctity of life. Had it not been for his absurd quest for immortality, leading him to split his soul repeatedly, thereby exacerbating his weaknesses, which ultimately culminated in his demise at the hands of Lily Potter's protective love magic, the Dark Era would have continued unabated. In an age when the most powerful white wizard, Dumbledore, was aging and no successors could rival him, it remains uncertain who would have ultimately ruled over England. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, Henry busied himself with writing and sketching on paper, unaware that dawn had arrived. The bright illumination filled the spacious hall, effectively separating it from the encroaching darkness of the pre-dawn outside. Several long tables, arranged in neat rows upon the black and white tiled floor, served as the dining area for the children of the orphanage. The air was alive with the sounds of playful banter and hushed whispers among the children, interspersed with Mrs. Cole's occasional request for silence. Henry couldn't help but exclaim how wonderful it is to be young, brimming with energy so early in the day. Despite having spent a restless night, he appeared somewhat fatigued, like the other children who had reveled late into the night and now bore expressions of drowsiness. Henry yawned while spreading jam on his bread. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he glanced around the hall and noticed that Grandma Amy's seat was empty. Meanwhile, Dana, observing his gaze, abandoned her breakfast and hurried over, exuding an air of mystery as though she had uncovered a significant secret and was eager to share it. Yet she insisted on waiting for Henry to inquire first. It seemed that unless he asked, she would remain silent. How could Henry fail to perceive her ruse? Deliberately turning away, he took a hearty bite of the bread, choosing not to inquire further, and commenced to savor his breakfast in solitude. Dana, bursting with secrets, felt her face heat up as she struggled to contain herself. Ultimately, Henry could no longer ignore her, fearing that Dana might suffocate from holding her breath. He reluctantly engaged her with a question, "What is it?" At last, Dana was able to catch her breath, and after a few gasps, she triumphantly declared, "Humph. I knew you couldn't resist. Out of sheer benevolence, I shall enlighten you. Last night, someone provoked Granny Amy, and when she woke us this morning..." Her eyes were all red, as if she had been driven to tears from anger. Henry had anticipated this before leaving last night, and now, upon further confirmation, he felt an even greater sense of guilt, yet he had to feign surprise. Who would act in such a manner? Did Aunt Amy not punish him? Dana shook her head in regret. I do not know. No matter how much I pressed Aunt Amy, she refused to divulge. Then, pretending to scowl fiercely, she added, if I knew who was responsible, I would certainly seek retribution. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry, however, lost interest in continuing his breakfast. He hastily shoved a few bites into his mouth, excusing himself by claiming he was full and retreated to his small room. There, he leaned against the window, contemplating the significant matters that lay ahead. He could not ascertain whether he possessed any magical talent, nor was he aware of any instruments to test such abilities. Yet, he recalled that little sorcerers endowed with magic could manipulate their surroundings to a certain extent, as long as they wished it. The will could alter the world, Henry understood. Perhaps it was worth a try. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand in a grasping motion, fixating intently on the ivy leaves hanging from the iron railing outside. In his mind, he fervently urged them to fall down. After a while, the leaves remained utterly still, causing Henry to turn crimson from holding his breath. Suddenly, he noticed the leaves quiver slightly. There is a chance. His eyes widened with excitement as he held his breath, too afraid to exhale lest he disrupt the magic within him. Darkness began to cloud his vision, and his arms felt as if they might cramp. Yet the leaves continued to cling steadfastly to the branch, while a gentle breeze wafted from that direction. So it was merely the wind, Henry thought. As the spark in his eyes dimmed, it appeared that he truly lacked magical talent. However, the absence of such abilities did not deter him. He could still seek to confront the impending darkness through technological means. Now was not the time to relinquish hope. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry turned his gaze towards the sound, astonished to see a gray owl curiously tilting its head at him, its beak clasping a pale yellow envelope. The address on the envelope's front was elegantly inscribed in emerald green ink. London, Woo's Orphanage, 2nd floor, 4th window. Mr. Henry fixated his gaze upon the envelope, suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness, as if a robust spring within him had been plucked, resonating with a low hum. To his astonishment, he realized he possessed magical aptitude. An overwhelming joy surged through Henry's heart. Though the letter itself bore little intrinsic value, easily replicable through a simple spell, its significance was invaluable. It was a ticket to the realm of magic. In his previous life, he had yearned desperately for the arrival of this letter, only to be met with disappointment. Now, the opportunity lay tantalizingly within reach. The world of magic had finally flung its doors wide open for him. He extended a trembling hand, seizing the envelope from the owl's beak. The owl squawked sharply a few times, as if protesting the lack of gratuity. Henry seemed to comprehend its discontent and hurried back indoors to fetch some treats left by Diana, offering them to the owl. Sated, it flapped its wings in satisfaction and took flight. Staring dreamily at the retreating silhouette of the owl, Henry found himself lost in thought. An owl delivering messages. This was merely a glimpse into the enigma of the magical world, where such unreliable creatures were trained, as opposed to the common pigeons employed for correspondence. However, with the enchantment of magic or potions, no mishaps had occurred. Henry felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had just awakened in this world. He pondered for a moment, lost in thought, before suddenly snapping back to reality. Goodness, he nearly forgot the most crucial matter. His heart raced once more as he hesitated to open the envelope, gently tracing its contours with his fingers. The letter was substantial, encased in a thick, parchment-like material that bore no postage, imparting an air of antiquity and a delightful tactile quality. Turning the envelope over, he discovered a vivid red wax seal on the back, embossed with a coat of arms. Surrounding the capital letter were the figures of a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Henry gazed at the familiar emblem, momentarily lost in thought, just as he was about to tear open the envelope. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he returned to the wardrobe to retrieve a small blade. With great care, he peeled away the wax seal, subsequently uncovering a small box that contained a serpentine pendant. He wrapped the wax seal in paper and placed it inside, striving to ensure that it remained undamaged. He felt an urge to cherish it for a lifetime. After securing the box, he hastily dragged a chair to the window, where the voice of Mrs. Colf echoed from below. "Henry, do not move the chair." "Yes, ma'am." He called back, his voice raised, and the interruption eased his anxious heart. He settled himself properly before the window, cradling the envelope as though it were a sacred decree, and then withdrew the letter to read. It consisted of 2 sheets. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, recipient of the First-Class Merlin Award, Chief Wizard of the Wizarding Association, President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Voss, it is with great pleasure that we inform you of your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term will commence on September 1st. We shall appoint faculty members to accompany you to Diagon Alley for your purchases before July 31st. Please await further instructions. The second sheet detailed the items needed for first-year classes, and Henry particularly noted the first line under the section for other equipment, which specified a wand. Henry read the text word by word, repeatedly, caught between disbelief and elation. Finally, he came to the realization that perhaps the original owner possessed an innate magical talent. Or perhaps some unknown transformation occurred during his rebirth. Now, he truly possessed magical abilities and had indeed been accepted into Hogwarts, with someone even ready to accompany him to purchase books and other necessities for his new life. The long-cherished dream of his past life was finally coming to fruition, leaving Henry both exhilarated and bewildered. He suddenly felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He was about to embark on the journey of learning magic. Would Mrs. Cole agree? What about Dana? And the orphanage? What was to become of it? For days, he had heard Miss Amy lamenting about a real estate development company that had set its sights on the land in the suburbs, intending to demolish the orphanage to erect a new office building. Although Mrs. Cole had not acquiesced, the company's substantial financial resources posed a significant threat. What would become of the children in the orphanage if they were to be coerced or enticed into relinquishing the property? Where would they go? Henry furrowed his brows. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, even the allure of the Hogwarts acceptance letter seemed diminished. Initially, believing he resided in a typical 20th century England, he had intended to wait until he matured a bit more before embarking on his quest to amass wealth. He envisioned capitalizing on prophetic insights of the future to reap profits from the stock market, subsequently investing in renowned companies that were bound to thrive, thereby ensuring a life free from financial worries, if not achieving global affluence. However, this was the world of Harry Potter, where wizards and magic reigned supreme. A muggle, no matter how affluent, would merely serve as a backdrop. With a mere confounding spell from a wizard, one could easily forget their former riches. It was only due to the oversight of various magical ministries and the existence of the International Statute of Secrecy that many wizards exercised caution, refraining from reckless behavior. Yet, such constraints only bound those wizards who possessed morals and attachments. For the unprincipled and powerful dark wizards, as long as they remained undiscovered, muggles could only suffer in silence. Much like Amy. Thus, attending Hogwarts became imperative, not only to fulfill a long-held dream but also to acquire the strength necessary to protect those he cherished in an ominous future, where the return of the Dark Lord loomed and the International Statute of Secrecy lay in ruins. Henry, someone is looking for you. The cheerful voice of Dana echoed from outside, interrupting his reverie. Henry helplessly glanced back at the door, counting down, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang as Dana kicked it open. Dana, do be a lady. You're nearly damaging my door, Henry complained. Dana, a year younger than Henry, initially presented herself as a delicate, tearful damsel in distress. However, as time passed, her nurturing and attentive nature became evident. Now that she and Henry had grown closer and his injuries had mostly healed, her quirky and mischievous personality emerged, causing delightful chaos in the orphanage daily. This incessant mischief left both Miss Amy and Lady Cole exasperated yet fond of her. Indeed, she was a little enchantress. Without exchanging a word, Dana rushed in, grabbing Henry and pulling him outside while exclaiming, "Come quickly. An old man is looking for you, and Lady Cole is with him. Miss Amy sent me to hurry you along." Henry wore a perplexed expression, having been an orphan since childhood and rarely venturing beyond the confines of the orphanage. He wondered who could possibly be seeking him. Could it be that they were searching for his predecessor? With a heart laden with curiosity and trepidation, Henry followed Dana to Mrs. Cole's office. As they approached, the hearty laughter of Mrs. Cole reached his ears. Exchanging a glance with Dana, he felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the lady was engaged in delightful conversation with her visitor, indicating that it was likely not an unpleasant matter. He gestured for Dana to knock on the door, adjusted his gray waistcoat, and dusted off the non-existent particles on it before entering upon receiving permission. Dana followed closely behind. Inside the modest room, Mrs. Cole sat behind her cluttered desk, her cheeks flushed as she held a glass in her hand. The scattered documents had been pushed aside, creating space for a bottle of her favorite gin, which seemed rather expensive, likely a gift from her guest, as more than half of its contents had already vanished. A white-haired gentleman in a deep green flannel suit sat upright on the only tattered leather sofa in the office, his back turned to the door. The disheveled appearance of the sofa was incongruous with the overall simplicity of the small room and its furnishings. Upon noticing Henry's entrance, Mrs. Cole, slightly inebriated, greeted him with a cheerful invitation. Come in, come in. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry seized the opportunity to glance at the visitor, subsequently widening his mouth in astonishment. The guest was a tall, slender elder who, even while seated upon the sofa, exuded an air of elegance. Clad in a meticulously tailored suit, his neatly styled silver hair and beard could almost be tucked into his belt, appearing soft and well-maintained, with a vitality that belied the typical frailty of old age. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, the marks of time as passage. His nose, long and slightly crooked, bore the history of at least 2 fractures. Behind a pair of crescent-shaped spectacles sparkled a pair of bright, cerulean eyes, moist and fervent, radiating wisdom and serenity. The gaze, imbued with a sense of compassion, brought tranquility to those who met it, washing away any lingering agitation through the depth of his experience. While the crescent-shaped glasses might appear peculiar in isolation, they harmonized splendidly with the elder's visage, even lending him a touch of playful humor. Mrs. Cole then raised her voice to introduce Henry, saying, The last time we met, he was still a professor. Now he is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and his name is... API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry's tone and pace remarkably coincided with what Mrs. Cole had articulated, overshadowing the past. Mrs. Cole remained oblivious, while Dumbledore, tilting his head slightly, gazed at Henry with a hint of curiosity from behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. Henry's complexion turned pale as he realized that his momentary lapse in caution might have led him to speak inappropriately. Until now, he had never encountered Dumbledore. They belonged to entirely different realms. Despite Dumbledore's immense fame within the magical community, he had never granted an interview to the Muggle media. How could Henry, residing in the Muggle world, possibly be aware of his name? Henry momentarily faltered, his words caught in hesitation. Diana, with her captivating emerald eyes, observed him curiously. Having never witnessed such a sight of Henry before, it struck her as exceedingly amusing. Fortunately, Dumbledore playfully winked at Diana before tactfully inquiring, Mrs. Colf, would you kindly grant me and Henry a moment of privacy? Of course, for the sake of the gin, Mrs. Colf cheerfully rose, taking Diana by the hand and leading her outdoors, not forgetting to carry the bottle with her. Diana swayed her head from side to side, fixated on the amusing old man and the stuttering, unfortunate Henry, sensing that her friend was likely in trouble this time, glancing back even as they exited. Mrs. Colf closed the door behind Diana, leaving the space within for the 2 men. As soon as the door clicked shut, Dumbledore loosened his collar with a sigh of relief, turning to the still-stunned Henry with a candid smile. I apologize. Please forgive me. For an elder, this collar is rather constricting. I'm still unaccustomed to this attire. Henry's eyes widened as he stammered, and no, it's fine, sir. You received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, did you not? Upon Henry's nod of confirmation, Dumbledore smiled and replied, Then you must call me Headmaster or Professor. Headmaster Dumbledore. Henry quickly complied. Dumbledore, still smiling, casually inquired, My dear boy, may I ask how you came to know my name? How else would I know? I read the books and watched the movies, Henry thought to himself, suppressing the urge to voice his internal monologue. He recalled that the elderly man before him was not only a powerful white wizard, but also a master of legilimency with unparalleled expertise in this magical domain. Ah, legilimency, a formidable ability that allows one to delve into the layered thoughts of others, perceiving their emotions as they speak and think, thus enabling accurate interpretation. It is particularly potent for uncovering or interrogating deeply buried secrets. The power of legilimency is so formidable that it could be deemed terrifying. Henry could only hope that Dumbledore's high moral standards would prevent him from prying into others' secrets, especially those of his future students. Otherwise, if Dumbledore were to uncover the secrets of his soul and realize that he was a reincarnated spirit, He might perceive him as the malevolent soul of a dark wizard that had taken over poor Henry's body. Not only would he find himself at a loss for words, but should Dumbledore discover the timeline of his memories from the Harry Potter world, it could drastically alter the course of events, an unfathomable disaster. As he wrestled with these thoughts, he forced himself to meet Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze, gradually relaxing in the warmth and sincerity of that look. He began to speak more fluently. I had a dream last night, in which I received the acceptance letter delivered by an owl today, along with your arrival. However, most of it is now a blur. I only remember Mrs. Cole calling you Professor Dumbledore, and that is how I knew. Indeed, the previous life felt like a dream. In moments of solitude over the past few days, he had pondered whether it was Hang Rue's memories or the soul of Hang Rue that had been reborn into Henry's body, or if Henry's soul had ventured to that world only to return once more. In truth, whether Hang Rue or Henry, they were but one and the same. He would not dismiss the possibility. Henry believed this world held such enchantment, reality and illusion intertwined, leaving him feeling as if he were on the verge of becoming a philosopher. Dumbledore's eyelids drooped, obscuring his striking blue eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his head, blinked, and gazed intently at Henry, saying, Henry, you know, we sometimes appear quite different from others. Perhaps you have already realized that when you feel fear or anger, something tends to happen. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry bestowed a smile upon Dumbledore, realizing that Dumbledore had been gazing at him with an encouraging smile. And there was that enigmatic black smoke that had penetrated his being yet left no trace upon his body, leading him to ponder the serpentine pendant that lay quietly in his wardrobe box. It appeared that the pendant was indeed of a magical nature, possibly even linked to Voldemort. Perhaps it was the curse unleashed by that very pendant, considering it was discovered in the confines of his sealed chamber. It seemed imperative to prioritize the study of the serpentine pendant. I am pleased that you have recognized your distinctiveness. The possession of unique abilities is what distinguishes us wizards from muggles. Well, muggles are simply ordinary people, as we refer to them in our realm. Noticing Henry's contemplative expression, Dumbledore nodded and said, we refer to such a talent as magic. Magic? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry feigned curiosity, his expression perfectly attuned to the moment. After all, it is quite natural for a child raised in the realm of ordinary people to feel a sense of wonder about the place he is about to embark on learning. Henry was almost ready to award himself the Oscar for Best Actor. The institution he spoke of was a venerable establishment dedicated to teaching young wizards the art of magic, with a history that traces back to the Middle Ages, now under my stewardship as headmaster. There, one would encounter numerous dedicated professors and forge many friendships. If, by the third year, you could obtain the signature of Madame Coral, you would gain the privilege of visiting Hogsmeade, a village for wizards. I personally recommend the Honeydukes, a veritable haven of sweets that is sure to pique your interest, Albus Dumbledore patiently explained. However, Diana, along with the lady and the matron, Henry exhibited a blend of yearning for the school and reluctance to part from his current life and cherished ones. Hogwarts operates as a boarding institution. Yet every year during holidays and summer breaks, students are permitted to return home to spend time with their families. The Hogwarts Express would be responsible for their transport during these times. Dumbledore nodded with a smile, realizing that his concerns were unfounded. A child who understands love would not repeat past mistakes. The conversation then evolved into a dialogue about the intricacies of the magical school and the daily lives of wizards, alleviating most of Henry's anxieties. Such a kind, gentle, and insightful wizard, possessing formidable power yet remaining as relatable as an ordinary person. It is no wonder he is regarded as one of the greatest wizards in many hearts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding against it. The pendant had never existed on the original timeline. Presenting it to Dumbledore could potentially yield valuable information and save time. While this might ease his own burden, it could also lead to dreadful consequences that would veer the future from its predetermined path. Yet, he understood that since his arrival in this world, The very notion of a predetermined trajectory had ceased to exist. The original timeline, or future, had long since become fragmented. However, he felt it imperative to comprehend the specific changes that had occurred and the magnitude of their impact. Uncontrolled alterations, such as presenting the pendant to Dumbledore, were to be strictly avoided. He resolved to seek out the Hogwarts Library in the future, a place renowned for its extensive collection of books dating back to the medieval era. Most of the school's governors chose to donate portions of their family libraries to the institution, and it was worth noting that the governors of Hogwarts were predominantly from pure-blood families. In terms of historical depth, wealth, and the richness of their collections, other Muggle wizards and half-bloods could hardly compare. Even records related to Horcruxes could be unearthed there. Henry was confident that the library would contain accounts similar to that of the pendant. However, he mused that revealing too much detail would diminish the sense of discovery. He had always believed that personal discoveries left a more profound impression, so he decided to leave some mystery for you to unravel upon your arrival at the school. Dumbledore rose to his feet, preparing to take his leave. Henry called out to him, "Headmaster, could you demonstrate it for me? You know, magic." Dumbledore hesitated for a moment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry realized that this must be one of the fabled Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand. According to legend, it is a wand capable of rendering its master invincible, unleashing tremendous magical power during duels, and enabling its wielder to effortlessly cast formidable spells. However, he quickly averted his gaze, understanding that he could neither know nor should recognize the Elder Wand. Thus, he feigned curiosity and turned his attention toward Dumbledore. Grasping the wand, Dumbledore casually waved it towards the disordered papers strewn across the table. Those sheets seemed to come alive, soaring into the air, swirling and dancing within the room. Then, with a graceful flick of the wand, they categorized themselves in an orderly fashion, transforming the once chaotic scene into a pristine tableau. Henry gazed enviously at the scene before him. Indeed, magic was extraordinarily convenient. Such simple and practical charms for daily life. Wouldn't you agree? They have saved this old man a considerable amount of unnecessary effort. You see, the sheer volume of documents the headmaster must sign is overwhelming. I sometimes consider asking Professor McGonagall to handle them for me. Dumbledore playfully winked with his left eye, half-jokingly lamenting. Noticing Henry's envious stare at the wand, Dumbledore smiled as he tucked it back into his robe pocket, shaking his head. Do not envy it. In Diagon Alley, you can easily procure one. However, I recommend visiting Mr. Ollivander's shop, renowned for its ancestral craftsmanship. Gaining the recognition of the entire British magical community is no trivial feat. Diagon Alley? Henry inquired, revealing his ignorance of the wizarding world. Indeed, it is the largest and most prosperous wizarding market in Britain, located in London. You can find almost everything you need there. Dumbledore suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting that Henry had yet to visit Diagon Alley and would require guidance. But I may not have the time to accompany you to gather your supplies. There is much to be done before the term begins. Let me think. Henry initially intended to suggest that he procure the items himself, yet Dumbledore interjected once more. By the way, the little one from the Arthur family is also commencing school this year. They should be heading to Diagon Alley soon to acquire the necessary supplies. I shall write to them and request that they guide you. They are truly good-hearted individuals, and you will undoubtedly be pleased to make their acquaintance. Arthur Weasley? Henry recalled the family's distinctive fiery red hair. Indeed, the Weasley family was a reputable pure-blood wizarding household, connected by blood to many other wizarding families. He remembered that the Weasley lineage was even classified among the 28 sacred families. However, they appeared quite discontented with this classification, emphasizing their ties to numerous Muggles and asserting that their bloodline did not elevate them above others. Their protests incited disdain from some pure-blood advocates, who regarded every member of the Weasley family as a traitor to their pure lineage, contempt and disdain evident in their gazes and words when speaking of the Weasleys. Nonetheless, the Weasley family took pride in their convictions. Even the Patriarch, as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Office for the Illegal Use of Muggle Artifacts, exhibited an unusual enthusiasm for Muggle items. Loyalty, friendliness, warmth, a lack of vanity, and no discrimination against Muggles, many admirable qualities could be found within the Weasley family. Regrettably, due to their unfamiliarity with saving money, coupled with a lack of inherited wealth and the burden of numerous children, their expenses were considerable, leading them into a state of financial hardship. Of course, Henry felt he had no right to comment on anyone else's poverty. Such a loving family. He believed that he would find their company quite enjoyable. Thus, he acquiesced to the proposal, only to recall another matter. Professor Dumbledore. There is something. I have no money, he stammered. Do not feel embarrassed. That is easily remedied. Dumbledore produced a plump leather pouch from another thin pocket, seemingly impossible to have fit within. Hogwarts has a fund specifically designated for those in need of assistance to purchase textbooks and robes. However, you may need to visit Flourish and Blots to acquire some secondhand magical books. You can find the specific titles and item list in the attachment of your acceptance letter. You have reviewed that, Haven T.U.? Henry nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore as he pulled out a leather pouch. Observing the child's insatiable curiosity, Dumbledore elucidated. This is an application of the undetectable extinction charm, a rather sophisticated piece of magic, though one must seek permission from the Ministry of Magic before employing it. Suddenly, an owl swooped in through the open window, clutching a letter in its beak, interrupting Dumbledore's discourse. Dumbledore gestured apologetically, stepped forward to retrieve the letter, and then produced several coins from his trouser pocket, placing them into a small pouch tied to the owl's leg. He then released the owl through the open window. A most convenient messenger, don't you think? Dumbledore mused as he quickly perused the letter. Upon finishing, he carefully folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket, then clapped his hands together. Very well, my dear child, I am rather pressed for time today. My primary purpose was to discuss your schooling with Mrs. Cole. The remaining matters will need to be handled by Arthur. They should reach out to you shortly, once you have procured your supplies. Remember to depart from King's Cross Station on September 1st. There is also a train ticket enclosed within the envelope, which you must present before boarding. Do not misplace it. Dumbledore detailed the forthcoming arrangements before preparing to take his leave to bid farewell to Mrs. Cole. As he approached the door, he muttered softly, Thank goodness this is no longer a precedent. Mrs. Cole is quite amenable, or else I might have had to resort to some clever tactics. Much like last time with Tom. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Henry tentatively inquired. Who? Dumbledore paused, casting a meaningful glance at Henry. The child who attended Hogwarts before me, Henry elucidated. I heard from Miss Amy. She held a rather unfavorable impression of that child. He was acutely aware of Dumbledore's vigilance towards Voldemort, and he maintained a skeptical stance regarding Voldemort's demise. Dumbledore understood that with Voldemort's profound fear of death, it was implausible for him to succumb so easily. Consequently, Henry harbored concerns that Dumbledore might draw connections between himself and Voldemort. After all, the coincidence was striking. They both resided in the same orphanage, and his own entrance into that institution coincided perfectly with Voldemort's death. If one were to delve deeper, Henry himself pondered whether he might be a remnant left behind by Voldemort. Moreover, regardless of one's reputation, an individual as peculiar as Voldemort would inevitably leave whispers in his wake, even within the orphanage. To feign ignorance of Tom's existence now would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Ah yes, Tom Riddle, a remarkably talented and ambitious student whom I once guided to Hogwarts, Dumbledore remarked, gazing at Henry with an ethereal tone. Alas, he subsequently strayed from the path. The conversation came to a halt as Dumbledore bid farewell to Mrs. Cole, mentioning that a red-haired man would soon arrive to escort Henry for the procurement of necessary supplies, before swiftly vanishing beyond the gates. Yet, Henry still needed to console the newly born irate infant, Diana. Recently, due to his own blunder, Henry had fallen into amnesia. Now that life had finally begun to regain its tranquility, the arrival of a silver-haired elder disrupted the calm. Even a slightly older Henry was set to attend school, while he remained confined to the orphanage. The events of these past few days had been more tumultuous than those of the preceding years, leaving Diana deeply dissatisfied. She felt inexplicably cast aside and even feared that she might never see Henry again. Henry, with a sense of resignation, gently reassured Diana, yet remained tight-lipped, revealing little about the magical realm or the school they were to attend. Diana's dissatisfaction was palpable, but ultimately, she was appeased by Henry's promise of a new kind of confectionery and fireworks. Once Diana departed, Henry exhaled a sigh of relief and retreated to his room, preparing for the more fantastical days ahead. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, a woman's voice, both irritated and elegant, resonated within. I have long maintained that it was unnecessary for you to communicate personally. Either Hagrid or I could have handled it. Minerva, this is different. I made a grave mistake previously by failing to discern that individual's character, which led to such turmoil in the magical community. The current circumstances are far too coincidental. I must see for myself, Albus Dumbledore's aged voice responded, patiently elucidating. The list of new students was established 11 years ago, yet last week. The acceptance quill and admission book produced an entirely new enrollment list, featuring the name Henry Voss, while all others remained unchanged. It is imperative that I verify this. What if such a thing could happen? Is there an issue with the acceptance quill and admission book? Oh, Albus, why did you not consult us beforehand? What is the current situation? The earlier irritation in her voice dissipated, giving way to concern regarding the child, even leading her to rudely interrupt Dumbledore in her eagerness for information. No, there are no issues with the acceptance quill or the admission book. The child indeed possesses magical potential, albeit not yet proficient in its application. He has a commendable disposition, capable of love and being loved, but further observation is necessary. I shall examine the acceptance quill and admission book shortly. Dumbledore remained unperturbed by the interruption, providing Professor Minerva McGonagall with detailed information he had gathered. But this year, Harry Potter is also set to enroll. Should that child? Professor McGonagall hesitated. Henry, Dumbledore emphasized. Very well, Henry. If he truly is the creation of the Dark Lord. Oh, very well, Voldemort. What will you do? Professor McGonagall's voice quavered as she uttered the forbidden name, a somewhat comical yet grave moment. No, we cannot jump to conclusions based on mere suspicion. We must not deny Henry his right to attend school. Otherwise, how are we different from Voldemort? Let us proceed with the opening of the term as intended. I shall keep a vigilant watch over these matters. On the 31st of July, before dawn had even broken, Henry was roused from his slumber by a persistent tapping outside his window. Initially inclined to ignore it, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to awaken with a start. Indeed, outside, a deep gray owl was weakly pecking at the glass with its beak, noticeably lacking the letter it should have been carrying. Yet a small tube was tied to its leg, likely containing a note within. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry felt as though this creature might perish at any moment. He recalled the owl that seemed to expend half its life with every delivery. Wasn't it the Weasley family's dedicated owl? What was its name again? Henry scratched his head, pondering whether it was Parole or Errol. Never mind, he decided to refer to it as Errol. Henry fetched some water and offered it to Errol, watching with great concern as the owl gradually regained its composure. He then unfolded the note, which read, I shall come to fetch you around 10 o'clock. Please bring the list. Sincerely, Arthur Weasley. P.S. Kindly provide Errol with a bit of water so that he may fly back on his own. Henry felt as though a balloon was swelling within his chest, filling him with an exuberant spirit that lifted him to the heavens. At long last, this day had arrived. Watching Errol flutter away, flapping his wings in a comical manner, Henry hummed a cheerful tune as he began to gather his belongings. In truth, there was little to prepare. He merely needed to take along his list and pouch of coins, yet the sheer joy rendered him restless. Before the clock struck 10, Henry sought out Mrs. Cole, informing her that someone would be arriving to escort him for the purchase of school supplies, and then he positioned himself outside the main entrance, awaiting his ride. At the stroke of 10, the weather outside mirrored Henry's elation, with the sun shining brilliantly. As the bells chimed 10 times, Henry, ever vigilant of the happenings beyond the iron gate, perceptively caught a faint, almost inaudible sound, akin to a soft pop. Then, at the corner across the street, a figure emerged. It was a slender man, adorned with glasses and slightly balding, though the remaining locks of his hair were an unmistakable shade of fiery red. He wore an eccentric green robe, setting him apart from the crowd. Curiously, none of the passers-by seemed to notice this conspicuous individual in their midst. Henry surmised that this must be Arthur Weasley, the patriarch of the Weasley family. He observed as Arthur gazed inquisitively at the surrounding buildings and streetlights, before crossing the road in front of a Ford car, eliciting a torrent of angry remarks from the driver. Undeterred, Arthur strode along the sidewalk towards the orphanage with purposeful steps. Strangely, the driver appeared irked solely by Arthur's actions, seemingly oblivious to the peculiarity of his attire. Arthur's eyes quickly fell upon the handsome boy standing at the entrance of the orphanage and from a distance. He greeted Henry with a warm smile. You must be Henry. Come along now. There is much to do today. And I suspect Molly and the others are eagerly awaiting us at the pub. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry's first encounter with Mr. Weasley's fascination and unreliable views on the Muggle world prompted him to nod in resignation, responding, yes, Diagon Alley. Mr. Weasley, we are going shopping today, remember? Mrs. Molly is still waiting for us. Oh, right. Dumbledore instructed us to take the chauffeur car, if I recall the pronunciation correctly. You know, we wizards typically travel using flipowder or apparition. This time, seizing the opportunity to pick you up, I am fortunate enough to experience a muggle mode of transportation. It is simply splendid. Arthur's excitement grew as he pulled out a few bills from his pocket, proudly displaying them to Henry. Look. This is muggle money that Dumbledore specifically sent me. I have always wanted to exchange some muggle currency at Gringotts for my collection, but Molly has always disallowed it. There should be some left over after this trip. Observing Arthur's blissful expression, Henry was reluctant to shatter his illusions. He glanced at the bills, pondering that perhaps, just perhaps, there might not be much left after all. He awkwardly shifted the topic, inquiring of the still distracted Arthur, Mr. Weasley, won't this robe reveal your wizard identity to ordinary people? Muggles? Just call me Arthur. Oh, that's merely a minor illusion charm. To them, I appear just like one of their own. Wearing a robe in Diagon Alley will not seem out of place, and since it is a charm cast upon myself, it does not violate the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Are you familiar with the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy? Henry nodded, and then he listened as Mr. Arthur, multitasking, regaled him with an extensive account of anecdotes regarding international confidentiality laws. Just as he was speaking, a taxi arrived. The two swiftly entered the vehicle. Charing Cross, please. Arthur announced the street name, and then directed his gaze towards the world outside the window, occasionally curiously exploring the car door and the window mechanism, exclaiming in wonder. He would even lean in to sniff the seats, much like a country bumpkin who had just arrived in the city. Turning to Henry, he exclaimed, "Have you ever seen such a marvel? The ingenuity of Muggles is astounding. They have designed something so intricately wondrous. I would love to acquire one and dismantle it for study." Henry exchanged a brief, awkward glance with the taxi driver through the rearview mirror, a shy smile escaping his lips, and he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He regretted not having applied to visit Diagon Alley himself. It was not merely a matter of Mr. Arthur's earlier insistence, but he had simply not anticipated Mr. Arthur's profound fascination with Muggle inventions. However, he now had a clearer idea of what Christmas gift he should present to Mr. Arthur in the future, amidst Henry's discomfort and Arthur's evident excitement. The taxi smoothly arrived at an unremarkable street, lined with a bookstore, a record shop, a hamburger joint, a department store, and a cinema. Appearing no different from any ordinary commercial thoroughfare. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry nodded quickly, signaling his understanding. He wished to avoid further dwelling on this awkward topic. As he followed Mr. Arthur past a grand bookstore, Mr. Arthur came to a halt and gestured for Henry to take note. This is the place. The Leaky Cauldron, a renowned establishment, lay within the confines of Diagon Alley. Had it not been for Mr. Arthur's indication, Henry felt certain he would have unconsciously overlooked this dilapidated venue. The Leaky Cauldron was a grimy, cramped pub wedged between the bookstore and a record shop, and passers-by scarcely spared it a glance. Their attention was solely captured by the bookstore and the record shop, rendering the Leaky Cauldron virtually invisible in their eyes. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry observed the scene before him, feeling a blend of amusement and sorrow. He empathized with the ordinary individuals so effortlessly manipulated by the spell. The Muggle repelling charm, a remarkably useful incantation, is indispensable for those wishing to conceal their domestic secrets from the non-magical world. Alongside it, there are over a dozen formidable defensive spells, such as the Muffliato and the Disillusionment charm, which are typically taught at school. Arthur, however, perceived no issues. After a brief introduction, he placed his hand on Henry's shoulder and urged him into the establishment. To Henry's dismay, as a place renowned by both Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Arthur, the interior was disappointingly unimpressive, shrouded in darkness and filth. The shop lacked electric lighting, opulent sofas, or elegant tables and chairs. It was furnished only with a few wooden tables and chairs, illuminated by a handful of oil lamps. The ceiling and walls were blackened by soot. Contrary to his expectations of mystery and elegance, the atmosphere was instead bustling and vibrant, with nearly everyone engaged in animated conversations. A group of elderly women gathered around a table, one of whom, brandishing a long pipe, spoke loudly. Her words unintelligible to Henry due to her rapid pace and unfamiliar accent. "I have decided I shall never wash this hand again," exclaimed a small man in a grand top hat, standing on a chair as he declared his proclamation, his excitement causing his hat to tumble to the ground, which prompted a round of applause from those around him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry found it exceedingly amusing. "Oh, Arthur, you have finally arrived. Just look at what we have missed." A short, plump woman, leading a little girl with fiery red hair, approached the two, grumbling, followed by 3 boys with the same vibrant hair. Among them, 2 identical older boys exchanged mischievous glances with Mr. Arthur. "What?" Mr. Arthur looked utterly bewildered. Harry Potter. He was just here, and we missed him," the stout woman, presumably Mrs. Weasley, lamented. Realization dawned on Mr. Arthur, who then replied helplessly, "Oh, Molly, do not say that. The poor child is not a spectacle in a zoo for us to gawk at. Besides, I must mention that we intended to come last week to purchase supplies." "Oh." "Mom, stop talking. Harry might still be inside. Let us hurry and find him." The little girl, noticing her mother's hesitation, shook her hand in a plea. Mrs. Weasley fell silent, then noticed Henry beside Arthur, her face instantly lighting up with a broad smile. She released her daughter's hand, crouched down, and enveloped Henry in a hearty embrace. Feeling herself enveloped in a gentle hug, Henry believed that Mrs. Weasley must be as tender as Auntie Amy. Supporting Henry's shoulders, Molly gazed into his face and said, "You must be Henry, a truly handsome boy. Arthur did not cause you any trouble along the way, did he? Perhaps due to Mr. Arthur's repeated fascination with the Muggle world, or perhaps from her deep understanding of his character." Mrs. Weasley's final inquiry transformed seamlessly into a statement. Henry displayed an awkward yet courteous smile, stating, No. Mr. Arthur has been immensely helpful to me. I will tidy things up upon my return." Molly, understanding the situation, turned and quietly issued a light-hearted threat, then pivoted back to warmly introduce her children to Henry. "These are our children. This is George, and this is Fred. They're twins." Mrs. Molly pointed out the 2 young boys to Henry. "Mom, you've got it wrong. I am Fred. I am George." The twin brothers protested in unison. Evidently, this was not the first occurrence, as Mrs. Molly chose to ignore their banter and continued with her introductions. "This is Ron. And this is Ginny, our 2 youngest." Ron appeared somewhat shy, nodding with a flush on his cheeks, while Ginny smiled brightly at Henry before turning to her mother, playfully expressing her eagerness to visit Diagon Alley to see Harry. Henry greeted them and soon noticed an almost bald old man, resembling a shriveled walnut, approaching accompanied by a pallid young man whose one eye twitched uncontrollably. "Hello, Arthur, would you care for some sherry?" the old man inquired, reminiscent of a bar owner addressing Mr. Arthur. "No, thank you, Tom. I have some matters to attend to today." "The children are all here," Mr. Arthur politely declined. Just then, new patrons entered through the door, prompting Tom to nod apologetically at the others before turning to welcome the newcomers. Henry understood. So this gentleman was indeed the owner of the Broken Cauldron Tavern. "Ah, Professor Chilo," he greeted. The twin brothers were the first to acknowledge another young man, and Henry happened to catch sight of the 2 siblings playfully hiding behind their parents, making faces at Professor Chilo, clearly lacking the respect one would expect in words. "This is Professor Chilo, your defense against the dark arts instructor, who taught Fred and the others for a year or 2. He traveled for a year last year, and it seems he will be teaching defense against the dark arts again this year," Mr. Arthur quietly introduced, oblivious to his children's antics. "It is a great pleasure to meet you," Professor Chilo stammered, not at all angered, but rather somewhat intimidated by his students. Henry curiously scrutinized the visibly anxious Professor Quirrell. While the intricate details of the Harry Potter series had faded from his memory, the overarching narrative and the final antagonists of each installment remained vividly etched in his mind. Before him stood Professor Quirrell, the ultimate adversary of the first year, a vessel for the lingering soul of Voldemort, though it was uncertain whether he was still host to that dark presence. Henry stepped forward, grasping Professor Quirrell's hand, shaking it up and down with an air of reverence. "Greetings, Professor Quirrell. I am Henry, a new student this year." I have long heard of your esteemed name. To be a professor at Hogwarts, your knowledge must be profound. I hope to learn much from you this year. Quirrell appeared taken aback by Henry's admiration. His face, yet to don the peculiar, heavy purple scarf, was flushed with embarrassment, and his eyes twitched more vigorously, a hint of color rising to his pale cheeks. What a polite child, Mrs. Weasley remarked quietly to Ron from behind. Henry caught a glimpse of Ron's face turning a deep shade of crimson. Henry continuously showered Professor Quirrell with praise, yet the professor appeared overwhelmed by Henry's fervor. He muttered a few incoherent words, his demeanor fraught with anxiety, and hastily excused himself, claiming a need to purchase a new book on vampires. Was the book truly that terrifying? Professor Quirrell's face had turned ashen. Henry noted that Quirrell still bore a tuft of brown hair at the back of his head, and he did not catch sight of that repulsive serpentine visage. It seemed he had yet to be possessed by Voldemort, although his neurotic tendencies were already beginning to manifest. What a splendid prank! George and Fred chimed in unison, exclaiming that Henry had left Quirrell utterly humiliated. Henry, bewildered, was relieved when Mr. Arthur intervened, clearing his throat. He announced, "All right, children, we are short on time, and there remains much to procure. We shall split up shortly. I will accompany Henry to acquire the essentials for first-year students. Molly, please take Fred and George to gather what they need. And do remember to look after Ginny and Ron." Mrs. Weasley agreed, and the two adults led the children through the bar, arriving at a secluded courtyard bordered by walls on all sides. This desolate place contained little more than a trash bin and some weeds. The moss creeping through the cracks in the stones only accentuated its forlorn atmosphere, starkly contrasting with the bustling wizarding market they had envisioned. Molly stepped aside, gesturing for Mr. Arthur to advance, and Henry curiously fixed his gaze upon him. Mr. Arthur withdrew a wand approximately 12 or 13 inches in length from the sleeve of his robe. Murmuring quietly, "Count 3 bricks up, then 2 bricks across. Stand back, children." With a firm emphasis, he instructed the children to step away. Once they complied, he gently tapped a specific brick on the wall 3 times with his wand. As if a switch had been flipped, that brick began to tremble, causing the surrounding stones to quiver in unison. Henry pondered whether the bricks might simply fall, only to witness them animatedly shift and fold, creating a small opening that progressively widened until a spacious passage, ample enough for 2 to walk side by side, unfolded before them. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Mr. Arthur said, waving his right hand in the air with a flourish, inviting Henry to enter first. Henry was the first to step forward along the archway, where a brilliant light spilled from the exit ahead, revealing the silhouettes of numerous figures flitting about. As he drew nearer, the brightness became increasingly blinding. Upon completing his journey along the cobblestone path and stepping onto a street paved with pebbles, the lively sounds of the marketplace reached his ears. Raising a hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight, he felt an exhilarating thrill despite the obstruction of his vision. He realized he had finally entered the magical world, and the gates of enchantment were about to open for him. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, he lowered his hand, and the splendor of Diagon Alley flooded his sight. He longed for more eyes to take in the scene. The attire of the wizards on the street conformed to Henry's fantasies, with an array of robes in various styles and colors. Some wore pointed hats, others sported top hats, while many carried their recent acquisitions, and some cradled their pets in their arms. Most wizards had their wands conveniently tucked away. Previously, Henry had thought Mr. Arthur's attire somewhat conspicuous, but upon arriving at Diagon Alley, his own denim outfit felt decidedly out of place. The winding alley seemed endless, lined with shops boasting an assortment of peculiar items in their display windows. Outside, numerous children peered in with envy, chattering excitedly among themselves about the treasures within. In front of one shop, a stack of cauldrons was piled outside, with a brass sign hanging above. Copper, brass, tin, silver cauldron, full range, automatic stirring, collapsible. The sunlight glinted off the gleaming surface. "Excuse me, make way," came the voices of George or Fred from behind. Henry still could not distinguish between the two. His cheeks flushed as he realized that despite having seen even busier streets, he was momentarily struck dumb by the allure of this place, a reaction uncharacteristic of his past self. He hastily moved aside. Once the Weasley family had stepped into Diagon Alley, Henry observed the archway behind them shifting once more, narrowing quickly before reverting to its original sturdy wall, which now housed a trash bin, a clear indication of its purpose. "Let us part ways here. We will meet at the pub after our shopping," Mr. Arthur suggested, preparing to separate from Mrs. Molly. He then led Henry towards Ollivander's wand shop. As Henry insisted, they must first procure the most vital item for a wizard, a wand. This was a dream come true for Henry, who believed that possessing a wand was essential to being recognized as a true young wizard. The sound of Ginny's persistent chatter with Mrs. Molly faded into the distance as Henry struggled to divert his attention from the dazzling array of shop windows, following Mr. Arthur ahead. He felt a ripple of anxiety as a phrase echoed in his mind. The wand chooses the wizard. Surely, at the renowned wandmaker's establishment, there would be a wand perfectly suited for him. But what if? What if no one chose him at all? What would Mr. Arthur's family think of him? Would Hogwarts conclude that there had been a mistake in the admission list, sending him a letter in error, and then use magic to erase his memory of these days, banishing him back to the mundane life of a muggle? And what if the savior Harry had not managed to end his conflict with Voldemort due to a series of coincidences, instead inviting the Dark Lord's cruel reign upon the world? Without the memories of the main narrative and devoid of the ability to retaliate, how could he survive as a muggle in the eyes of wizards? He found himself lost in these troubling thoughts, his mood spiraling, rendering him indifferent to the wondrous sights around him, and he felt as if he might retch the bread he had eaten that morning. Desperate to shift the topic, he inquired, "Mr. Arthur, do you know more about Professor Quirrell? I wish to learn more about my future instructor." Mr. Arthur looked somewhat surprised. Professor Quirrell? He was also a student at Hogwarts, a few years my junior and Mrs. Molly's. He graduated from Ravenclaw House. You're familiar with that house, right? The one represented by the eagle on the crest? Upon seeing Henry nod, Mr. Arthur continued casually, "It is said that Professor Quirrell is a highly talented individual, possessing a solid theoretical foundation and a sharp intellect. Unfortunately, he lacks practical experience in defense against the dark arts. The Daily Prophet reported that last year he sought first-hand experience in the dark forest of Albania." Noticing Henry's lingering confusion, Mr. Arthur recalled that Henry had never been exposed to magic before and patiently explained. The dark forest is home to various dark creatures, all banished there by the Ministry of Magic, making it an ideal location to train in defense against the dark arts. However, Quirrell encountered a terrifying vampire and another old witch who caused him significant trouble. Since then, he seems to have transformed into a different person, nervous, fearful of students, and apprehensive about teaching his defense against the dark arts class. Honestly, I worry about your defense against the dark arts lessons this year. Unfortunately, with the school year starting soon, I doubt that Professor Dumbledore will find a better candidate. Well, here we are. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry noticed that the dusty display window did not showcase a myriad of products like other shops. Instead, it featured merely a faded purple cushion upon which lay a solitary wand, appearing smooth and exquisitely crafted, truly a fine specimen, though it seemed neglected. Henry felt an inexplicable connection to it. "Do not fret. Here, you will undoubtedly find a wand that resonates with you, Mr. Arthur assured the anxious Henry as he pushed the door open and stepped into the shop. The bell hanging on the door chimed melodiously. Upon entering, it was as if he had crossed into a tranquil realm, isolated from the clamor of the outside world, with sunlight filtering softly through the windows. The shop was modest in size, furnished only with a long bench and several shelving units, upon which rested numerous boxes of varying sizes, many cloaked in the dust of time. The dust and silence within seemed to conceal some arcane magic. Henry felt as though the remnants of his meal were nearly rising to his throat. His throat was parched, and he found himself repeatedly swallowing saliva, desperately suppressing the torrent of new concerns and questions flooding his mind. He tilted his head back, surveying the shelves that towered almost to the ceiling, laden with thousands of slender paper boxes, hoping to catch sight of the wand that would choose him, yearning for it to fly into his hands and liberate him from this oppressive atmosphere. Mr. Ollivander sat waiting on a bench, allowing Henry to linger in his apprehension. "Good afternoon, gentlemen." A soft voice broke the silence of the tranquil shop, startling both men. An elderly gentleman emerged from behind the shelves, standing before them, his pale, iridescent eyes shone like two luminous moons in the dimly lit store. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander," Mr. Arthur Weasley greeted, rising from his seat. "Oh, it has been quite some time, Mr. Arthur Weasley. I still remember the first wand you purchased during your schooling, a wand made of beechwood, with a unicorn hair core. 12 inches long, straight and unyielding, still resilient and loyal, am I correct?" "Indeed, sir," Mr. Weasley replied, producing the well-maintained wand to show Mr. Ollivander. "And who might this young man be?" Mr. Ollivander inquired, nodding his head, his silvery eyes shifting to the anxious Henry, adding to the boy's mounting pressure. "He is a new student this year. Professor Dumbledore has entrusted me with the task of bringing him to acquire a wand," Mr. Weasley explained. Henry, I am Henry Waters. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Ollivander. Henry stepped forward, speaking somewhat awkwardly. After all, the choice of the wand lay in the hands of this elderly gentleman. Henry felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that should he offend him, the suitable wand might never be revealed. Mr. Ollivander scrutinized Henry with a piercing gaze, making him feel as though he were being examined under an X-ray. After what felt like an eternity of seconds, Mr. Ollivander finally diverted his gaze. Very well, Mr. Waters. Come forth and let me see, he beckoned, producing a long measuring tape inscribed with silver markings from his pocket. Which hand do you wield your wand with? Oh. My right hand, Henry replied, relieved as Mr. Ollivander's pale eyes shifted away, raising his right hand in indication. Mr. Ollivander began to take Henry's measurements, starting from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, measuring his head circumference. As he measured, he spoke. A wizard's collection of magical items can be extensive, yet none are as paramount as the wand, for it establishes an indescribable bond with its master. There are myriad methods of wand making. In France, wands are custom crafted for wizards. Yet I firmly believe in the adage, the wand chooses the wizard, even when crafted from the same type of wood, identical dimensions, or even using materials from the same magical creature, a phoenix, unicorn, or dragon, the wands will differ. Their character, or rather their essence, is unique to their singular owner. And once bonded with their master, they become truly exceptional. Only when wielded by the chosen master will they exert their full potential. Throughout their companionship, they learn and grow together. If one were to wield a wand meant for another wizard, the results would be far from optimal. Mr. Ollivander's voice began to take on an ethereal quality. It was only then that Henry noticed Mr. Ollivander, having seemingly appeared from nowhere, was perched upon a ladder that moved of its own accord, deftly navigating the shelves as he busily selected a few long boxes to lower. Meanwhile, a measuring tape was autonomously measuring its own circumference. Ah, splendid, Mr. Ollivander declared, as the tape coiled itself into a neat bundle and fell aside. Now, Mr. Henry, to give this one a try. It is crafted from acacia wood, a rather rare material that I reserve solely for those meticulous and discerning wizards. The core contains a phoenix feather, measuring 8 inches in length, and it possesses remarkable flexibility. Give it a wave, if you will. Henry took the wand that Mr. Ollivander had handed him. As soon as he gave it a flick, Mr. Ollivander swiftly snatched the wand from his grasp and presented him with another. This one was made of hazel, featuring a core of dragon heartstring, measuring 9 1/3 inches, and possessing remarkable flexibility. Give it a try. Henry raised the wand high above his head, and Ollivander promptly snatched it away. Observe this one, he said, crafted from the combination of white ash and unicorn hair. Measuring 11 inches in length, and destined to remain loyal to a single master forever. Give it a try. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry refused to give up hope. As long as he had not tried every wand, he would persevere. Absolutely not. Ah, a discerning customer. Nevertheless, you will undoubtedly find the most ideal, perfect wand suited for you here. Try this one, made of black walnut, with the nerve of a dragon, measuring 15 1/4 inches in length. Slightly curved. Mr. Ollivander spoke with confidence, continually ascending and descending to retrieve wands for Henry, who felt himself nearing a state of numbness. After a while, still no success. Mr. Ollivander frowned slightly. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He had nearly emptied 2/10 of his shelves, testing almost 300 wands based on measurements and accumulated experience to find one suitable for Henry. Now, even lunchtime had passed, yet he had still not discovered a wand that Henry could wield. The troubling fact was that few suitable wands remained. This was utterly humiliating. Nearby, Mr. Arthur felt a twinge of anxiety. How could he return to his colleagues, having failed to accomplish a task that Dumbledore had entrusted to him? How would Molly perceive him? He resolved that if Mr. Ollivander could not find a wand for Henry, he would take him to the Master Gregorovic in Germany for a custom wand. Or perhaps to the wand makers in America that his colleagues had mentioned. Regardless of the path, he must ensure this matter was resolved satisfactorily. Let me think. Mr. Ollivander stood there, furrowing his brow in contemplation, while Henry and Mr. Arthur anxiously watched him. Suddenly, Mr. Ollivander slapped his forehead, as if he had solved an age-old riddle, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten this wand?" He confidently strode past the two and approached the display case, opening it to retrieve a wand that had been dormant for many years. With a glimmer of reminiscence, he began to speak, since taking over Ollivander's wand shop. I have sold wands primarily made with unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings, rarely utilizing materials from other magical creatures due to their uncontrollable nature. After extensive testing and research, I discovered that only these three are most suitable for wand course. Consequently, my shop predominantly features wands crafted from these creatures. Yet this wand is an exception. Mr. Ollivander gently caressed the wand in his hand and continued, "This is the last one my father crafted in his later years. A culmination of his artistry. I advised him that theoretically, no one could master this wand. Even if one were to overpower it, it would remain unyielding, a rebellious wand. Nevertheless, my father was resolute in its creation. I should have realized, since a living wand rejects you, why not consider a dead wand? Take a look at this one, made of wood, with the heartstring of a nightmare, 13 inches long, possessing remarkable elasticity." He elaborated, "The material of this wand is extraordinarily unique. You is said to bestow upon its wielder the power over life and death. Moreover, when the outer layer of an old yew tree dies, new trees continue to grow from its center. Thus it is regarded as the tree of immortality. The nightmare can only be seen by those who have faced death, and its heartstring is a powerful and formidable substance, only manageable by wizards who can confront mortality." He concluded, "In simple terms, to master this wand, one must possess a quality that is virtually unattainable for an ordinary wizard. I cannot assert what that quality is, merely speculate. But I believe this is the reason no one has wielded it for many years. I had long thought it might never find a master, which is why I kept it in the display case, hoping that one day someone would see it and come to claim it. Now, come, give it a try." Mr. Ollivander scrutinized Henry for a moment, and after a brief hesitation, he finally extended the wand towards him. Henry grasped the wand, and in that instant, a profound sense of kinship surged throughout his being. His fingertips seemed to merge with the wand, allowing him to feel a warm current flowing from within him into the wand, only to return with an exhilarating sensation reminiscent of rain after a prolonged drought. At last, he had found his wand. He raised it triumphantly above his head and swung it down with fervor, cutting through the dust-laden air illuminated by sunlight. A flurry of violet sparks flickered through the dimly lit shop, startling the unprepared trio to the point of nearly shedding tears as Mr. Arthur and Mr. Ollivander instinctively shielded their eyes. Henry stared with tear-filled eyes, fixated on the spot where the wand had swept through the air. Having been so close, in that fleeting moment, it seemed as though he glimpsed a profound darkness behind the flash of light. It felt as if all illumination gravitated towards that very place, offering him a sensation of warmth, tranquility, and serenity, as if he had been there before and yearned to return. It resembled his homeland. He gasped for breath, as if that instant had drained all his strength. From beside him, Mr. Arthur's cheers erupted, accompanied by Mr. Ollivander's exuberant declaration, "I knew it. I knew this one was meant for you. It has been waiting for your arrival." Mr. Ollivander closed his eyes to regain his composure, then opened his pale, colorless eyes to gaze at the breathless Henry. In a tone laden with significance, he murmured, "Indeed, you are extraordinary. You are destined for great deeds. But do not forget, the wand chooses the wizard." He lowered his voice and said softly, "Remember, you wood in ancient lore symbolizes the realm of soul rebirth. I hope you do not let it down." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry had a fleeting understanding of the situation. He retrieved a leather pouch he had prepared earlier, counted out 10 gold coins, and paid Mr. Ollivander. After receiving the box and expressing his gratitude, he was poised to follow Mr. Arthur out of the shop. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open by a burly figure, causing the bell to jangle noisily. The man's face was nearly obscured by a wild mane of hair and a tangled, thick beard, yet beneath that bristling facade, one could discern the sinewy muscles of his visage. His beetle-like black eyes squinted slightly, rendering his countenance fierce and brutish, coupled with his stature, which was twice the height of an average man and at least 5 times as broad, requiring him to stoop to avoid colliding with the doorframe. He appeared quite formidable. His body was adorned with various sized bags, making him look as if he had just returned from a heist, yet in his hand, he held a tattered pink umbrella, an oddity amidst his intimidating presence. Mr. Arthur, with a resolute expression akin to a warrior facing death, stepped forward and unexpectedly broke into a smile, laughing as he embraced the giant, only to be nearly winded by the giant's hearty slap. "Hey, Hagrid, how have you been? he bellowed. "Oh, don't get me started. I encountered a fair share of troubles last night. But despite having tasks today, I must admit, it's not too bad," came the thunderous reply, causing Henry to instinctively check his ears, fearing he had nearly lost his hearing. Of course, he half-heartedly returned his wand to its place. It was not his fault. Hagrid's imposing first impression was simply too terrifying, and he was unwilling to remain passive. Rumor had it that young wizards could unintentionally unleash magic during emotional surges. And with a newly acquired wand in hand, he might inadvertently cast some unknown spell. Even if he couldn't, at least it wouldn't be so dire, would it? This is the Keeper of Keys at Hogwarts, Rubeus Hagrid. You may call him Hagrid. He is also the Keeper of the Forbidden Forest. Should you ever find yourself in trouble for breaching school rules and are assigned to patrol the Forbidden Forest, he is the only person you can rely upon, Mr. Arthur said, unaware of Henry's actions as he turned to introduce the giant. "Oh, come now, Arthur. He looks like a good lad. He won't be punished." Hagrid chuckled in a deep, resonant voice that stirred the dust in the room to dance once more. Hagrid flashed a smile at Henry and invited, "Hello, Henry. Once you arrive at school, I shall treat you to rock cakes." Henry nodded hastily in affirmation, only to witness Hagrid striding forward, poised to clap him on the shoulder in a display of camaraderie. Unwilling to test his resilience against blunt force trauma, as Mr. Weasley had done, he nimbly advanced, embracing Hagrid with vigor before retreating to the sidelines. Hagrid, unoffended, erupted in hearty laughter before greeting Mr. Ollivander. "It has been a while, sir." "Ah, Rubeus. Rubeus Hagrid. A pleasure to see you again. I recall the wand you purchased. Oak, unicorn tail hair, 16 inches, with a slight bend, correct?" "That is accurate, sir," Hagrid affirmed. "A fine wand it was. Though I imagine they snapped it when they expelled you?" Mr. Ollivander inquired, his demeanor suddenly grave, as if lamenting the demise of a child. "Indeed, they did break it," Hagrid responded, slowly receding as if apprehensive of Mr. Ollivander's somber state. "Though I still have the pieces," he added with renewed cheer. Henry observed Hagrid tightly clutching the pink umbrella as he responded, a detail not lost on Mr. Ollivander, whose keen gaze swept over Hagrid, poised to utter something. Suddenly, Hagrid feigned a moment of realization, slapping his forehead. Henry could have sworn he heard a metallic clang, interrupting Mr. Ollivander's intended remarks. From behind him emerged a diminutive child, his forehead obscured by a tousled mass of raven-black hair. "Quick, Harry, don't be shy. Come meet your future classmates, Mr. Arthur and Mr. Ollivander. Good afternoon." The boy cautiously set down the large birdcage he was carrying and greeted the three with a hint of timidity. "Oh, Harry Potter. What an honor it is to finally meet you. After nearly a month in this world, I had almost resigned myself to only encountering you at Hogwarts." Henry discreetly scrutinized the boy. When the infamous scar of the magical realm was obscured by his dark hair, the most striking feature on Harry's face became his vivid green eyes, said to be inherited from his mother. A fleeting thought of Dana's own aquamarine eyes crossed his mind, and upon comparison, he found Dana's to be more aesthetically pleasing. This supposed savior was of the same age as Henry, both being 11, yet he appeared significantly smaller, not only in stature but also in height. His hair was unkempt, purposefully concealing his forehead, and his pallid complexion suggested a malnourished state, with the flush on his cheeks likely a result of excitement, gradually fading. It was worth noting that even Henry, who had endured meager meals at the orphanage, was not as frail as a typical child from a stable family, yet Harry's frame was even more slight than his own. Moreover, the round glasses, held together by an array of transparent tape, hinted at a life marred by hardship within a family that was his by blood yet devoid of warmth. Remarkably, Harry's character did not appear to be adversely affected. At least, he seemed untainted at first glance. Other traits remained unknown due to the lack of deeper interaction. But from his current demeanor, aside from a hint of shyness, timidity, and self-doubt, he had neither succumbed to despair from his familial struggles nor exhibited arrogance from external accolades. In essence, he was an ordinary, slightly precocious 11-year-old boy. Mr. Ollivander, momentarily dismissing Hagrid, fixed his silvery gaze upon Harry, seemingly intent on scrutinizing his visage with meticulous attention. Henry heard Hagrid let out a deep sigh behind Harry, then noticed him pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his forehead. When Hagrid caught sight of Henry observing him, he offered a somewhat awkward smile. Mr. Arthur finally grasped the situation. "Harry? Is that the Harry Potter?" Initially bewildered, he turned to Hagrid, and upon seeing Hagrid nod, he began to enthusiastically greet Harry. "Hi. It's truly wonderful to see you. I thought you had already left." Henry felt that had he still been seated on the bench, he would have been so exhilarated that he might have leapt to his feet. "Oh, dear. I ought to fetch Molly and the others. Ginny has been clamoring to meet you, Mr. Arthur exclaimed, as if struck by a sudden realization, and rushed out like the wind, his robes billowing behind him. Henry paid no heed to the title of savior. He nodded at Harry and reached out, intending to call Mr. Arthur to accompany him in search of Mrs. Molly and the others, hoping to relish the vibrant splendor of Diagon Alley along the way. However, before he could utter a word, Mr. Arthur's figure vanished from sight. Reluctantly, he remained in the shop with the awkward Hagrid, watching as Mr. Ollivander approached the apprehensive Harry step by step. Mr. Ollivander, undeterred by Mr. Arthur's presence, gazed intently at Harry, his voice soft and murmurous, as if he feared to disturb the wands nestled within their boxes. Ah, yes, yes. I knew I would see you soon, Harry Potter. In search of a suitable wand? Not a problem at all. Your eyes, bright green, mirror those of your mother. When she came here to purchase her first wand, it felt like it happened just yesterday. It was 10¼ inches long, made of willow. Ideal for casting spells, symbolizing flexibility and wisdom, it produced a delightful swish when waved, a fine wand for enchantment. As Mr. Ollivander approached Harry, Henry sensed a hint of fear in Harry's demeanor towards Mr. Ollivander. It was undeniable that he had experienced a similar sensation before, akin to having one's innermost secrets laid bare for all to see, a disconcerting feeling that elicited no mockery from him regarding Harry's timidity. Your father, however, had a fondness for a mahogany wand, sturdy and durable, offering exceptional protection. It measured 11 inches, supple, and ideal for transfiguration. Indeed, your father was a prodigy in that field. And remember, the wand chooses the wizard. Mr. Ollivander inched closer to Harry, almost touching his face with his nose. May I? He inquired, gesturing towards the lightning-shaped scar upon Harry's forehead. Harry nodded. Mr. Ollivander gently lifted Harry's dark hair, tracing the scar with his pale, slender fingers. I'm sorry. This was caused by a wand I sold. It is 13½ inches long, made of you. Oh, just like Henry's wand. But with a core of phoenix feather. It possesses immense power, indeed, yet fell into the hands of a dark wizard. Had I foreseen the consequences of its creation, he trailed off, shifting the topic. Well, you are here to purchase a wand today, aren't you? Hagrid responded loudly, seemingly eager to alleviate the earlier awkwardness. Mr. Ollivander returned to the shelves, casting a spell to allow the measuring tape to record dimensions autonomously. As he began to select a wand that might suit Harry, Hagrid excused himself, perhaps wary of Mr. Ollivander's inquiries regarding his own wand, clearly indicating he would not return until Harry had completed his purchasing. Seizing the opportunity while Mr. Ollivander busied himself with the selection of wands, Henry finally spoke to Harry. Hello, Harry. Hello. Harry regarded the boy before him with curiosity. Throughout their journey with Hagrid, he had encountered numerous scrutinizing gazes, yet this boy seemed different. Harry's upbringing had forced him to endure a sorrowful past, living under the roof of others who mistreated him for peculiar reasons, rendering him sensitive to the emotions and judgments of those around him. He could discern the myriad of sentiments directed at him during the subway ride with Hagrid: surprise, curiosity, admiration, gratitude, and disdain, all were palpable to him. Yet, Henry's gaze remained unwavering, crystal clear as water, devoid of any discomforting judgment regarding his identity or Hagrid's appearance. He showed no particular interest in Harry's distinctive lightning scar, nor did he react oddly to his tattered clothing or the taped-up remnants of his broken glasses, treating him as any ordinary individual would, which provided Harry with a sense of ease. Is this your pet? An owl? Henry inquired, pointing to the snowy owl nestled in the cage, its head tucked beneath its wing, peacefully asleep, hoping to bridge their acquaintance through the topic of pets. Oh, she is a snowy owl, my new companion. I named her Hedwig, a name I discovered in the history of magic. Hagrid gifted her to me for my birthday. Harry shared his joy with Henry, adding, Isn't she beautiful? Ah, happy birthday, Harry. Henry caught the key phrase, offering heartfelt congratulations. He rummaged through his belongings, ultimately producing a piece of candy as a birthday gift, originally intended to soothe Diana earlier that morning. He vaguely recalled Harry's past being quite bleak, unlike himself, who, even in an orphanage, experienced a semblance of celebration each year, receiving modest gifts. Today likely marked Harry's first genuinely happy birthday. Very sweet. Thank you. Accepting the candy and savoring its taste, Harry felt the sincerity in Henry's gesture and expressed his gratitude with genuine delight. Not at all. By the way, you're about to start at Hogwarts, right? Have you gleaned any insider information from Hagrid? Henry attempted to gather insights about the school. Recalling Hagrid's keen interest in magical creatures, though he suspected Hagrid's modest salary would hardly suffice for his expenses, especially living adjacent to the Forbidden Forest, which surely held profitable opportunities. Being an orphan, Henry knew Hogwarts would likely not provide him with funds for his education. He could only rely on the grants offered by the school. He had counted the coins in his pouch, barely amounting to 20 or 30 galleons. Having already spent 10 on the wand, with further expenses for spellbooks, uniforms, and other necessities looming. He was unsure of the purchasing power of galleons in the magical world and suspected that as he progressed through the years, he would require greater sums. Even though accommodations were covered, the everyday costs, such as gifts for Christmas, would necessitate his own efforts. Henry had been distressed for days, losing sleep over the matter. Contemplating it brought him headaches, truly a case where every penny counted. Naturally, establishing a good rapport with Harry bore its advantages, as Harry's status would undoubtedly afford him certain privileges among the professors. If he could become a close friend, seeking guidance on magical matters would prove easier. He had silently vowed to thoroughly explore the world of magic the day he received his acceptance letter. Oh, except for Snape. This was a point of caution. Henry reminded himself to avoid provoking Snape's ire through Harry. Potions were the foremost skill for a wizard to earn a living. Becoming a master in potions would surely lead to a flow of galleons, and their utility in both life and combat was paramount. Should he adopt a slightly unfavorable attitude towards Harry in front of Snape? Harry observed Henry, who fell deep into thought upon his inquiry, his expression shifting from joy to frustration, as colorful as a theatrical mask. What an odd classmate, Harry mused, a smile tugging at his lips. Though he remained earnest in his response, "No, I only met Hagrid this morning. Before that, I had no exposure to magic. My aunt and uncle had a poor attitude towards magic, bordering on fear. Are there any taboos I should be aware of at Hogwarts?" "None. None at all." "Oh. I mean, I don't know either, so I thought I would ask you," Henry hurriedly explained, anxious that Harry might uncover his little scheme. Although being discovered was not particularly concerning, it would still create an awkwardness. "Well, if you wish to know anything, I can inquire with Hagrid. Do not be deceived by his fearsome appearance. Hagrid is genuinely kind and gentle," Harry assured, conveniently forgetting about the incident where Hagrid caused his cousin Dudley to sprout a pig's tail. After all, that was merely a reaction to Dudley's behavior, and Hagrid should not be blamed for it. Henry opened his mouth, intending to counter Harry's assertion, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had only just met Hagrid, and indeed, his recollection was that Hagrid had always been amiable towards those he deemed worthy. Among children, there are often no vested interests. As long as personalities mesh well, friendship blossoms swiftly. As the two engaged in conversation, they felt a significant closeness developing. In the midst of their dialogue, Mr. Ollivander approached, cradling a stack of long boxes. He cleared his throat and stated, "All right, gentlemen, it's time to attend to business. Now, Mr. Potter, let us try this one." A wand made of beechwood, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 9 inches in length. Quite flexible. Give it a swish. Harry accepted the wand and gave it a flick, but nothing occurred. Mr. Ollivander, much like when Henry had tested his wand, promptly snatched it back, replacing it with one crafted from maple, featuring a phoenix feather core, also measuring 7 inches. Harry smiled sheepishly at the two and took the new wand, attempting another swish. Yet again, nothing transpired. Henry offered Harry an encouraging smile. However, soon the nightmare resurfaced, with Harry now as the central figure. Mr. Ollivander continually ascended and descended, retrieving long boxes from the shelves and presenting wands to Harry, yet it was a frequent occurrence that as soon as Harry grasped the wand, it was snatched away by Mr. Ollivander. Henry had always been perplexed by the criteria employed by Mr. Ollivander in determining which wand would be most suitable for Harry. He could only assist in piling the wands Harry had tried onto a nearby bench, the stack growing ever higher. He observed that the excitement had completely drained from Harry's flushed face, leaving it pale as if he had lost too much blood, and his legs trembled slightly, as if he were on the verge of fainting. After witnessing all of this, Henry could not help but offer a comforting word. "Do not fret, Harry. Take a deep breath. You will surely find your own wand." He produced his own smooth and polished one to showcase to Harry, who regarded it with envy. As Mr. Ollivander went off to retrieve more wands, Henry gestured for Harry to look aside. "Do you see that pile of wand boxes over there?" "I just tried them." Harry blinked, gazing upward at the towering stack that must have contained hundreds of wand boxes, utterly astonished. He had previously thought that they were merely placed together by Mr. Ollivander during a shelf tidy-up. His own collection of wand boxes was scarcely a third of that. Realizing this, he cast a grateful glance at Henry. He accepted the wand handed to him by Mr. Ollivander, this time standing tall and no longer anxious. "Ah, yet another discerning customer," Mr. Ollivander remarked, patiently presenting wand after wand for Harry to try, visibly delighted, as if finding suitable owners for the wands he crafted brought him immense joy. "Ah, here it is. How could I have overlooked it?" Having not yet finished testing the latest stack of wands, he suddenly heard Mr. Ollivander's gentle voice as he hurried back to the shelves, retrieving a wand and offering it to Harry. It was an extraordinary combination: holly wood, phoenix feather, 11 inches long, with a supple texture. A small hypothesis. "Come, give it a try." Harry took the wand, raised it high above his head, and with a swift motion, he brought it down. Indeed, a brilliant red light flashed, and sparks erupted from the tip of the wand like fireworks, dancing around him in a fantastical display. A satisfied smile spread across Mr. Ollivander's face. Henry glanced at Mr. Ollivander and tentatively reached out to grasp the spark, only to find it neither hot nor heavy, as it seemed to effortlessly pass through his body and fall to the ground. Suddenly, a series of applause and cheers echoed from outside, resonating loudly within the tranquil shop. Harry and Henry swiftly turned to gaze out the window, discovering Arthur's family and Hagrid pressing their noses against the glass, peering inside. Among them, Hagrid's voice was the most boisterous. "Oh, Mum, look. He's right there. That's Harry Potter. His wand is magnificent," Ginny exclaimed, excitedly shaking Mrs. Weasley's hand, her voice rising in pitch. Yet, when Harry turned to look, she shyly retreated behind Mrs. Weasley, peeking out with just her little head, occasionally glancing back toward the shop. Mr. Ollivander cast a brief glance outside before resuming his task of wrapping wands, muttering to himself, "Fascinating, simply marvelous, a new subject." Henry heard this and curiously inquired, "Excuse me, sir, what is so marvelous?" Mr. Ollivander did not turn to Henry. Instead, he fixated his pale, colorless eyes upon Harry, particularly at the location of the scar upon his forehead, whispering, "I remember every wand I have sold, gentlemen, every single one. Yet, I have never encountered such a remarkable phenomenon. As I have mentioned, even if the materials are identical, including length, each wand is unique. However, I have only once utilized 2 adjacent tail feathers from the same phoenix. One crafted this wand, while the other fashioned a different one. The wand that left you with that scar is the latter." Ignoring the gasps of astonishment from the two, he concluded, "Wands choose the wizard. It is as though you were destined to wield this particular wand. Now, sir, what do you believe could be the connection between them? A fraternal bond? Or is it that the scar left upon Harry is the primary reason for this wand's choice of him?" Henry was instantly captivated by this notion. "I do not know," Mr. Henry Ollivander replied, "thus I can only marvel at the wonders of the world without delving deeper." He quickly regained his composure, adding, 7 galleons. "Thank you." Harry paid for the wand, and Mr. Ollivander bowed, escorting them out of the shop. Stepping into the dim light of the shop, once again exposed to the long mist, glaring sunlight, and the shadow cast upon the ground in the opposite direction of their arrival, Henry realized that it was already past noon. He heard the rumbling of his stomach. He was hungry, yet it was not mealtime. Mr. Arthur approached, calling his family over to meet Harry, particularly the eager young Ginny who had insisted on meeting him. The twin brothers and Hagrid appeared to be quite familiar with one another, standing across the way and discussing something, their demeanor toward Harry more curious than adoring, merely offering a distant greeting to satisfy their curiosity before returning to what they deemed more pressing matters. Disregarding Harry's pleading gaze, Henry greeted Mrs. Weasley before slipping behind his twin brothers. In a high-pitched imitation of Mrs. Weasley's voice, he inquired, "What are you discussing?" "Nothing, nothing," Fred or George exclaimed, startled, quickly denying any wrongdoing. Upon turning to see Henry, they breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought Mum had overheard us." "It's nothing much. We were merely talking about the Forbidden Forest." The other boy chimed in, "There are numerous magical creatures within, such as unicorns, werewolves, and centaurs. We just visited the potion shop to check out their shed fur, horns, claws, and other valuables." In unison, they declared, "Extremely valuable." George elaborated, "Typically, students are forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest, but we could use the justification of being grounded for breaking school rules to venture inside. Hagrid, the gamekeeper, usually escorts students around the forest perimeter, but we could persuade him to take us a little deeper in." "Just a little deeper," Fred emphasized. "Are you willing to join us?" George invited. Henry gazed up at Hagrid, who appeared resolutely opposed. Lowering his voice, though it remained quite audible, Hagrid insisted, "No, no. I must take responsibility for you. The Forbidden Forest is far too perilous. This matter is non-negotiable." The twins began to promise a share of their spoils, attempting to entice him with monetary temptation, yet Hagrid stood firm, his voice escalating. Absolutely not. His exclamation finally attracted the attention of Mrs. Weasley. She had just instructed Ron and Ginny to greet Harry, a task made arduous, particularly for Ginny, who had been clamoring to see Harry. Upon finally encountering his familiar visage, she blushed crimson, retreating behind her mother, reluctant to step forward. After managing a few stammered words of greeting, her shyness returned. Unable to bear Harry's awkwardness, Mrs. Weasley sought to redirect the focus of the conversation and fortuitously caught Hagrid's refusal. "What is it that cannot be done?" she inquired, guiding Ginny and Ron towards Harry and Mr. Weasley. Harry and Ron whispered to each other from behind, suggesting they had already formed a camaraderie. "Henry!" the twins exclaimed in unison, their dissatisfaction palpable. "It wasn't me," Henry protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Mother? No, nothing at all." The twins quickly interjected, their minds instinctively aligned. Yet this only deepened Mrs. Weasley's suspicions. She turned her gaze towards Hagrid, while the twins behind him exchanged frantic glances, signaling one another to offer an explanation. Confronted by the formidable Mrs. Weasley, Hagrid, under the scrutiny of her keen brown eyes, found himself retreating a step, stammering, "And no, it's nothing, merely a concept. Yes, a concept." Mrs. Weasley's expression sharpened, emitting a discerning hum. "What kind of concept?" The twins exchanged glances, nudging each other, signaling the other to step forward and elucidate. Yet in their frantic movements, they failed to conjure a suitable excuse. They resembled deflated balloons, already pondering the aftermath. Hagrid fumbled for words, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Suddenly, one of the twins had a flash of inspiration and stepped forward, stating, "Mother, isn't your birthday approaching soon?" The other, equally quick-witted, chimed in, "At that time, we'll be at school, away from home. So we thought we might ask Hagrid to catch you an animal as a birthday gift, but that gift is a bit perilous," he hesitated, which is why Hagrid declined. Mrs. Weasley turned her attention to Henry, inquiring, "Is that truly the case?" Henry initially intended to speak the truth outright, but he was unable to withstand the pleading and threatening gaze of his twin brother, considering the consequences his brother would face upon acknowledgement. Alongside the fact that this was indeed a lucrative opportunity, albeit one he was currently ill-equipped to pursue, he decided it prudent to defer any plans for the future. Even if his brother never broached the subject again, the matter could not simply be dismissed. He nodded vigorously. Mrs. Molly's expression softened immediately. She turned to embrace her children, softly weeping. "Oh, you have truly grown up. I shall await your gifts." The twins exhibited expressions of momentary fright, but soon their thoughts shifted to the birthday gift they needed to procure for their mother, which quickly brought back their frowns. Mr. Arthur stood aside, chuckling quietly, choosing not to reveal his understanding, while the other three children remained utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Ultimately, it was Mr. Arthur who suggested they break the farce and go for lunch. They casually entered a burger joint in Diagon Alley to satiate their hunger, during which Ginny repeatedly spilled her tray and mashed potatoes, causing considerable distress to Mrs. Molly. After Henry hastily devoured his burger, Mr. Arthur turned to Mrs. Molly and inquired, "Have Fred and George's items been fully acquired?" Upon her nod of affirmation, Mr. Arthur proposed that they stroll through Diagon Alley with Harry and Hagrid to see if there were any remaining purchases needed. Planning to reconvene at the Leaky Cauldron once everything was settled, he stood and called out to Henry, "Come along, Henry. There are still many items yet to be purchased, aside from your wand." As they exited the shop, Mr. Arthur casually asked, "Did you remember to bring the letter that came with your Hogwarts acceptance?" Henry retrieved the list he had been perusing repeatedly over the past few days, nearly memorizing its contents. "And read once more. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniforms. First-year students are required to have 1. 3 plain black robes. 2. A plain black pointed hat for daytime wear. 3. A pair of protective gloves made from dragon hide or similar materials. 4. A winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note, all students' attire must be adorned with name tags. Textbooks. All students must prepare the following books: Standard Spells, Beginner, by Miranda Goshawk. History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phillida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment: a wand, a large cauldron standard size 2. Made of pewter, a set of glass or crystal files, a telescope, a brass scale. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. A special reminder for parents: first, your students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Can all these be purchased in Diagon Alley? Henry inquired. Indeed. As long as you know where to look. Do not worry, I shall accompany you to gather everything. However, the textbooks may require some searching in the second-hand book section at Flourish and Blots. Do not shy away from used books. The previous owner's notes may occasionally provide valuable assistance in your studies. Let us first attend to the custom uniforms. I hope Madame Malkin has finished her meal, Mr. Arthur replied, striding forward. Upon entering Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, they found it somewhat crowded. Mr. Arthur explained that this was nearly the exclusive establishment for custom robes for all young witches and wizards attending Hogwarts. Madame Malkin was known for her amiable demeanor, exceptional craftsmanship, and high-quality materials, which had earned her considerable acclaim. They sat in the waiting area by the entrance, and after a while, Henry finally caught sight of Madame Malkin. She was a short, plump witch, slightly taller than Mrs. Weasley, with a warm smile, dressed in elegant purple attire that appeared to be of excellent quality. Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms, dear? She greeted Henry with a smile. Many young witches and wizards come here to try on robes. You are sure to be satisfied. Henry purchased only the necessary supplies from the list, as there were still many other items to acquire, requiring him to be frugal. Under the guidance of Mr. Arthur, they visited several shops, acquiring everything except for the textbooks. Henry heeded Mr. Arthur's advice and selected numerous affordable yet high-quality items, saving several gold galleons, which made him grateful for not venturing out alone. Their final destination was Flourish and Blots, the largest bookstore in Diagon Alley, where the shelves were filled with books reaching up to the ceiling. Henry spotted leather-bound tomes as large as paving stones, as well as silk-covered books no larger than postage stamps. Some volumes contained an array of peculiar symbols, while a few were entirely blank. One could nearly find every published work of the magical world here. According to Mr. Arthur, Flourish and Blots also housed a vast reading room filled with old books, in which he had previously discovered many rare tomes of ancient magic. Guided by a store clerk, Henry found the room, which was incredibly spacious, with an eclectic assortment of spell books piled high to the ceiling, both new and worn. He was overjoyed. It was truly a paradise for scholars, a veritable ocean of knowledge, albeit with a somewhat unpleasant odor and a touch of weariness in the books. He placed his cauldron, filled to the brim with items, on the bookstore's front desk, and then dived into the pile of old books, with Mr. Arthur joining him to assist. Ultimately, they not only gathered all the required textbooks from the list, but the quality was commendable, with no loose pages or damage to the sheets. Henry also sought out several foundational texts on magic, such as the history of spells, the secrets you never knew, selections of 18th century charms, fundamentals of magic, the Trinity, essential theories of magic you must know, chronicles of significant magical events, and forgotten ancient magic and spells. He believed that before delving into the practice of magic, it was imperative to systematically understand the evolution of magic and its foundational theories. Not only the shop assistant but even Mr. Arthur was taken aback upon seeing the books Henry had chosen. These were substantial tomes, each as thick as a child's head, far beyond what a mere textbook could compare to. Could he truly manage to read them all? Henry had to make several trips before he could finally retrieve all the books. He couldn't help but inquire, "Henry, how did you manage to find these books?" "Ah, I believe the better ones are hidden beneath the pile, and their titles certainly pique my interest, so. However, these books are available for borrowing at the library. There is no need to purchase them. Furthermore, while we can assist you in taking them home, do you remember the International Confidentiality Act?" Arthur remarked, his expression revealing concern as he urged caution. Henry pondered for a moment before placing the book back on the shelf, retaining only the essential textbooks. Indeed, the textbooks could be secured in a box, yet the presence of these hefty tomes in the orphanage was rather conspicuous, especially since Diana frequently rummaged through her room. It would be disastrous if she were to discover them. He jotted down the titles of the books he fancied, intending that, upon acclimatizing to the surroundings at Hogwarts, his first endeavor would be to visit the library for borrowing. Guided by the shopkeeper, he followed Mr. Arthur to the front desk, where he paid merely a handful of silver sickles, thus saving a substantial sum. The delightful clinking of gold, silver, and bronze coins within his pouch filled Henry with joy. It seemed that Diana and the ladies' gifts were indeed secured. As they were about to depart from the leaky cauldron, an unfriendly voice emerged from behind the bookshelf. "Ah, Arthur Weasley, what a surprise," intoned Lucius Malfoy. Arthur, upon hearing the voice, momentarily froze, his perpetual smile vanishing, before he turned to respond coldly. From behind the shelf emerged a man with pale golden hair, icy blue-gray eyes, and a gaunt face that bore a somber expression, cradling several exquisite spellbooks. He gripped an ornate serpent-headed cane in his right hand, leading Henry to suspect that his wand was concealed within, much like Hagrid's. At this moment, a disdainful smirk adorned his face as he derided, "Oh dear, is this not our shameful blood traitor, Weasley? What is this? Have you finally acquired enough funds to purchase some books to flaunt your meager knowledge, thereby filling your non-existent library?" Henry observed Mr. Arthur's face, which was flushed to deep crimson, as if it might erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, Lucius continued to spew his venomous remarks, casting a glance at the tattered books in Mr. Arthur's embrace. "Oh, is this the only assortment of antiquated tomes you possess? I had presumed that adorning your dilapidated abode would necessitate more exquisite volumes. It appears that mere old books suffice." Mr. Arthur clenched his fist tightly, prompting Henry to step forward and retort, "These books belong to me. Mr. Arthur is merely accompanying me on a shopping errand." Lucius nonchalantly regarded Henry with a sidelong glance before turning his attention back to Mr. Arthur. "Is this ill-mannered child a relative of yours?" "Indeed. No matter how illustrious the Weasley lineage may have been in the past, it has become as foul and unrefined as the muck after rolling in the mire. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Henry vaguely recalled that the term Mudborn was one of the most malevolent designations in the magical realm. However, having had little exposure to that world, he did not pay it much heed. To his astonishment, upon hearing this title, Mr. Arthur abruptly abandoned his spellbook and lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow to Lucius's face. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, and the shop attendants seemed eager to intervene. Yet the altercation escalated too fiercely for them to act. Henry noted that Lucius's nose appeared to be askew, blood seeping from the injury. Among the onlookers, a boy with pale golden hair and gray eyes suddenly emerged. His complexion was ashen, his chin pointed and gaunt, bearing a striking resemblance to Lucius. He shouted, "Stay away from my father," and swung a hefty tome toward Mr. Arthur's head, a strike that, if successful, would surely deliver considerable repercussions to him. Mr. Arthur, engrossed in his struggle with Lucius, remained oblivious to the impending attack from behind. A strange glimmer flickered in Henry's eyes for a brief moment. His pupils transformed into slitted serpentine orbs, yet no one took notice. Henry himself was unaware, only sensing that in that fleeting moment, he felt an infinite strength, as if every muscle were perfectly under his command, allowing him to transcend his physical capabilities. This sensation was truly marvelous, akin to transforming into a serpent. Before he could further savor this exquisite feeling, Henry merely contemplated stopping the boy's actions, and then, in the blink of an eye, he found himself behind the boy. The crowd's attention was diverted from him, and thus, no one witnessed this extraordinary scene. He swiftly reached out, ensnaring the boy, coiling around the boy's arm that clutched the book like a serpent. The enchanted tome was mere moments away from striking Mr. Arthur's head. The boy, caught in Henry's grasp, began to struggle violently, yet he could not break free. Henry had never anticipated possessing such immense strength. The boy cursed as he was dragged away from the battlefield. Lucius, who was fiercely battling on the ground, noted his son being subdued and roared Draco as he lunged towards Henry, only to be met with several punches to the face from Mr. Arthur, who seized the opportunity. The onlooking staff took this chance to separate the two. Mr. Arthur, shaking his hand and clutching his eye socket, hissing in pain, approached Henry and gestured for him to release the boy. He had been caught off guard by Lucius's punch to his eye, but fortunately, Lucius was pinned down and unable to gather much force, so the injury was not too severe. Henry released Draco, pushing him towards Lucius. Draco stumbled slightly from the unexpected shove. Yet the upbringing he received at home had not instilled in him commendable character. Rather, it enabled him to regain his composure swiftly. Turning around, he retorted fiercely, "I shall remember you. Next time, I will certainly leave a lasting impression. We shall meet at Hogwarts." Henry raised his hand, forming it into a fist in response to the threat. Draco, recalling the inescapable binds and the sense of helplessness, felt a twinge of fear. Yet he held his head high, defiantly glaring at Henry and scoffing, "You brutish fool, without magic. Were it not for the prohibition against spells here, my father would certainly make you pay dearly for this." Lucius, having regained his composure amidst the crowd's commotion, broke free and embraced his son. Blood dripped down his face, with more of it being from his nose, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Nevertheless, despite the fury and pain coursing through him, He maintained his poise and delivered a menacing remark. "Weasley, this is far from over." With that, he swiftly retrieved his wand, which had been carelessly cast aside during the scuffle, and hastily departed from the bookstore. The onlookers murmured among themselves before dispersing. Mr. Arthur, supported by Henry, settled onto a bench to rest. "I apologize for my part in this." Henry's spirits were somewhat dampened. He had not anticipated that mere words would ignite what he deemed an inexplicable brawl. Although his side had suffered little, he still felt a sense of loss. "No, Henry. It has nothing to do with you. I have long wished to teach him a lesson." Arthur interrupted Henry's self-reproach, shouldering the blame himself. "Mr. Arthur." "Yes? You are a good person." Henry felt warmth in his heart. Understanding why Arthur had engaged with Lucius, it was a comforting realization. Although he was indifferent to the insults hurled at him, knowing someone was willing to stand up for him was a truly delightful feeling. "Ha." Arthur chuckled with pride, only to inadvertently aggravate his wound, eliciting a grimace of pain. He gritted his teeth and pointed his wand at the swollen area, murmuring an incantation. Soon, the bruise dissipated, rendering it nearly imperceptible. Henry gazed enviously at Arthur as he cast spells, marveling at the convenience of magic, which even spared him the expense of a hospital visit. His admiration was palpable. This was an aura, akin to the Muggle equivalent of a golden charm, an essential incantation for treating external injuries. Despite his current demeanor, he once aspired to become an aura upon graduation, Arthur explained with a hint of pride, though it was swiftly overshadowed by a touch of melancholy. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he remarked, "Oh, by the way, Henry." Henry, lost in contemplation about the peculiar incident he had just experienced, looked up, puzzled, thinking perhaps there was something else he had forgotten to do. He was met with Arthur's slightly bashful expression as he said, "Just remember not to mention this to Molly. If she finds out, she'll surely blame me for not setting a good example." "All right," Henry replied after a moment of silence, ultimately agreeing, believing he had gained a deeper understanding of Arthur's affection for Mrs. Molly. "They are all good people," Henry mused inwardly. Once Arthur had sufficiently rested, the two retrieved their textbooks and cauldrons, preparing to return to the pub to await Mrs. Molly. Along the way, Henry purchased some syrupy puddings and jumping jelly beans from the candy store, and then visited the whimsical joke shop to buy a self-lighting firework, a collection of common trinkets favored by young wizards, which he believed would go unnoticed. Even if any unusual aspects were detected, they could easily be dismissed as new products, cleverly explained away with Muggle knowledge. As they passed by a towering, snow-white building that loomed over the surrounding shops, Henry, focused on seeking items from his list, failed to notice it. However, Arthur, more accustomed to such sights, no longer found them strange. Suddenly, Henry pointed at a figure standing before the bronze gates, clad in a striking scarlet and gold uniform. The diminutive figure, shorter than Henry yet with a head considerably larger than his own, bore an odd expression that prompted him to inquire, "Mr. Arthur, what is that?" Arthur turned to scrutinize the gnome, whose shrewd, dark face and pointed beard were now clearly visible, and whispered, "Do not point at him. That is a goblin, a highly intelligent humanoid creature. They are quite proud and cannot abide being pointed at." As they spoke, the goblin glanced over, compelling Henry to quickly lower his arm to avert any unnecessary conflict. Arthur continued, feigning a casual stroll as he elaborated, "Despite their peculiar appearance, they are remarkably clever, particularly skilled in metalworking, such as crafting magical silverware. Furthermore, they oversee the minting of currency in the magical realm. Their insatiable greed for wealth, whether their own or that of others, drives them into a frenzy when gold and treasure are involved, rendering them utterly irrational. This is why the Ministry of Magic entrusts them with Gringotts, that very building." Arthur gestured for Henry to observe the incongruous structure, speaking in a tone that Henry found somewhat difficult to comprehend. "You can store your possessions within. Unless you produce your key, no one else can access your vault. Rest assured, the security measures inside are formidable. If you seek a safe and reliable place to store your belongings, I dare say, besides Hogwarts, Gringotts is your best option." Henry curiously inquired, "But how can such a small building contain the entirety of the British wizarding community's treasures?" Many wizards harbor skepticism towards goblins. They believe that goblins may pilfer their own vaults, thus preferring to keep their valuables at home rather than entrust them to Gringotts. As for those willing to deposit their treasures in Gringotts, their possessions are securely stored in vaults deep beneath London, several hundred miles below the surface, Arthur elucidated. Yet they appear quite feeble. Might not some wizards attempt to rob or steal from them? Henry envisioned scenes reminiscent of films where armed individuals brazenly robbed banks. Feeble? No, No, no. The goblins possess their own intricate magical system and can cast spells without wands, a feat regarded as the pinnacle of magical prowess among wizards. They have also instigated numerous bloody and vicious rebellions, and, shoo, it is said that there is even a dragon within, Arthur exclaimed, alarmed, attempting to dispel Henry's fanciful notions. A dragon? Henry immediately conjured images of that noble species. Indeed, a Ukrainian iron-belly, which the goblins have laboriously and violently tamed to guard the vaults. Arthur said with a tone of sympathy. Though it was unclear whether his compassion was directed towards the dragon stripped of its freedom or the goblins who endured losses in the process of its taming. Henry instantly lost interest. Indeed, how could there be an eastern dragon in the west? It was a presumption on my part, Henry thought to himself. With only an hour or two left before sunset, the two engaged in casual conversation about the spoils of their day's shopping. When they looked up again, they had arrived at the spot where the rubbish bin had been. Arthur drew out his wand, counted, and directly tapped it against the cobblestones, causing the stone pathway to reappear. After they passed, the bricks slowly closed behind them. Henry turned to gaze at the sunlight gradually fading at the end of the corridor, feeling that the day had been extraordinarily fulfilling. Upon returning to the nearly deserted Leaky Cauldron, they found the Weasley family and Harry, who had been waiting for them. They were chatting in small groups, surrounded by various bags of purchases, while a few children experimented with a drink that resembled beer. Upon their return, Harry called over Tom, the bar owner, and ordered 2 mugs of butterbeer for Arthur and Henry. Recommended by Hagrid. I hear it's non-alcoholic, my treat. Hagrid? Oh, he had to leave early due to some business. Henry still harbored some reservations. After all, the contents of the beer glass were purported to be a beverage. Yet its appearance resembled beer, and even its name contained the word beer. How could it possibly be devoid of alcohol? However, upon witnessing Arthur raise his glass in a gesture toward Harry, he took a generous gulp. Arthur's expression of sheer delight caused Henry to involuntarily moisten his parched lips, as he had grown rather thirsty after such a prolonged shopping excursion. He cautiously took a sip, and his eyes immediately lit up. Oh, that's truly delicious. Indeed. It contained no alcohol, and its flavor was somewhat reminiscent of a less cloying butterscotch candy. Ah, yes. Butterscotch candy was among the gifts he had just purchased in Diagon Alley, intended for the other children at the orphanage, upon Arthur's enthusiastic recommendation. However, he found it somewhat excessively sweet and hoped that Deanna would appreciate it. Henry took some sweets and shared them with everyone. Mrs. Weasley, beaming, then produced a cube from behind her. Henry, look what this is. A trunk? Henry inquired, perplexed. You see, it's not convenient to carry so many things back. Come. Put them all in here. I chose the largest one, so it should fit. No, this is too much, Henry demurred. After a day of acquaintance, he had discerned that the Weasley family's finances might be somewhat strained, considering Arthur's mention of 5 children attending Hogwarts. Supported solely by Arthur's income from the seemingly insignificant misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, whose wages were likely modest, and observing Ron's somewhat oversized clothes, likely handed down from an elder brother. He had noticed the price of this particular trunk in the shop and found it rather dear, especially considering his own purse was a bit lean. He had considered using cardboard boxes temporarily. He did not expect Mrs. Weasley to gift him with such a trunk. It's nothing, dear. Consider it a welcome gift, Mrs. Weasley said with a benevolent smile, as Arthur and the children chimed in agreement. Henry felt a surge of emotion. Who would be so friendly upon their first meeting? Such a wonderful family must be protected from the destructive forces of Voldemort. He resolved silently within himself. The group enjoyed their lively conversation at the pub, but soon it was time to part ways. They escorted Harry to Paddington Station, attracting curious glances from passers-by due to the numerous peculiar packages and the snowy owl, Hedwig, cradled in Harry's arms. As they walked, Arthur marveled at the wonders of the Muggle world, occasionally exclaiming, "Look, this turnstile is quite fascinating." Mrs. Molly Weasley's keen gaze failed to deter Arthur, who was oblivious to her presence, his attention wholly captivated by the surroundings. Fortunately, Arthur's robe had been enchanted. Otherwise, the curious stares would have multiplied. Before long, the train departed from the station, and Arthur clapped his hands together. Well then, it's time for Henry. How do you plan to return? Henry pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to take the subway, primarily for its affordability, given that Muggle currency could be exchanged for wizarding money at Gringotts. Prudence in spending was essential. With a thunderous roar, the subway arrived. Arthur assisted in loading the suitcase onto the train, then waved farewell. Molly, hand in hand with Ron and Ginny, stood beside the twins. In the blink of an eye, the Weasley family was left behind by the departing subway. Alas, I forgot to inquire about their return journey, Henry lamented. By the time Henry returned to the orphanage, it was already supper time. From afar, he spotted Amy, the matron, standing by the iron gates, glancing around and occasionally stamping her feet, indicating that she had been waiting for quite some time. Henry's eyes welled up slightly as he hurried forward, propelling his suitcase with haste, and exclaimed, "Good heavens, Amy, have you dined? I am famished beyond measure." Amy, upon beholding Henry, responded with a serene smile, gesturing a greeting towards him. As Henry ran, he contemplated the beauty of the day. Time seemed to fly. And tomorrow marked the 1st of September, the day Hogwarts would commence its new term. The gifts he had brought back from their last visit to Diagon Alley had delighted everyone. Surprisingly, the butterbeer candies were more popular among the other children than the treacle tart and jumping jelly beans, especially with Dana, who frequently inquired when he would return with more sweets, leaving Henry with little free time. He yearned to organize his belongings and prepare for the magical school. Reluctantly, Henry promised to send a substantial amount of candy during the Christmas break, which finally quelled Dana's incessant questioning. Seizing the moment when Dana was no longer a distraction, Henry secretly retreated to his room and read through all the first-year textbooks. He discovered that even in the realm of magic, the first year was fundamentally about laying the groundwork. The content was surprisingly accessible, easily grasped, and not nearly as challenging as he had anticipated. It felt as though he was destined to be a wizard. From the Book of Standard Spells, Beginner, he learned several simple charms for everyday use and successfully cast them with his wand, nurturing his bond with it. Although Henry inexplicably sensed that his connection with the wand had reached its zenith, who among wizards would lament having a close relationship with their wand? Naturally, Henry recalled the mention of the concept of trace in the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy articulated by Arthur. Thus, he meticulously avoided any prying eyes while practicing magic. However, on one occasion, despite having concealed himself within his room and ensuring that no one was nearby, Dana discovered him while he was practicing a minor charm. He was so startled that he feared his escapade would be reported to the Ministry of Magic, leading to his immediate expulsion from Hogwarts, possibly even becoming a cautionary tale in textbooks. He had begun to despair and contemplate a path towards technological advancement instead. Yet, the entire month of August had passed, and that dreaded letter of expulsion from Hogwarts had yet to arrive. He found himself wavering in uncertainty, wondering if the owl had gotten lost, secretly hoping it would never return. Dana had initially been deceived by Henry's pretext of an illusion, but, upon reflection, likely sensed something amiss and soon resumed her relentless inquiries. Henry suppressed his anxieties and engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with Deanna within the confines of the orphanage. Deanna, thoroughly enjoying herself, swiftly forgot her recent extraordinary experience and immersed herself in the present activity. The absence of any cautionary letters or expulsion notices further eased Henry's concerns, bringing him considerable relief. In the days leading up to the commencement of the academic year, he finally managed to successfully cast the spell that was meticulously analyzed as a case study in magical theory. Regrettably, the nature of the serpentine pendant remained an enigma, eluding Henry's understanding despite his persistent investigations. Indeed, such esoteric artifacts are unlikely to be documented in first-year textbooks. Nevertheless, Henry perceived a semblance of dark power in the pendant's appearance, reminiscent of the black magic items described in the Defense Against the Dark Arts manual. Yet he remained perplexed as to why it seemed to have no adverse effects on him. Or rather, perhaps it was not entirely without effect. Henry squinted, recalling the serpentine sensations he experienced during his altercation with Draco and Flourish and Blots. Upon receiving Arthur's missive, delivered by the exhausted Errol, inquiring about the Muggle world, he initially considered sending a separate, more detailed letter alongside his reply. However, upon further reflection, he decided it would be best to keep this matter discreet. He resolved to research the subject in the Hogwarts library upon his return, and only seek further assistance if his inquiries proved fruitless. Nevertheless, he could no longer leave the locket at the orphanage. Deanna, perpetually convinced he was hoarding treats, frequently rummaged through his room in search of sweets. Should she discover it after his departure, it would be unfortunate. More concerningly, if the locket were indeed a dark magical artifact crafted by Voldemort, and it were to adversely affect Deanna, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, he must carry the locket with him. Although he couldn't fathom why it had no effect on him, for the time being, he was its safest custodian, adorning his neck with the pendant. Henry nestled it deeply beneath his garments, close to his heart. He retired to bed early, ensuring to place the train ticket within the pocket of his attire for the morrow, meticulously verifying the departure time. The 11 o'clock train should be attainable. Awakening at the nascent hour of 5, Henry found himself too exhilarated to slumber further. He arose and donned the denim ensemble meticulously laundered by Amy, eschewing the wizard's robes so as not to attract undue attention at the railway station. Palpating the ticket within his pocket and regarding the humble furnishings of the room, he was suddenly overcome with a sense of displacement. Though merely a month had elapsed since his arrival in this world, he had come to regard the orphanage as his abode. Despite the modest fare and the uniformity of the gray, belted attire, he was invariably satiated, warmly clad, and attended to by Dr. Slan in times of illness. Oblivious to his past, he was mindful of the care afforded him by Mrs. Cole, Amy, Dr. Slant, and even Dana. The place may have been rudimentary, but it was replete with kin. Where there is kin, there is a home. Alas, with Mrs. Cole advancing in years, the orphanage faced potential dissolution, and Henry, being of tender age and limited power, could only pace about his chamber in silence, unable to devise a remedy. He could but hope that the ensuing year or two would pass without significant calamity, allowing him to return with newfound knowledge and the capacity to effect change. Time elapsed swiftly, and shortly after breakfast, at 9:30, Henry bid a poignant farewell to the denizens of the orphanage before proceeding towards the subway station. His trunk in tow, Henry hastened his pace, catching a glimpse of Dana furtively wiping away tears, a concern that her reluctance to part ways might cause them to miss their train. At precisely 10:15, he arrived at King's Cross Station. Finding that they were still comfortably ahead of their scheduled departure, Henry swiftly made his way to Platform 9, where a large plastic sign prominently displayed the numeral 9. He vaguely recalled that Platform 9 was situated between Platforms 9 and 10, yet he could never quite remember its precise location or how to gain entry. It was always the same. Whenever confronted with crucial information, his mind would fail him, leaving him frustrated with his own lack of memory. Henry tapped his forehead, quietly lamenting within himself. With no other choice, he stood at a distance, propped against the wall atop a sturdy suitcase that fortunately could bear his weight. He surveyed the surroundings, hoping to spot the wizards who were unmistakably out of place among the other travelers. However, trouble soon approached. A seemingly well-meaning guard approached Henry, inquiring whether he had lost his family and offering to assist by contacting the train station's announcement office to issue a missing person broadcast. The condition, however, was that Henry would need to accompany him to the control room to await his parents' arrival. Having declined the guard's assistance, Henry elucidated that he was awaiting the 11 o'clock train. Despite this, the guard remained, asserting that no such train was scheduled to depart at that hour. The guard surmised that Henry's parents were being untruthful, perhaps abandoning him at the station while they absconded on their own. Mimicking Henry, he leaned against the wall, engaging him in conversation to glean information, all the while patiently waiting, seemingly intent on remaining until Henry resigned himself to his fate or his parents genuinely returned. He perhaps even contemplated lecturing the irresponsible parents in his imagination who had abandoned their child to embark on a separate journey. Reluctantly, Henry selectively answered the guard's inquiries. Fortunate that the guard, perceiving him as merely a child, did not press him with excessive questioning. Suddenly, a mother and child entered Henry's view. The mother, adorned with a tall hat and a well-fitting long dress, possessed an air of refined elegance and enigmatic allure, clearly indicative of an upbringing steeped in superior family education. Her presence stood in stark contrast to the boisterous crowd surrounding her. Beside her, a child sporting a football-emblazoned hat and clad in denim attire pushed a trunk similar to Henry's, upon which rested a cage containing an owl. Engaged in conversation, the pair proceeded towards the ticket barrier situated between platforms 9 and 10. He would wager anything that this mother and child were definitely wizards. Henry's gaze was riveted upon the mother and child as they made their way towards the ticket booth and subsequently vanished from sight. The guard, following his line of vision, perceived nothing of note. Turning back to Henry, he observed that the man had already averted his eyes, prompting a feeling of having intruded upon something private. Henry's heart, however, stirred with elation. At last, he had found it. It was here all along. Expressing his gratitude for the guard's concern, he eagerly hopped off the suitcase. He hastily brushed off the spot he had just soiled and proceeded to drag the suitcase toward the ticket booth. The guard, in pursuit, trailed behind Henry, shouting and attracting the attention of many. However, as Henry stepped within a certain perimeter of the ticket office, the guard came to an abrupt halt, scratching his head. He muttered, a look of incredulity on his face. Huh? Where did he go? Wasn't he just here? Vanished, has he? Henry, intrigued by the guard's voice, turned around only to find the guard standing still, staring in his direction yet seemingly oblivious to his presence. He realized that the muggle-repelling charm had likely taken effect once more. Wait, am I seeing things? The guard glanced around in a fluster. Just then, Henry spotted a blond man in a t-shirt stealthily approaching the guard from behind. Seizing the moment while the guard, with a look of sheer terror, surveyed his surroundings, the man discreetly pulled a stick from his pocket and murmured, "Obliviate." With a slight tremor of his hand, an almost imperceptible white light flickered, causing the well-meaning guard to cover his head in confusion as he wandered away, seemingly puzzled about why he had been standing there. The surrounding crowd remained utterly unaware of the peculiar events unfolding. The man flashed a smile at Henry before turning to depart. Henry suddenly understood. This must be a wizard summoned by Hogwarts for assistance, possibly an auror from the Ministry of Magic. After all, Hogwarts accommodates a considerable number of students, who were required to arrive at King's Cross Station on the 1st of September to board the train to Hogwarts. Even with the muggle-repelling charm in effect, the area of its influence cannot be too extensive, lest it compromise the secrecy. Furthermore, some wizards, accustomed to living in isolation and following their own whims, might still don peculiar attire or exhibit eccentric behavior while escorting young witches and wizards to Hogwarts. Such actions could certainly attract the attention of muggles at the station, potentially eliciting the presence of muggle security. In such instances, the assistance of other wizards would be necessary to erase the memories of those muggles who noticed the peculiarities. Regardless of whether he could be seen, Henry waved towards the receding figure of the blond man. Then, with an apologetic glance in the direction of the solicitous guard, he pivoted and, holding his breath, dashed towards the spot where he had last seen the mother and child vanish. As the wall loomed ever closer, Henry instinctively squeezed his eyes shut just before reaching the ticket booth, bracing himself for the impending impact. Yet, nothing transpired. With his eyes shut, Henry ventured forward several paces, guided solely by instinct. A moment of hushed silence was then supplanted by the murmur of voices and the clatter of cumbersome luggage being dragged along. The somewhat discordant calls of owls echoed and resonated, as if beckoning to one another in the twilight. Henry opened his eyes to behold a deep crimson steam locomotive stationed beside a platform bustling with passengers. The thick smoke from the engine swirled above the crowd, and a sign emblazoned with Hogwarts Express hung from the train. Henry turned back to see that the ticket gate from which he had come had transformed into an iron archway, inscribed with Platform 9. He had succeeded. Henry pushed his suitcase, a smile gracing his face as he observed the students in the carriage ahead, frolicking and bidding farewell to their families amidst the lively and boisterous atmosphere. Even he, typically fond of tranquility, found himself swept up in the exuberance. With a while still before departure, Henry, in high spirits, strolled along the platform, seeking a carriage with a touch more solitude. Yet, children were frolicking everywhere, and as he navigated around them, he couldn't help but feel a subtle mix of emotions watching the scene unfold. At last, he discovered an empty compartment near the rear of the train. He exerted himself to lift the suitcase onto the doorstep, grateful that it was not overly laden. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt invigorated by the black smoke that had enveloped him. Despite his small stature, he managed to hoist it up. Successfully, he placed the suitcase in the corner of the compartment, reluctant to stow it on the rack above, reasoning that no one would likely pass by, so it could remain there undisturbed. Henry wiped the perspiration from his brow, opened the window to let in a breath of fresh air, and, amidst the surrounding clamor, retrieved his tome on magical theory from his trunk to resume his studies. As he became engrossed in his reading, his attention was suddenly piqued by the sound of heavy breathing and the thud of luggage being dropped near the carriage entrance. After a moment's contemplation, Henry set his book aside and peered out of his compartment. His gaze fell upon a snow owl in a cage resting on the floor of the corridor. Recognizing it as Hedwig, he cautiously called out towards the entrance, "Is that Harry over there?" The commotion of shifting boxes ceased, and a small head emerged from the doorway, revealing none other than Harry himself. Henry observed Harry, drenched in sweat, his hair thoroughly soaked, and could not help but inquire, "Do you require assistance?" Gasping for breath, Harry replied, "Please lend a hand." "Thank you very much." Henry cautiously stepped over Hedwig, his hand resting on the strap of the suitcase. With a firm posture and a determined pull, he hoisted the trunk upward. Harry, filled with envy, remarked, "You possess remarkable strength. Once your physique matures, your power will undoubtedly increase." Henry chuckled heartily and invited, "Would you care to join me? My compartment is rather unoccupied." Harry nodded, lifting Hedwig and placing her atop the suitcase before following Henry to push the trunk into the corner of the compartment. Perhaps the jolt from being set down was too great, for Hedwig let out a few disgruntled hoots, then nestled her head beneath her wings to resume her slumber. Henry picked up the Tome of Magic and placed it on his lap, recalling that there was a theoretical aspect he had yet to comprehend, necessitating a thorough re-examination. What was it? A storybook? Harry, filled with curiosity, leaned closer, only to be deterred by the dense text within. Henry, at a loss for words, raised the slightly damaged red cover as a gesture. Magic theory? The name struck a familiar chord, as if he had encountered it before. Harry hesitated, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Wait, you didn't spend the entire summer neglecting your textbooks, did you? Henry's eyes widened. He thought that, like himself, Harry was newly acquainted with the world of magic. How could Harry lack curiosity about it? Harry felt a flush of embarrassment. Thanks to Hagrid's earlier intervention, he had not been relegated to the cupboard nor forced into labor throughout the summer. His aunt and uncle had ceased their shouting, and Dudley lacked the courage to share a room with him, allowing him to experience what he deemed the best August of his life. However, apart from the occasional venture to fetch meals back to his room, he remained confined to his quarters. Regrettably, for someone like him, who had struggled academically even in a regular school, the excessively systematic and profound knowledge was daunting to tackle alone. Consequently, he merely skimmed the list of school textbooks and chose the ones that piqued his interest most, consistently steering clear of purely theoretical texts. He weakly countered, "No. I have indeed read several times about magical history and the dark forces. A guide to self-defense, remember? Hedwig's name came from magical history. It's just magic theory is so dry that it makes me want to sleep." Henry understood that this individual was academically challenged. What more could he do? Naturally, he chose to forgive him. However, with a kind heart, he suggested, though the theory of magic may seem tedious, it is articulated in great detail, aiding us in swiftly grasping the fundamental principles of magical operations and the nuances to be mindful of during spellcasting. I have perused it 3 times, and it contains numerous examples of spells. I have practiced a few. Would you like me to demonstrate them for you? Henry retrieved his wand from his sleeve, giving it a flick. He realized he had grown fond of the act of spellcasting, the sensation of intrinsic connection bringing him a sense of comfort each time. "Thrice?" Harry asked, somewhat blankly, failing to grasp the significance. Sunlight streamed through the carriage window, draping Henry, who sat by the window, in a golden veil. At that moment, Harry regarded his classmate, who was his own age, as nothing short of a prodigy, a veritable savant. He nearly succumbed to the urge to prostrate himself in admiration. But this impulse was shattered by the cries from outside the window. "Ah, Mother, Harry is there," startled by the shrill timbre of a girl's voice. Henry and Harry nearly leaped out of their skins. They peered out the window to behold Mrs. Weasley and her brood. Mrs. Weasley, extracting a handkerchief, was crouched, tending to Ron's besmirched nose, all the while offering maternal admonitions. Ron, seemingly discomfited by this public display of affection, squirmed incessantly. Ginny, stationed beside her mother and brother, had been vociferously pointing toward the window where Harry and Henry were seated. Upon meeting Harry's gaze, however, she blushed crimson and retreated bashfully behind her mother. Ron swiftly disentangled himself from his mother's grasp. Mrs. Weasley, with a final dab, rose and urged Ron to board the train with haste, as time was of the essence. Subsequently, she greeted the two at the window with a warm smile, inquiring, "How are your holidays, dears?" "Fine and splendid," they responded in unison. "That's heartening. I trust your scholastic endeavors will be even more enriching. I recall vividly my maiden voyage on the Hogwarts Express. As Mrs. Weasley appeared poised to regale them with her inaugural experience, their attention was diverted by her gaze, which had drifted in another direction. They turned to see the Weasley twins approaching. Mrs. Weasley intercepted them, demanding, "Where's Percy?" "Who's Percy?" Harry murmured to Henry, the name unfamiliar to him. Henry shook his head, aware that Arthur Weasley had many children, but unable to recall their specific names and appearances. "Percy is my brother, the 3rd child of our parents. He didn't accompany us to Diagon Alley last time." Ron's voice chimed in as he entered the compartment, his luggage consisting of a time-worn suitcase that had clearly seen better days. Noticing the pair's scrutiny of the suitcase, Ron flushed and hastily deposited it beside a pile of trunks in the corner of the compartment. The resulting thud roused Hedwig from her slumber, eliciting a series of disgruntled hoots. "Here he comes," announced one of the twins. The two by the window craned their necks once more, spotting a boy with the characteristic Weasley fiery red hair striding toward them. He was clad in a pristine Hogwarts black robe, which billowed with each step. Harry noted with keen interest the gleaming silver letter P affixed to Percy's chest. "I can't linger, Mother," he declared, I'm in the forward carriage, where 2 compartments have been specially reserved for prefects. Harry and Henry exchanged perplexed glances. Prefect? What's that? They turned in unison to Ron, assuming that as Percy's brother, he would possess the requisite knowledge. Ron, his cheeks still flushed, elucidated, prefects are Hogwarts students appointed by the headmaster or heads of the respective houses, entrusted with special privileges and responsibilities. Harry remarked enviously, You certainly know your stuff. Ron shrugged. If you had one, nay, 3 brothers who had attained the rank of prefect, and a Percy who droned on about it all summer long, you'd be able to recite it verbatim as well. Harry shuddered at the thought and decided to drop the subject. Percy had already departed, and Mrs. Weasley was in the midst of earnestly beseeching the twins to behave themselves in the new term, an appeal that seemed to have the opposite effect. A whistle sounded, signaling the train's imminent departure. Mrs. Weasley kissed the twins and urged them to board the train promptly. The trio in the compartment leaned out to receive Mrs. Weasley's farewell kisses. The train lurched into motion. Ginny burst into tears, prompting one of the twins to shout from the carriage doorway, Don't cry, Ginny. We'll send you loads of owls. And a Hogwarts toilet seat. Mrs. Weasley, torn between amusement and exasperation, retorted, George. Just a jest, Mother. George replied with a quick laugh before retreating into the train carriage. The 3 waved goodbye to the mother and daughter, Ginny running alongside the train, waving amidst her tears and laughter until she was left far behind, vanishing from sight. The 3 returned to their seats, their spirits somewhat dampened. Suddenly, the twins reappeared at the doorway, addressing the occupants of the compartment, Hey, we're going to take a stroll through the middle carriages. Word has it that Lee Jordan has acquired a rather large tarantula. Care to join us? Ron wrinkled his nose in disgust, while Henry, engrossed in his textbook, waved his hand dismissively, indicating his disinclination to move. Harry, initially intrigued, observed the lack of enthusiasm from his companions and ultimately declined as well. All right, then. See you later, the twins said as they casually closed the compartment door, effectively muffling the sounds of revelry and chatter emanating from the other carriages. The compartment was once again enveloped in tranquility. Henry tucked his wand back into his sleeve, having fashioned a simple sheath on his arm for easy access. Leaning against the window, he shielded his face with a book, pondering the persistent challenge that eluded him while savoring the rare tranquility. Harry and Ron sat opposite each other, exchanging quiet glances for several minutes until Harry could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, So, how many children are there in your family? With a sigh, Ron opened up like a floodgate, lamenting, 7. Aside from Ginny, all my siblings are older than I am. We are all students at Hogwarts, my parents, several brothers, soon myself. And even Ginny will attend Hogwarts in the future. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Bill was once the president of the Boy Student Council, a rank even higher than that of a prefect. Charlie captained the Quidditch team, the sport I mentioned to you last time in Diagon Alley, where players ride on flying broomsticks. Do you remember? Seeing Harry nod, Ron continued, Now Percy has also become a prefect, while Fred and George are the mischievous ones. Yet their grades consistently rank at the top, even though their focus is hardly on studying. How wonderful it would be if I had so many brothers. I wouldn't have only experienced happiness in my aunt's house for just this past month. Harry expressed his envy. Ron scoffed. If you had 5 brothers, you'd never get anything new. I wear Bill's old robes and jeans and use Charlie's old wand. Look, do you see that trunk? He pointed to a battered suitcase in the corner. That was Bill's from years ago. As if recollecting something, he rummaged through his pocket and exclaimed, Oh, and this. He pulled out a plump gray mouse, waving it in the air, though it remained blissfully asleep. Percy discarded this old mouse. Ron displayed the mouse in his palm for Harry to see. Its name is Scabbers. It sleeps all day. After Percy became a prefect, Dad got him an owl. And this mouse became mine. Old clothes, an old wand, an old pet, everything is old. Even the textbooks are leftovers from Percy. Ron complained. But then, Henry, who had been pretending to sleep beneath his book, suddenly interjected, But the love your parents give you is not old. Ron froze, his face flushing a deep crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Harry dared not look at Ron, especially when he caught a glimpse of the myriad expressions flitting across Ron's face, appearing quite peculiar. He turned to glance at Henry, whose face remained obscured by the book, and then shifted his gaze to the fields and pastures outside. As the train sped away from London, racing through the countryside dotted with cattle and sheep, an unusual silence enveloped the compartment until a cheerful witch with dimples broke the stillness by opening the door and kindly asking, Dear ones, would you like to purchase some snacks? The silence shattered, causing Ron's ears to redden once more, seemingly reminded of the school package his mother had meticulously prepared for him, which he had shoved deep beneath his suitcase, intending to discard it upon arriving at Hogwarts. He mumbled about having sandwiches. That was prepared by Mrs. Weasley this morning. Although a bit dry, the canned corned beef in the middle is plentiful and filling. Henry removed his treatise on magical theory and leisurely began to consume the jam-filled bread that Amy had prepared for him that morning. Harry leaped up, stretching his neck. He had grown weary of the stagnant atmosphere in the compartment, as gazing out the window for too long caused his neck to ache. Confined to the Dursleys' residence, he was rarely permitted to venture out alone, and his aunt and uncle never provided him with pocket money. Furthermore, wizarding currency was useless in the Muggle world, leaving him without funds for sweets. Now, his pockets overflowed with gold galleons and silver sickles. He intended to purchase a large quantity of Mars bars, which he had sampled in Diagon Alley, but the trolley offered none. Instead, it was stocked with Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Dribble's best blowing gum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and other peculiar treats that Harry had never encountered. He bought a selection of each, paying the witch 11 silver sickles and 7 bronze nuts. Returning to his seat with an armful of snacks, Harry found Ron staring intently as he deposited the goods on the empty seat. After settling his purchases, Harry generously invited the others to partake. Henry, feeling satiated after his bread, unceremoniously seized a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans to sample. He had long desired to try these treats, having listened to Mr. Weasley's enthusiastic endorsements in Diagon Alley, but his meager finances had previously prevented him. Ron, who had initially retrieved his own sandwich from the bottom of his trunk, reconsidered and replaced it, instead grabbing a pumpkin pasty from the pile. Harry was elated. He had never shared anything with anyone before, mainly because he had nothing to share. Seeing his new friends enjoying the food he had provided filled him with joy. Unfortunately, Henry's earlier remark seemed to have slightly embarrassed Ron, yet Henry appeared unwilling to apologize. Moreover, Harry agreed with Henry's sentiment. As such, camaraderie was something he had always yearned for, but Ron seemed to perceive it as a burden, which displeased Harry. Therefore, despite the lingering tension between Henry and Ron, Harry refrained from interfering, hoping that time would mend the rift. Having satisfied their hunger with pasties and cakes, he and Ron turned their attention to the animated chocolate frogs. Ron introduced Harry to the collectible cards, and Harry obtained one of Headmaster Dumbledore, who smiled and winked at him, eliciting a gasp of astonishment. He also acquired images of Morgana, Hengist, Agrippa, Ptolemy, Paracelsus, and Merlin, all animated, a unique feature of the wizarding world. Harry was delighted with his acquisitions, while Ron focused on consuming the chocolate. Ugh, bitter, Henry exclaimed suddenly, breaking the silence. It tastes like bitter gourd. Intrigued by Henry's contorted expression, Harry reached into Henry's bag and grabbed a few beans, tossing them into his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief, as he had never imagined experiencing 3 distinct flavors from just a few beans. Seeing Harry's astonishment, Ron explained, the every flavor part means that they include every conceivable taste. You might get chocolate, peppermint, or marmalade, but you could also end up with spinach, curry, grass, ketchup, or yogurt. George once claimed he ate one that tasted like sheep dung. Observing Harry's horrified expression, Henry leaned in, shrugging and chuckling. That's obviously impossible, unless he's actually tasted sheep dung before. The 3 boys exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, seemingly forgetting their earlier discord. And the atmosphere in the compartment became convivial once more. As they laughed, a knock sounded on the door, and a tearful, round-faced boy entered the compartment. Harry recognized him as the boy who had lost his pet at platform 934. Harry had been curious as to why any wizard would keep a toad as a pet, wondering if they were kept as a reserve ingredient for potions. He had once seen a television program featuring a scene where toad legs were used to brew a potion, though it was an animated show. Before Harry could inquire, the boy blurted out, his voice thick with tears, "Excuse me, have you seen my Trevor? He's a toad." The 3 boys shook their heads. The boy began to sob uncontrollably. "Grandmother helped me find him earlier, but I've lost him again. He keeps trying to get away from me." Harry swallowed the question that had been on his lips and offered, "He'll come back." Henry offered a pertinent suggestion. "I recall a spell mentioned in magical theory. The summoning charm, or Accio something. The incantation should be similar to that. It's said that if your magical power is sufficient, you can summon whatever you need, which is quite convenient. If you frequently misplace items, perhaps you could consult a professor about the method of casting it once you're at school." The boy nodded and departed, still sniffling. Once the boy was a good distance away, the compartment door closed, and Ron muttered to Harry's ear, "I can't fathom why he's so anxious over a toad." If I were to acquire a toad, I'd be sure to find a way to dispose of it directly. Scabbers was dozing on Ron's lap. He attempted to entice Scabbers to awaken with cake crumbs, but to no avail, and he grumbled once more, Scabbers is probably on death's door. He's been with our family for over a decade. Were it not for our diligent care, a normal rat would have perished long ago. Henry noticed that Scabbers was missing a toe. He inquired about it with Ron, who replied that when he first encountered Scabbers, the toe had already been absent. Henry furrowed his brow once more, disregarding Ron's disdainful expression as he rummaged through a suitcase, extracting a tattered wand, its core visible through the frayed exterior. He fixated on Scabbers, an overwhelming sense of déjà vu engulfing him. Perhaps it was a remnant of his rebirth. For he found his recollection of the Harry Potter narrative increasingly nebulous. Once, he could vividly recall intricate details, yet now, such memories faded into obscurity, regrettably accompanied by the destruction of those meticulously documented sheets outlining the future, torn to shreds in fear of exposure. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous rat acted as an anchor. Stirring fragmented recollections within Henry's mind, he recalled that this unassuming rodent might play a pivotal role in Voldemort's resurrection. This thought occupied Henry's mind. But what could a mere rat accomplish? Perhaps it could bite Harry to death while he slumbered at night? Ah, that indeed seemed a feasible plan. Henry nodded silently. Should he preemptively eliminate this unpredictable element? No. According to the scant memories that remained, the Dark Lord's revival was imperative. Only by transforming him from the intangible to the tangible could he be vanquished. Restrain yourself. You must resist, Henry admonished himself. The partition door swung open again, and a cacophony from outside surged into the room. A girl with thick brown hair stepped in first, followed by the round-faced boy who had previously lost Trevor. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing, the girl proclaimed, her head held high, revealing a prominent pair of front teeth, exuding an air of unassailable confidence. Henry effortlessly discerned that the young girl merely presented a facade of arrogance, seemingly attempting to mask her inner turmoil and feelings of inferiority with a haughty demeanor. He could empathize with her. Anyone stepping into a marvelous and unknown realm, discovering that the experiences amassed in the mundane world are rendered nearly futile, would inevitably feel a sense of unease, Harry included. However, Harry was distinct. He belonged to the realm of wizards and bore the legendary tale of vanquishing the Dark Lord. Naturally, he would be welcomed by those wizards who had long endured tyrannical rule. Once he traversed his period of uncertainty, he would seamlessly integrate into the world of magic. Henry felt that if it were not for the remnants of memories from his previous life, which granted him a certain sense of superiority in facing this world, he would not easily underestimate himself. He surmised that he would likely, like the young girl, choose to envelop himself in a facade of confidence to mask his insecurities. However, the young girl was distinctly different. Beneath her proud exterior lay a profound sense of inferiority, which paradoxically acted as a catalyst for her arrogance to morph into hubris. This mindset could lead her to endure unnecessary hardships. Henry gazed at her, his expression reflecting not only sympathy but also a sense of pity for the future he foresaw. Harry and Ron furrowed their brows, seemingly displeased with the girl's tone. Ron replied impatiently, "We've already said we haven't seen him. Why don't you ask him yourself?" Noticing the tense atmosphere in the compartment, the girl realized her tone had been somewhat severe and quickly changed the subject. "Are you demonstrating magic? May we watch?" Without waiting for Ron's consent, she seated herself in an empty spot and beckoned Neville to join her. Ron appeared taken aback, somewhat at a loss. All eyes in the compartment were upon him, prompting him to straighten up and clear his throat. "Ahem, very well. Daisy, sweet cream, and sunlight. Turn this silly fat rat yellow." He waved his wand, but nothing happened. The mottled fur remained gray. "Are you sure that's a spell? I've never heard of such a long incantation." According to magical theory, longer spells are harder to control, yet they wield greater power. "And yours?" The girl, having waited for a change that never came, finally asked, though her voice dwindled to a whisper. Clearly, she regretted her question upon seeing Ron's face redden. She held back for a moment but couldn't resist boasting, "I've tried a few simple spells at home, of course just for practice, and each one worked. No one in my family understands magic, so I had to teach myself. Fortunately, I succeeded. When I received my acceptance letter, my parents thought it was a scam. If the professor hadn't come to our house and demonstrated a few simple charms, they would never have agreed. Otherwise, I would have had to attend York University and live a mundane life after turning 18. I always thought my foundation was weak. So after buying magic books in Diagon Alley, I memorized all of them. Oh, I hope the real magical subjects are as simple as the others. By the way, which house do you think you'll be sorted into?" After watching Hogwarts, a history, I think Ravenclaw would be wonderful. Only the cleverest are sorted there. But I heard that Professor Dumbledore graduated from Gryffindor. Oh my. He is recognized as the greatest wizard of the century in modern magical history, a privilege to graduate from the same house as him. I truly hope to be sorted into Gryffindor. Observing the three, who were left wide-eyed by her verbal barrage, and Neville as well, the girl added somewhat bashfully. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. May I ask your names? Ron Weasley, Ron mumbled. I'm Harry Potter. Henry. Before Henry could finish his introduction, Hermione launched into another rapid-fire question. Harry? Is it really you? I bought extra reference books when getting my textbooks. Modern magical history, the rise and fall of dark arts, and important magical events of the 20th century all mention you. Me? Harry's eyes widened, feeling a wave of dizziness. You don't know? If I were that famous, I would have memorized every book related to me. Hermione said with an air of frustration. Harry's gaze drifted a bit. Was. Henry finally completed his introduction. Not at all irritated. However, Hermione's attention was wholly focused on Harry, while Neville, on the side, caught the name. He greeted Henry. Regardless, we need to find Neville's toad first. I believe we shall arrive shortly. You should probably change into your robes. After a round of admonishments directed at Harry, mostly from Hermione, she brought the topic to a close and stood up. Glowering at Hermione's retreating figure, Ron tossed his wand back into the old trunk and, feeling defeated, remarked to Harry, I knew that spell was faulty. George told me before. I mean, how could he be so kind? I bet he already knew it was a completely ineffective spell. Under Hermione's verbal onslaught, Harry felt somewhat dazed. Suddenly, he turned to Henry and asked, Henry, didn't you also teach yourself a few spells? Could you show me? Just as Hermione reached the compartment door, preparing to close it, she hesitated. Realizing she had subconsciously overlooked the boy by the window, she glanced at Henry, momentarily taken aback. How handsome, she thought. But why did I instinctively ignore him? Perhaps it was the peculiar expression he had worn when he looked at her earlier? Henry pondered for a moment, deciding that it was necessary to deliver a sobering lesson to the self-assured young girl, as her unwarranted arrogance would serve her no advantage. Consequently, he withdrew his wand from his sleeve and extended his left hand towards Harry. Harry, somewhat perplexed, inquired, What's the matter? You proposed it, Henry replied with a hearty smile. So naturally, you must provide the props. Lend me your spectacles. Henry's radiant smile, coupled with his handsome features and the sunlight streaming through the window, brought an inexplicable blush to the young girl's face. This went unnoticed by the others present. Harry, uncharmed by Henry's demeanor, felt a pang of reluctance. However, after a brief hesitation, he removed his much-mended spectacles, reinforced with tape, and reluctantly handed them to Henry as the prop for the forthcoming demonstration. He cautioned, Henry, please be careful not to damage them. These are my only pair. I didn't see any for sale in Diagon Alley, and I'm uncertain if there's a place to repair them at school should they break. Henry cast a glance at him and reassured, Fear not. This is a rather practical little spell. At worst, it will yield no reaction, much like Ron's attempt. Should it fail, I shall seek the professor's assistance to mend it for you. Observing Harry's relief, Henry unwrapped the tape binding the broken glasses and spread the fragments across his palm. Under Harry's anxious gaze, which squinted in an effort to discern clarity, he aimed his wand at the glasses and softly intoned, Reparo. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the shards of the frame levitated, magically coalescing in midair. A pale blue luminescence emanated from the fissures, gradually erasing the cracks until they seemed to have never existed. Before gently settling back down, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were taken aback by Henry's self-taught mastery of a relatively advanced incantation without prior exposure to magic. While Harry was awestruck by the spell's efficacy, however, Henry regarded it as commonplace. To him, it was merely the veil of fantasy obscuring reality. The potent will or fervent desire of a wizard, propelled by an enchanting force, reshaped the fabric of existence. Yet, the most crucial aspect was that as long as he did not revoke the spell, this alteration would be everlasting. This encapsulates the most enchanting facet of magic. Driven by a mysterious force known as magical energy, which resides within a wizard, he had just sensed a pull emanating from the wand, penetrating into his being and extracting something from within. Subsequently, akin to his practice sessions, he felt as if he had sprinted several hundred meters, utterly exhausted, and his recently satiated stomach now clamored for sustenance once more. Henry couldn't help but lament in his heart. Ultimately, his magical reserves were insufficient. He then seized the remaining chocolate frog and consumed it, seeking to replenish his stamina. for he was unwilling to faint from hunger on his very first day of school. Hermione strode forward briskly, procuring the spectacles from Henry's grasp. She scrutinized them meticulously, contorting and manipulating them with considerable force, her countenance etched with disbelief. Harry, with a pang of heartache, snatched them back. These spectacles had been his steadfast companion for an extensive duration, and though slightly fractured and time-worn, they had been miraculously restored. He couldn't bear to witness their ruin. Hermione, her visage a mask of astonishment, turned towards Henry, exclaiming, "A repair-farge spell? This is among the most profound incantations elucidated in magical theory, encompassing knowledge far beyond the grasp of fledgling witches and wizards like ourselves, who have yet to commence our formal education. Do you have a seasoned wizard instructing you?" Henry shook his head, stating, "No, I emerged from an orphanage, surrounded by ordinary individuals." Observing the astonished and bewildered expressions of those around him, Henry elaborated, "This incantation is not particularly challenging. As long as you concentrate all your awareness on a single object, comprehend its structure, and then meticulously visualize the desired state you wish for it to manifest, you will succeed. Finally, with poise, wave your wand, ensuring your movements are as precise as possible, and you shall achieve your aim. Oh, and the pronunciation of the spell must be accurate. Contemporary incantations are not as lengthy as their ancient counterparts. The existing spells have been distilled to their utmost brevity, with each sound and intonation bearing distinct significance. A mispronunciation could result in either ineffectiveness or unintended consequences. These principles have been meticulously emphasized in the study of magic. I surmise you did not fully grasp their implications while memorizing your textbooks, did you?" Though framed as a question, Henry articulated it with an air of certainty. Hermione's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she feigned confidence as she retorted, "That's impossible. It took me a considerable amount of time to master my few minor spells, and I have attempted various other incantations without success. How could you possibly wield such advanced magic without any guidance? Especially since I have memorized every textbook. How could I possibly fall short?" Her voice trailed off. "Excuse me, I believe I hear Neville's toad calling. I must check on it." Hermione seemed unable to accept the notion that someone could surpass her abilities. Before she could finish her sentence, she turned and dashed out of the compartment, while Neville bowed apologetically and closed the door behind him as he hurried after her. Henry felt embarrassed, as it seemed he had driven the young girl away during their first encounter, making it appear as though he had bullied her. He shrugged apologetically at Harry and Ron. "I wager she won't be selected for Ravenclaw," Ron murmured to the others, "for intellects rarely display such overt emotionality." Harry concurred with a nod, then persisted in importuning Henry to demonstrate more of his skills, but Henry, as if anticipating this, promptly shielded his face with his spellbook, flatly refusing regardless of Harry's entreaties. "Preposterous. A mere mending charm nearly depleted half my stamina. A few more, and I'd be utterly drained," Ron chimed in jestingly. As the three were jesting, the compartment door was thrust open once more. 3 lads entered, the central one with flaxen hair and a sharp, narrow chin. Behind him stood 2 stocky boys of remarkably uncomely appearance. Though described as stocky, they were, in fact, taller than their peers, their stoutness merely giving the impression of being shorter. They flanked the central boy, towering over him like a pair of bodyguards, albeit of seemingly limited intellect. One could only speculate on their dietary regimen, perhaps swill? Ron mused maliciously, recognizing the trio. Harry, too, recognized the central figure as the pale-faced boy he had encountered at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The boy regarded Harry with even greater interest than he had in Diagon Alley. "I gather the entire train is abuzz with the presence of Harry Potter in this compartment," the boy drawled, posing the query with affected elegance. "Is it indeed you?" Harry nodded, puzzled by the boy's intentions but finding his gaze somewhat disquieting. "This is Crabbe. And this is Goyle. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." He spoke with an air of nonchalance, then fixed his gaze upon Harry, seemingly expecting to witness the same awe or astonishment that other young wizards displayed upon hearing his surname. However, he was to be disappointed. Harry, a recent initiate into the wizarding world, barely grasped the fundamentals of spellcasting, let alone possessing familiarity with the Malfoy family, a name enshrined in the sacred 28 and wielding considerable influence in political circles. Harry regarded Draco with a bemused expression, then turned to Ron, whom he considered a repository of all magical lore, hoping for a clue. Ron, deliberately overlooked, cleared his throat to suppress a chuckle. Draco, failing to elicit the anticipated reaction, turned to Ron as if stung, uttering in a tone laden with sarcasm, "Pray, who is this? No need to inquire your name. I surmise you must be one of the Weasleys." That ludicrous shock of red hair, coupled with the profusion of freckles, readily identifies you as one of those Weasleys who can scarcely afford to feed their brood. Truly, it is a disgrace to be associated with your family in the Sacred 28. I am certain other pureblood families share this sentiment. Ron, taken aback by the derision, felt a surge of indignation. He clenched his fists, glaring intently at Draco's nose, as if contemplating landing a blow upon his face, flanked by his 2 bodyguards. Draco remained undaunted. He turned his gaze, with an air of disdain, toward Harry, his expression swiftly morphing. What say you? Surely you wouldn't wish to associate with such aberrant individuals, those who forsake their heritage. In this regard, I could be of assistance. He extended his hand to Harry. But Harry ignored the proffered gesture of amity. I believe I am capable of discerning who constitutes a friend, Harry retorted icily. A flush crept across Draco's pallid countenance. He slowly withdrew his hand, the warmth vanishing from his eyes. Were I you, Potter, he said languidly, I would exercise utmost caution. You ought to adopt a more deferential demeanor, lest you tread the same path as your parents. They too were lacking in gratitude. Should you consort with the likes of the Weasleys or Hagrid, individuals of questionable repute, you shall be similarly tainted. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, Ron's face mirroring the hue of his hair. Say that again. They roared in unison. Oh, seeking a fracas? Draco sneered, retreating a step. Crabbe and Goyle advanced, shielding Draco and looming over the slender Harry and Ron with their prodigious size. Draco smirked triumphantly from behind his 2 protectors. As Harry and Ron appeared on the verge of being overwhelmed, a composed voice emanated from behind the spellbook. Truly, Draco, you never disappoint. To offend 2 individuals with a single utterance, you have inherited your father's odious qualities. Or is this merely a hereditary trait of your family? Does the Malfoy family rely solely on verbal sparring? It seems the previous lesson was insufficient. Henry slowly lowered the spellbook, revealing his face. Why you? Draco stammered, his triumphant mien replaced by alarm, a stark contrast to his previous composure. Even Crabbe and Goyle's extraordinary bulk seemed unable to provide him with adequate reassurance. He recoiled until he collided with the compartment door, appearing utterly discomfited. Harry and Ron gaped in awe, regarding Henry with astonishment, having witnessed him reduce Malfoy to such a state upon mere appearance. What transpired previously? Harry inquired softly, but Henry remained silent. Draco had an epiphany. This time was unlike the last encounter. He had specifically brought 2 bodyguards to prevent a recurrence of his isolated predicament. Why was he so apprehensive? He mustered his composure, adjusted his robes, and, with head held high, commanded, I forewarned you that our next meeting would be unpleasant. Crabbe, Goyle, seize him. Subdue him. The 2 hulking figures obediently advanced, shoving the trembling Harry and Ron back into their seats, scattering the food on the vacant seats. Then, for fleshy hands reached for Henry in unison. At that moment, to Harry and Ron's astonishment, Henry closed his eyes. Beneath his eyelids, imperceptible to onlookers, his pupils inexplicably transformed into the slitted orbs of a reptile. The sensation of perfect muscular control, reminiscent of the encounter in Flourish and Blots, surged through him once more. This was the culmination of his studies during the final month of the holiday. By conjuring the form of a reptile, preferably a serpent, in his mind, he could re-enter that extraordinary state. In this state, even when enraged, he could enter a state of forced composure, devoid of panic or anger, maximizing his physical prowess. He was uncertain whether this phenomenon was beneficial or detrimental, but for the present, Henry merely felt his body improving daily, strength and flexibility enhancing in tandem. Without any imbalance or anomalies, Henry closed his eyes, feeling the world manifest vividly before him, clearer than if he were to open them. His arms slithered like serpents, swiftly entwining around the hands of Crabbe and Goyle, gently resting against their chests. Then, with a surge of strength from his core, the force transmitted to his palms. A burst of energy exhaled softly. Harry and Ron could only witness 2 dark figures soaring high, soaring over their heads, colliding with Draco, and tumbling out into the corridor, landing with a resounding crash that elicited gasps from onlookers outside. What happened? What is going on? The compartment doors were hastily pulled open, curious little heads poking out to glimpse the 3 tangled figures in the aisle, their pained groans prompting the timid children to promptly shut the doors once more. Among them, a young wizard who recognized Draco rushed forward, pulling him out. At that moment, Draco's once neat and sleek golden hair resembled a disheveled bird's nest. Not to mention the crumpled state of his robe. He was being supported by a rather unattractive girl, resembling a lion dog, gasping for breath and rubbing his sore waist. The girl, with a pained expression, shouted sharply into the compartment, "How barbaric! Do you have no sense of decorum as wizards?" Then she turned, softening her tone to inquire gently, "Draco, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" The deliberately affected tone, combined with her striking appearance, was indeed quite impactful. Draco felt a mix of emotions, but Henry swore he heard Ron's throat constricting in suppressed retching. After a moment, Draco, seething with indignation, shouted, "Damn beasts, just wait. I will inform the professor, and my father will ensure you're expelled for this barbarity. Pansy, let us go." Perhaps realizing that his bodyguards had proven ineffective and fearing further humiliation should Henry emerge from the compartment, Draco, amidst a mix of curious and concerned gazes from the young wizards, made his exit, dragging his groaning companions along with him. Inside the compartment, an unusual silence fell. Harry and Ron were still reeling from the astonishing scene. Had they ever witnessed a child effortlessly hurling two hefty figures, combined, heavier than a full-grown pig? Out of the way? Just moments ago, they had. Henry leaned against the window, eyes closed, savoring the sensation he had just experienced. Each time he entered that state, he felt an increasing mastery over his own body. It was Harry's powerful nerves that finally jostled him back to reality. He gently nudged Ron, who remained in a state of shock, and whispered, "Was that magic? I want to learn." Ron scratched his head, uncertain. "The only spell I can think of that could throw someone away is the levitation charm." But Henry didn't use a wand, unless... Unless what? Harry inquired with curiosity. Unless he used sheer physical strength to propel someone away. Ron swallowed hard, his voice tightening. Harry too gulped nervously. Ron shook his head, as if trying to dismiss this non-magical occurrence from his mind. To shift the topic, he asked Harry, "Have you encountered Malfoy before?" Harry recounted his first meeting with Draco in Diagon Alley, describing him as an arrogant and dismissive boy. "I've heard my parents mention their family," Ron said gloomily. "My dad used to work for the Dark Lord, and after the Dark Lord vanished, they were among the first to return to our side. Dad said they bribed ministry officials, claiming they were under the unforgivable curse and allied with other pureblood families to absolve themselves. The ministry believed their lies. But my dad didn't. He said Malfoy's father could easily switch allegiance to the Dark Lord without any pretext." Just then, Ron's keen ears detected a flurry of footsteps, and he fell silent, turning towards the door. Moments later, a head of thick brown hair appeared, panting heavily. "What happened?" "I heard that something went wrong here." Hermione took a deep breath to steady herself, first glancing at Henry, who was resting against the window, and at the scattered candies and food on the floor. Then she looked at Harry and Ron, asking, "What is going on? Did you get into a fight?" "I just asked the driver, and we're about to arrive. You better not cause trouble before we even reach school." "We didn't cause trouble. It was someone else who came after us." Henry taught him a lesson, Ron said, his face strained. "Oh dear, is Henry all right?" Hermione asked in surprise. "Have a bit of faith in us. Henry is perfectly fine. Just not sure how Malfoy fared," Ron shot back, glaring at her. "Well, I'm glad to hear that. Just a reminder, you both should change into your robes quickly." Hermione, in her usual assertive manner, cast a glance at Ron and added, "Oh, by the way, you have something dirty on your nose, did you know?" With that, she turned and exited, leaving behind a view of her thick brown hair. Ron shot her retreating figure another glare, mumbling something under his breath. This time, even Harry couldn't catch what he said, but Henry heard it and smiled as he slowly opened his eyes. "All right, we should change our clothes now." Henry stretched lazily, flashing a broad smile at Ron. Knowing they would give Malfoy a run for his money in the future, Harry nodded in agreement, realizing that he would likely never befriend Draco, the proud and arrogant boy reminiscent of Dudley, who he found utterly tiresome and repugnant. Ron's face flushed. He knew Henry had overheard his muttering. At this point, he didn't care. He had embarrassed himself in front of Henry more than once and had grown accustomed to it. Outside, the sky had darkened, the deep purple hue casting shadows over the mountains and woods, which seemed to conceal numerous secrets. They could distinctly feel the train slowing down. Coincidentally, a loud voice echoed through the carriage. "In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will take it to the school for you." The three exchanged glances and quickly stripped off their outer garments, retrieving their robes and donning them. Ron's robe, inherited from his brother Bill, was slightly short, revealing his clean yet somewhat worn sneakers. The train soon came to a halt, and they hastily stuffed the remaining candies into their robe pockets, joining the flow of people heading towards the carriage door. They were jostled among students of various years as they made their way to a dark and cramped platform. Henry scanned his surroundings, noticing the enveloping darkness, with a misty veil shrouding the platform under a deep night sky, obscuring the moonlight behind a massive cloud. A lamp flickered above the heads of the young witches and wizards, and Harry heard a familiar voice calling out, "First-year students. First years, come this way. Harry. Harry. Over here." Amidst the throng, Henry spotted Hagrid standing among the small wizards, his leather coat prominent, and his beetle-like, dark eyes scanning the crowd. Harry jumped up and waved at him. Upon seeing Harry, Hagrid's bearded face broke into a smile, appearing somewhat eerie in the dim light, but Harry was unfazed, squeezing in beside Henry and Ron to join Hagrid. Henry and his companions were already acquainted with Hagrid. They approached him for a brief embrace, then followed closely behind, relying on Hagrid's imposing figure as they effortlessly navigated through the crowd. As they walked, Hagrid boisterously called out, "Come on, follow me. Are there any first-year students? Watch your step. All right. First years, come with me." The mist dampened the earth beneath their feet as they trailed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path, slipping and stumbling as they descended from the platform. The path was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any Muggle streetlights, forcing everyone to pursue the light of Hagrid's lantern in silence, save for Neville's occasional sniffle. After a stretch of silence, just as the little wizards began to stir restlessly, Hagrid turned and shouted, "Just around this bend, you will soon catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts." His voice echoed through the dense woods, startling a flock of birds into flight. The air was filled with a resounding "oh," as the young wizards stood in awe of the magnificent sight before them, the birds hastening their flight. At the end of the narrow path, a dark lake suddenly unfolded, its opposite shore dominated by a towering castle perched high on a hill, surrounded by an expansive, smooth lawn. The grand silhouette of the ancient fortress glimmered under the moonlight, which seeped through the clouds, its spires reaching skyward. With windows twinkling beneath the starry sky, while a steep, shadowy cliff loomed below, white mist rose from the lake's surface, enveloping Hogwarts in a gossamer veil, while a warm, golden glow emanated from within the castle, blending into the fog like a lighthouse guiding the way. The clouds in the sky were swiftly dispersed by the fierce winds aloft, allowing the moonlight to cascade down like mercury, illuminating every corner of the school. Under the moon's embrace, Hogwarts cast long shadows upon the expansive lawn on the hillside. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops along the path, caressing the faces of the little wizards, as the air was imbued with a delightful fragrance. The lake shimmered with an ethereal blue glow on that resplendent night. The moonlight was so brilliant that Henry could even make out the silhouettes of several gaunt horses soaring across the pinnacle of Hogwarts Castle, their vast wings spread wide, gracefully gliding towards the dark woods on the other side of the Black Lake, illuminated by the round moon hanging above. "What are you looking at?" Harry inquired, noticing Henry gazing upwards, nearly tripping over the damp earth beneath his feet. "Shoo. I see winged horses flying in the sky," Henry whispered in reply. Where? Harry, witnessing flying horses for the first time in reality, anxiously tugged at Henry's robe, afraid that the magical creatures might vanish while he spoke. As he scanned the heavens in a flurry, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry found it rather peculiar. He glanced again, and just in time saw one of the flying steeds circle in the air before alighting atop the tower. He pointed to the castle's tallest spire, questioning in confusion, "Isn't that it? The highest tower of the castle, it stands right there." Ron, standing nearby, heard him but looked in the direction Henry indicated, seeing nothing at all. "That is not a flying steed. It must be a thestral. I overheard a senior mention in the carriage that there exists a herd of thestrals in the dense forest, tamed by the school to transport upperclassmen. If all goes well, we should have the chance to meet them next year, as only first-year students are required to cross the Black Lake." Unbeknownst to them, Hermione, who had squeezed in behind Hagrid, suddenly grasped the context after eavesdropping on their conversation. She spoke up to elucidate, taking the opportunity to flaunt her wealth of knowledge. Ever since Henry had dethroned her in her most cherished domain of self-taught spells, Hermione had retreated into her shell for a brief spell. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, her indomitable spirit spurring her on to compare herself to Henry at every turn. Now, having managed to triumph in an area he had not yet explored, Hermione felt no pride. Instead, she regarded Henry with a gaze tinged with pity. Naturally, due to the encroaching darkness, none noticed. Lowering her voice, she continued, "I heard from Senior Abelia that only those who have witnessed death and comprehended its significance can see them. So, do you still consider seeing a thestral a fortunate occurrence?" Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron hastily shook their heads, preferring to remain forever oblivious to the presence of thestrals. They now lacked any interest in looking in that direction and instead turned to gaze at Henry with expressions of sympathy and admiration. Henry felt a chill creep over him as he sensed their scrutinizing gazes. A sudden gust of wind sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to say, "It's not what you think." Harry and Ron appeared unfazed, their expressions reflecting sympathy for poor Henry. Under the glow of the full moon, even the typically non-violent Henry felt a surge of aggression. Fortunately, Hagrid's voice broke the tension as he announced, "We're here," thereby averting a potential mishap orchestrated by Henry's burgeoning magical prowess. The quartet paused their conversation and directed their attention forward. Hagrid pointed at a small boat bobbing on the lake's surface, loudly instructing the young wizards, each boat must not exceed 4 passengers. "Be careful." With that, Hagrid climbed into a boat by himself, and Harry and his friends were about to follow suit when Hagrid intervened. Noting that the boat was nearly level with the water's edge, leaving no room for additional passengers. Consequently, Harry and his companions boarded the same boat, with Hermione joining them to sit across from Henry. "Is everyone aboard?" Hagrid inquired after a moment of waiting, rising to raise his lantern and skim the shore to ensure all the young wizards were seated. "Then, we shall set off." The fleet of small boats glided effortlessly across the tranquil lake towards the majestic castle. Bathed in moonlight, they occasionally glimpsed shadows darting beneath the surface, eliciting gasps of wonder from the young wizards. However, fearing the disturbance of larger creatures lurking below, they subdued their excitement, choosing instead to gaze upward at the towering castle. Their reflections, shimmering in the warm light it emitted, filled with anticipation for their forthcoming 7 years of academic life. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Harry seemed struck by a thought and turned to the 2 individuals he deemed most knowledgeable, whispering, "Given that the castle is situated in such an expansive area, won't it be visible to muggles?" "Ah, I know this one," Hermione interjected, her voice brimming with pride. "Hogwarts, a history mentions that this castle is cloaked in powerful enchantments. The muggle-repelling charm and the disillusionment charm render it invisible to muggles, who would merely perceive a dilapidated ruin." She cast a triumphant glance at Henry, who smiled back, finding her spirited nature quite amusing. Moonlight bathed his handsome visage, while Hermione was the first to divert her gaze. The lake settled into a serene stillness, broken only by the hushed whispers of the other young wizards. As their boat approached the castle's rocky cliff, Henry could almost discern the weathered stones of the ancient structure. The moonlight faded as a vast shadow enveloped them, making Hogwarts seem to loom above. He whispered to himself, "I have arrived at the greatest school of magic in the world, Hogwarts." Suddenly, Hagrid's voice boomed, "Duck." The young wizards swiftly lowered their heads. Their boat glided through a curtain formed by cascading ivy from the cliff, entering a hidden clearing below, before proceeding along a dark tunnel into the depths of obscurity. Inside the tunnel, Hagrid held his lantern high, illuminating the tunnel walls and the water below. The water was not very deep, revealing a crystal-clear bottom where myriad tiny creatures flitted about, and diamond-like formations sparkled between the stones, casting dreamlike reflections. Hermione leaned over the boat's edge, scrutinizing the scene for a moment before whispering, "Those are crustacean jellyfish and spotted snails. They're so beautiful." Ron rolled his eyes at Hermione's enthusiasm, seemingly annoyed by her need to show off. "It's enough to know it's beautiful. Why delve into what makes it so?" Harry appeared to understand Ron's subtle gestures, stifling a chuckle. As the boat continued through the tunnel for several minutes, they arrived at what resembled an underground dock. However, Henry surmised that the dock had been hastily constructed, as the ground was uneven, causing Hermione to nearly slip as she disembarked. They stepped off the boat, assisting one another as they traversed a patch of small stones and pebbles, eventually climbing into a concealed tunnel within the rock. With mutual support, they navigated through the tunnel, finally emerging onto a flat, damp patch of grass illuminated by moonlight. The ground was still slick from recent rain, water droplets clung to the blades of grass, soaking the hems of the young wizards' freshly donned robes. Yet, their excitement remained undiminished. Now famished and fatigued, they eagerly anticipated entering the castle filled with the aroma of food and the warmth of a crackling hearth. Under Hagrid's guidance, the young wizards crossed the expansive lawn and ascended the smooth steps leading to the castle's grand entrance, gathering before a colossal oak door. The stones flanking the door were covered in moss, showing signs of age and wear, yet the oak door itself appeared immaculate, suggesting it had been well maintained. Hagrid raised his fist, comparable in size to a trash-can lid, and knocked 3 times upon the castle door. The resounding thuds echoed, and after a brief pause, the great oak door swung open, Standing at the entrance was a witch clad in a flowing emerald robe, her dark hair cascading beneath a pointed hat that shaded her forehead yet did not detract from her beauty, adding an air of elegance. She regarded the weary young wizards with a serious expression, her gaze sweeping across the group until it landed on Henry and Harry. Upon meeting the witch's penetrating eyes, Henry's heart raced. Had Draco reported him? A glance at Draco revealed a similarly anxious demeanor, and Henry felt a surge of apprehension. No, it couldn't be so soon. Perhaps she was merely observing Harry. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall did not voice her concerns and soon shifted her gaze away. Hagrid stepped forward, addressing her, Professor McGonagall. All the first-year students are here. McGonagall replied calmly, Thank you, Hagrid. I will take it from here. With a wave of her wand, the door slowly opened, revealing the grand hall before the young wizards. She gestured for them to follow her. The hall was immense, its ceiling soaring high above. Henry imagined that even the entire orphanage could fit within the vast expanse of the entrance hall. The stone walls surrounding them were adorned with numerous torches, their flames blazing fiercely. As the small wizards stepped into the entrance hall, they felt as if they had entered a furnace, warmth enveloping them and inducing drowsiness. The damp chill that had previously clung to them completely dissipated. Even their previously soaked robes were drying under the heat. Upon entering, Professor McGonagall waved her wand effortlessly, and the heavy doors closed with an audible thud. They silently followed the equally silent Professor McGonagall up the opulent marble staircase, none daring to jest or fool around, all intimidated by her imposing presence. Of course, our Henry was not intimidated. However, he was absorbed in pondering the deeper meaning behind Professor McGonagall's gaze directed at him, leaving him no mood for light-hearted banter. Upon reaching the second floor, they heard the murmur of hundreds buzzing beyond the door on the right, undoubtedly indicating the arrival of upperclassmen, as they had arrived by horse-drawn carriage, well ahead of the first-year students who had to scale the cliffs. The young wizards assumed that Professor McGonagall would usher them directly into the Great Hall, yet as they approached the right door, she continued forward, prompting everyone to follow until they were led into a narrow room at the opposite end of the entrance hall. They all crowded in, anxiously assessing the room's furnishings like actors awaiting their cue on stage. Standing at the forefront, Professor McGonagall addressed them. First and foremost, welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to commence. However, before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must undergo the sorting ceremony to determine which house you will enter. There are 4 houses at Hogwarts: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house cherishes its own valued traits, possesses a proud history, and has nurtured remarkable wizards and witches. During your time at the school, you will attend classes with your fellow housemates, reside in your house dormitories, and spend leisure time together in your house common rooms. Professor McGonagall proceeded to elucidate the school's regulations. While you study at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your respective house, whereas any misconduct will result in deduction of points. At the end of each term, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. It is my aspiration that regardless of which house you belong to, you will strive to bring glory to your house. In conclusion, she stated, you may rest here for a few moments. The sorting ceremony will take place in the center of the Great Hall shortly. I encourage you to compose yourselves while you wait, at least to appear more spirited. Professor McGonagall's gaze drifted briefly over Neville's ill-fitted cloak and the dirt smudged on Ron's nose before she added, once preparations are complete, I shall return to escort you. Additionally, please maintain silence during the waiting period. With that, she surveyed the room's occupants, confirming their understanding of her instructions before turning to depart. The heavy door slammed shut, and the once suppressed young wizards erupted into animated activity. Some were hurriedly adjusting their appearance, occasionally inquiring of others about their looks. At Harry's prompting, Ron vigorously wiped the dust from his nose, while Hermione tirelessly tugged at her unruly brown hair, striving to tame it. Did you hear that? The sorting ceremony, what could that be? Queried another young wizard, similar to Henry in having just transitioned from the Muggle world, clutching the robe of a newfound friend from the magical realm, whispering in curiosity. Yet the friend responded with uncertainty, I have no idea. My mother never mentioned a sorting ceremony. She only said there would be something memorable once I entered the school. Such conversations rippled through the gathering. Harry strained to listen, hoping to glean valuable insights into the sorting ceremony from those around him, yet found that none possessed knowledge. Even Draco, surrounded by a throng of young wizards, wore a perplexed expression. Evidently, he too was in the dark. This realization settled Harry's unease. Turning, he noticed Henry's calm demeanor, which inspired him to lean closer and ask in a hushed tone, Henry, do you know what the sorting ceremony entails? Harry, believing his voice to be discreet, was unaware of the room's small size. Thus, even his quiet tone resonated prominently amidst the crowd. Following his gaze, a few young wizards recognized Henry. Seemingly handsome yet capable of effortlessly tossing Crabbe and Goyle aside. They murmured among themselves, treating this revelation as a bizarre tale to share with those who were still oblivious. Upon acquiring this new information, the surrounding wizards quieted down, curious eyes intently trained on Henry, marveling at his stature. Even Draco glowered in their direction, feeling humiliated in the presence of the seemingly unremarkable Muggleborn. This was the second time. Henry appeared calm on the surface, seemingly adept at managing his facial expressions. Yet internally he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, particularly when someone audaciously attributed the moniker of a giant to him. Hermione, in a fit of discomfort, turned her head to the side, but her crimson ears and the slight quivering of her shoulders were unmistakable signs of her distress. He pondered how to ensure that Harry could also experience the thrill of aerial acrobatics. The last thing he desired was to be burdened with a foolish nickname right upon his arrival at school. Fortunately, Ron, who had yet to fully grasp the situation, alleviated the tension with his uncertain tone. I think it might be through some sort of test. Fred told me it would be quite painful. But I assume he was joking. After speaking, he glanced at his friend with uncertainty, questioning it. It should be a joke, right? As these words escaped his lips, a collective gasp echoed from the onlookers, a silence enveloping them, for their hearts had collectively skipped a beat. A test? In front of the entire student body? Many among them had yet to grasp even the simplest aspects of magic. How could they possibly pass such a test? The veracity of Ron's statement hung in the air, as none of the young witches and wizards were acquainted with Fred, who sounded like a senior. Yet, Henry's mind was as clear as day. Given Fred and George's notoriously mischievous natures, he was certain it was merely a jest. Unfortunately, the younger students remained oblivious to this reality, and anxiety set in, causing them to abandon discussions about Henry's past exploits. Hermione's complexion turned pale as she stared vacantly into the distance, muttering incantations under her breath, desperately trying to recall answers from her textbook in hopes of conjuring some luck. Harry, with a dazed expression, fixated on the door through which Professor McGonagall had exited, occasionally glancing back at Neville's pale face and trembling legs. Henry realized that if he did not intervene soon, someone might very well faint. To protect his reputation and to avoid being equated with the brutish giant, he cleared his throat and asserted, "It cannot possibly pertain to a magical examination." Seeing that his statement piqued the interest of most of the young wizards, he elaborated. "Many of us have never encountered magic before. Since we all received acceptance letters and arrived here via Platform 9, it is evident that we possess some magical potential, albeit untrained. Even if a magical test were to be conducted, it would yield no significant results, thus it cannot involve any magical assessments. Then, what exactly would the test entail?" He wondered if they recalled what Professor McGonagall had just mentioned, noticing the contemplative expressions on the faces of the young wizards. He intentionally paused for a moment, allowing the tension to build as they glanced at him eagerly, almost ready to pounce. Finally, he leisurely continued. "That statement about each house cherishing its own qualities. Do you remember? Qualities." Henry raised his voice to emphasize a statement, continuing. "You all must recall the Hogwarts crest printed on the back of your admission letters. The eagle, the badger, the snake, and the lion for houses embodying 4 distinct symbols, each representing a unique quality. The eagle soars high, signifying vision and foresight. The badger tirelessly forages each day, embodying diligence and perseverance. The snake strikes with precision, representing calmness and shrewdness. The lion, with its robust physique, symbolizes courage and fearlessness." Pausing for effect, Henry added, "Each individual possesses a unique character, thus placing value on different aspects of life. Some cherish friendship and progress, thus embodying loyalty and hard work. Others prioritize victory, hence their calmness and astuteness. Some aspire for advancement, valuing courage and audacity, while others seek enlightenment, thus emphasizing knowledge and heritage." Observing the contemplative expressions of the crowd, Henry concluded, "I believe these are the very qualities that the sorting ceremony holds dear. The sorting hat likely assigns students with similar traits to the same house. As Professor McGonagall has stated, we are to attend classes, reside, and spend our leisure time with fellow housemates. Only with shared virtues can we avoid discord and unite towards a common goal. By the way, Harry, your hair is sticking up at the back." Harry, who had initially appeared contemplative, suddenly froze at this remark and frantically attempted to flatten his hair. After Henry's explanation, the young witches and wizards exhaled in relief and burst into laughter. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from the back of the crowd. as if a dozen or more individuals were clapping in unison. Facing the crowd, Henry was the first to observe the scene, his visage displaying a look of astonishment. The young wizards curiously glanced back, for the small house was indeed cramped, with everyone nearly jostling against one another. How could there possibly be other guests? They were soon struck with terror, some turning pale, others shrieking loudly, and a few leaping onto the shoulders of their companions. Before them emerged a throng of translucent, pearl-white specters, who seemed to glide effortlessly from behind the wall, around 20 in all, exuding a familiarity with the initial gasps of horror. They ignored the breathless wizards in their fright. Amidst this spectral assembly, a refined ghost in a ruffled, fitted, collarless garment elegantly clapped his hands in commendation, stating, "I hope you find your way to Gryffindor." Over the years, Gryffindor has remained rather reckless, missing numerous opportunities for the House Cup. In recent years, Slytherin has dominated with a string of 6 championships. I believe it is high time for a touch of reason. As he spoke, the ghost's graceful demeanor resonated with an accent distinctly belonging to a bygone era, indicating he had been a person of stature during his lifetime. Among the spirits stood a strikingly beautiful lady, who elegantly extended an invitation. The essence of many matters is quite simple, yet few possess the discernment to unearth it at a glance, for such insight demands wisdom. For you, Ravenclaw would be a splendid choice. A portly ghost, garbed as a monk, also chimed in with a jovial tone. To authentically share with your peers the answers you uncover is precisely what Hufflepuff welcomes. His smile radiated warmth and friendliness, creating an inviting atmosphere. The other apparitions similarly smiled at Henry, save for one exception, a gaunt figure with vacant eyes, clad in a robe marred by silver-stained blood, terrifying to behold. He lingered at the end of the line, fixated on the enchanting lady who had spoken, seemingly unable to divert his gaze since the moment of her appearance. Henry felt a twinge of confusion, yet he bowed respectfully to the benevolent spirits before him and humbly remarked, "I appreciate your kindness. However, let us await the school's specific method for the sorting. I believe that whichever house I am placed in will certainly impart a wealth of knowledge." Observing Henry's humility and courtesy, the spirits nodded in satisfaction. The rotund friar clapped his hands and announced to the apparitions, "Very well, the sorting ceremony is about to commence. We must proceed to the hall." As they departed, he added, "I wish you all the best." Some students nodded silently, finding the spirits to be rather agreeable and not as terrifying as they had imagined. The spirits glided in a line, and suddenly, Henry froze. The fearsome specter at the end of the procession halted before him, its blood-stained robe floating ominously. The ghost tilted its head, fixing Henry with its vacant gaze, and uttered, "You are rather impressive," before drifting away with the rest of the group, showing no sign of hesitation. Its voice was dry and raspy, sending a chill down Henry's spine, almost causing him to shudder. The young wizards watched as the spirits flowed through the opposite wall, vanishing from sight. Finally, the rotund friar's voice broke the spell of silence, suggesting, on another note, "I believe we should give Peeves another chance." As the last ghost exited the room, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A wave of chatter erupted, with glances cast towards Henry, as if they had just witnessed something truly extraordinary after years of anticipation. Draco regarded Henry with disbelief. His father was a Hogwarts governor, which afforded him insight into the school's secrets. He understood the immense honor of being invited by 4 house spirits simultaneously. In essence, he felt a pang of jealousy. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at Henry in astonishment, having initially thought him to be speaking fancifully, only to be taken aback by the spirits' accolades. The other young wizards remained skeptical, still believing that the sorting ceremony was a daunting trial they must endure, fraught with potential peril. Henry suddenly felt a pang of regret. He did not desire to gain notoriety before even stepping into the school. All he wished was to delve into the study of magic. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall returned, and the young wizards fell silent in her presence. Now, in a single file, Professor McGonagall instructed the young wizards to follow her. The children nervously lined up, exiting the room, traversing the entrance hall, and finally pushing open the grand double doors to enter the Great Hall. Upon entering, the vibrant atmosphere of the hall instantly captivated the young wizards, igniting their excitement. The magnificent hall was brilliantly illuminated, with thousands of candles floating in midair, casting a radiant glow. It appeared that the dim light seen outside the castle earlier was indeed the glow of these candles. Colorful banners fluttered along the walls of the hall, and suits of armor stood guard below, seemingly protecting this splendid space. Looking upwards, one was astonished to find no ceiling, only a dazzling starry sky. In the center of the hall, 4 enormous long tables draped in pristine white tablecloths were lined up side by side, with an overwhelming number of upperclassmen seated along both sides. The tables were adorned with gleaming gold plates and tall goblets, creating a dazzling array. The entire hall exuded an air of solemnity and grandeur, enchanting the young wizards with its magical beauty and opulence. The upperclassmen were engaged in hushed conversations, and Henry discreetly activated his magical senses, clearly overhearing discussions about Harry. I heard that Harry is starting this year. Oh, is that true? Which one is he? I heard he's a boy with black hair. Is he the boy who just passed by Charlie? It must be. Goodness, he looks so small. And the boy next to him is quite handsome. The two spoke in unison, exchanging incredulous glances. Henry, feeling a touch of embarrassment, shut off his keen hearing and began to gaze vacantly at the stars twinkling above. Hermione whispered to the three of them, "Everything in this hall has been enchanted, particularly the ceiling above us, which has been imbued with no fewer than 3 profound illusion charms by the founders, giving it such a natural appearance. I read about this in Hogwarts, a history." Harry nodded nervously, acknowledging that he had heard her. The inquisitive glances from the older students he had just passed made him feel uneasy, and a wave of anxiety washed over him, rendering his legs heavy as if filled with lead. Professor McGonagall led the young wizards to the front of the dais in the hall, where they faced the entire line of older students, before vanishing from their sight. As Henry stood still, he noticed the heavy drapes of various colors cascading down from above the 4 long tables at the center of the hall, each adorned with the emblem of its respective house. To the left, a red and gold shield bore the likeness of a roaring lion. Beside it, a blue and bronze shield showcased an eagle soaring across the fabric. In the center, a silver and green shield featured a shimmering silver serpent, while the farthest right displayed a yellow and black shield graced by a badger, smiling at the gathering. Behind the young wizards stood a mixture of teachers, both youthful and aged, while in front of them were the spirited upperclassmen, their faces slightly obscured by the flickering candlelight. Among them were also the ethereal ghosts they had encountered earlier, shimmering with a soft silver glow, seemingly welcoming the newcomers. After a brief moment, Professor McGonagall reappeared, gently placing a 4-legged stool before the young wizards, atop which she set a pointed wizard's hat. The hat, patched and heavily worn, bore an air of neglect. The entire assembly fell silent, their eyes fixed upon the tattered hat, as if anticipating something remarkable. Suddenly, the hat began to move of its own accord. Its folds twisted into the shape of eyes, and a wide seam appeared at the brim, resembling a mouth, from which a voice emerged. The hat began to sing. "You may deem me unremarkable in appearance, yet do not judge by outward appearances alone. If you find a hat more beautiful than I shall consume myself, as my own decree. You might belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies buried deep within the heart. Their bravery, spirit, and generosity set Gryffindor apart from the rest. Perhaps you belong to Hufflepuff, where loyalty and integrity reign supreme, their students steadfast and honest. Do not shy away from labor's toil. If you possess a clever mind, you may enter the wise Ravenclaw, where the learned and sagacious gather. Or perhaps you will find yourself in Slytherin, where true friends may be forged, yet beware of those cunning and deceitful, who will stop at nothing to achieve their ends. For I am a thinking hat." As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. The hat bowed to each of the 4 tables before coming to a standstill. Ron leaned towards Harry and murmured, "I'm going to kill Fred. He made me think I needed to battle a troll." Harry's lips twitched, hinting at a smile, though his anxious demeanor suggested a return of his worries. Hermione directed her gaze towards Henry, admiring his calm and composed expression. The previously skeptical young wizards now regarded Henry with newfound admiration, save for Draco's small entourage. Henry, however, remained fixated on the enchanted hat, his fingers twitching with intrigue. What a marvelous magical creation it was, capable of recognizing its own sentience and acknowledging its true nature as a hat. Could it possibly possess a soul? Oh, how he wished to unravel its mysteries. Sensing an inexplicable chill, the Sorting Hat stirred once more, shaking itself in a human-like manner and expelling a cloud of dust. It glanced around, confirming the absence of danger before settling back into stillness. Professor McGonagall, seemingly taken aback by this unusual occurrence, casually glanced at Professor Dumbledore, who nodded slightly in response, prompting her to step forward with a roll of parchment in hand. "I shall call forth the names, and whoever's name I utter shall don the hat, and take a seat upon the stool to await their sorting," Professor McGonagall announced. First up, Hannah Abbott, a young girl, lost in admiration of Henry's looks and talents, suddenly snapped back to reality, her golden braids swaying as she stumbled out of line, donned the hat, and took her seat. After a brief pause, the Sorting Hat proclaimed, "Hufflepuff." The table on the right erupted in applause and cheers for Hannah, with upperclassmen rising to welcome her to their table, while the jovial fat friar waved enthusiastically. Next, Susan Bones. As per the order on Professor McGonagall's list, the young wizards approached one by one, placing the sorting hat atop their heads and being assigned to their respective tables. Henry roughly counted and found that the distribution of students among the houses was rather uneven. Hufflepuff had the most members, while Gryffindor and Slytherin had comparable numbers, and Ravenclaw had the fewest, suggesting that those who are learned and wise are always in short supply. Neville and Hermione were sorted into Gryffindor, while Draco and his small entourage were pleased to be placed in Slytherin, with only a few students remaining. After Professor McGonagall called a few more to the front for the sorting ceremony, it was finally Harry's turn. Harry Potter. When Professor McGonagall pronounced Harry's name loudly, the previously silent hall buzzed with life, filled with murmurs and whispers as heads turned in every direction, each person straining to hear the outcome. Henry observed that if it were not for the presence of the principal and professors still seated on the stage, the visibly agitated crowd might have rushed forward to forcibly place the sorting hat upon Harry's head. Harry, with heavy steps, approached the hat, his demeanor exuding a sense of resignation that left Henry somewhat speechless. He understood the fear of being dismissed due to a supposed error in judgment. Yet, having come this far, why not possess a bit more confidence? After all, it was merely a matter of donning a hat. Did it warrant such trepidation? In his fervent critique, he conveniently forgot how despondent he felt when he initially believed he lacked magical aptitude and the anxiety that accompanied the arrival of his acceptance letter, a moment that had once filled him with unrestrained joy. As Harry donned the sorting hat, darkness enveloped him, rendering him a mere puppet seated upon the stool. The students who had grown up hearing tales of Harry's legendary exploits looked on with bated breath, hoping he would be sorted into their house, thereby continuing his saga and bestowing even greater glory upon their collective. Even the sorting hat fell silent, unlike Draco, who had barely brushed against it before it audibly proclaimed Slytherin. The duration of deliberation seemed to extend beyond that of Neville's sorting ceremony. As if the hat grappled with a difficult decision, the hall remained still for what felt like an eternity, all awaiting the outcome. When the hat finally announced Gryffindor with a resounding voice, Harry's face lit up with a smile of relief, and the Gryffindor table erupted into exuberant cheers, their applause resonating as the loudest in the hall. The twin brothers proudly declared, "We have Potter." Amidst the celebration, Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table. Accepting the congratulations from his friends and upperclassmen, he glanced towards the head table and caught sight of Hagrid giving him a thumbs up. In the midst of the joy, he heard Professor McGonagall call out the next name, Henry Voss. Harry quickly turned his attention to the line. Oh, right. Henry had yet to be sorted. He hoped fervently that he would not be placed in Slytherin. Influenced by Draco's negative example and hearsay from others, Harry had developed an intense aversion to Slytherin, even rejecting the sorting hat's initial inclination to assign him there. Henry received the command, took a deep breath, and confidently approached the stool, promptly placing the sorting hat upon his head. The young girls from the four houses gazed expectantly towards the center, silently praying that Merlin would bless them with Henry's allocation to their house, even if nothing further transpired. Merely catching a glimpse of his handsome visage each day would be a delight, wouldn't it? Unbeknownst to him, once the hat was donned, its broad brim obscured his vision. Soon, his heightened sensitivity to magic detected a chilling sensation as something from the hat delved into his mind, akin to the feeling of a wand extracting his magical essence. Then, a faint voice whispered in his ear, "Hehehe, a lively mind, sincere, kind, and polite, endowed with courage and a sense of justice, quite commendable. However, your flaws are apparent, your curiosity is rather excessive, and you tend to be quite obstinate. Essentially, you have a penchant for nitpicking." Ah, yes. This is a variant of the thought-reading charm. The four founders bestowed a portion of their thoughts upon me when establishing the school. Thus I have naturally inherited a fragment of their abilities. Wait, you intend to dismantle me? This proclamation was not whispered, but rather shouted across the hall, nearly causing Henry to short-circuit. Instantly, the once lively hall fell into a hushed silence, drawing the attention of those previously engaged in merriment. Such mad ramblings. Utterly reckless. Gryffindor! Gryffindor! Hey, get me away from him. The sorting hat cried out sharply to Professor McGonagall, simultaneously fulfilling its duty while yearning to distance itself from the perilous individual it sensed. Professor McGonagall hurriedly approached to remove the sorting hat, stepping back cautiously while keeping a watchful eye on this audacious character. She had suspected that this inexplicably recent addition to the list of entrants, noted only after the admissions letters were dispatched, was problematic. Yet, she had not anticipated such audacity, with him contemplating the dismantling of the very foundation of Hogwarts, the Sorting Hat. At that moment, the professor's singular thought was that she must secure the school's ancient magical artifacts. Should this young wizard succeed in locating and disassembling them, she, as the head of Gryffindor, would become a historical pariah. Henry stood up calmly, accepting the myriad of peculiar gazes directed at him. Observing the complex expressions of Professor McGonagall and the other astonished young wizards and ghosts before him, particularly the gentlemanly ghost from Gryffindor who had previously praised him, Henry felt a sense of helplessness as the ghost appeared nearly on the verge of losing his head, quite literally, causing a stir among the first-year students. He didn't even need to glance back at the staff table to deduce the scene there. Why was this happening? Was it not merely an idea that had yet to be implemented? Must they regard him as though he were a criminal? Externally composed, Henry's mind was rife with sarcastic thoughts. He had always believed that the Sorting Hat merely gleaned a superficial understanding of a student's character through fleeting memories, with the primary focus resting on the student's own choices. Thus, he had confidently donned the hat after employing the self-hypnosis techniques he had learned in his previous life, only to discover that it had the ability to penetrate the fabricated memories he had set, diving deeper into his true thoughts. A miscalculation indeed. However, fortunately, this audacious notion had startled the Sorting Hat, preventing it from delving further. His most significant secret had likely not been unveiled yet. Otherwise, he would have to contemplate an escape by nightfall. No, the cerebral shielding technique must be prioritized without delay. He could not perpetually rely on the personal integrity of the Master of Legilimency. Just because Headmaster Dumbledore did not employ Legilimency did not imply that others would refrain from doing so. It was essential to note that there were at least 2 masters openly within the school. Who could say who else might have secretly studied this magic? It was entirely possible that his resurrection secret could be exposed at any moment. Tomorrow, he would visit the library to borrow books for self-study. This magic seemed to belong to a category of self-protection spells, and should not be classified as forbidden literature, Henry resolved. As Henry quietly approached the Gryffindor table and took a seat under the astonished and silent gazes of the assembly, a moment of stillness was abruptly shattered. "Did you hear that? He actually intends to dismantle the Sorting Hat," exclaimed one young wizard in disbelief. "I can't believe this handsome boy has such audacity." "I adore it," chimed in a besotted older student. "He is so attractive. I'm sure he has his reasons for wanting to dismantle the hat," thought one girl, utterly smitten by Henry's looks. Beauty equated to justice, as the girls scrambled to defend Henry, igniting dissatisfaction among the boys. Draco, in particular, was the most envious, loudly declaring to the young wizards at his table, "He is doing it on purpose. I bet he doesn't have the guts." Pansy gazed adoringly at Draco, nodding in agreement, albeit without comprehension. Among the boys, one with a different mindset remarked, "I'll have to keep a close watch on you. Should you violate school rules, I'll ensure you face the consequences. Although I've heard from Fred that your parents treat you quite well, that won't absolve you of your responsibilities as a prefect." Percy cautioned. "Come on. Anyone can make grandiose claims," scoffed one of the twins, marveling at the commotion Henry had caused, first nudging his brother, then continuing, "Ignore him, Henry. Well done. This idea is nothing short of genius. Why didn't we think of this?" The other twin slapped his forehead in frustration. Harry patted Henry's arm, his eyes brimming with admiration. He wished to evade such overwhelming attention, yet it did not diminish his respect for his audacious companion. Ron, enviously observing Henry amidst the girls' discussion, mumbled something under his breath, but the noise of the hall drowned out his words, leaving even Henry unable to discern what he had said. Henry was momentarily unable to discern whether they were mocking him or genuinely held such opinions. All he knew was that after today, he might achieve fame, albeit not in the manner he had envisioned. Silence. A resounding voice echoed through the hall, effectively silencing the chatter of the young wizards as the sorting ceremony continued. Professor McGonagall pointed her wand at her throat, casting the sonorous spell to amplify her voice and suppress the murmurs of the small wizards. She prepared to fulfill her duties of sorting. Yet the Sorting Hat remained in a state of distress, venting its grievances and dissatisfaction. Even attempting to force it upon the next young wizard proved futile. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall had to cast a forgetfulness charm upon the Sorting Hat, enabling it to erase the unpleasant memory, which delayed the ceremony by a few minutes. At that moment, the ghost adorned in a ruffled collar deliberately glided past the young wizards who had mocked him. Henry noticed that each small wizard shivered involuntarily as he passed. The gentleman's head had returned to its rightful position, firmly resting upon his neck. He circled around Henry several times, seemingly scrutinizing him in detail, before finally expressing with an air of apology, "My apologies, I misjudged you. You are undoubtedly a worthy little lion, a natural-born Gryffindor." Henry paid little heed to what might have been intended as a compliment, though the words sounded somewhat abrasive to the recipient. After a moment of contemplation, he, in a rather adult-like manner, extended his right hand in greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you again, Henry." With the ghost blinked in confusion. He had never encountered such a greeting from the Muggle realm. Nevertheless, he emulated Henry's gesture and shook his hand. Instantly, Henry felt a shiver run down his spine, as though he had just plunged into a barrel of icy water. Indeed, it was the chilling essence of a deceased being. The ghost seemed aware of his own peculiarity. As he loosened his grip and continued, "You may call me Sir Nicholas of Pootafoot, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. By the way, please do not take offense. Your presence is quite comforting, yet it instills a sense of trepidation within me." Henry was contemplating how to inquire about his own aura when suddenly a young black boy approached him, exclaiming, "Ah, I know who you are." Henry recognized him as Dean Thomas. The boy continued, "You are that headless Nick." In contrast, Nick replied somewhat awkwardly, "I would prefer you refer to me as Sir Nicholas of House Gryffindor." At that moment, Simon Finnegan, with his light brown hair, joined in, mimicking Nick's earlier demeanor, sticking out his tongue and tilting his head while interjecting. Unbeknownst to them, a circle of first-year Gryffindors had formed around them, while other newcomers from different houses craned their necks, eager for a glimpse of the unfolding spectacle, seemingly insatiable for more. Nick, feeling a surge of irritation, wished to avoid the topic but found himself unable to resist the taunts of the young wizards. In a fit of impatience, he seized his left ear and tugged it towards his shoulder. Then his head wobbled precariously, sliding off from his neck and resting on his shoulder, connected only by a thin strip of flesh at the neck, resembling a hinge. Henry, standing closest, observed keenly that the severed edge of Nick's neck was not smooth. It appeared to be the result of multiple, brutal cuts, though not entirely severed. Nick reveled in the astonished expressions of the first years, gently bouncing his head back into place, the previous irritation vanishing from his countenance. He cheerfully remarked, "Ah, such expressions are truly delightful. I could entertain myself with this for thousands of years. Now, dear Gryffindor newcomers, it is time for you to return to your seats. The sorting ceremony is drawing to a close, and the feast is about to commence." Henry looked up and, indeed, only two unfamiliar first-year students remained, with Ron also present, though his expression was rather grim, likely due to nerves as he awaited Professor McGonagall's continued announcements. The sorting hat, returning to its usual state, swiftly assigned the three students to their respective houses, with Ron being placed in Gryffindor. As Ron approached the Gryffindor table with a buoyant stride, he was met with a warm welcome from Harry and Henry, while the twin brothers exchanged jesting remarks with him, which Ron chose to ignore. He slumped into his seat, listening as Percy exaggeratedly proclaimed, "Well done, Ron, splendid." After the last newcomer, named Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat with her, casting a glance at Henry as if wary of him following after her. Henry wore a look of helplessness, feeling that this had gone a bit too far. Professor McGonagall. As the sorting ceremony concluded, Headmaster Dumbledore, seated at the head of the staff table, rose to his feet. Adorned with a slightly askew-pointed wizard's hat, he exuded an air of geniality. Beneath the hat, his silver hair glimmered like a specter, while his wrinkled visage was marked by wisdom and experience. Dumbledore appeared in high spirits, his azure eyes twinkling through his signature crescent-shaped spectacles, radiating warmth as he gazed upon the young wizards at the house tables. It seemed that merely observing their vibrant energy lifted his spirits immensely. He opened his arms wide and proclaimed, "Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts as you embark upon a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, there is something I wish to remind you all." He paused deliberately, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he caught sight of the anxious expressions on the young wizards' faces, then continued, "Nincompoops. Crybabies. Rubbish. Twist." With that, he concluded, "Now, enjoy the feast, everyone." "Thank you." Dumbledore took his seat, and the young wizards erupted into applause and cheers. Such illogical, somewhat eccentric, and utterly incomprehensible words left Henry questioning whether he had misheard or missed something. Yet upon observing the timid first years gradually shed their nervousness and the increasingly harmonious atmosphere among the houses, he found clarity and could not help but admire the wisdom of this centenarian. Amidst the cheers, Harry tugged at Henry's robe and exclaimed loudly, "Look there. That's Professor Quirrell, the one we met at the pub." Henry gazed at Professor Chilo, only to find that he was now adorned with a large purple scarf. His demeanor marked by a palpable tension and timidity, entirely unbefitting of a professor well-versed in the intricacies of dark arts defense. He appeared rather peculiar. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry emerged from his contemplative analysis, momentarily taken aback, as he beheld an abundance of food inexplicably filling his plate. No one had served the dishes. It was as if they had materialized out of thin air. He had never witnessed such a lavish spread before: roasted beef, succulent chicken, pork chops, lamb ribs, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, crispy chips, Yorkshire pudding, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and even mint candies. Nearby, Harry and Ron had already taken a bit of everything, eagerly devouring the feast. It appeared truly delectable. Nick gazed enviously as Harry sliced into his steak, lamenting softly. "Aren't you going to partake?" Henry tilted his head invitingly, intrigued by the ghost's origin and current state. "I have not consumed food in 400 years, Nick replied. "I do not require sustenance. As you know, we are devoid of taste. However, I do long for their exquisite flavors." Once everyone had satisfied their appetites, the remnants of the meal vanished from the plates. The dishes and cutlery gleamed as if new, with stains mysteriously erased as if by an eraser. After a while, Henry stared in astonishment as food materialized anew on the plate, beginning with delectable pudding, followed by an array of ice creams, apple pie, syrup pancakes, chocolate brownies, fried jam-filled donuts, wine-soaked fruit pudding, strawberries, jelly, and rice pudding. Henry casually selected some desserts to lift his spirits, feeling somewhat fatigued after the day's myriad events. While he half-heartedly listened to the whimsical conversations at the dining table, he contemplated which magical tomes to borrow from the library. In addition to books related to the cerebral closure technique, perhaps he could delve into the history of ghost studies? Opposite him, Hermione was engaged in a discussion with Percy, seemingly related to their coursework. Suddenly, Harry gasped, pressing a hand against his forehead where his lightning-shaped scar resided. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry had gained clarity. Yet Harry remained in a state of confusion, seeking information from Percy about the situation, appearing to harbor suspicions, albeit entirely misguided. Quirrell was conversing with a professor, characterized by greasy black hair and waxen skin, whose expression was as tranquil as still water, seemingly having not smiled in quite some time. His face bore a certain rigidity, with only his thin lips moving in a limited range, while the most striking feature was his distinctly hooked nose. Upon hearing Percy explain to Harry that this was Professor Snape of Potions, Henry felt as though a switch had been flipped, and a torrent of memories regarding this professor surged within him. The influx of recollections was overwhelming, akin to stuffing numerous items into his mind. Resulting in a wave of dizziness, he instinctively clasped his head and hastily shoved a large spoonful of ice cream into his mouth, instantly feeling much better. Observing the camaraderie between Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell, and recalling a multitude of memories, a mischievous thought crossed Henry's mind. Would Voldemort, concealed behind Quirrell's head, draw his wand and cast a fatal curse upon the ever-loyal Snape upon discovering that the failures of his resurrection plan were attributed to the very man standing before him? Lost in this fanciful musing, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Henry's mouth, prompting a small gasp from the girl who had been attentively watching him. Suddenly, Professor Snape glanced past Professor Quirrell, locking eyes with Henry, who had not yet managed to avert his gaze. Henry instinctively averted his gaze, yet caught a glimpse of Snape's previously impassive countenance suddenly twitching at the corners of his mouth. Henry quickly averted his gaze, fearing that his panicked expression might be detected by Snape. A single thought reverberated in his mind. Did Snape just smile? Was that directed at me? Goodness, this is disastrous. Could it be that he employed legilimency without my notice and uncovered my secret? Yet, I feel absolutely nothing. Wait, perhaps he has ventured further than Dumbledore in the realms of mental occlusion and legilimency? How else could he have remained a spy under the Dark Lord's command for so long, remaining undiscovered even until his demise? Oh dear. It seems my journey in the world of magic may come to an abrupt end before it has truly begun. Speaking of which, he wouldn't use me as a test subject for Veritasrum, would he? That would be unacceptable. The Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits such practices. Yet, it is also true that magic does not explicitly state the necessity of safeguarding a soul that is not a wizard of this world. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry found it utterly perplexing why the typically reclusive and aloof Snape, who seldom exhibited any emotions, would suddenly smile at him. Nevertheless, he understood that he must leave that evening. Perhaps the inquisitive Snape, eager to uncover his secrets, would refrain from taking action on the first day. However, there was no assurance that he would not act subsequently. Henry resolved to escape first to avoid the storm. If his secret remained undiscovered, all would be well. But if it were revealed, anywhere would be safer than the castle. As the conversations began to wane, Dumbledore rose once more to announce a series of prohibitions. Yet Henry found himself disinterested, while Harry and his companions listened intently. The headmaster, disregarding the stony expressions of the other professors, conjured the lyrics of the Hogwarts school song in the air, urging each student to sing to their preferred melody. Thus, amidst the scattered voices of the school song and Henry's anxious heart, the banquet drew to a close. At the request of the prefects, the older Gryffindor students departed early, while the first-year newcomers, yawning, formed a line behind Percy to navigate through the bustling crowd and ascend the marble staircase. Along the way, Henry stifled his drowsiness and the churn of food in his stomach, meticulously memorizing the route for his escape plan at night. After enduring Peeve's mischief and traversing numerous corridors and concealed doors, Percy led them up the marble staircase to the top floor. They finally reached the end of a hallway, where a solitary brownstone wall stood, adorned only by a portrait of a woman in a pink dress, rather, portly. Password? The portrait animated, yawning and blinking her weary eyes as she softly inquired. Dragon dung, Percy replied. Password correct. The fat lady nodded at the newcomers, who hurriedly returned the gesture. She then resumed her stillness, swaying forward before shifting aside to reveal a round opening in the wall. Percy was the first to climb through, and the young wizards quickly followed suit. As they emerged from the passage, a cozy circular room greeted them. The chamber was filled with plush armchairs and sturdy wooden tables, and torches on the walls added a warm glow. Henry even spotted a large fireplace on one wall, festooned with decorations, though it was unlit, likely reserved for winter use. A few upperclassmen, whom he had seen earlier in the Great Hall, were seated in small groups, sharing tales of their summer adventures, seemingly enjoying each other's company. How enviable, Henry thought, feeling a twinge of melancholy for the experiences he could no longer partake in. Percy clapped his hands to capture the attention of the exploring young wizards, declaring, "All right, first years, this is the Gryffindor common room. You may gather here during your free time, but heed this warning. Do not engage in any rule-breaking activities. I shall be watching you. You must be quite weary now. Other areas can be explored later. Now, ladies, you will ascend from here, 5 to a room, organize yourselves. Gentlemen, follow me." Percy guided the girls through a door, revealing a spiral staircase leading to their dormitory, where a female prefect took over. He then turned to address the male first years, resting comfortably in the soft armchairs, and cautioned, "That area is the girls' lounge, strictly off-limits to boys. The moment you step onto the staircase, it transforms into a slide. This enchantment was cast by the founder, Lady Ravenclaw, so do not think you can resist its effects. For the sake of your dignity, I implore you, do not venture in uninvited." Upon hearing this, Henry's curiosity was piqued. How could a mere staircase discern whether a person ascending it was male or female? Would cross-dressing suffice? Perhaps a disguise through magic or potions? Regrettably, he could not linger for long. Otherwise, he would certainly seek to experience it firsthand. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a sense of melancholy washed over him. What a wondrous school of magic this was, with every corner deserving of exploration. Why was he not a native of this enchanting realm? The new male students erupted into laughter, led by Percy as they ventured through another door. Only Harry, sensitive to the emotions of those around him, noticed Henry's despondency, but attributed it to fatigue, dismissing it without further thought. The young wizards trudged up the spiral staircase, and Henry overheard Ron lamenting to Harry, "We still have to keep climbing. I fear I shan't be able to rise from my bed tomorrow. My legs feel utterly spent." Henry wished to smile, yet found himself unable, for tomorrow he would likely no longer be at school. The lengthy staircase had finally come to an end. This place must be the highest point in the school, for from the corridor window, one could gaze down upon the entire establishment. Here, the young wizards had at last discovered their designated sleeping quarters, each bed adorned with the names of the newcomers. Henry located his suitcase in one of the rooms and retrieved a few essentials to place upon the bed, preparing to take them with him that evening. However, He decided against bringing the suitcase along, as its presence would be far too conspicuous. The dragging sound it made seemed to cry out, "I am about to flee. Come and catch me." Harry and Ron shared the same dormitory as Henry, along with Neville and Seamus, but they were all utterly exhausted. After exchanging brief greetings, they each drew back the deep crimson velvet curtains of their beds, changed into their nightclothes, and settled down to rest. Henry closed the curtains, feigning exhaustion and choosing not to change into his pajamas, collapsing fully clothed onto the bed. Soon, the sounds of rhythmic snoring wafted from the adjacent bed. In the dead of night, the principal's office remained brightly illuminated. Albus Dumbledore sat comfortably in his plush chair, while Professor McGonagall stood before his desk, visibly irate as she reported on the situation. In all the years since Hogwarts was established, this is the first time I've heard of an error occurring during the sorting ceremony. That young wizard is utterly insufferable, she exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Moreover, the sorting hat had the audacity to place him in Gryffindor. Our Gryffindor lions possess courage, not recklessness. Dumbledore glanced at the sorting hat resting on the shelf. Now completely still, having ceased its interactions with the outside world, resembling an inanimate object, he understood that the hat was gathering magical energy for the next sorting ceremony. Turning back to McGonagall, he smiled warmly and said, "Do not worry, Minerva. Shouldn't the marvel of the sorting hat pique the curiosity of every wizard?" He paused before continuing, his voice gentle. "I must confess that upon entering Hogwarts and discovering its unique qualities, I too harbored such thoughts, yet I refrained from taking action. Furthermore, the sorting hat does not err. This is the unanimous decision of the 4 founders, and it must possess qualities we are yet unaware of. I am increasingly convinced that Henry is merely an ordinary young wizard, albeit one with a rather curious disposition." McGonagall pondered for a moment, and Dumbledore seized the opportunity to deliver his conclusion. "Minerva, I shall rely on you for the time being." She cast one last glance at the sorting hat, nodded, and departed. Once she was gone, Dumbledore cleared his throat and called out, "Come in, Professor Snape. I would like to hear your thoughts." Snape entered, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze hollow, cold, and distant. Dumbledore was accustomed to this demeanor, as it seemed entirely expected. Any change would prompt him to consider whether someone had assumed Snape's appearance. After a brief silence, Snape spoke in a hoarse voice, "I have heard. I too believe this is merely a figment of a new student's imagination, hardly worth mentioning." Dumbledore smiled, his expression gentle. "This is the first time I've seen you care so much for someone." Eager to dispel this impression, Snape replied brusquely, "This is merely a conclusion based on fact. To study the sorting hat, he falls far short of the necessary ability. He likely cannot even breach the protective enchantments imposed by previous headmasters." He paused, then added, "Especially the magic you have enacted." "You overestimate me, Professor Snape," Dumbledore replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. "In comparison to the 4 founders, I am still lacking in many respects, but let us leave it at that." Snape's icy demeanor softened slightly as he took his leave. Dumbledore remained seated, his chin resting on his hand, gazing at Fawkes the Phoenix, who was diligently preening its feathers. He quietly mused, "Why does everyone assume I would punish that child? He could not possibly be the culprit. Although I do not yet know his whereabouts, I doubt he possesses the audacity." Fawkes averted his gaze, indifferent, while the portraits of past headmasters that adorned the walls remained silent. In the stillness of midnight, the full moon hung high in the sky. Henry quietly parted the curtains, gazing at the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight on the floor. Struggling against drowsiness, he counted the moments while devising his escape route for the night. Beside him, Harry murmured indistinctly in his sleep, tossing once before settling back into tranquility. Nearly half an hour passed, and the outside world fell silent, as if everyone had succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Henry quietly rose, carefully donning his shoes, striving to keep any noise to a minimum. He hastily tucked the essentials from his bed into the folds of his robe. Once he assured himself that his wand was securely nestled in the sleeve, he gently pushed open the dormitory door and crept down the spiral staircase. With meticulous caution, he descended each step, pausing to listen at the door of the common room for any sounds within. After confirming the absence of others, he cautiously entered the common room and stealthily slipped through a concealed passage in the wall. The portrait guarding the passage swung aside with ease. A fortunate occurrence, as the fat lady was absent, likely off visiting somewhere else. Henry had long realized that the portraits inside Hogwarts Castle were interconnected. The figures within could visit one another. Previously, a knight clad in armor had galloped after a group of young wizards, pursuing them to the very end of the corridor. It was indeed an ingenious method for conveying messages. However, One could only wonder what lay beyond the canvas, presumably an enchanting realm. Henry, feeling fortunate, gave himself a nod of approval before hastening along the route etched in his memory. However, soon after, he found himself utterly lost. Wait a moment. I distinctly recall traversing this path earlier. Where has that staircase vanished to? Why does this corridor not align with my recollections? What? That door has disappeared? Where am I now? Wandering aimlessly, engulfed by a series of bewildering inquiries, Henry meandered through the castle, avoiding peeves by darting into various classrooms, washrooms, and display rooms, even stumbling upon a storage room brimming with discarded student desks and chairs. Until look who I've caught. A first-year student. Where do you think you're going? A sticky, somewhat nauseating voice erupted from the shadows as an ugly, scornful face emerged from the gloom. Henry recognized it as the old man who had previously sat beside Hagrid in the staff seating, mentioned by Dumbledore. He had stood up when Dumbledore spoke of him. His name seemed to be Filch, the school's caretaker. Mr. Filch, with his sparse, graying hair and tall, thin frame, fixed his pale eyes on Henry with a fervent gaze, seemingly delighted. Cradled in his arms was a gaunt, dull-furred cat, equally unattractive, yet Mr. Filch appeared to dote on it affectionately. Huh, a first-year Gryffindor, roaming the school at night instead of sleeping. Splendid. Let us go find Professor McGonagall. She must deduct points from you, and perhaps assign you detention. His words dripped with malice, as if witnessing a student's punishment brought him immense joy. Henry silently lowered his head, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. He weighed the possibility of unleashing the Petrificus Totalis curse upon that loathsome face. Just days before the school term commenced, he had begun to learn this spell, which was his sole offensive incantation. However, it remained somewhat unstable. He had clandestinely experimented with it on insects during his time at the orphanage, and there was a significant chance of failure. Moreover, he recalled that Filch was a member of the school's staff. Even if he were to be discovered running amok within the school, it would merely be considered a breach of regulations, provided that his greatest secret remained concealed. Yet, if he were to recklessly attack Filch, it would escalate beyond mere rule-breaking. Thus, until he could ascertain whether Snape had indeed uncovered his secret, he faced the perilous choice of risking expulsion or becoming a fugitive. A single misstep could jeopardize his future at the school, rendering his temporary hiatus from magical studies all the more difficult to rectify. As he wrestled with these inner conflicts, an icy presence suddenly enveloped him from behind, followed by a cold, detached voice. It was I who summoned him to find me. Filch. Very well. Upon seeing the visitor, Filch's fervor dissipated, replaced by profound disappointment. He nodded respectfully, cradling the cat in his arms as he trudged away. Upon hearing the sound, Henry instinctively anticipated the identity of the figure behind him. He lamented inwardly, having just escaped the wolf's den only to stumble into the tiger's lair. With a deliberate motion, his right hand crept into his sleeve to grasp his wand. Should the situation turn adverse, he resolved not to succumb passively. Despite the reality that he stood no chance against a fully fledged wizard, the profound connection of blood coursing through him instilled a remarkable courage. Turning around, he faced the individual who commanded, "You are aware that wandering the castle at night contravenes school regulations, are you not?" "I beg your pardon, sir, I was unaware," Henry replied, his gaze fixed intently on the elongated fingers of the man before him. "Refer to me as Professor Snape." "I apologize, Professor Snape, I did not know." Under the weight of the circumstances, Henry felt compelled to lower his head. Noticing that Snape appeared disinclined to take immediate action, he felt a semblance of relief. With a disdainful huff, Snape circled around Henry and, casting a dismissive remark to follow me, proceeded forward without further ado. Henry pondered for a moment before obediently following behind. As he turned the corner of the corridor, he beheld the potions professor's lounge ahead. Could it be that he intended to lure me into the room and then make his move? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry was rendered anxious by the enveloping silence, and amidst his swirling thoughts, he realized they had already traversed the threshold of Snape's private quarters. The two moved quietly along a self-animated staircase, through corridors and concealed doors, until they reached the hallway where the fat lady resided. Snape came to a halt, compelling Henry to do the same. Was he about to reveal his true intentions here? Did he intend to orchestrate a sinister act just outside the Gryffindor common room? Yet, the portraits in the corridor were watching. Therefore, tell me, what were you doing in the castle tonight? Just as Henry's mind wandered, Snape, with his back turned, softly inquired. Henry was taken aback. perplexed as to why Snape refrained from taking action and instead posed what seemed an inconsequential question. Nevertheless, he swiftly devised a rather tenuous excuse, claiming that he had wagered with classmates to locate a restroom rumored to be haunted, but had subsequently lost his way. Snape, upon hearing this, offered no definitive response, merely issuing an amused "oh" laced with a hint of irony. Regardless of the rationale, wandering about at such an hour was a violation of school regulations. This time, he would let it pass, but only this once. He cautioned, should you find yourself sorted into Gryffindor, be wary of associating too closely with its members, for they are predominantly rude, arrogant, and conceited. After spending some time with them, you will come to realize that courage and recklessness can sometimes be indistinguishable, whereas a wizard requires composure and poise. With that, Snape turned and departed, leaving Henry standing alone in the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room. Had he truly been let off the hook? Was he not to face the dreaded punishment? What was happening? Henry opened his mouth, gazing at the departing figure of the professor. He initially contemplated directly inquiring whether Professor Snape had employed legitimacy against him, but ultimately refrained from doing so. Since the professor had not elaborated on the matter, it seemed that his most profound secret remained intact. In retrospect, it appeared that he had been overly sensitive and fragile. No matter how talented Professor Snape might be, he could not possibly surpass the combined prowess of the four founders of Hogwarts. After all, Henry was perceptive enough to detect the legitimacy cast by the Sorting Hat, which inherited the abilities of the four founders, and thus it was inconceivable that he would fail to notice Professor Snape's spell. Consequently, the secret of his rebirth could not be exposed. With this thought, Henry felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could now relish a normal school life akin to that of Harry and his friends. However, it ultimately boiled down to his own inadequacies. Although he was uncertain why the professor had not made his life difficult for violating school rules, unlike Harry, and instead seemed to have alleviated him from a significant predicament, it was prudent to be cautious. Once he mastered the art of mental occlusion, he believed he would be able to confront everything with equanimity. At this moment, the fat lady had returned to her portrait, holding a delightful slice of cake, the source of which remained a mystery. She observed from a distance as the school professor escorted Henry back, saying nothing further, and upon Henry uttering the password, she allowed him entry. Henry once again crawled through the wall hole, and as he emerged, he found the method of entry rather foolish. What if someone inside wished to exit? Would they resort to a game of chance to decide who would retreat first? Furthermore, Gryffindor is represented by a lion, not a groundhog. In the pitch-black hole, he gazed at the faint light filtering into the common room and resolved that once the brain-blocking spell concluded, he would devise a minor enchantment to facilitate swift passage through the wall. Just as he stepped onto the marble floor of the common room, preparing to return to his dormitory, he suddenly heard two identical voices emanating from the armchair. Who is there? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry let out a sigh of relief as he tucked his wand back into his sleeve, complaining, "Don't frighten me like that. A person can scare another to death." I thought it was. His twin brother, puzzled, turned his head in unison with Henry to survey the common room, ensuring only the three of them were present, before turning back to scrutinize Henry with four curious eyes. "No, it's nothing," Henry replied, wishing to say no more, as he yearned to return to his cozy dormitory and the softness of his bed. However, the brothers, unable to sleep and finding themselves in the common room to pass the time, would not let such an evidently intriguing Henry off the hook. The boy on the left eagerly urged, "Come on, tell us what happened." The one on the right chimed in, "Exactly. Are you going to duel someone?" The boy on the left quickly countered, "Impossible. It must be the little witches plotting an ambush, and they might have already struck. Did you not see the way they looked at Henry during the banquet?" The two began to bicker, tugging at each other's collars. As their voices grew louder and their speculations more absurd, fearing to wake the others, Henry had no choice but to step closer and intervene. Hey, all right. I'll tell you." Before he could finish, he found himself the focus of two sparkling gazes, their previous aggression dissipating entirely. If Henry still failed to realize that they were merely acting for their amusement, he would truly be lacking in wisdom. Confronted by their inquisitive stares, Henry felt compelled to clarify matters today. Otherwise, he dreaded the trouble they might cause him in the future. "Fine, I'll explain," he began. "I actually wanted to wander the castle at night. I heard there are many sights unseen during the day, but I got lost along the way." He settled comfortably into a nearby chair, letting out a contented sigh as he glossed over his initial intention. "Later, I was caught by Filch. But luckily a professor helped me cover it up and even escorted me to the entrance. I promise I won't break the school rules again. Henry apologized sincerely. Wow. Breaking the rules on your very first day? How cool. The boy on the right exclaimed, his eyes gleaming even brighter. Indeed, in comparison, we seem rather weak. The left one added, George, do you remember when we first broke the rules? Fred, on the left, asked deliberately. The two exchanged a knowing glance and then grinned. Reciting in unison, on the third day of school. The first day was exhausting, and the second was spent familiarizing ourselves with the rules. After all, one must know how to exploit the loopholes, right? Fred explained with pride. Seeing their radiant smiles and the glint of their teeth in the firelight, Henry felt a surge of regret. He wished he could retract his earlier apology. How foolish of him to forget that these two were the very embodiment of chaos. And yet he had worried about their reproach regarding his rule-breaking. However, noticing that they did not press further on his nocturnal escapade, Henry secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps the mere desire to explore was sufficient reason? So, was that Professor Snape? George suddenly inquired, breaking the momentary silence. Fred quickly followed with, did he put you in detention or dockhouse points? How do you know? Henry was taken aback. He had not divulged this to either of them. They had merely been sitting in the common room, yet somehow they knew what transpired in the corridor. Nevertheless, he answered honestly, no. But the professor said it was a one-time opportunity. But you've only met him once, right? That old bat would not be so kind, George remarked skeptically, suspecting that perhaps a bold upperclassman was masquerading as Professor Snape. Old bat? Henry echoed, somewhat surprised. He had not heard Snape referred to that way before. Well, look at him. He always wears a long black robe, and he walks so briskly that his sleeves billow. Doesn't he resemble a bat? Fred explained, grinning. Henry meticulously recalled and recognized the aptness of the moniker. Indeed, it was quite fitting, was it not? Moreover, he often emerged unexpectedly from behind, his icy, eerie demeanor inducing a palpable sense of dread, much akin to the loathsome nature of a bat. Additionally, he displayed blatant favoritism, frequently finding trivial faults to deduct points from our esteemed Gryffindor house. We have already endured 6 defeats in the House Cup. The majority of the blame rests on him. Consequently, the two of us conspired to popularize this nickname throughout the academic year. Fred lamented extensively, divulging fragments of our plans for retribution, concluding with an enigmatic, you shall see. Yet you still haven't clarified how you deduced that Professor Snape escorted me home, have you? Henry remained undistracted. His curiosity piqued. He inquired directly. It's merely a guess, isn't it, George? Observing Henry's inquisitive gaze, Fred instinctively straightened his posture, subtly shifting his body as he attempted to steer the conversation back to safer grounds. However, this conspicuous attempt at obfuscation only heightened Henry's suspicions. Henry gazed suspiciously at Fred, whose face was awash with unease. Suddenly, he glanced left and right, only to discover that Fred was also attempting to obscure his view. Seizing the opportunity, Henry feigned a movement. Although George swiftly obstructed him, Henry's keen eyes caught sight of a small, tattered piece of parchment that Fred had inadvertently knocked to the ground in his flustered state. The two brothers evidently noticed it too and were about to bend down to retrieve it. Wait, what was that? Hesitation would lead to defeat. Just as the two were on the verge of grasping the parchment, Henry acted more swiftly, unleashing 2 petrifying spells in an instant. All shall be turned to stone. The brothers, caught mid-action in their attempt to collect the parchment, froze in place, their eyes wide with astonishment as they watched Henry approach and crouch down to pick up the sheet of parchment. It was square in shape but appeared quite ancient, its edges significantly worn. With both petrification spells having succeeded, it was undoubtedly a day of misfortune for them. But what was this? Henry cautiously unfurled the parchment, examining it from every angle, only to find it utterly blank, devoid of any markings. It appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary piece of parchment. However, given the brothers' palpable anxiety and significance attributed to it, it might harbor some valuable secret. Henry cast a glance at the 2 brothers he had immobilized, who were frantically exchanging glances with one another. After a moment of contemplation, he gently tapped the parchment with his wand and uttered, Apparitium. This was a simple charm he had learned, capable of revealing text written in invisible ink. However, to his dismay, the parchment remained unresponsive. Pondering further, he pronounced, Magus Paritium. Indeed. Moments later, faint blue, gold, red, and green lights began to intertwine and emerge from the parchment. This was a charm he had devised, inspired by Apparitium, which could detect whether an object had been enchanted utilizing minimal magical energy. The underlying principle of the spell was straightforward. Employing the phenomenon of magical resonance as described in magical theory, amplifying and vibrating the minuscule amount of magic he infused, akin to a radio searching for stations. If light manifested, it indicated the object was indeed magical. However, the delicate manipulation of magic required a certain level of innate talent. Categorizing it as a gifted form of magic, realizing the parchment was indeed extraordinary. Henry found himself at a loss as to how to unlock its secrets and turned his attention back to the twin brothers, inquiring once more, "So, could you explain how this works?" After a prolonged silence without a response, he noticed the duo's eyes wildly rolling in their sockets, leading him to realize, my apologies. He quickly cast Finite Incantum. Instantly, the brothers' frozen movements began to ease, and they tumbled into a heap, grumbling at one another. "It's your fault, Fred." "Well, I admit I erred, but you weren't exactly cooperating," Fred retorted. George was about to add something when Henry interrupted. While their quarrel was amusing, the priority remained uncovering the parchment's mystery. He felt akin to an adventurer standing before a treasure chest, fully aware of the wealth within, possibly even beyond expectation, yet lacking only the key to unlock it. "What if I told you it's merely an ordinary piece of parchment? Would you believe me?" George said hesitantly. Henry recited once more, "Manifestation of magic." He then raised the parchment, emanating a subtle radiance, before the two individuals, gesturing for their thoughts. Seizing the opportunity, George attempted to snatch the parchment back, yet Henry, having anticipated his intention, acted with remarkable perceptiveness, his senses sharpening with each passing moment. Henry swiftly retracted the parchment, then, in a display of bravado, waved his wand. George, with a sheepish grin, repeatedly gestured. "I merely intended to demonstrate its use." "Never mind, George. Henry can recite spells far more swiftly than we can. Perhaps it is best to reveal the secret directly, for he will likely uncover the parchment's mystery soon enough upon his return." Fred conceded, redirecting his persuasion toward George, as they had both nearly memorized the details. "All right. But you must treasure it. We risked our lives to acquire this, or rather, liberated it, about, 2 years ago? Indeed. We were in our first year then. Oh, so young, naive, and carefree. Truly a cherished time," Fred reflected wistfully. Amidst their banter and comical expressions, Henry finally grasped the origins of the parchment. In essence, the two brothers had tested the boundaries of school regulations by launching a dung bomb in the corridor, only to be caught by Filch and confined to his office. There, they noticed a drawer labeled confiscated items, highly dangerous, in a moment of mischief. While George drew attention by throwing another dung bomb, Fred seized the opportunity. Thus, they came into possession of this seemingly tattered yet reputedly potent parchment. "This little item has imparted more wisdom than our professors ever could," George concluded. "Oh, is that truly the case?" Henry questioned skeptically. "Of course, yet you still have not disclosed how to utilize this parchment." "Very well," Fred beckoned George. "Show Henry. In truth, you've already discovered it. You merely require a password." Fred withdrew his wand, took the parchment from Henry's hands, and lightly tapped it, intoning solemnly, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." He handed the parchment back to Henry. Immediately, delicate ink lines, as fine as spider silk, began to emerge from the point where the wand had touched, intertwining and converging as if animated, until they filled every corner of the parchment, forming a complex design replete with numerous rectangles and angular polygons. A map was Henry's initial impression upon seeing the pattern. As anticipated, several lines of serpentine green text appeared above the parchment, swirling artistically and intertwining with the design. Henry finally discerned the inscription, which read, "Suppliers of magical mischief makers, Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot, and Pointed Fork proudly present the active point map." Fragments of memory surged once more into Henry's mind, marking the second occurrence that day, thus enhancing his capacity to cope, and he swiftly returned to normalcy. He then heard George elucidating. "This is a map of Hogwarts Castle, exceedingly detailed, chronicling numerous secret rooms and passages. I wager that many of these passages are unknown even to the professors and the headmaster. Look here." George pointed to the upper right corner of the parchment, where one could select which layer of the map to view. Currently displayed was their own level. "And here," Fred chimed in, gesturing towards 3 stationary ink dots on the map, "is how we evaded Filch's search. It is also from here that we learned it was Snape who escorted you back." He beckoned Henry to lean in closer for a better view. Henry leaned down for a closer inspection. In truth, had it not been for Fred's observation, he would have assumed the small ink blot was merely a random smudge. To his astonishment, he discovered tiny letters adjacent to the inkblot, which were none other than the names of the three of them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry paid no heed to George. At that moment, he resembled a child who had just acquired a new toy. Prodding at the parchment with his wand, murmuring incantations as he began to experiment with the various functionalities of the Marauders Map. Alas, his repertoire of spells was still rather limited. He could merely ascertain that the map indeed displayed the precise locations of every individual within Hogwarts. Furthermore, as Fred had mentioned, upon reaching designated spots, one could unveil various methods to access hidden passageways. Beyond this, he had yet to discover any additional utility. Oh, wait, a thought struck him. It appeared that not only human positions were indicated, but also those of animals. For Henry had noticed a small ink dot representing Filch patrolling the third floor, accompanied by an exceedingly faint line of letters spelling out Mrs. Norris. Upon closer inspection, he discerned an even smaller ink overlapping Filch's. Though the traces were barely visible due to their conjunction, it was likely the cat cradled in Filch's arms. Turning his gaze towards Gryffindor Tower, he indeed found an ink dot beside Ron's, named Scabbers, yet curiously, another line of small text followed, Peter Pettigrew. Henry understood, yet he was not inclined to take any action. Allowing things to unfold naturally seemed the wisest course. Upon reflection, it was indeed remarkable that the live point map could display real-time locations with a precision akin to GPS technology from a previous life, a testament to the unique talents of its four creators. Moreover, Henry speculated that this might be linked to the castle's internal defense systems, for it was unlikely that a relic from decades past could update the names of individuals on campus like a modern app. The only updates possible would pertain to the magical defenses in place. It appeared that the method for accessing hidden passages was meticulously gathered by the creators. As Henry noted that while the two brothers diligently explained how to open these secret routes, many of them were, in fact, impassable. It was clear that considerable effort had been expended in their collection. It came as no surprise that when discussing the live point map, these two eccentric brothers either lamented the debt of gratitude owed to its creators or solemnly praised them as noble individuals. Regrettably, despite the map's seemingly extraordinary capabilities, it offered little practical utility for Henry, serving merely as a source of inspiration and reference. Thus, once the novelty wore off, he returned the map to George, who gazed at him in astonishment. Henry explained, "This artifact holds little significance for me, as I must focus on my studies. Today's breach of school regulations is merely an exception. Once you have memorized the secret passage and the method to unlock it, please pass it on to those in need. However, should I find myself in urgent need of it in the future, I trust you will prioritize lending me this parchment." After a moment's contemplation, Henry seized the opportunity to make an additional request. "Absolutely," the twin brothers exclaimed, profoundly moved, as they patted their chests in assurance. They had anticipated that the living map would soon depart from their possession. While they felt a twinge of regret, having retained most of the information, they were pleasantly surprised that the map would remain with them. Fred feigned wiping away tears, exclaiming, "How wonderful! Henry, your heart is truly admirable." George mirrored his brother's sentiment, his eyes glistening with emotion. Henry shivered, repulsed. With a threatening flick of his wand, he stowed it away in his sleeve, rose, stretched lazily, and bid farewell to his two brothers before making his way toward the staircase. The twin brothers retreated into their armchairs, seemingly engaged in a covert conspiracy. Yet Henry had lost interest. All he desired was to return to his slumber for the morrow-promised classes. Silently, he navigated his way back to bed, not disturbing a soul. What a challenging day it had been. He reclined on the soft, yielding mattress, gazing at the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, listening to the heavy breaths of his roommate, and in the blink of an eye, he succumbed to sleep. The following morning, before dawn had even broken, the 5 occupants of Henry's dormitory were roused by a second-year boy. Still groggy, Henry pressed his fingers against his throbbing temples, suppressing the urge to cast a petrification spell on the young wizard, and began to rise and prepare for the day. After all, the boy meant well. Today marked the first day of their classes, and tardiness was not an option. Having completed their morning ablutions, Henry and his companions hastily departed with their textbooks in hand. In the common room, they fortuitously encountered Hermione, descending from the girls' dormitory. Her hair was still tousled, and she cradled a substantial stack of books, presumably the day's coursework. After exchanging greetings, they resolved to set off together, traversing the hall amidst the hushed whispers and peculiar glances of onlookers, making their way directly to the Great Hall. After all, Henry and Harry had become the inescapable topics of conversation among the young wizards following the events of the previous night, nearly achieving celebrity status. Regrettably, their journey was not as smooth as one might expect, even in the company of two such notable figures. Hogwarts boasted over 142 staircases, some broad and grand, such as the staircase leading from the Great Hall, while others were narrow and precarious. Furthermore, certain staircases shifted to different locations at specific times, necessitating a memorization of their schedules. Most perplexingly, some stairs would abruptly vanish mid-step, the one would not plummet. Instead, an invisible force would gently lift one by the collar and return them to the starting point. Oh, do not inquire how Henry came by this knowledge. Moreover, numerous doors awaited them, which would remain resolutely closed unless one politely requested their opening or precisely poked the right spot. Some doors merely masqueraded as such, being nothing more than solid walls. It is truly bewildering to ponder the ingenuity of the individual who initially enchanted these doors and staircases, devising such mischievous contrivances. Did he or she not foresee the considerable inconvenience this would cause future travelers? Henry initially attempted to channel magical energy through his wand, and even sought to mend it with a restoration spell, yet all his efforts ended in failure. Hermione elucidated that the staircase had been cast with an irreversible charm, rendering it impossible for any wizard to restore it. However, as soon as someone set foot on the stairs, they would be transported to their intended destination, while the remaining time it would remain as perplexing as it appeared now. Thrown back to the starting point once again, Henry observed several individuals successfully ascend the opposite staircase, his expression one of confusion. Perhaps, he mused, it was due to his unappealing appearance that society had chosen to retaliate against him. Nevertheless, having vented his frustrations, he understood that they must continue their journey. Along the way, they encountered numerous unexpected events, including being apprehended while attempting to trespass through the entrance to the forbidden corridor leading to the 4th floor. Filch, skeptical of their claims of being lost, threatened to imprison them in the dungeon. Fortunately, Professor Quirrell happened to pass by, coming to their rescue. After this ordeal, they found themselves unable to partake in breakfast. Thus, they decided to forego the meal and hurried directly to their classroom, managing to arrive just minutes before the commencement of their charms lesson. This class was to be shared with the students from Ravenclaw House. As the class bell rang, Henry, who was slumped over his desk in a state of lethargy, was astonished to see the professor gliding into the classroom through the wall, his pearlescent and translucent form revealing that this history of magic professor was, in fact, a ghost. The previous night, Henry had been so distracted that he had overlooked the presence of a ghost at the teacher's desk. Harry and his companions, however, remained unfazed, accustomed as they were to the peculiarities of this magical institution. After delivering a monotonous introduction, the ghostly professor proceeded to take attendance and commenced the lesson in the same droning tone. Henry struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, only to behold the professor seated at the lectern, resembling a serene statue, utterly motionless. The professor's voice, monotonous and robotic, echoed as he recited. Henry had memorized this knowledge long before entering school. After enduring a while of Professor Binz's lecture, he realized the professor was merely reading from the book, prompting him to feel that this class could afford him a moment of relaxation. Thus, in the midst of the tedious history of magic lesson, exhausted and famished, Henry succumbed to slumber, all while Hermione cast disapproving glances at the slacker. The other students, including Harry and Ron, appeared equally drowsy, with only a handful, like Hermione, mustering the energy to remain attentive throughout the entire class. Following lunch, the afternoon heralded the charms class. Revitalized after a morning of rest, Henry, accompanied by his friends, or perhaps being led by them, ventured to the charms classroom, eager to engage earnestly in the lesson. Upon entering, they discovered an extraordinarily diminutive wizard standing at the front, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding an air of gentility. The professor perched atop a stack of books, enabling him to see all the students in the classroom. Harry recalled that the professor's name was Flitwick, while Henry overheard whispers from a few young wizards speculating whether Professor Flitwick might possess the bloodline of fairies or dwarfs. Initially, Henry held great anticipation for this professor, rumored to be a Ravenclaw graduate and seemingly well-versed in knowledge. However, when the bell rang and Professor Flitwick commenced calling the roll, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Everything had appeared normal until he reached Harry's name, at which point he suddenly shrieked with excitement and vanished from sight. Left with no other choice, Henry and his peers resorted to self-study. Professor Flitwick did not return for the remainder of the charms class. leading Ron to speculate that the professor was too embarrassed to face the class after such a spectacle. Henry felt that he was indeed correct, except for Harry, who blushed slightly, as he believed this was his fault. The first day of classes passed in a haze, and Henry found himself disheartened, realizing he seemed to have learned nothing at all. After dinner, he ventured alone to the library, while Harry and Ron refused to accompany him, preferring to return to the common room. They were eager to participate in the new wizard chess tournament scheduled for the evening. The library? I'd rather be mad than choose to go there. Reading is nowhere near as entertaining as playing chess. By the way, could you lend me a glance at today's History of Magic assignment once you've completed it? I just want to draw some inspiration. I want a copy. Ron had said, which left Henry feeling a bit disheartened. He had assumed that the young wizards would be intrigued by the wonders of new knowledge. Thus, he set off alone, completely forgetting the experiences before class. After enduring several unexpected stair incidents, Henry found himself lost once more. He began to question whether his decision to return the Marauders Map to the Weasley twins had been somewhat hasty. Fortunately, he encountered a bespectacled upperclassman in the corridor, carrying a stack of books and heading in his direction. Henry pondered for a moment, then approached confidently, utilizing his enchanting smile and increasingly handsome features to evoke a blush upon the face of the senior he had met only once before. Without hesitation, she volunteered to accompany him on the arduous journey to the library, despite having just departed from there herself. After bidding farewell to the senior, who blushed at the slightest provocation, Henry finally stepped into the place he had longed to visit. The library was a magnificent expanse of towering bookshelves, enveloped in an exquisite silence that seemed to stretch endlessly. Occasionally, wizards in search of books navigated the aisles, a sight that brought Henry solace amidst his feelings of incongruity with his companions. The atmosphere within the library was a serene hush, illuminated not by the flickering torches found in the auditorium or lounge, but by the gentle light conjured by Miss Pants, the librarian, casting a warm glow throughout the entire space. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry began to meander through the library, eager to familiarize himself with the general placement of the categorized books. His wandering led him to a section cordoned off by numerous ropes, shrouded in darkness, lacking even a hint of illumination. A mysterious intuition hinted at the presence of potent magical artifacts within, igniting his curiosity. He raised his hand, poised to lift the ropes and venture inside. However, just as his fingers brushed against the barrier, a voice echoed, admonishing him, "First-year student, that is the restricted section of the library. Entry is forbidden without a professor's note." Startled, Henry hesitated momentarily, not anticipating that even with his heightened senses, someone could approach him so stealthily, a feat he thought reserved for professors. This must be a wizard of considerable power. He turned slowly to face the person, discovering a gaunt, elderly witch whose sharp gaze gave her the appearance of a malnourished vulture. Matching the description, this must be Madame Pants, the Hogwarts librarian, whom the older student mentioned. According to her, Madame Pants was a strict, disciplined librarian, yet particularly irascible, especially when one attempted to defile her cherished books. Otherwise, she was tolerable, often forgiving minor infractions from young wizards. More often than not, if one sought information, they could directly inquire, and she would undoubtedly provide a flawless answer. Of course, Henry wouldn't be foolish enough to voice this first impression directly. He still needed to cultivate a good relationship with Madame Pants so that he could spend less time finding the most urgent and valuable books in the future. "I am deeply sorry, madam," Henry stammered, not wanting to offend the most powerful person in the library upon his arrival. "Of course, my dear," Madame Pants said slowly in a peculiar tone, "otherwise, I would have to request that your head of house assign you detention." As Madame Pants prepared to depart, she cautioned, "Do not loiter around here. It is quite perilous inside. And remember, boisterous behavior is forbidden in the library. It is a rule." Henry exhaled in relief, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, madam, I shall remember." As if struck by a sudden thought, he inquired, "By the way, madam, could you please inform me where I might find literature pertaining to the art of brain closure? I have been unable to locate any." "Brain closure? That is not something first-year students should concern themselves with." Mrs. Pants halted, her voice tinged with surprise. "Ah ha ha. I stumbled upon it in a book and grew curious, so I wish to learn more," Henry replied, his quick wit prompting a light-hearted chuckle. "Mrs. Pants regarded Henry with a peculiar glance, as if she had never encountered such an eager young wizard before. Nevertheless, she gestured in a particular direction and said, "Well, if you proceed along the left side of the magical creature's bookshelf for 20 intervals, you should discover a large shelf dedicated to mental magic. I believe you shall find it enriching." As Henry expressed his gratitude, Mrs. Pants took her leave. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry reflected on the banquet of the previous night, silently calculating from which professor he could discreetly procure a note, before turning away without a hint of regret. 1, 2. He counted the intervals and made his way directly to the area dedicated to mental enchantments. Since Madame Pants had mentioned it, there must certainly be tomes on the art of mental occlusion there. Indeed, Henry soon discovered a plethora of magical texts, ranging from a beginner's guide to mental occlusion. Your mind is beyond your imagination, to get out of my head, and chronicles of practicing mental occlusion, a mix of textbooks and informal writings. He settled at a reading table with several hefty volumes, utilizing the illumination charm's white light to peruse the table of contents and delve into topics that piqued his interest. Eager to grasp the nuances of mental occlusion, after skimming through the material, he realized that mastering this art was far from straightforward. Firstly, it was not a spell. It did not simply involve wielding a wand to cast a charm upon one's head. Instead, it was a skill or instinct, heavily reliant on the user's mental fortitude and willpower. Moreover, unlike self-hypnosis, which fabricates false memories, mental occlusion demanded the complete eradication, concealment, or suppression of one's thoughts and certain emotions, a prerequisite for resisting the probing of a mind reader. For instance, the foundational practice of mental occlusion merely involved emptying the mind of thoughts and emotions, so that the mind reader could not establish any emotional connections to the memories the subject wished to obscure, necessitating extensive practice. In more advanced applications, mental occlusion permitted users to suppress only specific genuine emotions and memories, allowing them to navigate the blurred lines of truth and deception, thereby enabling the practitioner to lie while avoiding self-exposure. Even more astonishingly, the profound mastery of mental occlusion could selectively seal off elusive personality traits, such as empathy, cruelty, or coldness, thereby constructing an entirely new, desired persona, a notion both terrifying and fascinating. Consider, for a moment, that the cheerful, generous, and extroverted friend before you might secretly harbor the soul of a remorseless assassin, with everything apparent merely a fade. The fact that even seasoned mind readers could be deceived adds a chilling layer to the concept. In summary, the pursuit of mastering mental occlusion demands not only the ability to deceive others but also the capacity to effectively and calmly deceive oneself. Calmly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Henry gradually reflected upon the experience of emotional loss, he sought to empty his mind. This time, however, he did not enter that peculiar state. Yet, perhaps due to his rebirth, his mental fortitude was inherently formidable, combined with the will and worldview of an adult, which catalyzed a remarkable reaction within him. Soon, he distinctly sensed himself floating weightlessly in midair, able to relinquish all emotions, distractions, and even memories. He found himself liberated to clear his thoughts entirely, leaving behind only a cold, mechanical mode of thinking. It appeared he had successfully employed the most fundamental technique of mental closure. Indeed, this was precisely the sensation described in the book. Henry was suddenly engulfed by a wave of joy, yet this fleeting elation swiftly dissipated under the influence of the cerebral closure technique. His current endeavor was to transform this ephemeral feeling into instinct. Thus, he began to practice the cerebral closure technique incessantly within the confines of his mind. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, a warmth akin to the embrace of Grandma Amy enveloped him, as if it were attempting to draw him into an abyss of nothingness. Henry realized something was amiss. The book had never alluded to such a scenario. His instincts were frantically alerting him, and he began to struggle as if drowning, yet his sheer strength proved utterly futile. Although he could not perceive his own body, he felt his consciousness unwaveringly drifting towards a certain direction, until he heard, "May I touch you? You look truly delectable." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry instantly became acutely aware of his own body, as if awakening from a nightmare. He took a deep breath and abruptly opened his eyes. just in time to see a ghostly right hand glide past his right cheek. Sweat oozed from every pore of Henry's body, rapidly soaking his robe. In that moment, he was filled with a profound sense of gratitude for having survived. Bent over, he gasped for air like a drowning man just pulled from the water and uttered, "No. You have already touched me. However, thank you." The ghost, taken aback by his expression of gratitude, felt a sense of bashfulness at being discovered. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry declined. Although he found some gratitude in that cold, detached sensation. Yet, if it were not necessary, he had no desire to experience the abrupt emptiness of warmth again. The ghost was rebuffed. Her previously calm visage tightened in an instant, and she sniffled. "You think I am ugly, don't you?" The girl's taut face crumbled in an instant, tears cascading down her cheeks. "I knew you would look down on me. I am aware that you all call me Fat Peach Blossom behind my back. Ugly Peach Blossom. Pitiful, weeping, acne-ridden Peach Blossom." The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice rising in volume. Suddenly, she began to sob sorrowfully and dashed towards the bookshelf, vanishing from sight. By the time Henry reached out to stop her, she was moving too swiftly. He had barely spoken half a word before she was gone. Initially taken aback by the girl's capricious temperament, Henry suddenly sensed something amiss. His expression froze, but it was too late to retract his earlier words. A shadow loomed over him, accompanied by a low, resonant female voice. "I recall stating that loud noise is prohibited here." "Yes, ma'am, my sincerest apologies. It shall not happen again." Lady Pins had previously admonished Henry for speaking too loudly in the library, yet he had inadvertently breached this rule. In an effort to avoid being unceremoniously ejected from the library, he swiftly turned to offer his apology. Observing the young wizard's bowed head and earnest demeanor, Lady Pins, taking into account the first offense, chose to forgive him this time, her previously taut lips relaxing considerably. "This shall be the last time." "Yes, indeed. By the way, ma'am, it is getting late, and I would like to borrow this book." Henry felt a surge of brightness in his vision, the atmosphere lifting, though he still felt sticky, prompting a desire to return to his dormitory for a shower. Seizing the opportunity, he pointed to the book titled Your Brain Beyond Your Imagination resting on the table, explaining that it was rather thick and seemed to cover a wide array of topics, so he had only skimmed through it before setting it aside. He still wished to finish reading it. "Oh?" Lady Pin scrutinized Henry with a hawk-like sharpness, seemingly assessing whether he would cherish the book. After a moment, she emitted a sound from her nose. "Very well, follow me." Henry hastily gathered his belongings, first dutifully returning each of the magical tomes he had perused to their rightful places, then tidying the disarray on his desk. Finally, he embraced the weighty volume and followed Madame Pants back to the entrance of the library. As she led the way with her back turned to him, Madame Pants, who had been observing Henry intently, finally revealed a satisfied smile, her demeanor becoming considerably more amiable. Beside the entrance was a window resembling a ticket counter, presumably designated for the registration of borrowed books. Here, Madame Pants tirelessly admonished Henry to cherish the books, issuing warnings such as her intent to meticulously inspect each page upon their return. By the time Henry emerged with the tome, more than 10 minutes had elapsed, during which he encountered Hermione, who approached with a stack of her own books, evidently unaware of when she had come to the library to complete her assignments, and she had borrowed several volumes before departing. Given that Madame Pants meticulously recorded any signs of damage for each book to facilitate comparison upon their return, Henry could only hope that Hermione would manage to return to the dormitory promptly. Within a few minutes, feeling lighthearted and distanced from the library, Henry began to regret his decision. He should have waited for Hermione to leave together. It appeared he had once again lost his way. Fortuitously, Percy happened by and escorted him back to the common room. Otherwise, he likely would have faced a second violation of school rules. In the common room, Harry and the others were engaged in a game of wizard's chess, with Harry displaying a keen interest in the emerging rules of this new pastime. Despite being consistently bested by Ron, yet he remained undeterred in his enthusiasm. Henry attended 2 performances but found them rather uninteresting, eventually excusing himself on the grounds of fatigue and returning to his dormitory. After completing his evening routine, he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Perplexed by his thoughts, this was not right. Hadn't he mastered the art of mental closure? Just moments ago, he could vividly recall the layout of the map he had seen in the active point map, yet somehow, he was unable to navigate correctly. After much contemplation, he arrived at a rather disheartening conclusion. Perhaps the stairs and doors here were simply not in harmony with him. In the future, it would be prudent to avoid venturing out alone without a companion. Resigned to this enigmatic realization, he shifted his focus to another question. What exactly had caused the unexpected occurrences during his practice of mental closure? That sensation felt oddly familiar, likely stemming from his own peculiarities, especially since he had perused a journal belonging to another practitioner prior to his training, which had not mentioned such phenomena. However, the clarity of mind and lucidity of thought he experienced were truly delightful, even if he now pondered the strangeness of lacking emotions. Was it possible that Professor Snape maintained a constant state of mental closure, resulting in his perpetually frosty demeanor? Henry pondered without any malice. As he contemplated, a great yawn escaped him. Fatigue washed over him. Just before surrendering to slumber, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to complete his assignment for the history of magic. What was the topic again? The life of the villain? Uric? Surely it should be the malevolent Moric? With these questions lingering in his mind, he descended into the realm of dreams. In his slumber, he felt as though he had returned to that fateful incident. This time, without the assistance of Myrtilla to awaken him, he was abruptly drawn into an enigmatic place. There, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort, as if it were indeed where he was meant to be. Yet, he found himself frowning, as the newly acquired mental barrier he had mastered seemed to caution him against such indulgence. A flash of white light pierced through, and he felt himself being expelled from that realm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry also discovered that, aside from magic and a few wondrous artifacts, Hogwarts seemed quite similar to an ordinary school. Young wizards, like their muggle counterparts, needed to eat, sleep, complete assignments, write essays, and take exams. There was still much to learn. Every Wednesday evening, they were required to ascend to the astronomy tower with telescopes purchased by themselves to observe the starry sky, studying and charting the trajectories of various celestial bodies. This subject was called astronomy, yet Henry felt it bore a striking resemblance to the Muggle discipline of the same name. Wizards believed that celestial phenomena could foretell the future, and that the distant movements of planets significantly affected those on Earth. However, Henry found such notions somewhat absurd. Nevertheless, with the assistance of magical telescopes, wizards could indeed see more and farther than Muggles. Thus, Henry found himself quite intrigued by the course, considering that discovering an unnamed planet and presenting it to the Muggle world could lead to fame and fortune. They were also required to attend a class known as herbology at least 3 times a week, primarily focused on cultivating extraordinary plants and fungi that possessed unique properties in the wizarding world, as well as understanding their uses. The young wizards were curious about the fate of the plants they cultivated. Ultimately, an unnamed third-year twin provided the explanation that most of the plants they grew would be sent to Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, where they would be concocted into various potions to treat the peculiar ailments that students might acquire, whether accidentally or intentionally. The professor of herbology, kindly referred to as Madame Sprout, was a short and stout witch. Perhaps due to her frequent dealings with plants, her clothing was often quite soiled and speckled with mud. During the first lesson, Harry whispered that if Aunt Petunia were to see her, she would surely faint, leading Henry to conclude that Harry's aunt must be quite peculiar. Moreover, Professor Sprout was also the current head of Hufflepuff House, known for her warm-heartedness and cheerfulness, and she was generous in awarding points to clever and diligent young wizards. Within just 2 classes, Henry had already garnered nearly 20 points from her, which left Hermione, who had missed the opportunity to showcase her own abilities, quite dissatisfied. Of course, the history of magic remained the most tedious subject for the young wizards, with the exception of diligent students like Hermione. Even Henry regarded this course as a form of hypnosis, as the content within the textbooks was already imprinted in his mind. In conversing with the portraits of renowned wizard alumni who had graduated from Hogwarts centuries ago, Henry learned that Professor Binns, when he was still living, delivered his lectures with remarkable vigor and eloquence. However, after his passing and transition into a ghostly existence, his demeanor had become increasingly peculiar, often drifting into a trance mid-lecture, rendering his teachings ever more monotonous. In other words, Professor Binns had been teaching since the school's inception, nearly 1,000 years ago, making him a living textbook of magical history. The portraits advised Henry that any historical inquiries could be directed to Professor Binns himself. Even questions regarding Muggle history might evoke some recollection from him, which would prove far more reliable and efficient than poring over literature in the library. Henry readily accepted the suggestion, Thursday marked the day for Transfiguration and Defense against the Dark Arts classes. They arrived early at the Transfiguration classroom. But as soon as the bell rang, the strict, astute head of Gryffindor, who appeared unimpressed, swiftly asserted her authority. Transfiguration will be the most intricate and perilous spell you will encounter in your studies at Hogwarts, she proclaimed, pacing before the desk, her emerald robe trailing behind her. Even charms cannot compare to its dangers. Any mischief in my class will result in immediate expulsion, with no chance of return. After delivering this stern warning, Professor McGonagall lightened the mood by waving her wand, transforming the desk into a pig. The little creature, with its beady black eyes seemingly imbued with intelligence, looked poised to scamper away, but with another flick, it reverted to a desk. This display ignited the curiosity of the young wizards, who eagerly anticipated mastering such a spell. However, their enthusiasm was quickly dampened. This is considered advanced transfiguration. You have much to learn. First, you must comprehend and mentally reconstruct the internal structure of the object you wish to transform. Secondly, you need sufficient magical power, as the more challenging the transformation, the greater the force required. Lastly, focus is paramount. All magic necessitates concentration, and transfiguration demands meticulous precision. Furthermore, I must emphasize that any transformation involving the human body is strictly forbidden. If you wish to avoid attending class in the form of an animal, I strongly advise against it. Why are you still hesitating? Make sure to note that down. Now, turn to Chapter 1 of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall commanded sternly before commencing the formal lesson. The young wizards hastily flipped open their textbooks, diligently jotting down a plethora of complex notes, and Henry was no exception. Once the foundational theories were covered, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, causing the drawer of the desk to open, from which a number of matches flew out, landing steadily before each student. Today, we will begin our transfiguration journey with a single matchstick, aiming to transform it into a needle. Those who succeed will earn points for their house. The promise of points immediately stirred the students' enthusiasm. After several evenings together, they regarded the house cup as the pinnacle of their house pride. Consequently, the young wizards eagerly drew their wands to practice. Observing the solitary matchstick on the desk, Henry remained silent, surveying the scene as his fellow students waved their wands haphazardly, murmuring incantations, despite the fact that this particular transformation did not require a spell. Henry then activated a basic form of mental closure. Focus? This was his forte. As he entered this state, the surrounding chaos felt as though it were enveloped in a layer of cling film, banishing tumultuous thoughts and clamor from his mind. The complexity and danger of transfiguration, along with the requisite magical power and concentration, echoed continuously within his mind, revealing another application of his mental closure technique. By adopting this mode, his thoughts became more focused and swift, allowing ample time for contemplation or strategy. While he relished this heightened efficiency, his magical reserves permitted him to maintain this state for several hours, yet he often found himself grappling with a profound sense of emptiness, as if unanchored. If prolonged, this sensation could even lead to a disembodied feeling. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, he endeavored to avoid extended use or deep immersion to prevent a recurrence of previous mishaps. Nevertheless, was this not the perfect moment to employ it? With his mental closure activated, Henry swiftly engaged with the task at hand. In his understanding and conjecture, transfiguration encompassed not just superficial alterations, but also transformations of material composition, essentially, the very constituents of objects. Could this involve even more microscopic elements, such as protons, neutrons, and the arrangement of electrons? He mused, swiftly recalling his knowledge of physics and chemistry. Wait a moment, magic is inherently unscientific. Would imposing scientific principles onto the magical realm introduce excessive variables? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it was worth a try, especially with Professor McGonagall to catch him if he faltered. The plan was set. With this in mind, Henry commenced his endeavors. Let it be clear, I am not pursuing house points or seeking a permit for the restricted section. My aim is merely to leave a favorable impression as a bright and eager student on Professor McGonagall. He deactivated his mental closure, and the cacophony of the outside world rushed back in. The precise guidance of Professor McGonagall, the chaotic swish of wands, and the occasional sound of explosions. Wait, explosions? He glanced over to see Harry and Ron wearing amused expressions as they turned to look behind them. What is happening? Henry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without even conducting an experiment, he swiftly turned to witness a truly captivating scene. Professor McGonagall, her brow furrowed in displeasure, was reprimanding a young wizard whose face was completely blackened, so much so that even his mother might struggle to recognize him. Yet, the unmistakable shock of light brown hair allowed Henry to identify the unfortunate student as Simon Finnegan. According to Harry, this was the third explosion he had caused in a mere few minutes. The commotion behind them soon subsided. Scourgify, with a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall effortlessly restored Simon to a state of cleanliness after his well-deserved reprimand. Focus, Simon. Concentrate on your target. Concentrate on your magic, she advised before departing to continue her vigilant rounds of the classroom, ever watchful for unforeseen incidents. Disappointed that the spectacle had concluded, the young wizards withdrew their heads, returning to their strategic battle with the matches before them. Henry turned his head back. Professor McGonagall seemed somewhat displeased. I wondered if an accident might occur here as well. Just then, a voice behind me, rich with praise from Professor McGonagall, broke through my thoughts. Excellent. Miss Granger, this transformation is remarkably stable. Although it is not yet a pin, Gryffindor earns 5 points. Professor McGonagall, rarely smiling, pointed her wand at the matchstick on Hermione's desk, levitating it for the entire class to see. Indeed, it was a near-perfect transfiguration. The matchstick had transformed completely into silver, with one end quite pointed, rendering its original form nearly unrecognizable. Well done, Hermione, you are one step closer to the restricted section. Henry turned back once more, pondering for a moment, yet ultimately resolved to take a daring chance while Professor McGonagall was in high spirits. He mentally rehearsed the steps and meticulously recalled the instructions imparted by the professor. With a sudden motion, he aimed his wand at the matchstick before him, and a fierce gale erupted from the wand, causing the classroom to resonate with a howling sound. However, the nearly weightless matchstick remained unperturbed. The young wizards affected by this spectacle turned their heads, casting curious glances. Henry squinted intently at the matchstick before him, his wand incessantly absorbing his magical energy. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the components of the matchstick, the molecular structure of iron, and the external data of a needle, fervently hoping to transform the match into an iron needle, in stark contrast to the unremarkable performances of other young wizards. Henry's display was nothing short of spectacular. Amidst the howling winds, the matchstick floated delicately, as if lifted by an unseen force. Suddenly, it morphed into an indescribable mass, reminiscent of a slimy, coiled creature, intermittently crackling with sparks and shimmering golden nebulas. Observant newcomers noticed the dust in the air swirling towards this peculiar substance. The wind intensified, disheveling the young wizard's hair, but they had no time to tidy themselves. They hastily pressed their hands down on their textbooks, which trembled on the desk, as if on the verge of being drawn into the chaos. The unknown mass seemed to be brewing something, light beginning to seep from within. Professor, it's going to explode. Ron, crouched behind Harry, clutching his textbook to shield his head, sensed the impending danger and shouted in alarm, disregarding his appearance. Professor McGonagall had already noticed the commotion, but witnessing such a spectacle created by a first-year wizard was a first for her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. However, her keen instincts soon alerted her to the growing instability of the mass. With decisive strides, she advanced, sweeping her wand to clear the young wizards and desks obstructing her path. She approached Henry, who stood frozen in embarrassment, and without acknowledging him, she traced a circle around the chaotic substance with her wand. Then, pointing at the grotesque mass, she channeled her full magical power into it, her robes billowing in the tempest. Her formidable magic instantly severed the connection with Henry's energy, neutralizing the erratic mass. Henry's raised hand was freed, and the substance reverted to a mere matchstick, falling silently onto the desk. Fortunately, the match was not substantial enough to cause any significant catastrophe. Henry had sensed something was amiss when the sparks began to flicker, as it deviated entirely from his rehearsed expectations, appearing exceedingly perilous. Yet, he found himself unable to halt the process. His magic surged uncontrollably, and his instincts warned him that a premature disconnection would only hasten the explosion. Thus, he remained frozen, striving to maintain the status quo. Seeing the experienced Professor McGonagall effortlessly resolve the situation, he exhaled in relief. According to his calculations, had the chaotic energy within the mass exploded, even with the castle's numerous protective spells, it would likely have created a crater several meters wide, leaving no survivors among the young wizards in the classroom. Well, perhaps he would have been the first sacrificial offering in this pyrotechnic display. However, it was premature to relax. Though the immediate crisis had passed, a new peril loomed, one that targeted him alone. Gasping, Professor McGonagall turned to him, her hair standing on end like an enraged lion, her lips trembling as she demanded, "What on earth have you done?" Henry wore a bewildered expression, perplexed by the situation. How was he to know what was happening? Hadn't it been conveyed according to your previous explanations? Construction, magic, focus, these were all stated in the textbooks. Thus, he voiced his thoughts. Consequently, Professor McGonagall was so taken aback that she was nearly amused. I had no idea that even the most fundamental and rudimentary transfiguration could unleash such a powerful vortex of magic. It's utterly reckless and a mere spectacle. She pressed her thin lips together, enunciating each word through clenched teeth. 30 points from Gryffindor. The young wizards fell into a stunned silence. This was the first instance since the beginning of the term, even among the 4 houses, where a student had been penalized. Even though Henry had recently accumulated numerous points, it could not mitigate the adverse effects of this deduction. The new Gryffindor students looked at Henry with a mixture of sympathy and irritation. Oh. And there were indeed some of Henry's ardent admirers who thought it quite impressive that he could incite such turmoil in the classroom, causing the usually stoic Professor McGonagall to visibly change color. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry lowered his head, feigning deep contemplation, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the disappointed gazes of his classmates. Professor McGonagall stormed out of the classroom, instructing the young wizards to review the theoretical content presented that day and to temporarily cease their practice. As she departed, she made sure to restore the classroom to its original state. The moment Professor McGonagall stepped out, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. With the professor gone, the atmosphere in the classroom immediately became lively. Hey, did you see that thing just now? How could anyone possibly miss it? The professor referred to it as a magical vortex. What on earth is that? I have no idea, but it looked quite terrifying. It seems like Professor McGonagall was genuinely angry. Henry is in deep trouble now. Oh, surely he won't be expelled from the school. The classmates discussed the earlier incident with a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude, while Henry's companions eagerly probed into how he managed to achieve such a feat. Henry was reluctant to explain, yet he declined the comforting words of the girl beside him. He understood that a mere loss of control would not lead to expulsion. For the very purpose of Hogwarts was to assist young wizards in systematically and correctly mastering the art of magic. This was, indeed, a lesson imparted to him by Hermione. He was meticulously recalling the peculiar methods that had manifested moments ago, striving to analyze the root of the problem. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this inexplicable substance could indeed serve as a formidable weapon. However, it would likely exact a toll of all his magical power and even his life. Moreover, if in the end it failed to strike its intended target, the loss would be quite grievous. Perhaps he could consider it a contingency plan, for one never knows when a better application might be discovered. Furthermore, if he did not ascertain the specific cause, even the most fundamental transfiguration could devolve into an explosive disaster, leaving him bereft of a future in this vital discipline. Professor McGonagall had previously remarked that transfiguration encompassed numerous other variant spells, each possessing significant utility in both daily life and combat. Indeed, one could argue it ranks among the most crucial branches of magic, along with charms. Were he to let these opportunities slip away, he might feel a twinge of regret now, but who could fathom the depths of his future remorse? Henry furrowed his brow in silence, once again entering a state of mental seclusion, preparing to rehearse the process anew. However, he soon emerged from this trance. The practice proved futile, as he remained oblivious to where he had erred, despite adhering to the prescribed steps. After contemplating his predicament, he resolved to consult Hermione, who had already undergone a partial transformation. Engaging in a dialectical exploration from multiple perspectives seemed to him the hallmark of scientific inquiry, did it not? He mused on the form of the needle, believing that focusing on the spell would suffice. Upon hearing Henry's earnest inquiry, Hermione felt a surge of joy and a hint of pride. She candidly shared her insights with him and added, "I believe you must have unwavering faith in your ability to transform the matchstick into a needle. Earlier, my own lack of complete trust in myself was evident. As you observed, that needle was far from perfect." Henry felt a sense of doubt creeping in. Believe in himself? Could it be that magic relies solely on idealism, completely disregarding the sensations of the material world? Yet, that seemed amiss. When I cast the repair spell, I certainly referenced the rules of the physical realm, did I not? Moreover, Professor McGonagall had explicitly stated while elucidating Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration that the foundation of any magic is not conjured from nothingness. Even the most fundamental illumination charm consumes magical energy. And magical energy does not create matter, it merely transforms it, which bears striking resemblance to the scientific domain. Hence, it follows that the magical realm and the material world possess a certain interconnectedness. But where lies the boundary? I'm uncertain. Not knowing isn't particularly troubling. Yet you now instruct me to abandon the principles of the scientific world in favor of idealism, which I find impossible to comply with at this moment. Wait, perhaps it is feasible? If I were to temporarily suppress my common sense with a thought concealment spell and then hypnotize myself, what might occur? The remaining magical energy should suffice for a single transfiguration spell. It seems quite worth a try. Henry felt a surge of temptation to grasp his wand and experiment with it. However, a recollection of Professor McGonagall's words before her departure struck him. The current state of Gryffindor could not afford any further deductions, particularly not at his expense. Yet, despite his conviction to abandon this impulse, his right hand inexorably inched toward the wand, as if he had lost dominion over his own body. Henry struck his left hand against his right with a sharp crack, then firmly grasped his right hand, preventing it from reaching for the wand on the table. Should another incident occur in Professor McGonagall's absence, he would essentially sever half of the future of the magical realm. The remaining half would fall upon the first-year students from other houses who were not present in their class. Wait, Harry is beside me? Would that not mean the entire future of the magical world is at stake? No, such a calamity must not be permitted. He intensified his grip, while Hermione, engrossed in her notes, and Harry, who was being ignored by Henry and whispering with suspicion, turned their heads in confusion. Quickly, take my wand, Henry whispered urgently to Harry, who turned his head, staring blankly at Henry, utterly bewildered. What does he mean? Why does he suddenly want me to take the wand? Hermione, observing Henry's desperate struggle against himself to keep her from obtaining the wand, suddenly grasped the situation. She rose from her seat and rushed forward from the back table, seizing Henry's wand, but was jolted by an arc of electricity that shot from the wand, causing her to yelp and instinctively tighten her grip on it. However, her shriek drew the attention of most of the young wizards present. Henry stood up, poised to seize the wand, but then forced himself back into a seated position. What is happening to you? Harry and Ron realized the situation was dire. Seizing the moment while Henry still retained some control, they rushed forward to embrace him. Hermione, filled with trepidation, recoiled, while the three became a whirlwind of chaos, threatening to escalate further. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and a voice laced with icy restraint and boundless fury echoed, "What are you up to now?" Like a bucket of cold water dousing flames, Henry's trembling hand stilled, and the strength to rise vanished. Harry and Ron, caught off guard, stumbled, and the three tumbled into a heap. The young wizards, witnessing the spectacle, erupted into laughter, utterly oblivious to the peril they had just flirted with. Henry tilted his head back with great effort from beneath Ron, gazing at Professor McGonagall, whose lips were beginning to tremble once more. A rather awkward smile emerged on his handsome face. We are exercising. Yes, exercising, aren't we? Henry exerted pressure with his elbow against the two individuals above him, feeling their trembling bodies signaling frantically. Unfortunately, they completely misunderstood his intentions. As Professor McGonagall's anger escalated, it was Hermione who first reacted. She discreetly tucked her wand into the folds of her robe, avoiding direct eye contact with Professor McGonagall and instead focusing on her chin, softly stating, "Professor, they are merely jesting, as everyone can see." Professor McGonagall cast a wary glance at this commendable student, the first to receive praise in the new academic year. After a moment of hesitation, she chose to trust her, yet this did not excuse the disruption in class. 1 point for each of you, and Gryffindor loses 3 points. Henry's expression was somewhat stiff. He had thought he could evade the situation, but it appeared that Professor McGonagall's ire was far from extinguished. Simultaneously, he cast a surprised glance at Hermione, as he had never anticipated that the young girl would assist him in concocting a lie. Perhaps she too wished to prevent further loss of points for Gryffindor? Just as Professor McGonagall was about to continue her discourse, the bell rang, providing a fortuitous reprieve. She cast a penetrating gaze at Henry before announcing the end of the class. Such scrutiny had already led to a plethora of disturbances. One could only wonder what further mischief this new student might conjure in the future, and a sense of foreboding washed over McGonagall. The four of them felt as if they had been granted a pardon and hastily gathered their belongings to merge with the throng of young wizards exiting the classroom. In the corridor, after advancing a short distance, Hermione cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before quietly inquiring, "What on earth just happened?" Henry glanced at Harlow, who was also looking at him with a curious expression. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to speak candidly. The specifics are somewhat unclear to me, but he hesitated, as if finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. At that time, I lost control of my body. It seemed to have a will of its own. Upon uttering these words, the three of them were momentarily taken aback. Initially, they thought Henry was jesting. But upon seeing the seriousness etched on his face, their expressions turned grave. "Henry, you need to visit Madame Pomfrey for an examination," Hermione asserted firmly. "No, I am not ill," Henry protested, but after a moment's reflection, he added, "At least, it cannot be a physical ailment." "Could it be that someone has cast dark magic upon you?" Ron inquired, his face a portrait of terror. Harry countered, that seems improbable. Henry has been with us these past few days. Except for, Ron suddenly connected the dots, and they exchanged knowing glances, exclaiming in unison, "The library? Impossible. Madame Pants is in the library. No one would dare cast a spell there," Hermione asserted, her clarity of thought unwavering. "What if you were ambushed on the way?" Ron argued defiantly. "I suspect Malfoy and his cronies are behind this. Come, let us seek out a professor." This absurd possibility was swiftly dismissed by Henry, for he had never encountered Draco. Besides, he did not believe that a first-year student could wield such disorienting dark magic. Ultimately, regardless of Henry's protests, he found himself unwillingly escorted to the hospital wing, outnumbered as he was by his friends. However, he implored the trio not to disclose his loss of bodily control, fearing that such revelations might incite panic. He was also uncertain, pondering whether this anomaly might stem from his own peculiar nature. He had not forgotten the true owner of this body, who had vanished. After a thorough examination, Madame Pomfrey concluded, "You are in excellent health, with no issues." She began to tidy up the instruments and potions used for the assessment. Henry sat in the chair, his handsome visage contorted in a frown. The potion was exceedingly bitter, even more so than the concoction prescribed by Dr. Slant. Should he offer the lady some suggestions for a more palatable remedy? Yet, Lady Ron seemed eager to explain something further. "I have stated he is quite healthy." Mrs. Pomfrey interjected sharply, her brow furrowing in disapproval as she interrupted Ron. Then, turning her head, she donned a gentle expression and kindly addressed Henry. "My dear, you appear rather fatigued. It is imperative that you prioritize rest. The potion you just ingested contains some restorative elixirs for your vitality. You may leave once its effects have subsided." Apologetically, she added, "I must attend to my many other patients and cannot linger." Rising from her seat, she left the table impeccably tidy. Henry was indeed curious to inquire of Madame Pomfrey why she did not utilize magic for the cleansing process, as it would surely be far more convenient. However, the potion was exceedingly bitter, rendering him speechless. It seemed utterly unjust. Once Madame Pomfrey departed, Ron quietly grumbled in discontent. "That is because you do not trust Madame Pomfrey's medical expertise. Such disbelief is the gravest affront to a healer." Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance before gently asking, "Are you feeling better, Henry?" Ron, accustomed to the double standards women held towards Henry, thought to himself that it was indeed impressive to possess good looks. Yet, he dared not voice his indignation, turning away in frustration instead. Harry, smirking slightly, shrugged at Ron, inwardly relieved that he had not spoken up first. Allowing Ron to take the lead, he silently vowed to himself that it would be prudent to avoid the hospital wing in the future. Although Madame Pomfrey was exceedingly kind and had no qualms about examining Henry, who struggled to articulate his affliction, her severity could be quite daunting. Once the effects of the potion wore off, the four of them exited the hospital wing and made their way to the Great Hall. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry pondered for a moment, clapped his hands, and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Hey, mates, listen to me. Let go of those thoughts. I'm feeling quite well at the moment. Forget about it. Let us hurry, or we'll miss out on some delicious food. Speaking of which, we have defense against the dark arts class this afternoon. Do you know what will be taught?" The mere mention of defense against the dark arts lifted the spirits of the three despondent companions, aside from Professor Bin's rather dull history of magic. The other professors' lessons were enchanting and intriguing, which filled them with anticipation for the afternoon S class. Thus, they eagerly discussed what Professor Quirrell might teach. Purposefully lagging a few steps behind, Henry watched the scene of his friends engaged in lively conversation, feeling a warm sense of camaraderie. He was determined to protect this beautiful friendship at all costs. In the defense against the dark arts class, Henry pressed his forehead and held his breath. wishing to retract his earlier thoughts. At this moment, he was no longer interested in the subject matter of the class. The room was permeated with a pungent odor of garlic, a scent so strong it was almost unbearable. Rather than imparting knowledge related to dark magic, Professor Quirrell stammered through tales of his own experiences, the authenticity of which was questionable. For instance, he claimed that the thick purple scarf draped over his head was a gift from an African prince, bestowed upon him in gratitude for liberating the prince from the clutches of a zombie. However, when pressed relentlessly by Simon, Professor Quirrell struggled to provide any details, his face flushing as he awkwardly shifted the conversation to the weather, evading Simon's inquiries. He then recounted an encounter with a vampire in the Black Forest of Romania, rambling about the tools used to repel such creatures, including garlic. "Professor, is that the reason you wear garlic in your scarf? To fend off vampires at all times?" Simon interjected, provoking a wave of laughter. The young wizards had long harbored grievances regarding the peculiar scarf emitting a foul odor from Professor Quirrell's head. It reeked of decay, as if it hadn't been washed in years, with even the scent of garlic failing to mask it. Amidst the laughter, Professor Quirrell appeared flustered, his hapless demeanor only serving to amuse the first-year students further. Henry tugged at the corner of his mouth, striving to smile, yet finding himself unable to do so. Observing Harry, who was laughing heartily beside him, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "If only you knew what lurked there, Harry. I dare say you would not be laughing at all." The defense against the dark arts class concluded amidst joyous laughter. Everyone was in high spirits, save for Professor Quirrell, who felt quite disheartened. Each time he spoke, a few young wizards would deliberately pose intricate questions that left him at a loss for words. In his agitation, he stammered even more, leading him to abandon his tales, whose authenticity remained dubious, and resort to reciting from the textbook instead. Henry felt as though he had gleaned little more than a few dubious anecdotes from the class. Well, perhaps he could later regale the children at the orphanage with these tales. Beyond that, he was left with only the knowledge contained within the textbooks, which left him somewhat disheartened. He yearned for a deeper understanding, not merely these superficial tidbits. It seemed he would have to resort to self-study at the library, pondering whether he might acquire a signed note from Professor Quirrell for some of the restricted tomes, particularly those pertaining to dark magic. Upon further reflection, it was evident that Professor Quirrell's possession by the Dark Lord Voldemort was largely a consequence of his own choices. However, this also suggested that his proficiency in defensive magic was not particularly remarkable, despite having recently delved into the study of muggles. As Professor Quirrell's monotonous, stammering lecture dragged on, Henry found himself increasingly bored and began to lean his head toward his companions. Over the past few days of learning, Harry appeared more relaxed, seemingly realizing that they were all starting from the same point, with much yet to learn. Hermione, on the other hand, seemed somewhat aloof, seemingly more focused on competing with herself academically rather than truly integrating into this destined group of prodigies. Henry recognized that patience was essential. He vaguely remembered that Hermione had wholeheartedly aided Harry, particularly after the midpoint of their first year. Was there something significantly severe that had occurred? Never mind. It seemed prudent to wait for memory to resurface on its own. Ron appeared somewhat clumsy and silly, and though first impressions were somewhat lackluster, over the course of several days, Henry discovered that this boy, aside from his peculiarities and slight sensitivity, was one of the most agreeable individuals he had encountered. Kind-hearted, warmly welcoming, candid in nature, and remarkably forgiving indeed. One could hardly deny that he was a product of Mrs. Weasley's nurturing. Well then, today's affair shall come to a close. As for the homework, the first defense against the dark arts class concluded amidst Professor Quirrell's stammering voice. He had intended to assign tasks to the young wizards, but was met with the mischievous antics of certain first-year students, leaving him flushed in embarrassment as he fled prematurely. The triumphant cheers of the little wizards threatened to demolish the classroom's ceiling, prompting Henry to shake his head in disbelief. With such a demeanor, it was no wonder that Voldemort had a firm grasp on him. Could it be a ruse? Laughable. With his abysmal performance, it could not possibly be an act. Or could it? Such lackluster display, surely, no one would suspect it to be a performance. Pondering this notion, Henry straightened in surprise but felt reassured knowing there would be ample opportunity to observe in the days ahead. That evening, the only assignment was for Transfiguration, making it the lightest workload since the term commenced, particularly as it was due the following week, allowing the Gryffindors to revel in their evening undisturbed. At the enthusiastic insistence of Harry and Ron, Henry attempted a game of wizard's chess against Ron, and suffered a resounding defeat. He then allowed Harry to take his place, while he comfortably ensconced himself in a soft armchair, a hefty tome from the library cradled in his hands. enjoying the gentle evening breeze while casting furtive glances at the unfolding game. After a while, Hermione also descended, clutching a magic tome. She positioned herself on the opposite side, initially observing the chessboard before she circled around behind Henry. "Your intellect surpasses all imagination, does it? What is this about?" she inquired with keen interest. "Nothing much. Just something I stumbled upon at the library. Although, the ideas within are rather unconventional," Henry replied, purposefully remaining vague. Hermione's interest waned immediately. Her focus was now primarily on mastering her academic subjects, and she paid little heed to leisurely reading material. As Henry observed Hermione returning to her seat, engrossed in her book, he couldn't help but exhale deeply. If Hermione had pressed him further, he would have been at a loss for words. To claim he was studying the art of mental closure? Unthinkable. He glanced over at Harry, who, despite repeated failures, remained undeterred in his pursuit, and at Ron, whose exuberance in dominating the game was palpable. Henry realized that this was likely the current obsession of the two. "Regrettably, I find no interest in Wizardess chess. In contrast, magic undeniably captivates me far more. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." Henry rose and shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret that he had yet to finish the book. He briefly assessed the difference in thickness between the read and unread sections, furrowing his brow. At his current pace, it would astonishingly take until the day after tomorrow to peruse it roughly, and that was without accounting for the time required for experimental validation. Alas, he hoped there would be no hiccups the following day. The next day was Friday. During breakfast, Ron carelessly spread jam on his cereal bread, chewing on apple pie while mumbling a question. "What classes do we have today?" Harry wiped his hands, then hastily retrieved the schedule he had concealed within his robes. Glancing at it with urgency, Henry was intently engaged in replacing the smoked meat in his sandwich with chicken and honey, wholly preoccupied and unable to entertain such a trivial inquiry. Of late, he had observed that Hermione had become increasingly adept at navigating the corridors of Hogwarts, while even Harry and Ron displayed marked improvement. As for himself, whenever he ventured alone, he either found himself irrevocably lost or wandering aimlessly in that direction. This predicament necessitated his binding with the trio each morning. Otherwise, breakfast would be a distant dream. The following day was Friday. At the breakfast table, Ron was slathering jam carelessly onto his toast, chewing on an apple pie, and indistinctly inquired, "What classes do we have today?" Harry wiped his hands, then hurriedly retrieved the schedule he had concealed within his robe, comparing it diligently. Henry was intently replacing the smoked meat in his sandwich with chicken and honey, too preoccupied to respond to what was clearly a question only a struggling student would ask. He noticed that Hermione had seemingly acclimated entirely to the whims of the magical school's architecture, becoming increasingly familiar with the paths of Hogwarts, while even Harry and Ron had made notable progress. Yet, for him, traversing the halls alone meant either getting lost or being on the verge of losing his way. Even consulting Hermione for guidance proved futile, as peculiar incidents occurred every time he attempted to navigate the corridors. Mechanical enchantments either triggered prematurely or delayed. This compelled him to tether himself to the trio each morning, lest he forego breakfast altogether. Meanwhile, Hermione, sipping her thick soup, rolled her eyes at his plight. With graceful poise, she dabbed her mouth and, tilting her head slightly, replied, "Don't look so bewildered, Harry. It's potions class, and we need to attend 2 sessions with the first-year Slytherins. Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, will be instructing us." "Slytherin," Harry mused, momentarily lost in thought before exclaiming, "I feel like Professor Snape dislikes me." "Harry, Snape has an aversion to everyone, save for those from his own house," Ron reassured him, having swallowed his food. "I've heard George and the others say that Snape is particularly biased. We shall see if there's truth to that today." He took a substantial bite of his bread. "All right, let us hasten there. I certainly do not wish to witness Draco's smug countenance if we arrive late." Harry sighed, downing his bowl of porridge in one go before ladling some pea soup, hoping he was merely being overly cautious. At that moment, a flurry of over 100 owls burst into the great hall, flapping about with varying parcels and letters, searching for their respective owners. Before dropping the correspondence at their feet, the little wizard's mail had arrived. Henry, while nibbling on his sandwich, gazed enviously at the agile messengers flitting about. "Alas, I lack the funds," although even acquiring an owl would not enable anyone to send parcels. He had come to understand over the past few days that possessing an owl as a pet is indeed a symbol of one's affluence. A well-trained owl could fetch several gold galleons, comparable to the price of a wand. Moreover, some rare breeds of owls are exceedingly scarce, with their prices soaring to several dozen galleons, not to mention the cost of the potions required for their care. Generally speaking, families without means would refrain from keeping an owl, unless it was to uphold a semblance of familial dignity. Of course, families unable to afford the upkeep of an owl might opt to rent one from the owl post. But this arrangement is akin to the stark contrast between a private phone and a public payphone. Henry observed as the owls gradually found their respective owners, then shifted his gaze to engage in a contest with his sandwich. Suddenly, a sound of flapping wings approached from the distance, suggesting that something was about to land nearby. However, among the four, only Harry possessed an owl. Ron, for instance, was unlikely to receive letters so soon after the commencement of school. Henry lifted his gaze and, indeed, it was Hedwig. This little white creature certainly possessed a formidable temper. Perhaps it was due to their unfamiliarity with the paths of Hogwarts on the first day that they failed to arrive at the Great Hall, thus leaving her waiting. By the time they finally managed to join for breakfast the following day, Hedwig had caused quite a ruckus, even in the days that followed. She offered Harry little in the way of a pleasant countenance. Often, she would circle around Henry and Hermione, beseeching scraps of food before darting back to the owlery to rest alongside the other elves. Whenever Harry attempted to offer her a morsel, Hedwig would turn her back to him, disregarding her owner's dignity entirely. However, this morning, perhaps her anger had dissipated, or perhaps she finally recalled her duties. Upon landing on the table, she grasped a note and placed it gently atop Harry's plate. Harry, unperturbed, attempted to feed her a small piece of toast, which she accepted, evoking a beaming smile from him. He eagerly opened the note, and its content raised his spirits even further. He handed the note to Ron, who appeared momentarily bewildered. Yet upon reading it, he too broke into a wide grin. Henry gazed with curiosity at the performance of the two individuals as he accepted the note handed to him by Ron. The paper bore a few splashes of greasy stains, and the writing was large, seemingly not intentional, yet the script was exceptionally careless, with several misspelled words. It appeared that the author had either lacked the time to write properly or was inherently negligent. Once Henry's mind engaged its automatic correction function, he deciphered the note, which read, "Dear Harry, I am aware that you have no classes on Friday afternoon, and I wonder if you could join me for tea around 3 o'clock. I am eager to hear about your experiences during the first week. If Henry and Ron are available, I would also be delighted to see them in the afternoon. Please have Hedwig respond to me. Hagrid? Oh right, Hagrid. How could I have forgotten him? This pertains to a lucrative opportunity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Henry returned the note to Harry and suddenly caught sight of Hermione gently stroking Hedwig's soft feathers. He gestured for Harry to speak up and extend an invitation, but Harry was preoccupied with entertaining Hedwig, relishing the first interaction he had enjoyed with his beloved pet in days, leaving no time to attend to Henry. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry had no choice but to concede. For there would be ample opportunities in the future, there was no need to rush at this moment. As breakfast drew to a close, numerous owls flapped their wings and returned to the owlery. Harry borrowed a quill from Ron, swiftly scribbled something on the back of a note, and then let Hedwig carry it away. They hastily finished the remnants of their meal, grabbed a few desserts to enjoy on the way, and hurried off to their potions class. The potions classroom was situated in a subterranean chamber, resembling a transformed basement, cold and damp. Along the stone walls of the classroom stood several wooden racks, each lined with rows of glass jars containing an array of peculiar animal specimens and, indeed, plants as well. Gazing at the rigid corpses suspended in murky liquids and the dismembered fragments of unknown creatures, Harry thought to himself that tonight the young wizards would have fresh material for their nightmares. Henry strolled leisurely around the classroom, taking advantage of the time before the lesson began to curiously examine the contents of the glass jars on the shelves. The specimens preserved here appeared distinctly different from the plants and creatures he was accustomed to in the Muggle world, a fact that filled him with wonder. This was in stark contrast to Neville, who sat trembling in his seat. Harry and his companions also wore uneasy expressions, their faces pale, casting peculiar glances at the seemingly excited Henry, lost in their own thoughts. As the bell rang to signal the start of class, the sight of Professor Snape, draped in his customary black robes and sporting his greasy black hair, gliding into the classroom with a stony expression and utter silence, reinforced Henry's belief that the moniker Bat was indeed well-deserved. The once boisterous young wizards fell into a hushed silence, including the first-year students from Slytherin. Henry was not at all surprised. The Slytherins, who revered power and idolized the strong, respected the professors even more than the young wizards of Gryffindor. If Professor McGonagall's presence was as commanding as that of a lion, then Professor Snape exuded a chilling, serpentine aura, as if he were poised to unleash venom at any moment. Indeed, he often did just that. As per routine, attendance was taken before the formal lesson commenced, and Harry's ominous premonitions materialized. When Professor Snape called out Harry's name, he deliberately paused. Ah, indeed. Professor Snape lowered his voice and elongated his speech, as though narrating a lengthy epic. Harry Potter, the illustrious figure of renown. Draco and his entourage stifled their laughter, and Henry shot them a glance, causing them to immediately fall silent. Harry's face flushed a deep crimson. He was no longer the naive newcomer he once was. His ever-sensitive nature allowed him to acutely perceive the malevolent undertones in Professor Snape's words, though he could not fathom why the professor was so fixated on him. He was wise enough not to challenge the professor's authority over a mere few utterances, despite his simmering anger. Fortunately, Professor Snape did not linger on the matter. He swiftly completed the roll call. His tone slightly weighted when he reached Henry's name, perhaps elevated by a decibel or two, but no one besides Henry took note of it. Henry felt a twinge of concern. Could it be that Snape was acquainted with one of his elders? Yet, as an orphan, he had never been informed of any such relative. Professor Snape, however, did not grant him the luxury of contemplation. He first cast a frigid glance around the classroom, his gaze devoid of warmth or emotion, as if he were a mere specter, untouched by sentiment. Henry was aware that he had mastered the profound art of mental closure, shielding his innermost thoughts from all prying eyes, to the extent that at times, he himself could scarcely locate his own heart. Quite a poignant notion, is it not? He then spoke softly, his voice barely rising above a whisper. Yet, in the hushed classroom, every student distinctly heard each word he uttered. Potions, he declared, is undeniably a discipline that possesses the potential to transform both the world and the wizarding community. Here, one shall not witness the foolish antics of wand-waving. Instead, armed only with a cauldron, fire, and stirring rod, we can extract from potions all that we desire. The alteration of emotions, the augmentation of magical prowess, the acquisition of wealth. Henry's eyes gleamed at this prospect. The enhancement of fortune, the elevation of status, the brewing of glory, and even the confrontation of death itself. Perhaps many among you are skeptical of the magical nature of this, and I do not presume that you will fully appreciate the allure of potion making. I merely aspire to impart to you the most rudimentary and superficial knowledge of this craft, provided, of course, that you are not the fools I often encounter. Professor Snape's carefully crafted opening remarks left the class in a stunned silence, as they seemed awestruck by the nearly omnipotent capabilities of potion making. He relished this effect, but abruptly shattered the quiet by inquiring, Potter. Harry was taken aback, not expecting to be singled out. Professor Snape continued, what would be the result of adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood? What powder? How is that word spelled? Harry stared blankly at Professor Snape, who, with an impassive expression, locked his gaze onto Harry's emerald green eyes. Hermione raised her arm high, confident in her answer, while Ron glanced towards Henry, certain that he possessed the knowledge required. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry seemed to perceive a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Professor Snape's eyes. However, when he focused his gaze, all he could discern were those impenetrable black orbs, hollow and indifferent. TSK, TSK. Professor Snape scoffed, remarking disdainfully, it appears that fame does not equate to competence. ISNT that right, Mr. Potter? Draco trembled with laughter, while Harry lowered his head even further. Now, Potter, let us attempt this once more. If I were to send you in search of Bezoar, where would you procure it? Hermione raised her arm even higher, casting a puzzled glance at Henry, seemingly bewildered by his reluctance to answer this time. Henry, privy to the underlying tension, rolled his eyes slightly. This was a matter between the two of them, and it was best not to interfere. Ron nudged Harry forcefully under the table, prompting Harry to snap back to reality. He looked toward Henry as though he had discovered a beacon of hope, seeking assistance. Henry was nearly at a loss for words, despite my efforts to keep my distance. You still sought me out. Yet, he discreetly shaped his hand into a gesture resembling a cow's stomach. Harry cast a grateful glance in his direction before raising his head to meet Professor Snape's gaze, replying, Sir, it is a cow's stomach, sir. Hermione lowered her hand, for that was indeed the correct answer, but she shot a resentful look at Henry, believing he was aiding Harry in cheating. Professor Snape fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a chilling tone, each word deliberate and measured. "Did no one inform you that I was inquiring about Potter, Mr. Was?" Henry forced a smile before rising to bow and apologizing. "My apologies, Professor." Harry might indeed be somewhat confused, to save everyone's time. "I believe it would be best to directly provide the correct answer." He had anticipated that Professor Snape would seize the opportunity to deduct points from Gryffindor. But to his surprise, Snape pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is a waste of time. Let me simply reveal the correct answer to you." This statement, ironically, felt more hurtful than a direct insult. Professor Snape continued his explanation in his characteristic monotone. "Ambergris is a crystalline substance extracted from the stomachs of cattle, possessing potent detoxifying properties, yet it is exceedingly rare. By combining powdered daffodil roots with an infusion of mugwort and simmering the mixture, we can create a highly effective sleeping potion, colloquially known as the water of life and death." He could not resist a jab, adding, "Potter, I presume you haven't even opened a book before the term began?" It was phrased as a question, yet the tone conveyed certainty, inciting a sense of inexplicable anger within Harry. After all, aside from Henry and Hermione, weren't many other young wizards equally unprepared? Why single him out? Draco, seated in front, was nearly in fits of laughter, while Henry chose to ignore him, allowing Snape a semblance of dignity. "Perhaps I shall find another way to get back at him later." Professor Snape surveyed the classroom once more, noticing the students staring at him with rigid postures. Frustrated, he thought, "You are the worst batch I have ever taught." He unleashed his pent-up irritation, hissing, "So why aren't you all jotting this down? Do you think this material is exempt from examination?" Amidst the flurry of pages turning and the rustling of quills against parchment, Ron could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Henry was aware that Ron had likely recalled the words spoken by Professor McGonagall, as he too felt a sense of déjà vu. Professor Snape seemed to have finally found an opportunity to pounce, his hollow eyes fixated on Ron. "Weasley, do you find this statement amusing?" he inquired. "Not at all, sir." Ron replied, his expression stern, though the corners of his eyes betrayed a twitch. Ultimately, Professor Snape chose to relent, for in the absence of Harry, he managed to maintain his composure. This allowed Ron to exhale in relief. He had nearly been frightened to death, especially under the penetrating gaze of those emotionless eyes. The potions class continued, with Professor Snape instructing the young witches and wizards to pair up and prepare a simple potion for treating scabies. Indeed, the process was rather straightforward. According to Professor Snape's instructions, all one needed to do was meticulously prepare the ingredients as outlined in the textbook, and then sequentially add them to the cauldron for brewing. However, despite the simplicity of the task, Snape seemed to find faults in each student's execution as he glided around the classroom, subjecting nearly every student to harsh criticism. His words biting and tone scathing. Even the Slytherin students were not spared. This was, of course, largely due to Harry bearing the brunt of Snape's ire. And Henry felt that everyone ought to sincerely thank Harry for it. Yet, amidst such a simple task, akin to brewing an ordinary soup, the troublesome duo remained undeterred. While everyone else was engrossed in concocting their potions, Henry took the opportunity to observe the progress of his peers. He suddenly noticed that Neville had overlooked a crucial step. He was about to add the porcupine quills without first removing the cauldron from the heat, which posed a significant danger. Unfortunately, Neville seemed to have forgotten this warning. And with a flourish, he tossed the quills into the mixture. Before Henry could utter a word of caution, the quills hit the liquid, causing the potion to erupt violently. The cauldron boiled over, splattering onto the flames and igniting a conflagration as if a potent oxidizer had been introduced, the fire surging alarmingly high, frightening the surrounding young wizards into retreat. In mere seconds, the cauldron was engulfed, the potion spilling onto the stone floor with a hissing sound, followed by a plume of acrid green smoke that drifted to the ceiling, corroding it and creating several holes, the caustic nature of the potion inducing a visceral discomfort. The young witches and wizards hastily distanced themselves, fearful of the fumes. However, Neville was unable to escape the chaos. He was drenched in the potion, crying out in agony. Henry, who was closest, quickly reached for his wand, intending to cast a spell, but reconsidered due to the potential hazards and instead donned a pair of thick leather gloves resting nearby. He stepped onto the potion, which was corroding the soles of his shoes, and approached to assist Neville in removing his now tattered robe. Upon contact with the liquid on the robe, the gloves emitted a hissing vapor, and Henry swiftly yanked the robe off and discarded it on the ground before removing the gloves. Fortunately, Despite the potion's seemingly potent corrosive properties, Neville's exposed arms only bore the marks of red, swollen scabies, suggesting that the potion could indeed serve its intended purpose on him. Professor Snape rushed over, cursing under his breath as he waved his wand to absorb the spilled potion from the floor and the remnants clinging to Neville into a glass jar. He then turned to Neville, bellowing, "Idiot. I trust you have not been negligent in your studies, have you?" Grabbing Neville's arm roughly for a cursory examination, he added, "Stop your whimpering. It's nothing serious, easily remedied." He then directed his ire towards the somewhat innocent Seamus, who had managed to evade the chaos, chastising him. "Are you not going to assist your classmate to the hospital wing? Do you not see his suffering?" Seamus helped the sobbing Neville out of the classroom, while Professor Snape, still fuming, paced around the scene of the incident, occasionally casting glances at Harry and Ron, who were at the adjacent workstation. Henry seemed to perceive a large, blood-red character of danger rising above Harry's head. Indeed, Professor Snape curled his lips with malicious intent and remarked, "Potter, why did you not advise him against hastily joining the porcupine prick? Do you believe that his mistakes will somehow reflect favorably upon you? Such selfishness. And yet you fail to exhibit unity within the same house. Potter, Gryffindor loses a point due to your actions." Harry's face flushed crimson. What kind of rationale was this? It was utterly unjust. He opened his mouth, preparing to argue, but suddenly caught sight of the cold gleam in Snape's eyes and realized he must not fall into the trap. Otherwise, Snape would seize the opportunity to berate him yet again, perhaps even for daring to challenge a professor. Just then, Ron discreetly stepped on Harry's foot from behind, signaling him to remain calm. Allowing anger to cloud one's judgment would only lead to foolishness. Harry forcibly suppressed his rage, turning his gaze back to the unfinished materials before him, envisioning them as Snape's detestable visage, and crushed them in his mind. He had come to understand that Snape simply could not abide him, and was deliberately seeking opportunities to deduct points. Therefore, he must not grant him that chance. For the next 2 classes, the young wizards endured a relentless scolding from Professor Snape. From this moment forth, they would forever remember the terror of being under Snape's command. Particularly Harry. Yet Harry pretended not to hear anything, denying Snape the opportunity to deduct points until the potions class concluded. When Snape assigned homework and announced the end of class, a collective sigh of relief escaped the students. The ordeal had been excruciating, and Harry felt he would rather be simmered in a cauldron than face Snape's loathsome demeanor once more. The young wizards began to gather their belongings, preparing to leave in small groups. Suddenly, Professor Snape's voice, as if forcefully extracted from between his teeth, rang out, "Mr. Worth, please remain. The rest of you may leave." Harry and his friends cast sympathetic or anxious glances at him. Ron even mouthed, "We'll wait for you outside," before hastily retreating down the stairs, as though lingering in the potions classroom for another minute would invite peril. "TCH, no loyalty," Henry muttered under his breath, leisurely gathering his supplies. In truth, there was little to pack: a bottle of black ink, a quill, along with a second-hand textbook and parchment. Nevertheless, he took his time, lingering for 2 or 3 minutes until everyone had departed. During those moments, Professor Snape had already waved his wand, clearing away the remnants of potions and refuse from the classroom, restoring it to its original state before the young wizards had entered. He sat at the lectern, methodically tapping dozens of glass jars containing the potions brewed by the students during the lesson with his wand. "Sir, is there something you require of me?" Finally, unable to endure the silence any longer and harboring thoughts of seeking a swift departure, Henry approached the lectern and inquired softly, careful to keep his voice low so as not to disturb the professor and provoke a storm, despite the fact that he had not been scolded much during class. Professor Snape cast a fleeting glance his way, pausing his task, retrieving a hardcover book from beneath the lectern, and then locked his deep, cavernous eyes onto Henry S. Henry, initially plagued by a sense of evasion, harbored numerous secrets that he feared would be easily uncovered. Instinctively, he averted his gaze. Yet he recalled that his mental shielding technique had reached a rudimentary level, making him wonder if perhaps this master of psychic intrusion could penetrate his defenses. He discreetly activated his mental barrier, striving for clarity of thought. However, Professor Snape appeared disinterested in delving into his mind. With an indifferent gaze, he shifted his attention back to the task at hand, meticulously examining the potions of the young wizard. Henry observed a glass jar labeled with the names Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, which, under the professor's wand's guidance, erupted in a burst of green light. Snape, without a hint of mercy, inscribed the word unsatisfactory on the assessment sheet. Henry could not help but mourn for the two for a brief moment. Then, he heard the professor, still with his head bowed, coldly inquire, So, tell me, Mr. Voss, how did you manage to split your personality in two? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry sighed softly, for he had long harbored similar suspicions. After all, if there were no physical ailments, the answers must lie within the realm of the mind and spirit. Ever since his rebirth, his mental state had remained remarkably stable. However, a few days prior, he had hastily practiced the art of cerebral sealing without any guidance. It was conceivable that remnants of the original soul had seized this opportunity to conceal themselves within his body, though the likelihood seemed slim, if that were the case. An eruption would have occurred long ago. Alternatively, it was possible that an error had transpired during his practice. Another possibility was that some entity had taken an interest in him while he sought to empty his mind. Yet, this too appeared improbable, given that Mrs. Pants was keeping a watchful eye. In summary, dismissing other explanations, it could only be concluded that an anomaly had occurred during the practice of the cerebral sealing technique. Snape, not receiving a response, raised his gaze to Henry once more and spoke slowly. Even without your words, I can discern the truth. Aside from the cerebral sealing technique, it is generally impossible for ordinary spells to induce such effects. When Dumbledore entrusted me with this task, I thought it a jest. It now appears that your placement in Gryffindor is not without justification. Henry was somewhat at a loss for words. It seemed you and Gryffindor truly harbored a deep-seated rivalry. Seizing every opportunity to throw jabs, Professor Snape thrust a recently retrieved tome before Henry, claiming, "This is my original compilation of notes on the art of occlumency. While I remain oblivious to your reasons for pursuing this discipline and have no desire to uncover what you seek to conceal, it is evident that since your personality has become fragmented, you must rely solely on yourself to achieve a reintegration." Henry felt somewhat bewildered. Although he could not comprehend why Professor Snape treated him differently, he was nonetheless grateful for his assistance. He respectfully accepted the notebook, glancing at it briefly. The tome was quite thick, and its cover showed signs of wear, indicative of frequent perusal. Once Henry had stowed the notebook away, Professor Snape issued a dismissal. As the professor murmured his hopes of being of aid, Henry exited the dimly lit potions classroom. At the top of the staircase, Harry and his companions were chatting amiably while leaning against the wall, waiting for him to join them for lunch. Henry, feeling the warmth outside the classroom, smiled as he approached. With a clearer direction in mind, he believed it would not be long before he could cast spells normally. Snape did not dislike me. He loathed me. Around 3 in the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly, they set off along the path outside Hogwarts Castle as planned, making their way across the fields to Hagrid's hut. Suddenly, Harry, lost in thought, complained, out of all the students from 2 houses, I am the only one who lost a point. Even Neville was penalized for his blunder, yet I was docked points for such a ridiculous reason. And this is my first time losing points. No, actually, it's your second time losing points, Ron pointed out, highlighting the inconsistency in Harry's statement. But don't fret. Fred and George often lose points with Snape too, yet everyone still adores them. Harry stared at Ron in disbelief. Henry appeared to console Harry, saying, "Do not fret. Look at me. I have lost over 30 points, yet my classmates still regard me the same." Harry discreetly rolled his eyes, reflecting that were it not for your striking good looks and charm, it would be quite peculiar for others not to ostracize you. The trio playfully bantered until they arrived not far from Hagrid's hut. Nestled at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid's quaint abode offered a view of the vast, shadowy woodland stretching from north to south. It was evident that this path was seldom traversed, as weeds had claimed much of the cobblestone walk. With mutual support, they finally reached Hagrid's doorstep. The wooden door towered at least 10 feet high, requiring 3 or 4 of Harry to reach the top of the frame. Resembling a diminutive version of the grand entrance to Hogwarts Castle, though it was merely one of the doors. Sharp-eyed Henry noticed a large wooden bow leaning against the wall, its thick string suggesting it was undoubtedly a suitable weapon for the gamekeeper. Beside it lay a pair of rubber boots, clearly designed for ease of movement through the woods. Harry instinctively stepped forward to knock, only to be met with low, rumbling barks and the sound of claws scratching against the wooden door, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry keenly observed a pair of ebony-clad paws struggling and clawing through the crevice of the door, each paw nearly the size of an adult's hand. He stood cautiously in place, while Harry remained still, fixated on the creature at Hagrid's feet. Hagrid bent down, comprehending the situation, and opened the wooden door wider. Finally, a half-formed silhouette of an unidentifiable canine emerged, a large, muscular hound with a glossy, obsidian coat, its deep, thunderous bark resonating in the air. It was well-nourished under Hagrid's care, eagerly panting towards the trio, poised to leap. Seizing the collar around the hound's neck, Hagrid introduced it to Harry and his friends, saying, "This is Fong. Don't be afraid. He is quite gentle." The three of them sidled past the doorframe, carefully evading Fong's eager claws. Upon entering, they were enveloped by a wave of warmth. The interior was significantly warmer than the outside. With a resounding thud, Hagrid closed the door, finally allowing Fong to roam freely. He wiped his forehead, seemingly exhausted from the exertion of wrestling with the hound. Fong, bypassing Henry and Harry, bounded straight towards Ron, intent on licking his ears, appearing quite fond of him. As Fong engaged with Ron, Henry took the opportunity to survey Hagrid's modest abode. It was indeed small, but only in comparison to Hagrid's imposing stature. The single-room cabin, where eating, drinking, and sleeping all coalesced, boasted a massive bed that spanned over 4 meters in length, indicating that the space was, in fact, quite ample. The room appeared somewhat disheveled, yet it was evident that Hagrid had made attempts to tidy up. Sunlight filtered through the grimy window, casting a golden hue across the room. From the ceiling hung strings of cured wild boar legs and pheasants. Henry even spotted a hind leg of a wild goat. It seemed that the position of gamekeeper was not entirely unappealing, at least in terms of the abundance of game. The seating arrangements were limited, consisting of a chair beside a round table and a few stools, along with the large bed nestled in the corner. The bed was covered with a patchwork quilt, appearing as if several blankets had been torn apart and hastily stitched together. Given Hagrid's size, it was understandable that suitable bedding would be difficult to procure. Opposite the bed was a fire pit, devoid of natural gas or specialized lighting tools, containing a few dry logs that were currently ablaze. Beside it, a flue directed the smoke outside. Suspended above the fire pit was a copper kettle, from which the sound of bubbling steam could be heard. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry sighed, hesitating to employ a spell, and instead took a handkerchief to assist Ron in cleaning up. Upon noticing the sticky saliva on the handkerchief, he yearned for the days when he could effortlessly wield his wand to perform domestic charms. A simple Tagio would have resolved everything splendidly. This led him to ponder, where did the absorbed stains actually go? Lost in thought, Harry curiously picked up a cookie from his plate, examined it from both sides, and popped it into his mouth, ready to savor its delightful flavor, only to suddenly freeze in place. After a moment of bewilderment, he turned to find Henry, who appeared unfazed by the spectacle. Harry reached out, gently tapping Henry to rouse him, and then displayed an expression of delight towards his friend. Henry cast a peculiar glance at Harry, then reached out to take a piece for himself. As he placed it into his mouth, the rich sweetness of the pastry enveloped him, and he found the flavor truly delightful. He eagerly took a bite, the crisp sound resonating within his mind. Henry glared at Harry, who wore a mysterious grin reminiscent of a weasel that had stolen a chicken. He began to suck on the biscuit in his mouth, careful not to harm his teeth. Ron, having just returned from washing his face, looked at the two of them in bewilderment. He reached for a snack and took a bite, only to freeze in place, torn between the urge to vomit and the fear of hurting Hagrid's feelings. "How is it? My rock cakes are delicious, aren't they?" Hagrid said as he settled Yaya and ambled over, plucking a biscuit and tossing it into his mouth, chewing with a loud crunch. My skills have not diminished. The rock cakes, indeed, lived up to their name. The three exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus, and nodded vigorously in agreement. Despite the fact that the rock cakes nearly threatened their teeth, they feigned enthusiasm for the treat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry, either intentionally or inadvertently, began inquiring about the species and precautions within the Forbidden Forest, attempting to broach the subject indirectly to avoid arousing Hagrid's suspicions. The group enjoyed each other's company, filled with laughter and merriment. Amid their conversation, Harry suddenly noticed a small piece of paper pressed beneath the teapot's cozy, seemingly cut from a newspaper by Hagrid himself. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up and skimmed through it, then exclaimed abruptly, interrupting the jovial chatter. He looked up at Hagrid and asked, "Hagrid, is this true? As reported in the newspaper? Did dark wizards unlawfully breach Gringotts? Remember July 31st, my birthday? We were in Diagon Alley that day. We even retrieved items from there. It's highly probable that the incident occurred just after we left Gringotts." Holding the paper, Harry muttered, "The underground vault, searched by the intruders, was indeed emptied earlier that day." Emptied? At that moment, Harry's typically sluggish mind, usually dulled by study, sparked with the brilliance of a renowned detective, and he became exhilarated as if he had just solved a century-old mystery. "Hagrid, was it that small package that Professor Dumbledore asked you to retrieve?" Hagrid grunted softly. His gaze cast downward, avoiding Harry's eyes, and handed him a piece of rock cake. Henry furrowed his brow, a gesture that unmistakably signified the presence of underlying issues. Reflecting on his encounter with Professor Quirrell in Diagon Alley, he recalled that the professor had not yet donned his signature scarf. However, by the time the school year commenced, it was already in place. This indicated that Quirrell had become possessed by Voldemort only after July 31st, presumably as a consequence of a failed mission. Clearly, Voldemort had lost trust in Quirrell's ability to operate independently. Could it be that the package was the very object Voldemort coveted? Perhaps it had merely been fortuitously retrieved by Hagrid and his companions and returned to Hogwarts? Thus, Voldemort had chosen to inhabit Professor Quirrell, biding his time for the opportune moment. But what could possibly be concealed within that package, compelling even Voldemort to take such a perilous risk? Ah, my wretched memory. Henry tapped his head, a cascade of questions leaving him in a state of confusion. With the current information at hand, it was impossible to draw a definitive conclusion. He longed for the torn piece of paper that had once chronicled the trajectory of the future. Ultimately, Harry was easily deceived by Hagrid. After all, a mere mention of Hogwarts secrets was enough to silence him. Henry shook his head in dismay, realizing that Harry was still quite young. Time passed swiftly, and the sun was nearing the horizon. It was autumn, and dusk would soon envelop the sky, prompting them to bid farewell to Hagrid in advance and walk back to the castle for dinner. Ron carried a pocketful of rock cakes, a gift from Hagrid before their departure. Henry, too, had relinquished his share of the rock cakes to Ron. According to Ron, he intended to offer the biscuits to Scabbers to help prevent the gnawing of their beds. Henry privately believed that Hagrid had undoubtedly miscalculated the baking time. What should have been a delightful and crispy cookie had been transformed by Hagrid into a confection with a shell as hard as rock. Unless one possessed Hagrid's extraordinary dentition, no one could chew through it without a change in expression. This conjecture was met with unanimous agreement from Harry and Ron. After dinner, the trio returned to the common room, stifling burps. Harry and Ron were eager to engage in another friendly game of wizard's chess, while Henry excused himself, citing fatigue, and retreated to the dormitory. He was not inclined to dwell on Voldemort's affairs at the moment. After all, it was only the first week of term, and there was ample time ahead. If Professor Quirrell were to cause trouble, it would hardly be at this juncture. Presently, it was far more crucial for him to address his own magical and consciousness anomalies. Otherwise, he would find himself unable to cast even the simplest spell, rendering the pursuit of magic utterly futile. Henry retrieved the notebook entrusted to him by Professor Snape and sat on his bed, meticulously flipping through its pages. It was not until Harry and the others returned to rest that Henry finally reached the last page. The notebook indeed contained a wealth of valuable insights, interspersed with Professor Snape's theoretical explorations of the art of mental occlusion. Upon comparison, Henry discerned that he had indeed practiced incorrectly. A calm consciousness can preserve rationality, yet it simultaneously confines one's desires and madness. Rationality and madness, or rather order and chaos, are two diametrically opposed facets deeply embedded within human consciousness. Typically, they coalesce into a singular entity, manifesting as the inherent contradictions within individuals, where reason often prevails over chaos and order triumphs over disorder. The art of mental occlusion transcends mere cerebral emptiness or the repression of memories, emotions, and wild desires. It necessitates a profound psychological and emotional synthesis of rationality and madness, enabling one to cultivate their mind at will. The more profound memories and the essence of the soul concealed within are what truly constitute reality. This concept bears resemblance to the psychological constructs of the ID, ego, and superego, does it not? Indeed, it does. Some may interject, questioning whether the study of science within the magical realm is misguided. However, this is not the case. Psychology ultimately concerns itself with humanity, and wizards, at their core, are still human beings, not some extraordinary species. Although their beliefs may diverge from the prevailing ideologies of the Muggle world due to differing environments and the existence of magic, They remain inexorably tethered to the human condition, not to mention the many wizards who have emerged from the Muggle realm. Returning to the tripartite self, the ID embodies primal instincts, encompassing all desires. The superego represents the internalization of societal norms, ethical standards, values, and experiential memories, serving as a restraint on one's desires, while the ego acts as the balancing mechanism between the ID and the superego, also reflecting an individual's outward behavior. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry felt that this notion resonated with the ideas presented in Professor Snape's notes. Regardless of the capricious nature of the wizarding world, one's magical prowess remains unaltered, as the superego is firmly established and seldom susceptible to change. Presently, Henry could distinctly sense an anomaly in the relationship between his ID and superego, which directly resulted in a disarray of his ego. The key to balancing his fervent desires with reason had been lost, indicating that his magical essence was in a constant state of flux. Unlike the steady output of ordinary young wizards, manifesting as a tumult of magical conflict. Furthermore, his soul had inherently been reborn through the vessel of another's body. The prior sensation of disembodied consciousness was indeed a consequence of his unique circumstance, as even Professor Snape's notes did not document such phenomena. Henry harbored a hypothesis. The amalgamation of spirit and flesh is a gradual process. Individuals afflicted with soul loss require substantial time for self-recovery. Thus, he should refrain from practicing the art of mental closure until his soul has fully acclimatized to its corporeal vessel. The technique of mental closure employs reason to suppress the desires of the body, which could exacerbate the detachment of spirit from flesh. At that moment, while he was practicing this technique, an unexpected interruption occurred, thwarted by a ghost, an event that bore both fortune and misfortune. The fortunate aspect was that no one could ascertain the outcome had his soul been ensnared in that unknown realm. The unfortunate part was that the remnants within his corporeal form were madness and desire, whereas his soul, influenced by the mental closure, retained reason and constraint. Ideally, the two elements would have naturally merged upon the conclusion of the mental closure. However, the interruption led to a disjunction of consciousness, resulting in what could be described as a split personality. If the preceding hypothesis pertains to a mere division of personality, the resolution might be relatively straightforward. Yet, a more severe possibility looms: schizophrenia. This suggests the existence of two distinct spiritual entities within the body, wherein the original host's superego, or memories, values, etc., still lingers within this physical form. Perhaps, upon Henry's arrival, his superego initially dominated the residual superego of the original host, asserting control. However, during the practice of mental closure, a transient dissociation occurred, allowing the original host superego to regain some control over the body. Or perhaps it simply merged with Henry's ID residing within. This elucidates the reason behind his corporeal instability. The desire to manifest transformation overwhelmed the mental constraints imposed by Professor MCG's parting warnings. Remarkably, his wand, subjected to such violent treatment, continues to function, a veritable miracle. After all, with two masters simultaneously present, to whom should it heed? Alas, the wand finds itself in a precarious position. The current state of magical turmoil remains enigmatic, and the paramount task is to devise a means of reuniting the fractured personalities or subduing the original host's spirit. Yet, as Professor Snape astutely noted, should it be a split personality, acceptance of this aspect of oneself is essential. One must focus on the identity shared with the core personality, striving to integrate and harmonize it, allowing it to fluctuate like normal emotional variations, thereby achieving genuine self-acceptance and integration. It is crucial to eschew any thoughts of annihilation. For the separated personality is indeed a fragment of your will. One cannot extinguish one's own consciousness. Conversely, if it is a spiritual entity, the reliance on reason to suppress the instincts of this entity becomes paramount. Yet, such suppression can only restrain, not eradicate, and the potential for future peril remains significant, as it could be usurped once more, at which point, Henry would become the guest in his own body. However, this is not the time for discussing concrete solutions. Without a profound understanding of the true circumstances, one cannot determine the subsequent course of action. Thus, how might one encounter the other personality or spiritual entity? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Henry declined the invitation, his brow furrowed in distress as he contemplated a means to connect with his own persona. Nevertheless, he followed the bustling crowd, burdened by his thoughts, back to the lounge. He had considered seeking assistance from a professor or even Headmaster Dumbledore. But what if it truly was the original owner's memories or spirit causing the disturbance? Such a revelation would undoubtedly be detectable by the soul-reading spells, leading to complications he wished to avoid. Consulting a professor was out of the question. Alas, how he wished for a place where he could converse with the ethereal presence or persona residing within him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry lifted his head, surveying his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. Where was this place? It did not resemble the path leading to the lounge. And where were Harry and the others? Hadn't he been following closely behind them? Wait, could it be that he had lost his way once again? Filled with a sense of helplessness, Henry suddenly noticed a gaze fixed intently upon him. He quickly turned to follow the line of sight and discovered a tapestry hanging on the stone wall to his right. It depicted 7 or 8 colossal creatures clad in ballet skirts, brandishing wooden sticks or the leg bones of unknown beings, as they performed an unrefined rendition of ballet while simultaneously menacing the figure in the center. Or perhaps it was a wizard. The individual in the middle, surrounded by the giants, trembled violently, presenting a scene that was both comical and amusing. The gaze he felt was that of one of the giants, who had paused in its rhythmic pounding to stare directly at him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry was certain that the dwelling did not exist on the active map, for it was far too vast for him to have no recollection whatsoever. The room was exceedingly spacious, suffused with a swirling mist that seemed to intertwine and linger, vaguely revealing several immense columns standing in the distance with an indistinct object at their center. The light from the corridor poured into the room, dispersing the fog into the shadows. This brightness cast Henry's silhouette upon the floor, yet the added illumination rendered the interior even darker, so that only the starlight descending from above delineated the shape of the chamber. Wait, starlight? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry sometimes felt as if he were adrift in darkness. Truth be told, it sent a shiver down his spine. A chilling wind, seemingly from nowhere, whispered through the air, gently dispersing the pale mist that veiled the central object, as if beckoning him onward. It felt as though something was summoning him, and despite Henry's typically cautious nature, he found himself entranced, following the invisible call until he stood before the object at the heart of the room. As he drew nearer to the unknown entity, he realized it resembled a mirror, obscured beneath a tattered curtain. The curtain was not long, revealing the lower half of the standing mirror, through which Henry could see the reflection of his own legs, even catching sight of his somewhat worn sneakers beneath his robe. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to circle the mirror before proceeding further. Henry felt an unprecedented lightness in his mind over the past few days, almost forgetting the days when he could make decisions entirely on his own, without constantly battling against time. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, his cautious nature once again took precedence. Instead of rashly touching the surface, he first circled around the standing mirror. Lumos, he declared, for one must illuminate the surroundings before observing. However, Henry was taken aback to discover that the light emitted from the tip of his wand illuminated only a radius of 2 or 3 meters, with the darkness beyond remaining impenetrable, as if the endless shadows were consuming the light, rendering it ineffective. Henry could only attribute it to the enigma of the room. Redirecting his attention to the mirror, this tall mirror was remarkably thin, akin to the edge of a blade, and stood approximately 3 times the height of an adult. Its reverse side bore nothing but a frail wooden board supporting it. This intrigued Henry, for it seemed implausible that such a large mirror could be sustained by a wood panel so delicate as to resemble gossamer. However, considering that this was part of a magical academy, there was always a rational explanation lurking behind the seemingly irrational. Thus, everything became justifiable. Henry leaned closer, observing the peculiar patterns on the wooden board, which faintly shimmered with a metallic luster. Numerous scratches adorned its surface. At first glance, they appeared to be letters or words, Yet upon closer inspection, they resembled mere doodles. This intrigued him further about the purpose of the mirror. After wandering around, he found himself once again facing the mirror. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing the curtains to rustle as if something were urging him to draw them aside. "Let me uncover what you truly are," he mused, worthy of being placed in such an expansive room. Henry was resolute in his determination. With great caution, he drew forth his wand and delicately lifted the curtain with it, all the while poised for an impending moment of unleashed chaos. As the tip of his wand barely grazed the fabric, the curtain was swept upward by the wind, as though a benevolent hand were assisting in its unveiling. Reflected in the mirror was Henry's image, mirroring his every movement as he endeavored to part the curtain. Yet, curiously, the visage of Henry within bore a strikingly handsome countenance that was adorned with an unmistakable smile. A look of profound relief as if he had finally laid eyes upon a long-awaited companion. More significantly, he was devoid of a wand. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry was brimming with confidence regarding the incantation. A fleeting flash of translucent blue light swept across, yet the mirror remained unscathed. Henry II promptly checked his body for any unusual sensations, finding none. It appeared that the spell had been ineffective. Undeterred, Henry summoned his magical prowess once more. Directing his wand towards the mirror and invoking a different incantation, Shatter, Reducto. This spell possessed formidable power. Its advantage lay in its ability to obliterate solid objects. But its limitation was that it could only eliminate tangible matter. A red flash illuminated the air, yet the mirror remained unchanged. Considering that this spell had been learned only recently and was being attempted for the first time today, it was likely that he had yet to master it fully. Furthermore, it was possible that some form of magical protection shielded the mirror, necessitating the dismantling of the protective enchantment first. Henry once again opted for finite incantum. Incendio. A brilliant white light and a torrent of crimson flames erupted in succession from the tip of his wand, instantly engulfing the mirror and the figure of Henry within. Dispelling the frigid atmosphere that pervaded the room, Henry exerted his magical prowess to the utmost, only pausing to catch his breath when he felt on the verge of exhaustion. Having nearly depleted his magical energy with a succession of incantations, once the flames subsided, Henry was astonished to discover that the fire served no purpose beyond rendering the mirror more pristine and enhancing the clarity of Henry II's reflection. He turned to inspect the rear, only to find that the wooden panel remained entirely unscathed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry, upon noticing the mocking presence within, was momentarily at a loss for how to eliminate it. In a fit of anger, he yanked down the curtain, obscuring the mirror. Out of sight, out of mind. It was not fear that drove him. Indeed, as the fabric fell, Henry found his courage renewed. Wait, had he just uttered a certain phrase? World of Warcraft? It dawned on him with a delayed realization that how could the inhabitants of this world possibly be familiar with such a term? After all, it was only 1991. What are you? He trembled, his voice quivering as he inquired from behind the curtain. Me? I am simply you, replied Henry II with a derisive laugh. You are me? Then who am I? A wave of confusion washed over Henry. How should I know? Never mind. I shall cease the jest. As you may have surmised, I am Henry. Henry II, or rather, the original owner of this body, has directly acknowledged his identity. Silence enveloped the present Henry, as he grappled with what to say or how to express himself before the original inhabitant of this form. Should he apologize for borrowing this body, assuring him that he would care for those he cherished? Or perhaps he should insist, I refuse to listen. Be gone, you wretched creature. Henry remained silent for a moment before choosing to part the curtain once more, gazing into the mirror at the familiar handsome face that reflected back at him. He posed a somewhat abrupt question. Are you still alive? How could that be? He mused. I suppose I must have perished when I fell from the upper floor. Henry II chuckled nonchalantly, replying, "In truth, I was quite cautious. I had repeatedly assured myself that I would not fall. Yet I recall, a dark mist surged in, and then I died. The next thing I knew, I was in the library of this school." The original owner, under Henry's astonished gaze, showed no hesitation as he thrust his hand into his own chest. To Henry's surprise, not a single drop of blood emerged, prompting him to stare intently at the original owner's chest. "Have you lost your wits? I am merely an ethereal shadow, not a living being." Observing the widening eyes of Henry once more, the original owner rolled his eyes, casting a concerned glance that seemed to reflect his worries about Henry's intellect. No, Henry was more preoccupied with the uncertain fate of his own body. Of course, he did not forget the matter at hand. The original owner rummaged within his chest and extracted a long, wispy tendril of dark smoke, resembling a serpent, which bore a striking resemblance to the entity Henry had encountered in Tom's room. "Here, this is likely the culprit." He showcased the dark smoke in his hand, which writhed and twisted as if alive. What was originally a mere fragment had recently expanded into this considerable mass. The original owner gestured with the smoke. "I suppose I was careless, allowing it to infiltrate." "How did you discover this?" Henry inquired, vaguely concealing his own ignoble escapade but intrigued nonetheless. He recalled how the smoky form had darted into him, unmistakably malevolent in appearance, yet he had not suffered ill effects, having instead gained a remarkable ability for enforced calmness. It turned out it had found refuge in the original owner. "I only noticed it upon awakening. Look, I can even play with it now." The original owner draped the dark smoke around his neck like a scarf, yet the smoky serpent seemed discontent, writhing about his neck, sending a shiver down Henry's spine. "This is truly an experience of empathy," he remarked. "What is it?" he queried. "Unknown," the original owner replied, shaking his head. He too had just awoken and was encountering the magical realm for the first time. How could he possibly grasp such profound questions? After a moment's contemplation, he offered a tentative hypothesis, "But I suspect it is a curse." "A curse?" Henry responded, somewhat taken aback. He had considered this possibility but was still left pondering. Everything seemed normal. Typically, being cursed would manifest some negative anomalies, wouldn't it? What else could it be? Consider Voldemort. He is the Dark Lord, after all. What good could possibly come from him aside from curses? The original owner sighed, emphasizing certain words with exasperation, worried that this successor might lead to his own demise. You know of Voldemort? What exactly are you?" Henry's suspicion heightened. "You even know of the world of magical beasts." "I have no idea what my essence truly is. I possess memories of Henry from 11 years and a month prior, as well as over 20 years of Hang Rue's memories. At times, I too am perplexed. Am I Henry? Or Hang Rue?" The original owner pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling reluctant to converse further with Henry. Yet, to prevent any rash actions from Henry, he paused to explain a few more things. Finally free to converse, "I wish to chat a bit more." 11 years and a month? Henry seized upon this detail. "Ah yes, I even have memories from when I was born." "Oh, indeed, I recall my mother. Wait, she died in childbirth." The original owner nodded, shifting from joy to sorrow in an instant. Now it was Henry's turn to roll his eyes. "What of your father?" He was curious to meet the biological father of this unfamiliar body, especially since he was in dire need of funds, be it Muggle currency or wizarding gold. If a wealthy father figure were to emerge, perhaps his struggles could be mitigated. "Unknown. I was a premature baby, taken from the delivery room and placed directly into an incubator. He never made an appearance. It seems I was not valued." Let us not dwell on that. How did we even arrive at this topic? When did I start sharing such trivial concerns about money? The original owner questioned himself, deciding it best to return to the matter at hand. "Speaking of which, why do you compel me to undertake actions I cannot perform? Were it not for my rationality, we would be in serious trouble," Henry interjected, his expression stern. "Come now, I am merely a fragment of memory. The true desires originate from you." The original owner, now serious, was unwilling to shoulder the blame. "That is impossible," Henry retorted, adamantly rejecting the notion and demanding evidence from the original owner. "Look here." The original owner summoned forth a familiar figure from beyond the mirror, another visage of Henry. However, this reflection remained still, as if in slumber, unresponsive to the original owner's tugging. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry was perplexed. Could it be that there exists something within me, aside from the spirit of the original host? Have I not escaped the clutches of dissociative identity disorder? Furthermore, why does it feel so eerily silent? Why is it referred to as the mad persona? Observing Henry's disbelief. The original host contemplated briefly before releasing the grip on the reflection. Instantly, the reflection seemed to lose all reason, displaying a frenzied countenance. Its eyes rapidly became bloodshot and crimson, fixating on Henry from beyond the mirror with a menacing glare, an aura of brutality emanating from it, instilling a sense of dread merely through its appearance. As the mad persona prepared to lunge at the mirror, the original host swiftly intervened. Strangely enough, the persona immediately fell silent, as though restrained. The original host then maneuvered it out of sight of the mirror and turned to face Henry. Henry shrugged, seemingly acquiescing to this arrangement, yet he could not refrain from inquiring. If you possessed the ability to restrain him, then why was I unable to maintain control over myself, or even my magical prowess, during the transformation class? Well, you see, this is actually the first time I've touched a wand since my awakening. And I was curious to experiment, which is why I didn't exert much restraint over him, the original owner remarked, lightly touching his nose and chuckling. Henry was at a loss for words. He did not delve further into the extent of the original owner's responsibility for the 31 points deducted. Nevertheless, he established a set of guidelines with the original owner's spirit. It must not hinder him with curses, nor attempt to control his body without cause. And it should assist in maintaining control during moments of madness. Of course, during times when chaos was necessary, a degree of freedom was permitted. As a price for this arrangement, Henry was required to visit the original owner weekly, allowing him some fresh air and engaging him in conversation. Additionally, if the opportunity arose, he would need to assist in creating a new body for the original owner, which he believed would be relatively straightforward in the world of magic. After all, Voldemort had managed to resurrect himself quite directly. Although uncertain if a mere fragment of memory could lead to rebirth, it was worth attempting, as it was undoubtedly preferable to existing as a mere observer. The two swiftly reached a consensus. With the issue of uncontrolled magic resolved, Henry felt considerably relieved. He then turned his attention with interest to the standing mirror before him, a remarkable object indeed. However, what exactly was it? Could there be any speculation? Tapping his head with his wand, Henry inquired softly. How would I know? The original owner shook his head, his expression genuine. He elaborated. I only know that from the moment you stepped into this room, I could no longer perceive the outside world. When I regained consciousness, I found myself here, as if something had extracted me from my body, leaving me trapped within this mirror. Had you not lifted the curtain, I might have remained in a daze until your departure. Perhaps this was the mirror's strange quality. Is the curtain akin to a seal? Henry pondered, stroking his chin. To be able to extract different spirits and subordinate personalities from a body using merely an inanimate object is likely the masterpiece of some ancient alchemical master. The original owner nodded in agreement. That seems quite plausible. It is likely that only ancient alchemy could produce such a wondrous mirror. After all, the history of magic reveals that modern magical research has largely neglected the study of the soul, particularly in the realm of white magic. It is as if the orthodox wizards have collectively sealed off past research findings and prohibited further investigation into this area. These agreements, however, have not been made public within the wizarding community. Generally, wizards do not encounter such topics. Ironically, black magic still possesses a leading curse that directly affects the soul. They exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously spoke. The killing curse. Why does it seem you know more than I do? Henry paused, a hint of skepticism in his voice. I have inherited all your memories. Everything you know, I know. Everything you have forgotten, I still recall. The original owner smiled. Oh, my memory indeed has some issues. And I am reluctant to seek help. Henry's eyes suddenly lit up. So, you still remember the future of this world? Quickly tell me. What is Voldemort searching for at Hogwarts? I need to determine whether to inform Professor Dumbledore. With him backing us, we would be utterly secure. The original owner's smile faded, and his expression grew serious as he replied, I was just about to discuss that with you. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before continuing. The timeline we recall cannot be considered the future. It is merely one possible trajectory of the future. It can serve as a reference, but it cannot be taken as certain. There is an adage, the past cannot be changed, and the future cannot be determined. Once you entered this world, its future began to shift. Even if you did nothing, it could not continue along the timeline we remember. He paused again, allowing Henry time to reflect. Noting Henry's lingering confusion, the original owner continued. In simpler terms, you, who should have perished in the orphanage, could not possibly appear at Hogwarts. Yet here you are. The timeline shifted the moment you were reborn. Not to mention you possess a soul that does not belong to this world. You should be grateful there is no time management bureau here. Otherwise, you would have been apprehended long ago, let alone managing to associate with the original protagonist, Harry. Enough. Just tell me what Voldemort is looking for, Henry exclaimed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation at being critiqued by what amounted to another version of himself. The original owner relented. All right. It is not anything good anyway. I shall tell you. It is the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? The legendary object that can turn stone into gold and grant immortality? Henry gasped, his eyes gleaming with golden light. Turning stone into gold. If only I. That is not something we can pursue, Henry. It is a harsh reality. But you do not yet possess the strength. The original owner, reading Henry's thoughts, advised. I am sure Dumbledore is already aware of the news regarding Gringotts being breached by dark wizards. The Philosopher's Stone is undoubtedly being guarded fiercely, unless you become powerful enough to seize it from Voldemort or Dumbledore. Henry paused his playful manipulation of the wand, succumbing to a profound silence. Indeed. He realized he lacked the requisite strength, forced to allow a magical stone to rest before him while feigning ignorance of its presence. Fortunately, his spirit was not easily shattered. He swiftly composed himself and shifted the conversation, inquiring, what does your world appear to be like? I cannot glimpse its interior from my vantage point. It is rather bleak, came the reply. A dense fog envelopes the surroundings, allowing me to perceive the true nature of the world solely through this mirror. The mist acts as a prison, confining both myself and him. He gestured toward the frenzied persona. Though somewhat disheartened, I take solace in the thought that once you escape, I shall likely return to your being. Hey, are you listening? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry gazed for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, you say this object is so extraordinary. How much do you think it would fetch in gold galleons if sold? Without waiting for the original owner's response, he continued. I believe it must be worth at least this amount. He spread his 5 fingers in front of the original owner. The original owner's smile became somewhat rigid. He had run out of kind words for Henry, and he was even somewhat heartbroken. You are a wizard, a rare gem among wizards. Why do you seem so consumed by greed? Why do you wish to sell everything you encounter? This is an alchemical item capable of materializing the ethereal essence of mental energy. It is priceless. No, its value is entirely immeasurable. Selling it would be an utter disgrace. Shouldn't a sensible person be thinking of keeping it for themselves? Is it possible that such items have become commonplace in the outside world? Are there entities everywhere that blur the lines between the illusory and the tangible? The original owner was overwhelmed by a torrent of thoughts that nearly caused him to malfunction. Just as he organized his language to voice his objections, he saw Henry shake his head with a look of regret. Never mind, let it remain here. Before the original owner could feel relieved that Henry had retained his rationality, Henry, lost in contemplation, spoke again, with such a large mirror. And given how narrow the door to this room is, it would be quite a pity if it were to shatter during transportation. You truly intend to sell it. The original owner was nearly driven to madness. He glanced at the frenzied persona quietly waiting beyond the mirror's surface, feeling certain that he must have misunderstood something. Shouldn't these two, inside and outside, switch places? Henry tapped his head thoughtfully and inquired, by the way, could you assist me in recalling the location of this room from memory? What if I cannot find it in the future? Let me see. Oh, this place is known as the Wishing Well Room. True to its name, it can almost fulfill any desire you may have, provided you concentrate wholeheartedly on your wish and take a few laps around here. It is situated on the 8th floor. Just remember that tapestry. And it should be easy to recall. But even if you forget, fret not. For every Saturday, I shall guide you here. The original inhabitant had grown weary of Henry's incessant queries, eager only to provide answers swiftly and send him on his way. Henry's purpose for this journey had been fulfilled, and he wished to venture outside to ascertain whether normalcy had returned. Nodding, he remarked, "Oh, very well, I shall take my leave now. Until next week." With no lingering sentiment, he turned and walked toward the exit, murmuring to himself in jest, "If you are indeed with me, why does this feel like a farewell?" Behind him, the original occupant of the mirror gazed at Henry's retreating figure, displaying an expression of relief, joy, and nostalgia, an intricate blend of emotions. Yet Henry did not look back. As he stepped out of the room, the reflection of Henry in the mirror gradually faded, grasping the brass doorknob. He opened the door and was immediately blinded by the brilliant sunlight outside. Realizing how swiftly time had flown, it was nearly noon. He paused to allow the spots in his vision to dissipate. "What splendid sunlight today!" Henry exclaimed upon opening his eyes, feeling an overwhelming desire to rush to the window and behold the scenery outside. Now, Henry," he mumbled, as if commanded, and the urge dissipated, restoring his composure. It appeared that this communication had indeed been effective. Henry nodded in approval. The peculiar giant on the tapestry glanced over, and Henry greeted it amicably before turning back to observe the door he had just exited. To his astonishment, he noticed that the smooth door was gradually vanishing, akin to pencil marks erased from white paper. Eventually, it transformed into an immaculate white wall, and the giant on the tapestry resumed its normal demeanor, returning to the delightful pastime of bashing wizards. Henry firmly etched this place in his memory, preparing to return and explore the fabled room said to grant any wish. For now, however, he was determined to find a location to experiment with transfiguration. Yet, even the most rudimentary of transformations eluded him, a fact that lingered in his thoughts. He hummed a cheerful tune as he departed. Remarkably, he discovered that whenever he strayed from his path, an overwhelming desire would surge within him, guiding him back to the correct route. Silently, he acknowledged the original owner of this knowledge, confident that they could sense his gratitude. With the original owner's assistance, he no longer feared losing his way. Time passed swiftly. Even a young wizard with a notoriously poor memory could proudly declare that he had thoroughly grasped the intricate dynamics of the school's staircases, the daily schedule, the professors' personalities, and, of course, the school regulations. This understanding ultimately facilitated their deft navigation between adherence and transgression of the rules. Henry serves as a quintessential example, with Harry and others following suit, or rather, the entire Gryffindor house, with the sole exception of Hermione. She tirelessly implored everyone to adhere to school rules. Yet her efforts proved futile, often dampening the spirits of her peers, resulting in mutual dissatisfaction. Eventually, the proud young lady relinquished her attempts and devoted herself diligently to her studies, earning the admiration of most professors, though one must exclude Professor Snape from this commendation. His animosity towards Gryffindor students, save for Henry, was palpable and unabashedly biased, leading the young lions to speculate, albeit fleetingly, that Henry might be Snape's illegitimate offspring. However, under the influence of the statues serving as moral exemplars, such rumors gradually faded away. During this time, Henry became engrossed in the study of magic, and coupled with his newfound ability to navigate the castle, he scarcely maintained his small circle of friends. Nevertheless, he would still accompany Harry and the others to converse with Hagrid. He had not forgotten the prospect of fortune that lay ahead. Additionally, he generated a plethora of audacious ideas daily, had it not been for the original inhabitant of his body suppressing these impulses. He likely would have been expelled from Hogwarts by now. Yet, despite this predicament, he continued to innovate, deriving several new spells with the acquisition of each new incantation. Even if many fell short of the original's efficacy, progress, albeit slow, was evident, with the sole frustration being the persistent inadequacy of his magical energy. Henry found that his magical energy would deplete quickly during practice, leading to failed spell casting and abnormal fatigue, necessitating frequent breaks. This dissatisfaction left him feeling powerless, as magical capacity increases gradually with a young wizard's growth. No matter how much he wished to escape, he would not jest with the precious body he had acquired, nor would the original owner permit such folly. Initially, he believed that his days would be filled with attending classes, exploring the library for intriguing materials, and engaging in solitary study, accompanied by casual conversations with the original owner on Saturdays as a form of respite. However, this notion was disrupted when a notice was posted in the Gryffindor common room regarding the commencement of flying lessons that Thursday. The first-year Gryffindors, who had grown accustomed to their college life and could now proudly refer to themselves as first-year students rather than mere novices, erupted in cheers. Yet, their spirits dampened upon realizing they would be sharing the class with Slytherin students. Perhaps it was a matter of tradition, or perhaps the inherent discord between the two houses. But even without prior interactions, animosity began to brew among the young wizards during their daily lessons. Draco, in particular, was the focal point of Gryffindor's disdain, which could rival that directed towards 2/3 of Slytherin combined. Fortunately, they only had to endure this during potions class. But now they were faced with the prospect of sharing flying lessons as well. Why could they not have classes with the amiable Hufflepuffs or even the bookish Ravenclaws? This is unfortunate, Harry lamented. I do not want my first experience on a flying broom to be ruined by Malfoy, he suggested to Henry. Why not confine Malfoy to a classroom beforehand, so he arrives late to the flying lesson? We could release him only after we have all learned. He assured them he would not tell. I think that's a splendid idea, Ron chimed in. Henry, who was nearby with a hefty spellbook, rolled his eyes. I already told you that was an accident. Do you understand what an accident means? All right, an accident it is, Ron conceded. So, oh great Henry, could you perhaps orchestrate this historical event once more? He stood and exaggeratedly bowed, mimicking a clownish demeanor as he humbly requested. Seeing Ron so eager to perform, Henry, who prided himself on his ability to collaborate, smiled gently and, adopting a mock-serious tone, replied, of course. But as their eyes lit up with excitement, he quickly added, no. Henry observed the immediate dimming of the two individuals' eyes, prompting an involuntary click of his tongue in astonishment. Their expressions were rather transparent. Chairon straightened up, feigning disdain as though he had anticipated the impossibility of the task all along. He then turned away, dabbed at the dry corners of his eyes, and, with a semblance of sorrow, lamented to Harry, I just knew it wouldn't succeed. Oh, Harry, how could we possibly sway the iron-hearted King Henry? He has already rejected nearly 30 young witches. Goodness, that encompasses almost half of our first-year girls. Harry quickly cast a glance at Henry and nodded in agreement, suggesting, indeed. Perhaps we should enlist Hermione's assistance? Henry rolled his eyes and returned to his own voice. This matter is non-negotiable. No matter who you bring, it will be futile. Once can be called a coincidence, perhaps even an accident, but if it happens repeatedly, it suggests someone is willfully committing an offense. Do not underestimate the professors. It took me considerable mental effort and time to orchestrate such a coincidence. Another attempt? Not a chance. I've yet to finish this book. It has been borrowed for over 3 days now, and it must be returned the day after tomorrow. I have no time to amuse a fool. Henry raised the magic book in his hand to show the two, indicating he was not lying. To him, it was merely a flying class. What was the big deal? Could there be more joy than researching spells? What harm would come from making a fool of oneself? If flying were the worst outcome, so be it. Besides, teasing Draco once would suffice. Prolonging the interaction would surely be a waste of time. Sigh, I truly do not understand today's young wizards. Is magic no longer enticing? Henry sighed inwardly. Coincidentally, Harry let out a sigh as well, relinquishing the enticing notion of having Henry intervene. After all, it was evident that they could not achieve the same seamless finesse as Henry. Malfoy, to this day, remained convinced that there were lurking specters in that classroom, even going so far as to boast about his valiant encounters with the non-existent phantoms, garnering admiration from numerous young wizards. However, those privy to the truth, including Harry, would merely pass by with stern expressions, fearful of betraying their amusement with laughter. With a heavy heart, Harry lamented, at this rate, I shall surely make a fool of myself before Malfoy. Not necessarily, Ron rationally countered. Hasn't Malfoy always been one to exaggerate? Just the other day, he claimed to have battled a werewolf, yet Henry could easily discern that the marks he bore were merely from a puppy's playful nips. I wager he is once again spinning tales. Harry found little solace in Ron's words and excused himself, departing with a troubled mind. In the ensuing days, Malfoy incessantly regaled everyone with tales of flight, recounting his dubious flying exploits, particularly relishing the opportunity to share them in Harry's presence. Harry, who was usually unyielding in the face of defeat, found himself at an uncommon disadvantage. Of course, Malfoy was not alone in this. Seamus and Ernie, he was a Hufflepuff student and a good friend of Hannah, similarly discussed flight and Quidditch with anyone who would listen, a sport played on flying broomsticks, which Henry deemed a frivolous pursuit, knowing only its name. Even Ron joined in, as if failing to engage in discussions about flying lessons would render him obsolete. Passionately recounting a near collision he had experienced while riding his brother Charlie's broomstick, Hermione appeared somewhat anxious, no, rather exceedingly so, which was a common affliction among young wizards from the Muggle world. She had been preoccupied for several days, even falling significantly behind Henry in her assignments. For several consecutive days, Henry observed Hermione nestled in a corner of the library, engrossed in a tome on the origins of Quidditch, reciting passages under her breath. This behavior displeased Madame Pants, who attributed Hermione's recent decline from a once exemplary student to the pressures of flying lessons. It was well known that the library demanded a certain decorum, and Hermione had previously adhered to its unspoken rules with utmost diligence. Thus, in an unusual concession, Madame Pants permitted Hermione to borrow the book, which was typically reserved solely for the library's collection to prevent disturbing other students immersed in their studies. Consequently, during breakfast on Thursday morning, Witnessing Hermione animatedly recounting the scant flying regulations she had gleaned from the book, Henry displayed an expression of resigned anticipation. He discreetly cast the Muffliato charm upon himself, seeking to shield his ears from her anxious fervor that might otherwise disrupt the forthcoming lessons. He believed it preferable to be enveloped in a soft hum rather than succumb to her palpable tension. Nevertheless, he occasionally paused his own activities to cast a sidelong glance at Hermione, feigning interest to indicate he was not distracted. He noticed that, aside from Neville, who was wholly absorbed in every word Hermione uttered, the others exhibited little interest in her discourse. It was not until the customary arrival of the owl post that Hermione's enthusiastic monologue was interrupted, much to the collective relief of the table. Henry glanced up at the owls flitting about the auditorium before promptly returning his focus to his breakfast. He saw no reason to remove his earplugs. As he had no emails to attend to, it was of no consequence. Certainly not out of envy. Malfoy had just received a large parcel of sweets sent from his home. Each time, he would unwrap it with a smug expression, reaping a harvest of envious glances from those around him. And all landed in front of Neville, who felt a surge of excitement despite his disappointment at not fully grasping Hermione's lecture. It was his first time receiving a letter. Eagerly, he tore open the package and extracted a glass orb the size of a fist, within which swirled what appeared to be white smoke, intertwining endlessly. Noticing the puzzled expressions of his muggle friends, Neville patiently explained, "We call it a memory ball. It tells you if there is something you've forgotten to do. As for how to use it, well, look, just hold it tightly, and if it turns red." Neville raised his hand, gripping the memory ball firmly. And everyone watched as it indeed turned crimson. His face fell as he furrowed his brow, desperately trying to recall what he might have forgotten. Meanwhile, Malfoy, who had long relished tormenting Neville, noticed that he had received a package, yet many were too far away to discern what it was. Feigning casual curiosity, he approached and snatched it from Neville's hands. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, ready to confront Malfoy, hoping to seize the opportunity to send him to the infirmary and thus miss the afternoon flying lesson. However, Professor McGonagall seemed to materialize from nowhere, as if she had been watching the scene unfold. "What is happening here?" she inquired, casting a glance at Henry, who was still enjoying his breakfast. Before fixing her stern gaze on the boys, Malfoy stole Neville's memory ball. Ron exclaimed eagerly, looking at McGonagall with hope that she would impose a punishment on Malfoy. Realizing he was in the wrong and caught by the head of Gryffindor, Malfoy stole a glance at Henry, who was absorbed in his meal. Even though Henry was not looking in his direction, Malfoy felt a twinge of trepidation. With a scowl, he reluctantly returned the memory ball to Neville. This time, the scene was not in his favor. Next time, it might be a different story. Just then, Henry lifted his head and caught sight of Malfoy's sullen expression alongside Professor McGonagall, leaving him quite bewildered. He hastily removed the earplugs, and the buzzing in his ears was replaced by the ruckus around him, though no one spoke. Henry glanced around, wondering if he had just missed something. Original host: "Are you aware of this? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Henry was utterly perplexed as he gazed at Malfoy's retreating figure, and with a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Could someone enlighten me on what just transpired?" Regrettably, as soon as he posed the question, he realized his folly, for the expressions of bewilderment that adorned the faces of those present, including Hermione, only deepened his discomfort. She regarded Henry with a look of surprise and began to elucidate. Malfoy just snatched Neville's memory ball and was caught by Professor McGonagall, which is why it has been returned. This altercation unfolded right beside you, and you were oblivious? Memory ball? Henry stammered, at a loss for words and resorting to a mere fragment to pose a vague question. Hermione rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Goodness. Didn't T. Neville just provide an elaborate explanation? He even demonstrated it himself. Why, then, the need for further inquiry?" It appeared that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Henry gave an awkward smile, his mind flooded with countless explanations that rose and fell, ultimately settling on the idea that the breakfast had been too delightful and that the events had unfolded so swiftly that he had not noticed the ambiguity slipping by. Hermione, who had yet to learn the lesson of selective hearing, could not discern the specific cause and had to let it go, redirecting her focus to imparting her acquired knowledge about flying to Neville. Neville had resigned himself to not recalling what he had forgotten. He gazed intently at Hermione's animated lips, hoping to retain every word she spoke, which might enhance his chances of remaining steadfast on his broomstick that afternoon. Regardless of Harry and the others' reluctance, the afternoon arrived, marked by a blend of anxiety and excitement. At 3:30, they gathered in front of the Great Hall before hastily descending the steps. Traversing the sloping grassy area in front of the castle, and then veering left along the path leading to Hagrid's hut, they jogged into a vast expanse of grass that resembled a football field. However, unlike the meticulously maintained grass of a proper pitch, the blades here were noticeably taller, swaying gently in the breeze beneath their feet, creating waves of green. Numerous circles of varying sizes stood upright on the lawn, and Henry heard Ron, panting, taking on the role of commentator. "This is the Quidditch pitch. Oh, how splendid it would be if I could take the field for Gryffindor." Yet, their destination was not this place. The young wizards of Gryffindor hurried incessantly toward another flat patch of grass across the expansive lawn, where Slytherin students were already gathering in small clusters. As they drew closer, they could see over 50 flying broomsticks neatly arranged on the ground, perhaps due to neglect. Even though the brooms were aligned, they appeared worn and tattered, with several broomsticks either missing their twigs or frantically sticking out in disarray, at risk of breaking at any moment. Fortunately, they had not arrived too late, as Madame Hooch soon appeared. She sported a short crop of gray hair, and her 2 yellow eyes, sharp as an eagle's, were set into her eye sockets. This might have been due to her exceptional vision after all. Quidditch is a sport played in the skies, and one must be vigilant to spot the players, or perhaps she had simply used some potion, making her gaze even more piercing than that of Madame Pants. Henry recognized her. He had heard Fred and George speak of her. Both were members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Madame Hooch was not only the instructor for flying lessons but also the referee for the Quidditch matches at Hogwarts. According to their accounts, she possessed a rather stern disposition. Indeed, upon observing the students' lackadaisical demeanor, Madame Hooch's expression hardened, and she admonished, "What are you all standing around for? Quickly, time is of the essence. Each of you, stand beside a broomstick. Hurry. Do not be selective, they are all the same." The young wizards, incited by her urgency, sprang into action, causing the previously orderly lines to dissolve. Many Gryffindor students found themselves mingling with their Slytherin counterparts. Neville scoured nearly half the area before finally locating his broomstick at the edge of the throng, drawing laughter and mockery from the Slytherin students. Neville's face flushed crimson. Once nearly everyone had found their broomsticks, Madame Hooch nodded and stepped before the group, declaring, "Now, extend your dominant hand and place it above the broomstick handle." The young wizards complied, stretching out their hands. Madame Hooch continued, "Now say up, up." Every young wizard shouted in unison. However, some shouted with such fervor that they startled those nearby, while others, like Neville, spoke so faintly it resembled a whisper, trembling as they did so. Henry squinted, sensing that Neville was exceedingly tense, which could easily lead to mishaps. However, he was not beside Neville to offer comfort. It seemed he would need to pay closer attention to him. Oh, I must mention that Henry's broom was quite obedient, leaping into his hand as soon as he called for it, just like Harry's. This chapter has already exceeded 2,000 words, and the following does not count towards that total. Today, I encountered a reader who bluntly declared, "Author, you are just writing nonsense," followed by a claim that in the original work, Harry could see Thestrals because he witnessed his parents' deaths. They mentioned that the moving staircases in the castle were mechanisms established during the Middle Ages to thwart invaders, creating a bit of trouble for them. Not a single word of that was altered, and then it continued with, "Author, if you cannot write, please do not write nonsense." Such comments merely elicited laughter from me. Let me take this opportunity to enlighten everyone, lest such misconceptions persist. In recent days, I have lost count of how many times I have responded to self-righteous individuals who rely solely on their imagination when reading a book. It is indeed a case of spreading rumors with a mouth, while refuting them requires running. I will no longer respond to such remarks. It feels futile. A waste of time. Now, let us address the original settings. First, Hermione, upon her enrollment, did not possess the spell for repair. That was a cinematic adaptation. She merely stated that she had memorized all her textbooks, without claiming any proficiency in magic. Given Hermione's initially obedient nature, she would not recklessly attempt to use unknown magic without guidance. Second, Professor McGonagall did not demonstrate a Nimigus transformation during the first Transfiguration class. That, too, is a cinematic alteration. A Nimigus transformation is not something a novice can master without instruction. Once transformed, reverting is nearly impossible unless one is naturally gifted. Thus, showcasing advanced human transformation from the outset would only incite young wizards to aspire to learn beyond their level, especially in the presence of reckless individuals. Third, Harry could not see Thestrals until he witnessed Cedric's death at the beginning of the 5th book, at which point he even questioned his own sanity. The ability to see thestrals requires an understanding of death, and I believe that even at the end of the fourth book, Harry could not perceive them due to his inability to comprehend or accept such a loss. Of course, J.K. Rowling's explanation is her perspective, but within the confines of this narrative, I can only interpret it thus. Fifth, the staircases within the castle serve merely as a tribute to the old Hogwarts, originally the Slytherin family castle, now nearly in ruins, and to enhance the school's aura of mystery. One might wonder what defense a staircase could provide. It seems to be a defense only within one's imagination. Sixth, the art of occlusion is not forbidden at Hogwarts. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have permitted Snape to teach Harry this skill. It is the art of extracting and implanting thoughts that is prohibited. As for Henry's secretive pursuit of occlusion, I admit it may appear somewhat abrupt, yet do the denizens of the magical world truly engage in conspiracy theories as you do? Is learning occlusion indicative of some nefarious secret? Who then instructed Snape, Dumbledore, and others in this art? Moreover, who informed you that Dumbledore was constantly surveilling Henry? Would a headmaster have nothing better to do than monitor you? After their initial meeting, Dumbledore largely dismissed his suspicions. You know what Henry wishes to conceal because you are the reader. All of Henry's actions unfold before your eyes. However, how could outsiders comprehend? Perhaps they merely view Henry as curious. Furthermore, if one cannot wield much magic, how could they enter the restricted section? Has Harry never ventured there? Was he already in Auror at that time? If entry were truly impossible, would mere rope suffice as a barrier? Do you think it is a magical boundary? For now, that is sufficient. This marks the first update. I am fatigued and shall elaborate further later. To be frank, I increasingly find that writing fan fiction lacks the thrill of self-created narratives. It is time-consuming and laborious to research and summarize the original settings, only to contend with readers who, relying on their own imaginations, disregard the carefully crafted plot in favor of their own interpretations, and then audaciously declare that I am writing nonsensically, necessitating further clarification. Enough. I shall no longer indulge in this. You may speak as you wish while I write as I please. In conclusion, I advise those who are fans of the original work to revisit the text before reading further. If that proves difficult, is it not permissible to consult a search engine? Must one come forth with statements that elicit ridicule? I acknowledge that I am not omniscient. I cannot encompass every detail. Some plots may indeed feel forced, and I might overlook certain settings. But what compels you to argue over trivial matters? Are you seeking validation in a space where life has disappointments linger? What I have painstakingly written may seem inconsequential to you, though I too sometimes feel as if I am spinning my wheels with cliched plots. But please do not mislead other readers. In contrast, the performances of the other two members of our small team left much to be desired. Ron's broom fell mid-flight, and Hermione's merely rolled on the ground. Henry gestured for her to quickly pick it up while the broom was distracted. After all, Madame Hooch had not insisted that it must be called to hand, had she? Indeed, Madame Hooch did not press the matter. However, Henry observed that she seemed to linger for a few extra seconds on each student who could directly summon the broom to their hand. He counted and discovered that, even including himself and Harry, those capable of such a feat did not exceed 10. It appeared that I have quite a strong affinity for flying. At least 1 in 5. Quite commendable. He speculated that Madame Hooch might be on the lookout for potential Quidditch players worthy of nurturing, considering she was the head coach for each house. Well, as long as she does not seek me out, that is all that matters. Henry pondered thus. Once everyone had grasped their brooms, it was evident that many young wizards imitated Hermione by directly picking up their brooms. Madame Hooch, observing this, refrained from comment and instead began to demonstrate the correct technique for remaining airborne. Come, children, follow my lead. Once mounted, grasp the broom handle with both hands, ensuring they are neither too far apart nor too close to your body, allowing for optimal leverage. The specifics depend on your personal preference, but it is imperative that your dominant hand is positioned at the front. Madame Hooch traversed through the line, correcting the young wizard's improper grips, particularly focusing on Malfoy. Henry had heard the whispers of criticism directed at Malfoy on numerous occasions. It seemed that even if those tales of aerial exploits were not mere fabrications, his flying skills were far from commendable. Beside him, Harry and Ron emitted peculiar sounds, their eyes alight with malicious glee. None among them were fools. It was evident that they had all swiftly achieved at least the minimum standards set forth by Madame Hooch. After instructing them in the fundamentals of flight, Madame Hooch promptly called for their takeoff and landing practice. Naturally, they were permitted to ascend only a few feet into the air, approximately 1 meter. This was not particularly challenging. As long as they executed the movements with precision and with her watchful gaze, there would be no cause for concern. Madame Hooch exuded confidence as she instructed. Grip your brooms tightly, lean slightly back. Extend your arms. Steady now. At the sound of my whistle, you will push off the ground with your legs, simulating a jumping motion, and the broom will lift you into the air. Remember, push off with strength. Once you ascend, lean forward slightly and gently apply pressure to the broomstick, and you shall descend vertically back to the ground. Quite simple, wouldn't you agree? Now, listen for my whistle. 3, 2. Just as Madame Hooch raised the whistle to her lips, she witnessed a figure soar into the air, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Forgetting her whistle, she urgently called out, "Child, come back. Quickly lower your body." Upon hearing the exclamations, Henry immediately sensed that something was amiss. As Mrs. Witchie's startled voice echoed, he hastily discarded the broom and retrieved the wand concealed within his sleeve, then looked up. Indeed, it was Neville, who was clutching the broom and ascending rapidly, soon reaching heights equivalent to 5 or 6 stories. With his keen eyesight, Henry could faintly discern Neville's pale and terrified visage. Seemingly paralyzed by fear, Neville's neck retracted, and he tilted his head back, gasping for breath, which inevitably caused his body to lean further backward, propelling the broom even higher. Eventually, at some moment, perhaps due to perspiration on his palms or the tremors of fright, Neville's grip faltered, and he began to slide down the broomstick. Plummeting amidst the gasps of the crowd, the descent quickened. People around him began to scatter in panic, fearful of being struck. Distant girls shrieked in terror, while Mrs. Witchie's wand inexplicably became lodged in her bag, refusing to budge. Harry, too, drew his wand and aimlessly pointed at Neville's falling figure. Yet he was at a loss for what to do, having only recently embarked upon his magical journey and possessing little knowledge of spells. Seeing this, Henry swiftly waved his wand towards Neville and exclaimed, "Wingardium Leviosa." His intention was to levitate Neville directly, but he overestimated his own abilities. The heavier the object, the more magical energy is required for levitation. In that initial moment of casting the spell, Henry realized that he had failed. His magical power was far from sufficient to lift Neville. In his urgency, he had no time for further contemplation and could only resort to whatever came to mind. Shifting his approach, he decided that if he could not lift him, he would at least try to slow his descent. Henry pointed his wand towards the anticipated landing spot of Neville, murmuring, "Hurricane Convergence." Infusing his wand with magical energy, he channeled his will, unleashing a violent gust of wind that erupted from the ground where his wand was aimed, forcing the young wizards to squint against the fierce gale. The tempest was confined within a small area, perfectly encasing Neville within it. The surrounding grass was violently uprooted, and soil was swept into the air. Under the influence of the whirlwind, it was evident that Neville's descent had significantly slowed. Yet, despite this, he continued to fall, and at this rate, a fall to the ground could very well result in a fracture, or worse, a fatality. What to do? Harry anxiously glanced at Henry, feeling utterly lost, desperately hoping for a swift solution. No matter how frantic the situation, it was essential to remain composed. Henry employed the technique of enforced calm, simultaneously activating the cerebral shielding spell, squinting against the howling winds as he observed Neville, who was perilously close to the ground. His mind raced with potential solutions and strategies. Transforming the ground into a swamp using transfiguration? No, the residual impact would be sufficient to incapacitate Neville. Perhaps he could attempt to enlarge Neville swiftly and Gorgo? No. He had yet to master the principles of this expansion spell, which seemed to delve into the molecular and atomic realms of matter. He was uncertain of the consequences it might have on a person. Ideas surged forth, only to be dismissed one after another. Amidst the rapid whirl of thoughts, everything around him appeared to slow down. The screams and gasps echoed in his ears, stretched like a tape recording, each syllable played out in agonizing detail. He could distinctly see the clumps of mud and roots spiraling upwards, as well as Neville's wizarding robe, whipped about by the gusts of wind. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. He waved his wand once more, exclaiming, "Wingardium Leviosa." Wait, wasn't he that ineffective just moments ago? Harry stared wide-eyed at Henry before swiftly turning away, hoping fervently for success. Otherwise, they would be left to bid a final farewell at Neville's bedside. To Harry's astonishment, he witnessed Neville suspended in the air, much like the cured ham dangling from the ceiling in Hagrid's hut, his entire being swaying chaotically, ensnared by the windswept rope. Though somewhat inappropriate, it was the most fitting analogy Harry could conjure. He suddenly realized that Henry had chosen to apply the levitation charm to Neville's robe. One had to commend the robe's remarkable quality, undoubtedly from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. with guaranteed craftsmanship. Yet, why had it failed previously? The onlookers had nearly retreated to the periphery, squinting into the tempestuous winds as they observed the unfolding scene, initially bracing for a tragic outcome, only to be pleasantly surprised by the timely intervention. Henry paid no heed to the astonished or admiring gazes surrounding him. He ceased the magical output sustaining the hurricane, observing as Neville's form stabilized. With deliberate grace, he guided the robe downwards with his wand. When it hovered approximately 1 meter above the ground, he flicked his wand, lifting Neville slightly with the robe, and swiftly directed the last remnants of his magic towards the earthen floor, transforming it into a small trampoline. Neville landed upon the elastic surface like a sack of mud, bouncing slightly before dissipating the final vestiges of momentum, lying still. The young wizards regarded Neville, motionless on the trampoline, with a somber silence. Some of the more sensitive girls even covered their mouths in disbelief. After a moment, Neville, pale-faced, sat up, his clothing disheveled. Gasping for breath, an expression of sheer fright etched upon his countenance. Yet, the children around him were unconcerned, erupting in cheers to celebrate Neville's safe landing. Particularly his friends from Gryffindor. The trampoline's duration soon expired, reverting back to soft earth. Neville sat in the center of the soil, his legs weakened, unable to rise. Henry, gasping for breath, slumped to the ground, utterly drained of his magical energy, physical strength, and mental acuity. He could only rest for a moment on the ground. Although the entire ordeal transpired in mere seconds, he felt as though he had endured countless days without rest. Fortunately, he had successfully rescued Neville. Upon seeing Neville safely land, Madame Hooch immediately abandoned her struggle with the enchanted wand bag, her face pale as she rushed to Neville's side to check for injuries, even though he was too frightened to stand. Despite finding no apparent issues, her concern lingered, and she insisted on taking Neville to the hospital wing. If anything were to go awry, even a minor fracture would mar her teaching career, a situation that had never arisen before. This cohort of students proved to be quite challenging, she mused, initially dismissing Professor Snape's remarks as mere bias. But it was indeed true. As she prepared to leave, Madame Hooch suddenly realized something and cast an approving glance at Henry, who lay in the sun, resting peacefully. No longer as stern as at the outset, she remarked. A perfect levitation charm and transfiguration spell, along with that unknown incantation. My dear child, you have saved your companion. Gryffindor is awarded an additional 20 points. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Hung wiped the sweat from his forehead and offered a faint smile. The aura of exhaustion surrounding him stirred a subtle commotion within the crowd. Mrs. Huichi, supporting Neville, took her leave but sternly admonished the young wizards. Stay right where you are. No one is permitted to touch the flying brooms. Let them rest until I return. Otherwise, you shall have no choice but to discuss Quidditch outside the school. Her apprehension towards these young sorcerers was palpable. Once Mrs. Huichi had distanced herself, the Gryffindor students erupted in jubilation, some clapping and others shrieking with delight. Only Malfoy and his small entourage stood aloof at a distance, while the Slytherin students awkwardly lingered nearby. The rest could hardly contain their eagerness to rush to Henry's side and cheer for him. Absolutely marvelous, Henry, Hermione exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she dashed forward. Do not misconstrue my enthusiasm. It stems from admiration and gratitude. Neville was her first friend at Hogwarts, and she had just helplessly watched him plummet, with even the professors unable to intervene in time. Goodness, she had nearly lost her friend. The mere thought sent chills down her spine, and she was immensely grateful for Henry's presence. Henry was caught off guard and knocked to the ground. He struggled feebly, attempting to push Hermione away. Please, Hermione, I can't take it anymore. Realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, Hermione blushed, embarrassed, and released Henry, rising to her feet. The other girls, upon witnessing this, appeared eager to join in. Harry and Ron quickly intervened, shielding him from the onlookers. Henry needs a respite. In the distance, Malfoy rolled his eyes dramatically, seemingly disdainful of the throng surrounding Henry. Purebloods do not concern themselves with such trivial accolades. Only half-bloods and mudbloods would place such meager glory above their lives. Pansy's sharp countenance was also filled with contempt as she gazed in that direction. Upon catching sight of Henry's striking features, she hesitated momentarily, yet resolutely declared, Indeed, we have no need for such things. Crabbe and Goyle stood behind like mere background figures, utterly oblivious to the recent events. Malfoy covertly and eagerly observed, his gaze drifting as he fantasized about usurping Henry's position. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar red glimmer on the grass nearby. Instantly recognizing what it was, Malfoy shifted his gaze, shook off Pansy's embrace, and rushed forward to retrieve the glass marble, calling out, "Ha!" However, the cacophony emanating from Henry's vicinity was overwhelming. The crowd outside the protective circle was vociferously expressing their admiration, completely oblivious to Malfoy's shout. After all, as first-year students, Henry's performance had eclipsed theirs by a considerable margin. His decisive choices, adept spellcasting, and extensive knowledge of charms left them in awe. Malfoy felt spectacularly overlooked, his irritation mounting to the point where his already pale complexion turned even whiter, rivaling Neville's recent pallor. How could this be? He was one of the esteemed 28 pure bloods, a figure who was revered and admired wherever he went. Yet now, they dared to disregard him? "My father is a school governor." Malfoy inhaled deeply, raising the object in his hand high, and cried out with fervor, "Hey, look what I have. Is that the memory ball of that oaf?" His voice completely drowned out the chatter of the young wizards, successfully capturing their attention. The crowd parted, revealing Henry and his companions at the center. Henry's brow furrowed at the sight of the red glass orb held aloft by Malfoy. That was a memory sphere. The very name suggested an object of remarkable enchantment. Upon exiting the hall, he had specifically inquired with Ron about its properties, and ever since, he had been eager to find an opportunity to borrow it for closer examination. He could not allow Malfoy to ruin it. "Draco, put it down," Henry said calmly. "Address me as Mr. Malfoy." Malfoy retorted, his chin held high, pride radiating from him as he deliberately elongated the word Mr. At this, Henry narrowed his eyes, while Malfoy's eyelids flickered in agitation. Yet, refusing to yield, he defiantly continued, "If you have the guts, come and take it." Henry was utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to move, and while he appeared able to stand, the majority of his weight rested upon Ron and Harry. Malfoy, perceiving Henry's weakness, grew increasingly arrogant. "What if I were to hoist him up into a tree and have Longbottom fetch him?" Malfoy suggested, deliberately speaking slowly, ensuring Henry and the others could hear every malicious word, his laughter dripping with malice. Clark and Goyle, noticing their master's amusement, joined in with their own chuckles. In truth, Malfoy's behavior only served to make him seem foolish, prompting Harry and Ron to stifle their laughter. Henry, having meticulously honed his facial expression management, would not smile unless something truly amusing occurred. Thus, the corners of his mouth merely twitched upward. Malfoy remained oblivious to their reactions. Continuing to elaborate on his plan, "Let us see if our clumsy giant, just fallen from a great height, has the courage to climb a tall tree to retrieve it. Shall we? How about a tree?" "Mr. Malfoy, please return the memory ball." Henry thought for a moment before conceding to Malfoy's demand, prioritizing the retrieval of Neville's memory ball. "It's just a simple request." "It's late now. Remember to come earlier next time," Malfoy cackled, then nonchalantly grabbed a broomstick and took off into the air. Though his movements lacked elegance and finesse, they were effective enough, particularly under Madame Hooch's guidance, suggesting he had prior experience with flying broomsticks. "Bring it back," Harry shouted angrily as he witnessed Malfoy's deceitful behavior. "Come and get it, Potter." Malfoy laughed heartily, maneuvering his broomstick towards the woods beyond the lawn. "Henry was, you spineless coward, watch me from below, and make sure you see where I toss it, for I shall forget it the moment I release it." "Ha-ha-ha." Harry's anger intensified. He seized a broomstick, but Hermione hurriedly cautioned, "No. Madame Hooch forbids us from touching the flying broomsticks. Harry, you'll get into trouble." Fury surged within Harry. Henry was his first pure friend, and he could not tolerate Malfoy insulting him. This infuriated him even more than if Malfoy had directly insulted him. He was determined to confront Malfoy, compel him to return the memory ball, and demand an apology for Henry. Dismissing Hermione's warnings, he mounted the broomstick, applying the forceful push-top by Madame Hooch, and quickly ascended into the air. The wind tousled his hair, through his glasses. He could clearly see the rapidly diminishing ground below, along with Henry and Ron and Hermione, who was shouting something with her mouth agape. As he gazed upward at the azure sky, an unfamiliar thrill coursed through him. He felt as though he had broken free from all constraints, soaring through the heavens. Freedom transformed from an abstract concept into something palpable. He relished the sensation of flight. Gripping the broomstick tightly, he listened to the rush of air whistling past his ears, hearing distant screams from below. A surge of exhilaration flooded his heart, prompting him to instinctively elevate the broomstick for a higher ascent. Yet, he remained focused on his objective. Reaching a considerable height, Harry abruptly twisted his hand, causing the broomstick to veer toward Malfoy. Malfoy had also come to a halt, staring in astonishment at Harry, who he believed was inexperienced with broomsticks, yet was flying with remarkable skill. "Hand it over, Malfoy," Harry shouted, finishing his earlier statement, "or I'll knock you down. There is no one here to save you, not even your father." "Certainly not Henry." Malfoy's expression stiffened as he instinctively glanced at the ground. Where the figures below appeared as tiny as ants, he could no longer spot Henry. "Oh, really?" He attempted to mock Harry, yet his expression remained rigid, forcing out a meaningless retort. Harry steeled his resolve, ready to follow through on his threat. He seemed innately aware of how to maneuver the broomstick. Leaning forward, he firmly grasped the broomstick as instructed, and it surged forward as if a switch had been flipped. In a panic, Malfoy leaned to the left, narrowly avoiding Harry's advance. Harry expertly maneuvered the broomstick, circling back and stabilizing himself in mid-air, once again threatening Malfoy with his stance. "Hand it over," Harry repeated. "Hey, you're serious?" Malfoy paled with fear, nearly losing his balance and almost falling. Anger and dread coursed through him. He regretted taking such a risk. "I still have to inherit Malfoy Manor. I can't die here. Let that wretched Harry and the memory ball perish together. Here, if you can catch it." In a fit of rage, he hurled the glass ball behind him while swiftly descending toward the ground. As he fell, he shouted, "Just don't let it hit the ground. Otherwise, you can expect to pick up the pieces, Potter." "Ha." Harry, initially motionless, sprang into action, darting like an arrow towards the plummeting glass ball. It must not shatter. He recalled that Henry had wanted to borrow it from Neville earlier that morning. Leaning forward, he pressed down on the broomstick, directing it swiftly toward the glass ball, continuously adjusting his posture and angle. The wind howled past him, nearly snatching his hair away. But he remained undistracted. He kept his eyes locked on the glass ball, positioning it at the center of his vision, accelerating further and further. "No, Harry, stop." Hermione's terrified voice echoed, perceiving Harry as a falling stone, destined to smash upon the ground. Yet, Harry remained singularly focused, increasing his speed. Henry slowly withdrew the wand he had just returned, ever ready to assist. The ground loomed larger in Harry's vision, allowing him to discern the grass bent by the wind in the exposed soil. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the crimson memory orb. Finally, amidst the terrified screams of the onlookers, he managed to catch the glass sphere, mere inches from the ground, and deftly adjusted the broom to an upright position, coming to a halt. To the crowd, it appeared as though Harry had suspended time in that critical moment before impact, leaving them breathless with astonishment as they witnessed his unscathed state, erupting into applause. He could also hear Ron and Seamus shouting in admiration. He gently fell to the ground, securely holding the red glass orb, and burst into joyous laughter. He had just glimpsed Henry once again drawing his wand in readiness to exert his last reserves of magic to save him. Yet, in the end, despite the perilous circumstances, the levitation charm remained uncast, filling him with delight. However, this joy was fleeting. "Harry Potter," Professor McGonagall's stern voice echoed. His heart plummeted, descending faster than his previous parabolic dive. He whirled around to see Professor McGonagall rushing towards him, her emerald robes billowing behind her, with Madame Hooch following closely, her expression a complex mixture of urgency. "How dare you? How dare you?" Professor McGonagall's lips trembled with fury. "You could have broken your neck." Harry stood there, shrinking back, unable even to brush off the dust from his robes, hastily concealing the memory orb behind him. He sensed that his fate was sealed, expulsion loomed, and his wand would surely be snapped, just like Hagrid's. Perhaps Hagrid would acquire an assistant, while he would wander the school carrying Hagrid's bags, enviously observing his former classmates casting spells with their wands. Yet, he was unwilling to accept this fate. He did not wish to return to that cobweb-filled cupboard. Thoughts raced through his mind. If his aunt and uncle learned of his expulsion, they would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. He longed to articulate a defense, but his mouth felt as if it were encased in cement, utterly immobilized. He dared not glance back at Henry and the others, fearful of their sympathetic gazes, focusing instead on Professor McGonagall's framed glasses, thus overlooking her expression of astonishment. Hermione immediately thought of Henry. His mind always raced faster than hers. He must have a plan. Henry, however, paid no heed to Hermione's persistent tugging at his robes. Upon observing the look of astonishment in Professor McGonagall's eyes, he unveiled a knowing smile. It seemed that his position was secure. Although the original owner had consistently refrained from divulging specific memories of the future during their routine conversation the previous Saturday, Henry had managed to glean some fragments of information regarding what lay ahead, including Harry's experience of joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team. This experience appeared to hold significant importance for the future. After departing from the room of requirement, he seated himself alone by the window in the common room, lost in contemplation. Given that he had physically entered this world, should he intervene in the tumultuous relationship between Harry and Voldemort? Should he swiftly acquire all the knowledge the school had to offer this academic year, and then pursue further studies for a year or two, ultimately leveraging his future memories to confront the yet-to-be-revived Voldemort and resolve the conflict? He possessed such confidence. Alternatively, should he, from this moment onward, strive to maintain the trajectory of the future, minimizing his interference, while consciously training Harry, allowing the true prophesied savior to shoulder his responsibilities? As he observed Harry and Ron erupting into laughter nearby, he resolved to pursue both paths concurrently. If he could eliminate Voldemort, that would be ideal. However, should unforeseen circumstances lead to a failure of his plans, then Harry would serve as his last bastion of hope for this world. Thus, after rescuing Neville, he promptly feigned exhaustion of magic, deliberately softening his demeanor to ignite Harry's determination to win. When Malfoy tossed the memory ball, Henry refrained from using the summoning charm to retrieve it directly, and even in Harry's most dire moment, he abstained from employing the levitation spell. He believed that Harry's ability to join the team in his first year was no mere coincidence. Moreover, he aimed to ensure that everything unfolded along a path unaltered by his additional influence. Indeed, Harry delivered an exhilarating flying performance that astounded even Professor McGonagall, despite her outward display of anger. Yet Henry understood that all was progressing according to the original narrative. Seeing Henry's composed demeanor, Hermione assumed he was indifferent to the situation. Observing Professor McGonagall's ire and Madame Hooch's evident distress, coupled with the possibility that Harry might face expulsion, she felt a surge of urgency and frustration. Her lips moved as she sought to defend Harry, yet she was at a loss for words. The fact remained that Harry had violated Madame Hooch's regulations. Ron's face flushed crimson, but he mustered the courage to speak. "Professor, it was Malfoy who—" "Enough, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall admonished with a warning glance, silencing him. Turning to Madame Hooch, she inquired, "Professor Hooch, may I take charge of this matter?" "Of course," Madame Hooch replied with a shrug. She could not possibly expel a student for misbehavior, especially one with such remarkable Quidditch talent. She lacked that authority. However, determining a reasonable punishment for Harry posed its own dilemma. With Professor McGonagall poised to take over, it would be prudent to transfer this hot potato swiftly. Securing her own ease, McGonagall nodded and suddenly pointed into the crowd, summoning Henry to come forward. Henry approached with an inscrutable expression. "Aren't you here to find Harry? Why are you calling for me?" Professor McGonagall lowered her gaze to scrutinize Henry's youthful and handsome visage, sternly remarking, "I have heard of your recent endeavors." She paused deliberately, taking note of Henry's unflinching demeanor, before her expression softened unexpectedly. With a smile, she remarked, "Well done, Henry." Henry was momentarily taken aback. Then he nodded with a sense of pride. This marked the first occasion since that unexpected incident during Transfiguration class when Professor McGonagall had praised him. Even though his transfiguration of the needle had surpassed Hermione's, he had never received such commendation. Professor McGonagall quickly composed her expression, adopting a stern demeanor as she addressed Harry. "Very well, Potter, you shall accompany me." With that, she pivoted and strode purposefully towards the castle. Harry looked at Henry with a sense of helplessness, seemingly seeking solace. Henry nodded slightly at him, and Harry immediately felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He handed the memory orb, which he had been gripping so tightly that his palms had grown damp, to Henry, and then calmly followed Professor McGonagall as they departed. Henry returned to the crowd, flashing a broad smile at Hermione, who was anxiously gazing at him. Hermione felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, Malfoy began to mock Harry for his earlier fright, mimicking his actions in an exaggerated manner, which garnered the attention of several Slytherin students. They erupted into laughter, disregarding even Madame Hooch's call to assemble. Ron and Hermione wore expressions of indignation, yet the presence of the professor restrained them from instigating a conflict. By chance, Henry spotted an unfamiliar large bird soaring towards them from the woods, on a trajectory that would see it fly directly overhead. Quietly, he crept behind Ron, using his friend's figure as a shield, and whispered incantations with his wand directed at the bird, Petrificus totalis. Instantly, the bird froze mid-air, plummeting downwards, causing the onlookers to scatter. Unbeknownst to Malfoy, who continued his enthusiastic performance, the bird was about to land right on his head. Just as it was about to touch down, Henry lifted the petrification spell. The bird regained its senses and flapped its wings in a panic, attempting to ascend once more. Its frantic wings repeatedly struck Malfoy's loathsome face, leaving him flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to shoo away the feathery creature. This only served to further terrify the bird, which then dropped an inexplicable white substance directly onto Malfoy's head, cascading downwards. Malfoy froze in shock, and the bird seized the opportunity to escape. An inhuman sound erupted from Malfoy's mouth, followed by the retching noises of someone on the verge of losing their composure. Henry aptly remarked, "What is that?" "Ugh, Malfoy, you look utterly repulsive." Malfoy retched even more violently. Madame Hooch, suppressing her laughter, stepped forward and pointed her wand at Malfoy. Incanting, Scourgify. The unknown substances clinging to Malfoy were swept away, yet the psychological trauma remained unhealed. Madame Hooch instructed Malfoy to take a seat and rest, then seized the opportunity to regroup the remaining young wizards to continue the unfinished flying lesson. She had been holding her breath, fearing another flying mishap, but fortunately, despite the tumultuous course, the remainder of the lesson concluded smoothly. This elicited a long sigh of relief from her. After announcing the end of the class, she hurried away, evidently in need of some alcoholic solace to soothe the shadows left in her mind. Henry and the others encountered Harry, who had mysteriously vanished for an entire afternoon. Only during dinner in the hall. He sat there, grinning widely, clearly having experienced some delightful event. Ron and Hermione, overjoyed, had been worried all afternoon. Henry, already aware of the situation, maintained a composed demeanor as he took a seat beside Harry, shoveling a piece of beef into his mouth. Famished after the extensive spellcasting earlier in the day, Harry animatedly recounted to Ron and Hermione the enchanting adventures he had shared with Professor McGonagall upon returning to the castle. "Seekers?" Ron suddenly exclaimed, startling Henry. He stared at Harry in disbelief. "Shoo, keep it down." Harry quickly gestured to Ron, realizing his volume was inappropriate. Ron sheepishly smiled at Henry and then covered his mouth, whispering, "Seekers? Yes, training begins next week, but Wood doesn't want anyone to know." Harry affirmed with a nod. Noticing Hermione and Ron's confusion, he added, "Oh, Wood is the captain of our house's Quidditch team." "That's impossible. First-year students can't join the house team. At least. For the past century, selections have been made from second-year students and above," Hermione argued, although she had yet to delve into the more extensive history of Quidditch at Hogwarts. Hence her cautious phrasing. "I find it hard to believe, too. Professor McGonagall would actually let you join the house team?" Ron expressed his astonishment. It wasn't that he doubted Harry, but rather that the news was simply too shocking. He glanced around for assistance. "Henry, say something." Henry was diligently chewing on the beef tendon, regretting his choice of meat. Rolling his eyes at the remark, he thought, "What can I say? If it weren't for the established facts, would Harry have divulged such enigmatic information? Moreover, Professor McGonagall's obsession with the House Cup is hardly less fervent than that of the other heads of houses." Ron stood up, scanning the room in search of a member of the Quidditch team to clarify matters, fortuitously spotting Fred and George entering the Great Hall. He waved and called out, "Hey, Fred, George, over here." The twin brothers were drawn to his voice. "Isn't that our brother? How was the flying lesson this afternoon?" "You know, apart from Bill and Percy, we are all members of the house Quidditch team. You wouldn't want to break that tradition." Fred and George teased Ron back and forth. Ron puffed his cheeks in annoyance, reluctant to engage with his brothers, yet he inquired, "Do you know that Harry has become our team's seeker?" "Of course. We are part of the team, remember?" Fred replied, giving his brother a peculiar look, as if questioning his intelligence. "Oh, right. Harry, well done." George patted Harry on the shoulder. "Wood has already told us about your exploits, diving 90 feet and catching a glass marble without a scratch. You are far superior to our seeker from last year. Well, he has graduated, so we can say what we like. Harry, believe me, this year we are destined for greatness." With that, the brothers turned to leave, and Ron, now filled with excitement, gazed at Harry in astonishment. Henry was quite irked by Ron's incessant fidgeting. He hastily swallowed the morsel in his mouth and filled a plate with food to take back to the dormitory, as he needed a tranquil environment to sort out his thoughts. A duel? What was that about? Just as he closed his eyes to ponder, he was abruptly shaken awake. Instinctively glancing out the window, he initially thought it was already the next day and time for class. However, upon seeing the profound darkness outside, he looked perplexedly at Harry and Ron, who were standing by his bedside, chattering about duels and assistants. "Malfoy seems to have figured out that the giant bird incident was your doing. He wants to duel you. Tonight," Harry hurriedly exclaimed, adding, "Oh, I mean, well done." "Huh? I have no recollection of that." Henry rolled his eyes. When did he ever agree to a duel? Was he so bored that he craved for more time? He certainly wasn't in a daze, but rather had not slept well at all. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and decided to be forthright. "After you left." Malfoy came over to provoke us and insisted on a wizard duel with you. For your, no, our Gryffindor's honor. We had no choice but to accept. Well, I must thank you then, Henry replied, exasperated. Who would willingly forego sleep to engage in a duel at night? There were classes the next day. Moreover, what if they were caught? So, shall we go together? I could be your assistant, Ron asked hopefully. Harry swallowed hard and replied, I could do that too. Henry rolled his eyes, fully aware of what the assistant meant. Wasn't it merely a matter of collecting his own remains? I refuse, he declared emphatically. Please, don't be so heartless, Henry. Can you truly bear to watch us march to our demise? Harry's woeful expression resembled that of a forsaken puppy. Ron chimed in, playing the victim as well. Indeed, Henry, if you choose not to join us, we shall be left with no path but death. If Harry falls, I, as the assistant, would inevitably follow suit. In the end, you would only be left to confront our lifeless bodies. Did you not say I was to be the assistant? Harry exclaimed. Taken aback by Ron's statement, Ron chose to ignore him. Is that truly the pressing matter at hand? What matters is persuading Henry to accompany us. You would still go to your doom? Henry scoffed, his eyes rolling in exasperation. Wait, does the assistant still need to join? Yes, indeed. According to the rules of wizard dueling, should the dueling wizard perish, the assistant must take their place. So, Ron hastily divulged all he knew, hoping to pique Henry's interest. They were self-aware. Given everyone's average magical proficiency, it would likely devolve into a mere brawl. However, with Henry's involvement, the scenario would shift dramatically. They were well aware that Henry's skills far surpassed those of his peers. He had successfully self-taught many spells, while they remained entrenched in the most fundamental theories of magic. Henry was already capable of executing specific spells with finesse. Should he participate in the wizard duel, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant advantage against Malfoy and his cohorts. I refuse. Henry toppled over once more, and with a casual flick of his wand, the draperies adorning the canopy sprang to life. They gracefully descended from their hooks, gently shaking Harry and Ron, who were reluctant to leave, before seamlessly folding themselves back. He was ready to slumber, for there were matters to attend to on the morrow. What to do? Midnight was fast approaching. Ron, dispirited, inquired, aware that Henry's decisions rarely wavered. Shall we just forget it? Absolutely not. This is our golden opportunity to confront Malfoy head-on. Just envision it. The next time Malfoy dares to provoke us, we could simply utter, I have bested you before. What could he possibly retort? Harry interjected, his enthusiasm palpable, recognizing the splendid chance to deliver a sound thrashing to Malfoy. Furthermore, should we choose not to attend, he would undoubtedly boast about Henry or us being cowards. Do you wish to endure Malfoy's mockery? Listening to their exchange, Henry found Harry's reasoning remarkably lucid, each argument building upon the last, akin to the siren's call. Indeed, how could we not? Exclaimed Ron, his voice brimming with resolve. The prize display room on the 4th floor, is it? Let us proceed at once. The sounds of the two fumbling to don their robes soon followed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry turned over and sat up, as if suddenly recalling something. The 4th floor. Wasn't the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor designated as a forbidden zone? Why would Malfoy choose this particular floor? Perhaps he had unwittingly hit the nail on the head. He had no intention of engaging in a genuine wizard duel. Rather, he aimed to lure himself and others into the 4th floor, a place under far stricter surveillance than the other levels. It was a trap. He lifted the curtain, eager to warn the two, but Harry and Ron had already vanished from sight, and Neville had presumably not yet returned, as his curtain still hung in place. The dormitory was filled solely with the sound of Seamus snoring, evidently exhausted. Or perhaps it was just that Harry had gone off to train. After all, how could one truly embody the spirit of Gryffindor without deducting a few points? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry tilted his head in surprise. He had not anticipated that others would follow Harry and his companions at such a moment. After pondering for a brief moment, he pointed his wand at himself and uttered the incantation, Disillusionment. Magic surged forth, enveloping his form like a liquid, leaving a chilling sensation in its wake. Henry lowered his head and glanced around, realizing that he could change colors rapidly, much like a chameleon, with his movements. The transformation was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. This was the Disillusionment charm, also known as the Invisibility charm. which he had discovered in a spell book within the library. It appeared to be a subject reserved for advanced students. Of course, it was not true invisibility. One could still be touched if approached. It was his first experience putting this charm into practice, and it felt rather extraordinary. He had no time to waste. He slipped out of the Gryffindor Tower through the portrait passage. Fortunately, the fat lady was absent, thus averting the risk of being discovered. Henry walked down the corridor to its end, where the moonlight streamed in through the window at the top of the wall, casting shadows that fragmented the light into numerous small patches. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry turned back to glance at the shadow, reflecting on the shortcomings of the recent enchantment, yet he made no further move. He had already caught sight of Harry and the others in the distance. Wait a moment, why are there 4 of them? That rotund figure is Neville? When did he become so bold? Henry stealthily trailed behind them, incessantly murmuring his critiques. So, the one clad in pink pajamas, with a cascade of thick, fluffy brown hair, is indeed Hermione? It is truly astonishing that she would dare to contravene school regulations. Henry trailed a few individuals at a measured pace, neither too close nor too far. Neither hurried nor sluggish, until he reached the threshold of the trophy display room. Through the narrow crack of the door, he observed them brandishing wands, vigilantly scanning both ends of the room, seemingly wary of a potential ambush from Malfoy. At the slightest rustle, they would collectively turn their heads, creating an oddly unsettling atmosphere in the solemn environment. Moonlight streamed through the window into the display room, illuminating the trophies, shields, medals, and statues, each glimmering with varying degrees of brilliance. However, Harry and his companions appeared to lack the capacity to appreciate the beauty surrounding them, their minds consumed by an acute sense of anguish. Time slipped away, second by second, as they awaited the unfolding events. Suddenly, Henry's ears detected the distinctive sound of footsteps. It was Filch. Only he could produce such peculiar sounds while walking. Indeed, he was coming. Shortly thereafter, the figure of Filch emerged around the corner by the wall, carrying a lamp and cradling a gaunt cat in his arms, the one and only Mrs. Norris. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry made every effort to remain silent, casting a silencing spell upon his feet, and then he slowly retreated in another direction. Lady Loris lingered for a moment in the spot where Henry had paused, before being escorted to the exhibition room by Filch. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry approached the other side and quietly pushed open the door. Harry was the first to notice something amiss. He stared in shock at a blurred, translucent shadow that emerged from behind the door, swaying in front of him. He fixed his gaze on the shadow and tugged at Ron's arm, only to be met with an impatient shove. Ron was intently focused on Filch and had no time to acknowledge Harry. "Hey, look over here," Henry whispered urgently. His voice finally captured their attention. Ron, thinking it was Harry calling him, felt a surge of irritation. "What are you doing making noise at a time like this? What if Filch hears us?" He turned to give Harry a warning glance, but widened his eyes in astonishment at the indistinct shadow before him. He opened his mouth to shout, but Harry, ever vigilant, quickly covered his mouth, prompting Ron to gesture for him to release his grip. The other two were equally astonished and turned around, each being silenced by their respective companions. Unfortunately, the commotion had already drawn Filch's attention, who was now approaching from a display case filled with trophies. Time was of the essence. Although Henry was amused by the little drama unfolding, he remained focused on the task at hand. He pointed his wand at Harry and the others, casting the disillusionment charm on them, transforming each into indistinct shadows akin to his own. The chilling sensation finally jolted them back to reality. While Henry could not see them clearly, he could easily imagine the bewildered expressions on Harry and the others as they regarded their mysteriously vanished bodies. As Filch drew nearer, Henry waved to them, regardless of whether they could perceive him, and took the lead in departing the scene. The group filed out, and the situation should have ended there. However, Neville, perhaps too anxious, accidentally slammed the door against the wall as he and Ron exited, creating a resounding thud that echoed in the stillness. "Run!" Henry hissed urgently. They dashed down the corridor, passing classroom doors, rounding corners, and sprinting past a peculiar one-eyed, hunchbacked witch statue, until they reached a point near the charms classroom. Wait. Filch shouldn't be able to see us. Why are we running? Hermione panted, glancing at the indistinct figures ahead, struggling to catch her breath. The other three were equally breathless and came to a halt. Because Mrs. Norris can sense where we are, Henry explained calmly, though he was already feeling the strain of their exertion. Henry? Is that you? Hermione queried, recognizing his voice. She reached out, only to bump against something solid. It's me. Harry, you bumped into my glasses. I'm right here. This is the disillusionment charm. We can't see each other right now. We'll only be able to again once I cancel it or the magic dissipates. We should be safe here. Let us head back, Henry replied from behind Harry, adding with a hint of exasperation, by the way, you all need to work on your fitness. Just then, Peeves the poltergeist burst out from the charms classroom ahead, prompting the group to quickly duck against the corridor wall, holding their breath. Peeves danced and hummed, seemingly sensing something as he glanced in their direction. Henry sensed a foreboding atmosphere. It appeared that his robust physique both attracted and intimidated spirits. He had yet to embark on this tantalizing research. However, given the current circumstances, perhaps it was best to refrain. Nevertheless, the mischievous Peeves glided over, murmuring, "This scent feels so familiar. Ah, it's Henry Wands from Gryffindor. Ah, don't hide. Do you wish to play hide-and-seek with the illustrious Peeves? A playful glint sparkled in his eyes, and that certainly warranted a report to Filch. Henry reluctantly dispelled the disillusionment charm, revealing his form. Well, you've caught me. Now it's my turn to catch you, isn't it? Peeves cackled. Not so fast. You violated school rules. I must inform Filch. Leave it, Peeves, or I shall inform the bloody Baron, Ron retorted, recalling that Filch was searching for them just behind, possibly approaching. His frustration boiled over as he whispered fiercely. Oh, another annoying first year? TSK, 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 gathering in the school at this hour. Ha ha ha. You shall certainly be caught, Peeves shouted in a shrill tone. The sound of Mrs. Norris and Filch's peculiar footsteps began to resonate, evidently drawn in by the commotion. With no time to lose, Henry pointed his wand at Peeves. Apologies. Langlock. Depulso. The conjunction of the two spells caused the chuckling Peeves to clutch his throat. Soaring out of the corridor against the wall. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry tentatively tugged at the door lock, discovering it to be a mundane mechanical lock commonly used by ordinary folk. Albeit the cylinder was firmly secured, rendering it utterly unyielding. This seemed rather trivial, did it not? If this were indeed a forbidden zone, why resort to such a commonplace lock? Were they truly concerned that young wizards might hesitate to approach? However, this was not the moment for such musings. He stepped back, poised to cast a spell, when he suddenly noticed Hermione had already drawn her wand from the lining of her robe. Ah! It appeared their magical reserves were dwindling this evening. They needed to conserve their power. Moreover, such a simple lock suggested that whatever lay beyond the door was likely far more formidable. The nature of the impending encounter remained shrouded in uncertainty. Thus it was prudent to reserve their strength for what awaited them. Henry contemplated this and gestured for Hermione to proceed first. Hermione, somewhat taken aback, raised her chin defiantly and strode forward. Clearing her throat, she tapped the lock with her wand and murmured, Alohomora. The lock clicked open in response. With swift reflexes, Harry removed the lock and slipped through the now ajar door, followed by the others who entered in succession. Henry finally closed the door and leaned against it, striving to ensure that no abnormalities would be discernible from the outside. He could only hope that, in the dim light of night, Furchie would unwittingly overlook any discrepancies. A pungent odor permeated the room, and as if sensing something amiss, he instinctively lifted his gaze, immediately encountering the unwavering stare of 6 enormous eyes fixed upon them. It was a colossal dog, standing tall enough to fill the entire room, with 3 heads grotesquely sprouting from its neck. Perhaps it had been confined in this space for far too long, or perhaps the cramped quarters had driven it to madness. It lay on the ground, its fur unkempt and displaying signs of agitation, while its 3 nostrils flared and twitched, seemingly attempting to discern their scent, pondering whether they might serve as a meal. Viscous drool dripped in strands from its yellowed fangs, continuously releasing a foul stench from its 3 gaping jaws. Henry conceded that he had entertained the notion that the interior might be terrifying, given its classification as a forbidden zone, but this 3-headed canine, rumored to guard the entrance to the underworld, had far exceeded his expectations. Harry and the others were rendered speechless, frozen in place, instinctively succumbing to the primal urge to feign death in the presence of a predator. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry could discern the disdain and fear within the cat's cries. Ferk seemed to possess an understanding of what lay behind the door. In his eyes, it was inconceivable that any unwary little sorcerer would dare to intrude within. And even more perplexing was their prolonged absence. He reassured, "Very well, my dear, let us search elsewhere. They must be nearby. Fear not, we shall undoubtedly find them." The rhythmic sound of their footsteps gradually receded, allowing Henry to exhale slowly in relief. However, the three formidable hounds before them were far from pleased. They had anticipated a sumptuous feast that evening, yet the awaited sustenance had yet to materialize after an agonizing wait. Finally, regaining their composure, the limited capacity of their minds concluded that these individuals were intruders. Intruders, after all, must be eliminated. The hounds rose to their feet, their 6 fiercely menacing eyes now devoid of confusion, revealing a bloodthirsty and savage glint. They unleashed a series of deafening roars, intimidating the intruders with their ferocity. Henry raised his wand, poised to unleash a spell at any moment. Amidst the roars, Harry and his companions finally regained their senses. They retreated cautiously, while Henry slowly opened the door, preparing to lead everyone to safety. Even though Filch had not strayed far, they deemed it a lesser risk than facing the jaws of that monstrous dog. A single bite would not merely leave a few tooth marks. It could very well spell the end for them. The beast, sensing their intentions, appeared even more enraged. It advanced with deliberate steps, each paw fall resonating with a heavy thud, a testament to its formidable weight. Harry and his friends shouted as they lunged for the door, inadvertently awakening the dog's predatory instincts. It surged forward, quickening its pace. Realizing the distance was too short, Henry quickly surmised that 1 or 2 individuals might not make it out in time. Petrificus Totalis. Henry's most adept spell was finally unleashed. Yet upon striking the fur of the large dog, it merely served to momentarily impede its velocity. Could it be that the creature was entirely immune? What on earth? Could it be a magical being? With no time for thorough analysis, Henry cursed under his breath and swiftly conjured another spell. Obstacles abound. Obstacles abound. Henry unleashed a surge of magical power, swiftly casting 2 barrier spells in rapid succession, so hastily that he scarcely regarded their accuracy. After all, given the dog's substantial size, he could strike true even with his eyes closed. The massive canine was engulfed in a cerulean green radiance, its grand form seemingly plunging into a realm of lethargy, causing its once vigorous sprint to slow to a crawl. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry and his companions swiftly turned the doorknob and dashed out of the room, making a hasty retreat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry, recognizing her distress, humorously remarked, "I would much prefer to be caught by Ferk. Anything is better than being bitten." Hermione rolled her eyes, as she shared the same sentiment. The group approached the portrait of the fat lady. "Where have you been? I did not see you leave." The fat lady exclaimed, her gaze fixed on their disheveled hair and their pajamas, which appeared both hastily put together and yet completely unkempt. Notably, one robe stood out, devoid of any wrinkles, which, in contrast to the disarray of the other 3, rendered it an oddity. "Do not inquire just yet, pig snout," Harry replied, feeling somewhat exhausted, his body aching and the fright he had experienced rendering his temper rather foul. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry observed Harry and his companions stumbling into the common room. Sensing the nearly depleted magical energy, he contemplated for a moment before opting to maintain an air of elegance while simultaneously experimenting with a previous notion, taking advantage of the fact that few were present to witness his actions. Much like when he had rescued Neville, he cast a levitation charm on his robes, elevating his body and then cautiously regulated his magical output, gradually maneuvering himself horizontally into the passageway with his wand. The group, still reeling in the plush embrace of the common room armchairs, were startled by Henry's peculiar entrance as they were chastised by Hermione for their disregard of school rules. Hermione turned her head and could not help but burst into laughter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry found the robe constricting and uncomfortable, fearing that should its quality prove inadequate, he might very well tumble to the ground. This plan seemed rather impractical. He attempted to control his descent with his wand, only to deplete his magical energy entirely, resulting in an unceremonious fall. Unfazed, he rose to his feet, brushing off any dust that may have clung to his robe. While lamenting the meager capacity of his magical reserves, he remarked, as for the design of entering and exiting the common room, don't you think our method of scrambling in and out appears rather peculiar and unsightly? Harry and his companions shook their heads, accustomed to it by now. However, Hermione, ever the inventive mind, brightened with an idea. What if we used a wooden board? Oh, that's intriguing, but I doubt anyone would carry a board around, he replied. Then let us place it at both ends of the passage, Hermione persisted, unwilling to concede. Henry nodded, considering that the plan was worth a try. However, his magical energy had been depleted for the day. Perhaps tomorrow night, when no one was around, would be a suitable time to experiment? Coincidentally, Hermione let out a yawn. Almost contagiously, the others began to yawn as well. Well, take your time to ponder, she remarked. I shall retire for the night. By the way, I hope you do not forget what transpired this evening. We nearly faced a dire fate, merely for wandering the halls of the school at midnight in violation of the rules. With that, Hermione firmly declared, turning to leave while stifling another yawn. Ron muttered aside, it's not as if we forced her to come along. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry lay ensconced in his bed, listening to the rapidly emerging sound of snoring, and began to slowly reflect upon the events of the evening. He finally understood why the area was deemed a forbidden zone. Yet the door bore nothing more than a common lock. With that dog lurking, who would dare to enter? Additionally, Henry commended his own acting skills. In truth, his assistance to Harry and the others in escaping the trap was not solely motivated by a desire to evade Filch. He was also driven by a spontaneous urge to investigate the so-called Forbidden Zone. After all, since he was already there. Otherwise, he could have easily hidden in the secret passage near the one-eyed hunchbacked witch statue to avoid Filch altogether. When Fred and George had explained the Marauders Map to him, he had appeared disinterested, yet he had committed the details to memory. He simply had been lost all along, unable to utilize those secret passages. However, he had not anticipated the grave dangers within the Forbidden Zone. Fortunately, everyone emerged unscathed. Otherwise, he would have been consumed by guilt. Nevertheless, it was not entirely without merit. At the very least, he had confirmed that the fourth-floor corridor's Forbidden Zone housed the Philosopher's Stone. This was established only at the beginning of the school year, coinciding with Hagrid's retrieval of the package from Gringotts, and combined with information obtained from the original owner, it clearly indicated to him the Philosopher's Stone is kept there. As for why such an ostentatious hiding place was designated as a forbidden zone, the specific purpose remained unclear. In Henry's view, something so valuable ought to be hidden well or simply utilized. Yet, Dumbledore's actions seemed to contradict this logic. What benefit could there be? Was it merely to lure Voldemort into a trap? Or perhaps to entice other dark wizards? Had Dumbledore already discerned that Voldemort was lurking in pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone? Alas, it was perplexing. Perhaps he could extract more information during his next conversation with the original owner. The original owner was becoming increasingly astute, no longer as easily read as before. Could conversation truly alter one's character? The following day, Harry and Ron rose early, whispering furtively in their dormitory. Whenever Seamus approached or pretended to pass by, they would abruptly halt their conversation. This behavior left Seamus feeling disgruntled yet intensely curious. Neville, however, showed no interest whatsoever. Exhausted and frightened from the previous night, he longed only for the monotony of school life, believing his heart could no longer bear any excitement. Henry stealthily cast a charm upon his ears to capture the vibrations of the air, allowing him to mentally convert them into sound. Though the spell was still rudimentary and imprecise, he could barely discern Harry and the others discussing the secrets hidden beneath the trapdoor. It seemed they too had uncovered the mystery beneath the large dog. Yet, the specifics remained elusive. In the common room, they encountered Hermione once more. Following the events of the previous night, Hermione had entirely abandoned her attempts to steer Harry and Ron back onto the straight and narrow, allowing them to frolic freely. More often than not, she preferred to bypass them entirely to converse with Henry instead. Harry and Ron, in turn, were privately relieved by Hermione's indifference. Viewing it as a blessing, finally, no one was lecturing them incessantly. They even found themselves eating more than usual that morning, buoyed by their newfound freedom. Did you see Malfoy's face when he realized we weren't expelled? It was as if his eyes might pop out. Harry exclaimed excitedly after leaving the Great Hall. Of course. I could mock him for an entire year. Ron responded, equally elated. They had finally come to the realization that the so-called duel from the previous night was nothing but a trap. Without Henry's assistance, they likely would have suffered greatly. They had contemplated exposing Malfoy's treachery to the entire school, but at Henry's suggestion, they ultimately decided against it. For once the word got out, they would be handing Filch all the ammunition he needed. Forget about expulsion, at the very least, detention and house points would be deducted. Thus, aside from harboring an even deeper resentment towards Malfoy, they had yet to find an opportunity for revenge. Malfoy seemed to have caught on to something, remaining ensconced within his clique that morning, much to Harry and Ron's disappointment. Following yet another unbearable potions class, during which Harry lost 3 more points, he stormed out of the classroom in a fit of rage. They had planned to seek out Hagrid for a chat that day, but their good spirits were utterly dashed by Snape. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry nodded, disregarding whether Professor Snape could see him. Yes, it's nearly resolved. This notebook has been immensely helpful to me. He pushed the notebook towards Professor Snape, yet felt a pang of reluctance. Fortunately, he had privately employed a mental occlusion technique to create a copy in his mind, allowing him to recall it whenever he wished. Oh, is that so? Professor Snape intoned with a drawn-out cadence. Mr. Voss, look into my eyes. There was an unusual allure in Professor Snape's voice. Henry instinctively lifted his head, but a warning quickly arose within him, a signal from the original owner of this body. He then became acutely aware of a chilling sensation spreading through his mind, prompting involuntary recollections of his experiences in Diagon Alley, which remained his most cherished memories. Almost immediately, he reacted. The mental barriers he had painstakingly developed unfurled, forcefully expelling the frigid presence. So this is what it means to extract thoughts? Truly, it is nearly impossible to guard against. He let out a sigh of relief, grateful for his timely response. Yet his emotions were dominated by a mix of anger and dread, even contemplating casting a curse upon Professor Snape. Yet reason prevailed, restraining him, as he sensed another intrusion into his mind. Once more, he invoked his mental shield, and after repelling Professor Snape's psychic assault again, he glared at him with heightened fury. Though he dared not meet the professor's gaze, Professor Snape, however, remained unfazed by Henry's glare, calmly assessing, "You possess great talent. Well done, Mr. Voss. Only a foolish, prideful individual allows themselves to be so easily provoked." He paused before continuing at a leisurely pace, but it is still insufficient. Remember my words. Calmness is a wizard's ally. Relinquishing unnecessary emotions is essential for focus. Must I always present an icy demeanor? Henry could not resist retorting, a jab in return. Professor Snape, indifferent to such a slight, replied with his usual composure, "Of course. If you wish to keep your thoughts concealed from prying eyes, you must learn to remain vigilant, to disguise, to hide, until it becomes second nature, a habit." "Oh, how lamentable," Henry sighed, unsure for whom he lamented. Professor Snape lowered his eyelids, stating flatly, "Mr. Voss, it is time for you to leave. Regardless, thank you, Professor." After expressing his gratitude, Henry flung his bag over his shoulder and departed hastily. Unbeknownst to him, Professor Snape lifted his head, his inscrutable black eyes lingering on Henry's retreating figure, his expression complex. Upon exiting the classroom, he found Harry and Ron waiting for him. "Henry, do you want to join us at Hagrid's? We're planning to go now, just in time to return for lunch," Harry warmly invited. "Not today. I have some matters to attend to. Please send my regards to Hagrid," Henry politely declined. Watching as Harry and Ron departed, he turned down another path. Arriving outside the room of requirement, after surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was near, he glanced at the portrait of the giant hanging on the wall. Then paced the corridor 3 times, silently repeating, "I require an exceedingly private study, a room exclusively for me. Henry Voss." Soon, a handle materialized on the wall, and without hesitation, Henry opened the door and stepped inside. The torches mounted on the walls ignited automatically, illuminating the interior. The room, though not particularly spacious, featured a row of empty bookshelves in front of a desk with a sturdy wooden chair placed before it. Henry cast a glance at the vacant bookshelf, feeling a twinge of regret, as was his custom. He truly wished to fill that shelf, for books are vessels of knowledge, and a plethora of them signifies an abundance of wisdom. Moreover, they could serve to cultivate an air of intellectualism, could they not? Alas, financial constraints hindered his aspirations. He settled at the modest desk, which bore a chaotic assortment of papers filled with scrawled notes, alongside small curiosities preserved in glass jars, such as spiders and ants, creating a sense of disarray. And nestled between two magnets lay a copper ring, the magnet salvaged from the orphanage, discovered in the wardrobe. Presumably a birthday gift from the previous year, his sole possession of any significance. The copper ring, on the other hand, was a serendipitous find outside the school, left behind by an unknown individual, thus fortuitously becoming his. Henry initially intended to explore the delineation between the realms of science and magic. Should he succeed, the necessity for torches within the castle at night could be rendered obsolete, as electric lights would suffice. Perhaps he might even seize the opportunity to profit from this endeavor. Regrettably, he discovered that the apparatus was utterly inoperative. Upon being brought into the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, even the magnet lost its inherent magnetism, failing to attract even a mere iron nail, as if an extraordinary force was at play, intervening and nullifying the magnetic field. Consequently, Henry was compelled to abandon his grand vision of castle renovation and redirect his focus toward the study of spells. This modest space became his sanctuary for daily practice, research, and the development and expansion of magical incantations. Though small, it was undeniably practical. He rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a package wrapped in tissues, from which he ceremoniously discarded remnants of food collected that morning into a glass jar. It was imperative not to let them starve, for they would be of use in the future. After completing this task, he withdrew a stack of paper from a drawer and began to write. Do not be hasty. He had yet to finish. The intersection of time and space held significance for the Philosopher's Stone. Following her announcement of the class's conclusion, she hurriedly departed, seemingly in need of some alcoholic solace to soothe the shadows left in her heart. Harry, Henry, and the others encountered the long-missing Harry in the hall only during dinner. He sat there, beaming with joy, as if he had just received delightful news. Ron and Hermione were overjoyed, having spent the entire afternoon worrying. Henry, who had already known, maintained a calm demeanor as he took a seat beside Harry, shoving a piece of beef into his mouth with a fork. His hunger intensified by the numerous spells used earlier that day. Harry animatedly recounted to Ron and Hermione, I finally understand why it's an ordinary lock. Who would dare enter with that dog sitting there? He congratulated himself for his acting skills, convinced that the restricted fourth floor was indeed the hiding place of the Philosopher's Stone, designed to bait Voldemort into a trap. However, he feared he was doomed, likely to be expelled, and his wand would surely be snapped, just like Hagrid's. Yet, he was unwilling to resign himself to such a fate. He did not wish to return to that cobweb-laden cupboard. He could not shake the thought that if his aunt and uncle discovered he had been expelled, they would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. He longed to articulate a defense, yet his mouth felt as though it were sealed with cement, rendering him speechless. He dared not glance back at Henry and the others, fearful of meeting their sympathetic gazes. Instead, he fixated on Professor McGonagall's square glasses, thus overlooking her astonished expression. Hermione immediately thought of Henry. His mind always works faster than mine. He must have a solution, she mused. However, Henry paid no heed to Hermione's tug on his robe. Upon witnessing Professor McGonagall's astonished expression, he revealed a knowing smile, confident that the situation was now secure. Of course, he had not forgotten the matter at hand. Ascending to a certain height, Harry abruptly twisted his wrist, causing the broomstick to veer and then stabilized directly towards Malfoy, who had also come to a halt. Malfoy stared at Harry in shock, utterly convinced that it was Harry's first encounter with a flying broomstick, yet he never anticipated Harry would maneuver it so adeptly. Hand it over, Malfoy. Harry continued the incomplete declaration with fervor. Or I shall knock you down. There is no father here to save you. Certainly not Henry. Malfoy's expression stiffened as he instinctively glanced at the ground, where the figures appeared diminutive as ants, rendering it impossible for him to spot Henry. Oh, is that so? He attempted to mock Harry further, yet found his expression unable to relax, resulting in him mustering only a meaningless retort. Resolute, Harry seemed instinctively aware of how to wield the broomstick. He leaned forward, gripping the broom handle with the instructed posture, and the broom surged forward as if a switch had been activated. As he soared closer to the ground, he employed the last vestige of his magic to transform the surface beneath into a small trampoline. Neville landed on the trampoline, bouncing a few times to dissipate the final remnants of potential energy before touching down safely. He sat up with a pale complexion, disheveled clothing, and gasping for breath, looking exceedingly shaken. Yet, the surrounding children paid little mind to his state, erupting in cheers to celebrate Neville's landing, particularly his friends from Gryffindor. The trampoline's duration swiftly expired. Reverting to soft earth, Neville's legs weakened, rendering him unable to rise. Henry turned back, his gaze warning Harry, yet his eyes widened at the indistinct shadow before him. He wished to call out, but was restrained by the fear that Mrs. Loris could detect their presence. Calmly, Henry explained, with my current physical condition, I can barely manage this distance without feeling utterly exhausted. Is it really you, Henry? Hermione inquired, having recognized his voice. She groped forward, only to encounter a hard object. It's me, Harry. You've bumped into my glasses. I'm right here. This is the disillusionment charm. We can't see one another now and must wait until I cancel it or the magic fades. It should be safe here. Let us head back. Henry said helplessly. By the way, you all need to enhance your physical fitness. Just as he spoke, Peeves suddenly darted out from the nearby charms classroom, prompting the group to quickly sidestep into the corridor and hold their breath. Peeves hummed and danced, but midway through, he seemed to sense Harry's presence, prompting Harry to cover his mouth. He quickly regained his composure. The other two were equally startled and were swiftly muffled by their respective companions. Unfortunately, the commotion had caught Filch's attention, who was now turning away from a display of trophies, heading in their direction. Time was of the essence. While Henry found amusement in this little spectacle, he did not lose sight of the matter at hand. Panting heavily, he collapsed onto the floor. His magical, physical, and mental stamina were nearly depleted, and he needed to rest for a moment. Although this sequence of events was described in detail, it transpired in mere seconds, yet it felt as though he had endured sleepless days. Fortunately, Neville had been rescued. Upon seeing Neville safely on the ground, Madame Hooch immediately ceased her pursuits. Of course, Madame Hooch shrugged. She could not expel a student for mere disobedience. She lacked such authority, but determining a punishment for Harry was another matter. Just then, Professor McGonagall was set to intervene, and she was eager to pass this hot potato along to lighten her own load. Professor McGonagall nodded and abruptly pointed into the crowd, beckoning Henry to come forward. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry gazed at him in confusion. Who are you? Oh, now I remember, dung-eating Malfoy. Is that you? Aim carefully. In any case, with such a massive body, even with eyes closed, one could hit it. The large dog was engulfed in a turquoise glow, its enormous form seemingly plunging into a sluggish realm, its sprinting movements abruptly slowing. Harry and his companion swiftly twisted the doorknob and fled the room, then dashed away. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry finally closed the door and leaned against it, striving to ensure that no anomalies could be perceived from the outside. He could only hope that the dim evening light would conceal his actions. It suddenly dawned on him why it was merely a commonplace lock. Who would dare to enter with that dog stationed there? He silently commended his own acting skills, confirming that the fourth floor's restricted area was indeed where the magical stones were stored. This was merely a bait to lure Voldemort into a trap. He chose not to prolong the classification and directly divided the magic into three categories: mental magic that influences the mind, control magic that affects the body, and mysterious side magic that pertains to the soul. At someone's request, he had come to instruct on potion making. It seemed he was preoccupied with his writing. He should be able to share it by tomorrow. After announcing the end of the class, she hurriedly departed, indicating that she might need some alcohol to soothe the shadows left in her heart. It was during dinner that Henry, Ron, and Hermione encountered Harry, who had been missing for the entire afternoon. He sat in the hall, beaming with joy as if he had just received delightful news. Ron and Hermione were overjoyed, having worried for him all afternoon. Henry, who had already known of Harry's whereabouts, maintained a composed demeanor and seated himself beside Harry. greedily spearing a piece of beef with his fork and tossing it into his mouth. The extensive use of spells that afternoon had left him rather famished. Harry animatedly recounted to Ron and Hermione, "I finally understand why it's just a regular lock. With that dog sitting there, who would dare to enter?" He applauded his own performance, convinced that the forbidden area on the 4th floor was indeed where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden, designed to lure Voldemort into a trap. He felt an impending sense of doom, knowing he might face expulsion, certain that his wand would meet the same fate as Hagrid's. Yet, he was unwilling to accept this fate. He dreaded the thought of returning to that cupboard filled with cobwebs. Thoughts plagued him. If his uncle and aunt discovered he had been expelled, they would surely mock him mercilessly. He wished to articulate a defense, but his mouth felt as if it were sealed with cement, rendering him incapable of speech. He dared not glance back at Henry and the others, fearful of their sympathetic gazes, and instead fixed his gaze upon Professor McGonagall's rectangular spectacles, thus overlooking her look of astonishment. Hermione immediately thought of Henry, recognizing that his quick-wittedness would surely devise a solution. Henry, however, paid no heed to Hermione tugging at his robe. Upon witnessing Professor McGonagall's astonished expression, a knowing smile crept across his face. This should be secure now. Of course, he had not forgotten the matter at hand. Ascending to a considerable height, Harry abruptly twisted his wrist, causing the broom to turn sharply and stabilize itself towards Malfoy, who had also come to a halt. Malfoy stared at Harry in sheer disbelief, utterly convinced that this was Harry's first encounter with a flying broomstick. Yet he was taken aback by Harry's remarkable skill. "Hand it over, Malfoy," Harry exclaimed, completing the sentence he had previously left unfinished, "or I shall send you plummeting. There is no one here to rescue you, not even your father. Certainly not Henry." Malfoy's expression grew somewhat rigid as he instinctively glanced downwards, where the figures below appeared diminutive as ants, rendering Henry nearly invisible to him. "Oh, is that so?" He sought to continue mocking Harry, but found his own countenance betraying him, unable to relax, and could only muster a vacuous retort. With a surge of determination, Harry felt as if he instinctively understood the art of maneuvering a flying broom. Leaning forward, he gripped the broom handle firmly in the prescribed manner, and in an instant, the broom surged forward as though a switch had been activated. Once he had ascended to a sufficient altitude, he focused the last vestiges of his magical energy towards the ground, transforming it into a small trampoline. Neville landed upon the trampoline, bouncing several times to dissipate the remaining potential energy, safely touching down. He sat up, pallid and disheveled, gasping for breath, appearing thoroughly shaken. Yet the surrounding children paid little mind to his state, erupting in cheers to celebrate Neville's safe landing, particularly his friends from Gryffindor. The trampoline's effect soon waned, reverting to soft earth. "We'll see again tomorrow. Make sure to claim a spot," he thought, regardless of whether Professor Snape could observe. "Well, it seems all is nearly well. This notebook has been immensely helpful." He pushed the notebook towards Professor Snape, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. Fortunately, he had privately employed a mental sealing spell to replicate its contents in his mind, allowing him to recall it at will in the future. "Oh, Mr. Voss, look into my eyes." Professor Snape's voice resonated with an unusual, bewitching allure. Henry instinctively lifted his head, pondering whether he should always present himself with such an icy demeanor. Unable to restrain himself, he subtly jabbed at Professor Snape in retaliation. However, Professor Snape appeared utterly unfazed by such trivial provocation, responding with his usual stoicism, "Of course. If you wish to shield your thoughts from the prying eyes of others, you must learn to remain ever vigilant, to perpetually disguise and conceal." "Oh, how lamentable," Henry sighed, uncertain whom his lament was directed towards. Professor Snape lowered his eyelids and remarked, "Mr. Voss, let us leave it at that," prompting Ron to exhale in relief. Having felt he might be on the brink of a heart attack, particularly under the unfeeling gaze of those emotionless eyes, the potion's lesson continued, with Professor Snape instructing the young wizards to form pairs and guiding them in concocting a simple potion for treating scabies. Indeed, it was straightforward. Henry recalled that it merely required preparing the ingredients as detailed in the textbook and then sequentially adding them to the cauldron for brewing. Yet, no matter how simple the task, Snape seemed to discern every flaw among the students, with nearly all of them facing his criticisms. Even the Slytherin students were not spared from his scrutiny. "I simply wish to demonstrate for you," Snape stated. "Never mind, George. Henry is far quicker at casting spells than we are. Perhaps we should just inform him directly, as he will likely uncover the parchment's secret soon enough." Fred relinquished his efforts. "Very well, but you must cherish it. We risked our lives to steal it," he added. The room was sparse, mirroring the others, consisting only of an old wardrobe, a wooden chair, and an iron bed. Through the grimy window, the once pure moonlight appeared particularly eerie, casting a pale glow that illuminated the interior with a ghostly radiance. Henry tiptoed into the room, surveying his surroundings. Although it had been uninhabited for quite some time, the interior was remarkably pristine, almost unnaturally so. He cautiously navigated around a wooden chair beside the door and approached an old, dilapidated wardrobe nestled in the corner. There, he found Mrs. Molly tenderly dabbing a handkerchief to clean the dirt from Ron's nose, while he squirmed, seemingly uncomfortable with his mother's public display of affection. Ginny, who had been pointing and shouting excitedly at Harry and the others through the window, blushed deeply upon catching Harry's gaze. All these moments needed to be documented. His excitement grew as he wrote fervently, realizing that magic adheres only in part to scientific principles, leaning more towards the metaphysical. Just as Hermione had reminded him. One merely provides the magical energy. The eventual outcome bears no connection to the provider. Was it, then, an error in his thought process during transformation? This was the final sentence recorded on the paper. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry abruptly halted, his mind racing with incessant thoughts. Suddenly, he found himself in a state of bewilderment as he caught a glimpse of Hermione not far away, her eyes narrowed, seemingly filled with irritation. Henry contemplated for a moment, then approached Ron, who was still murmuring to himself, and pointed towards Hermione, indicating that he should apologize. Ron instinctively recoiled. To his surprise, he had been caught in the act of disparaging her. He turned to Henry, hoping for a few words of assistance to ease the tension, only to be met with a headshake of refusal. Reluctantly, Ron stepped forward, but Hermione, with an air of arrogance, lifted her chin and walked away. Ron returned. His head hung low, resembling a defeated rooster. It was not his intention to slander Hermione. He had merely sought a momentary relief from the torment she had inflicted upon him in class. Now, it seemed that Hermione would utterly disregard him from now on. Henry shook his head, unwilling to involve himself in such matters. Children often harbor grudges over mere words for extended periods. And considering that this incident could be viewed as a direct affront, how could Hermione possibly forgive them? Merely refraining from an outburst could be deemed a small victory. Such grievances must be allowed to fade with time, or perhaps be resolved through shared experiences in the future. They hurried to attend their flying lesson. Yet Hermione did not make an appearance throughout the entire class. Ron began to feel uneasy. He had not anticipated that an unintentional remark could wound Hermione so deeply. He inquired about her whereabouts, hoping to offer an apology in person, but no one seemed to know. Witnessing Ron's heartfelt remorse and anxiety, Henry, who was usually soft-hearted, decided to seek out Fred and obtain the Marauders Map from them. It revealed that Hermione was safely ensconced in her dormitory. He relayed this information to Ron, who finally felt a sense of relief and refrained from questioning Henry about his source, as he and Harry had grown accustomed to Henry's occasional displays of remarkable knowledge. In their eyes, Henry was an almost omniscient figure, comparable to a select few professors. With a weight lifted from his mind, Ron cheerfully followed everyone into the dining hall, tilting his head back in astonishment and exclaiming in delight. Henry walked behind, glancing past the bewildered figures of Harry and Ron, and immediately noticed that the great hall had transformed dramatically since noon. As he beheld the vibrant array of colorful lights, the floating and descending pumpkin decorations, the fluttering bats that flitted across the ceiling and walls, and the flickering candles that danced amidst the swirling clouds above the tables, Hermione was momentarily forgotten. They had anticipated a lengthy speech before the meal, yet Professor Dumbledore simply proclaimed, "Let us eat." Following this, a dinner more sumptuous than usual appeared upon the golden platters, rivaling the splendor of the feast at the beginning of the term. As everyone joyfully indulged in their meal, the doors of the great hall were abruptly flung open with a loud bang. It was Professor Quirrell. He rushed in amidst the astonished and puzzled gazes of the young wizards, his robes disheveled, and his scarf askew, yet it remained perched upon his head, concealing any peculiarities at the back. His face bore a twisted expression, filled with terror. Though his emotions were palpable and the details vivid, Henry, privy to the underlying truth, found it all exceedingly contrived. With Voldemort upon him, what had he to fear besides Dumbledore? In response to Henry's incredulous gaze, Professor Quirrell staggered towards the headmaster, collapsing against the table and spilling several dishes in the process. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed, A troll in the dungeon classroom. I barely escaped." Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Madame Pomfrey hurried over to examine him. Henry could hardly bear to witness such a spectacle. How could you possibly be unable to vanquish a mere few trolls with the Dark Lord by your side? Cast the killing curse, and even an entire tribe of trolls would fall before you. Furthermore, even in the absence of the Dark Lord, have you relinquished the skills befitting an adult wizard to the professors? They would weep at such a loss. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry realized that his demeanor was excessively composed, seemingly inconsistent with the identity of an inexperienced young wizard. Consequently, he rose to his feet, glaring at the unmoving Professor Quirrell, attempting to convey an expression of terror. Yet, internally, he was incessantly critiquing the situation. You, Quirrell, are merely relying on Dumbledore's status as the leader of the White Wizards, who is known for his strict self-discipline and reluctance to employ the Imperieuse curse. Otherwise, this would be sheer folly, potentially even exposing your master. Suddenly, Henry became acutely aware of a pressing issue. The elaborate ruse orchestrated by Voldemort and his followers must surely have a distinct purpose. Quirrell's mention of a troll could merely be a diversion. Might it not be a ploy to draw attention away from their true intentions? While the professors scoured the underground classroom for the troll, could they not be pilfering something elsewhere? After all, wasn't he there an object at Hogwarts that Voldemort coveted? The answer was glaringly evident. The Philosopher's Stone. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry resolved to keep a watchful eye on Professor Quirrell. After confirming with Madame Pomfrey that Professor Quirrell was unharmed, Headmaster Dumbledore attempted to quiet the young wizards. However, the hall was exceedingly vast, and nearly every young wizard was engaged in conversation. To regain order, Dumbledore resorted to casting a few sharp explosions from his wand above his head. Startled, the young wizards swiftly fell silent. Dumbledore then pointed his wand at his throat, and his deep voice resonated like distant thunder throughout the hall. Heads of houses, escort your students back to the dormitories. The troll will be dealt with by the professors. Instantly, the heads of the respective houses felt a surge of determination and sprang into action. Gryffindors, follow me and stay together. Especially the first-year students, do not wander off. Keep an eye on your friends. Do not lag behind. Percy directed confidently, and once the group had gathered sufficiently, he led them towards the dormitories. Henry contemplated for a moment before choosing to follow the throng as they departed. After all, Professor Quirrell would need to wait until the young wizards and professors had vacated the area before he could leave, rendering it unnecessary to remain there observing him. If it came to that, he could always take a position in the restricted corridor on the 4th floor, could he not? How could there possibly be trolls at Hogwarts? They were so clumsy. How could they infiltrate the castle without being detected? After silently following for a while and while ascending the spiral staircase in groups, Harry could no longer contain himself. He had a myriad of questions he yearned to ask. Henry automatically took over the task of explaining the situation. Yet some questions remained shrouded in ambiguity. Perhaps someone placed it there. One should not assume that trolls are inherently foolish. In truth, there exist some among them that possess a measure of intelligence, though the majority may indeed be rather dim-witted. However, it is precisely this foolishness that renders them easily manipulable. This last thought lingered in his mind, for if it were overheard by an attentive individual, it could lead to complications. He did not pause to consider who would take the time to eavesdrop on the musings of a first-year wizard. It was merely a manifestation of his own fears. Author S. Note. So, what should we do if we encounter one? Harry inquired with a hint of anxiety, while Ron and the nearby young wizards listened attentively as they walked. First and foremost, we are unlikely to encounter one. The troll resides in the dungeon classroom, while we are ascending the stairs, making a confrontation improbable. Instead, it is the Hufflepuff and Slytherin common rooms, reportedly located underground, that we ought to be concerned about. Henry pointed at the befuddled Hufflepuff students lingering by the corridor, swallowing hard in the process. However, before he could commence his next statement, he was interrupted. It was Harry and Ron. They promptly seized upon the mention of Slytherin in Henry's discourse, exclaiming in unison, "I sincerely hope Malfoy encounters him." The two exchanged knowing smiles, instantly alleviating the tense atmosphere. Henry rolled his eyes, yet he continued his explanation, this time with a significantly hastened pace. He was determined not to be interrupted again. He stated, "Furthermore, there will be professors patrolling to identify any wandering trolls, which will enhance our safety considerably. Even if we do encounter one, We are fortunate to have numerous upperclassmen who will protect us, and we outnumber them. Lastly, due to their low intelligence, trolls are utterly oblivious to magic, although they possess remarkable strength and imposing size. In the unfortunate event that one confronts us alone, my advice is to run if possible, if escape is not an option. Then we must resort to our wands. At this juncture, he was once again interrupted by the ever-curious Harry. Is there a spell we have learned that could be effective against trolls? Ah, indeed. Henry rolled his eyes once more and interrupted, saying no. That would allow you to die with some semblance of dignity. Harry, filled with anticipation, was taken aback by this unexpected outcome, leaving him momentarily stunned. Henry sighed and continued. In fact, spells are an art form. Some seemingly ordinary incantations can exhibit extraordinary effects in grand situations. Common trolls tend to be rather dull-witted, which is why many minor spells prove effective against them. For instance, when confronted by a troll, we could employ transfiguration to transform stones or scraps of clothing into small animals to divert its attention, allowing us the opportunity to escape. Noticing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the young wizards nearby, Henry realized, "Oh, I apologize. I forgot that you are not yet adept at inanimate transfiguration. Let's consider another approach. Perhaps we could utilize some minor curses. I trust you have all learned a few, such as, the leglocker curse? No. The eye abrasion curse? Still nothing? What about the Tarantaligra? No, that one eludes you as well. How about the petrification curse? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry's eyes gleamed with excitement. Thank you, original owner. Ah, thought struck him. They could attempt the levitation spell they had just learned today. By levitating a heavy object high above the troll's head, and then severing the magical connection, the outcome, as one could easily imagine, would be quite entertaining. However, he cautioned them to never cast the spell directly on the troll itself, for it would surely fail. The young wizards collectively sighed in relief, not merely because they had finally obtained a method to deal with the troll, for it was not an everyday occurrence after all. Rather, their comfort stemmed from the realization that they had barely grasped the spells Henry had mentioned, some they had not even heard of before. The sensation of utter ignorance was truly daunting, particularly when observing the growing look of disappointment on Henry's face, which weighed heavily on their hearts. They were immensely relieved that Henry had devised a solution accessible to all, and they resolved that unless absolutely necessary, they would refrain from seeking more suggestions from him. It was simply counterproductive. Unbeknownst to Henry, who had unwittingly designated himself as a person to be contacted only in non-emergency situations among his peers, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment as a mentor when he noticed his companions deep in contemplation. This would become an enduring nightmare for the first-year Gryffindor students in the months to come. How could one reject the assistance of someone who genuinely wished to help at every available opportunity? In the midst of this silence, they soon arrived at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. One by one, they began to scramble through the passageway. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry remains uncertain for the time being. We must wait until Chilo ceases to loiter on the 4th floor. Exercise caution around Snape. We both witnessed him glancing downward as he stealthily made his way towards the 3rd floor, distinctly isolated from the other professors. There is something amiss here, Harry added, adopting a tone steeped in conspiracy. Henry could only nod to indicate his understanding. Only then were Harry and Ron satisfied enough to let Henry go. They watched as he avoided Percy's gaze, walking away while discreetly drawing his wand and pointing it at himself. As a faint whisper carried on the breeze, Henry's figure seemed to almost completely vanish. Why almost? Because Harry, who wore glasses, possessed remarkably keen eyesight. He could even discern the faint outlines of Henry's shifting, translucent form. No matter how many times he witnessed such a disappearance, it was still a bit difficult for him to accept. Harry stared at the spot where Henry had vanished and quietly remarked, "That was terrifying." "Relax, mate. There are far stranger things." Ron nudged Harry with his elbow. "Welcome to the wizarding world. All right, it's time to head back to the dormitory. Let's discuss how we can help Henry cover up his past. Hopefully, he returns soon." Ron was the first to leave. Harry glanced once more towards the end of the corridor before following suit. Henry trod lightly along the corner towards the 4th floor corridor. Along the way, he encountered scarcely anyone, save for 2 or 3 solitary young wizards hurrying towards the tower, entirely oblivious to Henry blending seamlessly into the background. Silent as a shadow, he cast a silencing charm beneath his feet and proceeded directly to the locked, door marking the boundary of the forbidden area. The lock was now fully unlatched, swinging precariously from the doorknob. Had he arrived too late? A sense of dread enveloped him. Had the Philosopher's Stone truly been so effortlessly pilfered by Professor Quirrell? Should it not have been under vigilant guard? What of the great dog? Had it been dealt with? Yet, if the stone could be stolen with such ease, did it not imply that Professor Quirrell possessed considerable strength? Was it possible that he had merely been feigning weakness all along? A sense of reluctance welled up within Henry. However, if Professor Quirrell were indeed formidable, what could he possibly achieve by approaching him? How could his fledgling magic ever measure up to that of an adult wizard? Henry decisively prepared to withdraw when suddenly a cold, indifferent voice pierced the air, inquiring, "Who goes there?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry felt a sense of helplessness. Could it be that Professor Snape had indeed come here to keep watch, just as he had suspected? He contemplated feigning silence to buy some time. Yet Professor Snape persisted in his urging. No tricks, Quirrell. I am watching you closely. Quirrell? Did Professor Snape mistake me for Quirrell? No. Wait, does this imply that Professor Quirrell has yet to arrive? Therefore, the Philosopher's Stone is still here. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry was taken aback, startled by the sudden appearance of the professor, believing that he was about to cast a malevolent spell upon him. In his moment of panic, he could not evade the impending threat and instinctively raised his hand in defense, regardless of its efficacy. As a familiar chill enveloped his entire being, Henry realized he could no longer see where his hand had gone, and it dawned upon him that the professor intended to render him invisible. Complying, he pressed himself against the corner, observing Professor Snape aim his wand at the turn, silently awaiting the footsteps echoing down the corridor, growing ever closer. A peculiar, enormous shadow was cast upon the wall at the corner by the flickering light, gradually diminishing until Professor Quirrell, wrapped in his scarf, hurriedly emerged from around the bend. Upon noticing Professor Snape brandishing his wand in his direction, Henry distinctly observed Quirrell's swift movements falter momentarily, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Henry strained to maintain a neutral expression, suppressing any unusual sounds. He inadvertently noticed Professor Snape's face twitch momentarily, though he quickly regained composure. Professor Quirrell, realizing the situation, reached for his wand, but Professor Snape calmly interjected, "Oh, do not move, Professor Quirrell. Otherwise, I cannot predict what you might become." Henry sensed that this time Quirrell was not feigning a stutter. He was genuinely alarmed, much like a thief caught in the act. Professor Snape spoke matter-of-factly, "Professor Quirrell, are you here for that object as well, instead of joining the other professors to seek vengeance on the troll?" The Philosopher's Stone? His tone was as casual as if greeting Quirrell, yet the content of his words made Quirrell shudder. "The Philosopher's Stone? What is that? I do not know." Quirrell stammered. "Oh, the ability to turn stone to gold, achieve immortality, however you wish to phrase it. You truly do not know about the dark wizard who intruded upon Gringotts?" Quirrell fell silent. Snape took his silence for acquiescence and continued at a leisurely pace. "It seems our objectives are aligned. Thus, we are rivals. Let me consider, should I eliminate you here?" Snape's threat was laden with malevolence, as if victory were assured. Observing closely from the sidelines, Henry could not help but admire Snape's mastery of manipulation. He was indeed a formidable double agent. This villain's demeanor was impeccably executed. Quirrell, whether out of fear or not, shook his head vehemently, exclaiming in a panic, "No, please. I am useful. Useful. Do not kill me. Stop. I shall refrain from dealing with you for now." "I presume you pose no significant threat," Snape impatiently interrupted Quirrell. Then, feigning curiosity, he inquired, "I noticed upon entering that there is a large dog inside. Do you know when it was placed there?" Quirrell shook his head, indicating it was his first knowledge of the matter. "Oh, is that so?" With a flick of his wand, Snape opened the door, revealing a slumbering three-headed dog curled within. A gust of air flowed from the entrance, causing the creature's nostrils to flare, as if it had caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent. Wait, there seemed to be a familiar odor. It abruptly awakened. All three heads lifting, six fierce eyes fixating on the doorway, its nose twitching incessantly. Indeed, it is the sin of that little brat who previously attacked me. It let out a thunderous roar, feeling insulted. This little pest had audaciously attempted to invade its territory multiple times. How infuriating. It became agitated, preparing to charge forward. The foul stench surged back. Quirrell trembled, shouting to Snape, "Close. Close the door. It is coming. For me." Snape cast a disdainful glance at the cowardly Quirrell, then waved his wand, causing the door to shut with a resounding thud, the lock clicking into place. The beast's roars and the stench were contained within. With a loud bang, followed by scratching noises, the heavy lock rattled, yet the door showed no signs of damage. Henry marveled at the sturdiness of the wooden door. Perhaps it was under some enchantment? Quirrell let out a sigh of relief. Snape approached Quirrell. His wand still pointed at him, and quietly remarked, "This three-headed dog possesses a hide that can withstand certain spells, and it is also under a curse from Dumbledore. Should it perish, Dumbledore will be immediately aware that someone is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, to incapacitate it without causing lethal harm. At least 3 wizards must cast the sleep charm simultaneously on each head, but we are but 2. Therefore, with this beast guarding the entrance, neither of us can gain entry. I may allow you to live this time, but you must swiftly devise a method to circumvent it. Otherwise, I will inform Headmaster Dumbledore that a dark wizard has infiltrated the school disguised as a professor, solely to conceal the Philosopher's Stone within." Quirrell responded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice high-pitched and frantic. "Dumbledore would not believe you." "Oh, is that so? I have been employed at Hogwarts for a decade. I believe he will trust whom he deems credible," Snape replied, his smile devoid of warmth. Quirrell fell silent once more. After a prolonged pause, he finally conceded, "Very well. I will assist. Assist you. No, not assist me. Assist us." Snape patted Quirrell's shoulder. "If a solution to gain entry is not found, I shall leave you to the 3-headed dog and retrieve the Philosopher's Stone myself. Trust me, I will succeed." Quirrell emitted a sharp, stifled gasp, which he quickly suppressed. He could only nod helplessly. "Excellent. I trust Professor McGonagall and the others have already dealt with the troll. We must descend. Delays may arouse suspicion," Snape stated, retracting his wand and leading the way, exuding confidence in besting Quirrell before he could retaliate. Quirrell's expression returned to neutrality, casting one last glance at the forbidden door before resuming his fearful demeanor and following Snape. Henry watched as the 2 figures receded into the distance. Being privy to the underlying circumstances, he felt as though he were witnessing a duel of cinematic titans, one, the embodiment of ruthless ambition, and the other, a figure driven by aspirations yet plagued by timidity. It was utterly exhilarating. However, recalling the cryptic glance cast by Professor Snape before his departure, Henry recognized the necessity of concocting a plausible excuse to justify his solitary presence in the forbidden area. Yet, why would Professor Snape be aware of his scrutiny of Professor Quirrell? Could it be that Voldemort had been exposed? No, that was inconceivable. If Voldemort had truly been revealed, it would be Headmaster Dumbledore who remained here, not Professor Snape. The Henry conjecture suggests that Professor Snape has detected a significant change in Professor Quirrell this year. Perhaps Quirrell was once a student of Snape himself. Coupled with the clumsy troll assault on Hogwarts planned for tonight, this has piqued the interest of Snape, a double agent, who now finds himself drawn to this familiar scent. Truth be told, were he Voldemort, he would prefer to cast a killing curse on such a dim-witted follower and seek out a more impressionable wizard to possess. Henry mused to himself, using a foolish and unwieldy troll to divert attention? What a ridiculous notion. Surely, one would think to employ a pack of werewolves instead? Even Henry could devise numerous strategies to defeat a troll, not to mention the abundance of upperclassmen and professors at their disposal. It stands to reason that apart from the first-year students, the rest would effortlessly handle any solitary troll. That being said, now that everyone has departed, should he not venture forth to assess whether the professor's defensive systems are functioning properly? Henry cast furtive glances at the imposing door. The thought was indeed tempting. Yet he ultimately resisted the allure. After all, Professor Snape had stated that, without alarming Dumbledore, it would require 3 wizards to subdue the 3-headed dog. And he was certainly no match for it in a direct confrontation. Listening to the dull thuds against the wooden door, Henry recognized his limitations. Thus, he chose to retrace his steps back to Gryffindor Tower. Upon returning to the common room, Henry was astounded by the cacophony and exuberance that filled the space. It appeared that the young witches and wizards had adorned the common room with Halloween decorations, either seated or standing as they indulged in the food that had vanished due to the interruption of the Halloween feast. The provisions seemed to have materialized out of thin air, which everyone attributed to the wonders of the school. Only those who had sneaked into the Hogwarts kitchen were aware that the house elves had magically delivered the feast. Yet, these matters held little significance for Henry. Henry, seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, stealthily slipped into the crowd, casually snatched a piece of pie, and took a hearty bite, for he was utterly famished. Henry wandered around until he finally found Harry and Ron by the window. He resolved to disclose everything that had transpired that night to them, lest he inadvertently jeopardize Professor Snape's significant endeavors in the future. Well, better safe than sorry, he thought. He was acutely aware that Harry and Ron harbored a profound disdain for Professor Snape, should they one day stumble upon the issue between Snape and Professor Quirrell. Their negative perception of Snape might lead them to misplace their suspicions, potentially causing a considerable uproar. What? You mean you suspected that the troll was released by Professor Quirrell? And you went to the Forbidden Forest to keep watch, only to discover he indeed intended to enter? And Snape prevented him? After Henry recounted the events, albeit in a somewhat truncated manner, Harry remained largely unresponsive, while Ron exclaimed in growing astonishment. Fortunately, at the first sound of Ron's outburst, Henry quickly waved his wand around them, casting a silencing charm, Silencio. This spell, aptly named, erected an invisible barrier to prevent eavesdroppers. Thankfully, there had been no one nearby, and the loud chatter of other students provided ample cover. Lower your voice, Henry admonished. Ron obediently covered his mouth, but still managed to mumble through his fingers. We should inform Professor Dumbledore, but we lack evidence. Harry finally snapped back to reality, adding, and Snape undoubtedly has his own reasons for intervening. Perhaps he too desires something from the Forbidden Forest. Henry wished to conceal his face, realizing that the facade he had deliberately allowed to slip had been discerned by Harry. He watched as Harry began to analyze with Ron why Snape had not retrieved the items hidden in the Forbidden Forest that day, feeling utterly powerless. I have done my utmost, Professor. The rest lies in your hands, he thought, biting into his pie with vigor, deciding to leave the matter behind. Before the evening's feast concluded, the professors sent the head boy to inform everyone that the troll had been dealt with, and classes would resume as normal. This announcement elicited a collective groan from the students. What a disappointment! Harry and Ron, too preoccupied to continue their discussion, believed they could forego potions class the next day and thus evade their assignments. It seemed there would be no time for sleep that night, further fueling their disdain for Professor Snape. Following Halloween, the weather began to turn cold. Upon awakening, Henry observed the distant mountains blanketed in thick ice and snow, while the surface of the Black Lake had frozen over with a solid layer of ice. The castle blazed with roaring flames, providing a warm refuge. Yet stepping outside without a heavy coat and snow boots rendered movement nearly impossible. Harry started to feel overwhelmed, as the Quidditch season was about to commence. The captain of the Gryffindor team, Wood, demanded that team members train at least 4 to 5 times a week, exceeding the previously agreed 3 sessions. Consequently, Harry, already pressed for time due to training, found himself repeatedly pleading with Henry to lend him his assignments for reference. Of course, most of the time he merely made cursory alterations before submitting them, much to Hermione's discontent. Due to Ron's disparagement, she had been reluctant to converse with anyone recently. Even ignoring Henry, it was only through Henry's persistent efforts to engage her that she gradually reintegrated into their small circle. Alas, even after Ron had sincerely apologized, Hermione still withheld her warmth from him. Ron was equally exasperated. Why couldn't he control his tongue? Tom did not pause for them. In the blink of an eye, a week had slipped by. This Saturday marked the commencement of the Quidditch season. On that day, Harry would represent Gryffindor in his first Quidditch match, causing him considerable anxiety and significantly slowing his pace with homework. The news of his impending role as Seeker had spread, despite Wood's insistence on confidentiality regarding Harry's situation. Consequently, there were those who expressed concern, others who reveled in his predicament, and some who mocked him, Malfoy and his cohort, to be precise, heightening Harry's unease. Yet no one could offer assistance. All Hermione could do was borrow the previously read book on the origins of Quidditch from the library, ensuring that Harry would not be entirely ignorant of the sport's history. In the process, Harry could also review the rules of Quidditch once more, hoping to avoid any penalties during the match. Henry has been somewhat distracted these days. Professor Snape seems to have completely forgotten about the incident that occurred in front of the door to the forbidden section on the 4th floor. He has not even mentioned it, let alone sought an explanation from Henry. Henry secluded himself in his humble abode, dedicating his spare moments to the study of defensive magic against the dark arts, all the while pondering when Professor Snape might summon him to his office for various inquiries. Let us not delve into the implications of Veritasrum. Those with a dubious mind may reflect in silence. Oh, has someone taken notice of the intricacies of defensive magic? Indeed, over the past 2 to 3 months, Henry has diligently mastered dozens of significant spells and hundreds of lesser-known incantations recorded in tomes. One could assert that his grasp of basic enchantments has become quite commendable. In an era where the growth of his magical prowess has been sluggish, Henry felt an urgent need to delve into an additional discipline to enrich his knowledge. When it comes to the application of spells learned, what could rival the study of defensive magic against dark arts? Not only does it enhance one's experience in confronting dark creatures, but it also allows for a targeted understanding of their vulnerabilities, thereby augmenting one's strength from an alternative perspective. Of course, some might argue that Henry is suffering from a delusion of persecution. It is indeed a malady that requires remedy. Well, Henry concedes that he is perpetually consumed by anxiety, fearful of his secrets being unveiled. Let's not even mention the shielding charm. It may only serve against legilimency and veritaserum, perhaps offering slight defense against the Cruciatus curse, yet its efficacy against other spells involving willpower remains uncertain. The wizarding world is vast, and one can never predict where misfortune may lurk. He worries about his gradual progress. Fearing he might miss pivotal events and the opportunities they present, he is anxious about his weakness, apprehensive that he might perish upon Voldemort's resurgence due to inadequate strength, or helplessly witness the downfall of those he yearns to protect. Most distressingly, he fears that his lack of sufficient power will prevent him from perceiving the true nature of the world, betraying the aspirations he once vowed to fulfill. In essence, he is ensnared in a web of constant trepidation. An old adage rings true: all fears stem from insufficient firepower. Moreover, fretting proves to be futile. Henry had long since come to understand that, in the realm of wizards, the paramount factor is always strength. Voldemort, often referred to as the Dark Lord, owes his notoriety not to his fragmented intellect or his malevolent disposition, nor to his fervent followers, but to his formidable power that can rival that of Dumbledore. Weakness is the original sin. No one will perpetually shield you, not even Headmaster Dumbledore. Thus, after mastering the majority of spells that would be taught at Hogwarts, he shifted his focus to the study of defense against the dark arts. Compared to Professor Quirrell's dismal performance in class, Henry believed that self-study was far superior. Moreover, there is an adage that states, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." Without delving into the nature of dark magic, how could one possibly learn to defend against it? Consequently, Henry naturally and justifiably began his gradual exploration of dark magic. Starting with curses, he would not rush this endeavor. Dark magic has long been dismissed by the mainstream wizarding community, which reflects the prevailing environment. However, existence is justification. Where there is light magic, there must be a counterpart of dark magic. No wizarding family would dare claim ignorance of, or lack of proficiency in, even a single dark spell, for in essence, curses, jinxes, and hexes all fall within the realm of dark magic. Oh, and let us not forget the 3 unforgivable curses listed in modern spell theory: the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperious Curse, the latter of which was popularized by Voldemort himself. These belong to the highest echelon of dark magic, a realm from which Henry currently lacks the qualifications to study. Well, the library at school should possess specific methods of study, but they are undoubtedly under strict surveillance. He would probably be unable to even borrow a professor's notes. Henry was indifferent to the type of magic he studied, even though nearly every tome mentioning dark magic warned that it would erode a wizard's soul and lure them into corruption. Regrettably, the library offered only a scant selection of books on dark magic accessible to ordinary young wizards. Moreover, when borrowing such volumes, it was imperative to intersperse them among ordinary magic texts and borrow them in batches. Otherwise, Mrs. Plinns would easily discover his research into dark arts. However, after a brief foray into exploration and experimentation, Henry was reminded of a recurring truth: magic is fundamentally idealistic. Here, mind pertains not only to will, but, more significantly, to emotion. Dark magic is termed dark not merely due to its overwhelming power and destructive potential, but rather because the manifestation of such power is contingent upon the amount of magical energy infused. With sufficient magical input, even a disarming spell could be wielded like an explosive incantation. Conversely, insufficient magical energy might render even the most sophisticated fire spell barely capable of igniting a piece of paper. Yet, when emotions, ethereal and devoid of physical substance, are woven into the fabric of spellcasting, the entire nature of the magic, particularly dark magic, undergoes a profound metamorphosis. For instance, A dancing spell, when infused with malicious intent, would, under identical magical energy input, last longer and exhibit greater vigor than a mere prankish dance spell, even after ceasing. The body seems more difficult to control, potentially leading to significant aftereffects, such as involuntary twitching of limbs. This conclusion was drawn from observing the diminutive spiders, of which few remained in the glass jar following Henry's rigorous experiments. Furthermore, casting a curse of blight with ill intent could inflict irreversible alterations upon the eyes, even the compound eyes of insects. While a coma spell cast with malice would extend the duration of the spider's unconsciousness, malicious emotions themselves vary widely. For instance, casting a curse with anger yields a far lesser potency than one imbued with hatred. Naturally, when protective armor is augmented with positive emotions such as guardianship and fortitude, it is anticipated to surpass the efficacy of a standard armor spell. The use of anticipated stems from the fact that no one assisted him in this research, leading Henry to conjecture this notion rather than substantiate it through experimentation. On Thursday evening, as Henry tidied his desk and concluded his experiments, he extracted a sheet of white paper and summarized his findings. The infusion of malice into the casting of spells significantly amplifies their aggressive effects. Although it would be rash to categorically deem all offensive spells as dark magic, the intertwining of malice and spellcasting undeniably constitutes a prerequisite for the practice of dark magic. He propped his head on his left hand and pondered for a moment before continuing to write. Thus, there exists a clear demarcation between dark and white magic, defined by whether the incantation's release encompasses the caster's subjective malice, rather than solely on the severity of the spell's destructive outcome. Additionally, research revealed that wounds inflicted by spells cast with malevolent intent, regardless of whether they were classified as dark magic, would not heal readily. Even the incantation heal, as before, proved largely ineffective. It merely allowed one to gradually expel the malice and magical energy embedded within the wound before true healing could commence. Henry posed a hypothesis, encased in parentheses. Could it be that malice had already intertwined with magic at this juncture? Or perhaps magic is, in its essence, a manifestation of emotion? He punctuated this speculation with a prominent question mark before returning to his original position to write. However, the consumption involved is exceedingly substantial, and it is likely that the foundation for this success stems primarily from the alignment of the magical sources used for both harm and healing, as well as the scarcity of the magic employed. Should any of these conditions falter, one can only surmise that the consumption would escalate exponentially. The preceding lines merely delineate the characteristics of dark magic, yet a more pressing question remains unresolved. Henry delicately tapped the quill on the paper, leaving behind a few ink splatters. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he finally lifted his pen to inscribe, regarding the issue of the swelling malevolent thoughts and the erosion of the soul, frequently mentioned within the magical tomes. It may be attributed to the infrequent usage of such dark arts alongside their insufficient profundity. Currently, psychological assessments have revealed no abnormalities. However, considering Voldemort's trajectory from rational control over power to a frenzied state where he obsessively fractured his soul through numerous Horcruxes, it is evident that this phenomenon is not merely a reflection of his inherent character traits, but is likely also intertwined with the excessive employment of dark magic. Thus, it becomes apparent that the practice of dark magic demands prudent discretion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry was jolted awake. As if foreseeing the dreadful consequences of the unknown, he trembled and inscribed on the reverse. No. The cost of trial and error is far too great. According to the tome, the corruption from dark magic intensifies with each incantation. Should it spiral out of control like the previous deranged persona, the ramifications would be unimaginable. I must pause and confer with the original owner. Once he completed his writing, he did not wait for the ink to dry thoroughly. Instead, he hastily mingled the draft among other inconspicuous papers. He believed he had stumbled upon a method for the limitless application of dark magic, yet the terror it invoked compelled him to keep it hidden. As for why he did not simply destroy it, he couldn't bear to. He intended to compile all drafts into a book to grace his bookshelf, making it the inaugural resident. A rather compelling reason, wouldn't you agree? Chuckles, however, the current experimental materials were scant, and the dark magic available for study was limited. Most of the more arcane dark magic was relegated to the restricted section. Thus, should he seek a borrowing slip from Professor Snape? It seems that among the professors, only Snape would likely harbor no prejudice against dark magic. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Henry spent half a day pondering for a suitable excuse. He eventually resolved to seek out Professor Snape to elucidate the events that transpired on Halloween Eve, while also inquiring subtly about how he might procure a note for borrowing books on dark magic. Naturally, when confronting a master of legilimency, Henry felt compelled to maintain his guard. To feign complete ignorance of Voldemort lurking behind Quirrell's head, he needed to keep his mental shielding technique active at all times. As it happens, this would also serve as an opportunity to test the improved version of his mental barrier. Indeed, one often treads the fine line of danger to gauge personal growth, does one not? If one wishes to achieve something, one must act decisively. Henry departed directly from the all-knowing abode and made his way down, arriving at the entrance of the staff lounge for the potions class. Tentatively, he raised his hand to knock on the door, only for it to swing open inwardly. Professor Snape was seated at a table, leisurely engrossed in a hardcover book, a quill poised delicately in his hand. The table was strewn with an array of apparatuses pertinent to the study of potions, mortars, glass vials, and scalpels, alongside numerous unfamiliar herbs and powders. The unskilled Henry could only identify one of the plants as mugwort. At the heart of the wooden table, a cauldron simmered, steam rising languidly into the air, with a stirring rod gently tracing circles in a clockwise motion. "Please come in, Mr. Wass," Professor Snape remarked, without lifting his gaze. He continued to meticulously inscribe notes onto the pages of his book with the quill in his hand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Henry was taken aback to discover that Professor Quirrell was eavesdropping outside the door, leaving him no time to revel in the recent approval he had received from Professor Snape. His eyes widened in shock as he turned to look back, pondering how much Professor Quirrell had overheard. If he had been listening from the very beginning, it was fortunate that Henry had refrained from disclosing the true reasons. The door to the lounge swung open automatically, revealing Professor Quirrell, clad in a flowing black robe, trembling at the threshold. A purple scarf was solemnly draped over his head, resembling a crown, albeit one that emanated an unsettling odor. He nervously glanced at Henry, then at Professor Snape, stammering, I came to find Professor Snape." Professor Snape let out a derisive laugh, retorting, "Do not feign innocence, Professor Quirrell. Mr. Voss has already deduced our affairs. Rather, I must ask, how did you come to that conclusion, Mr. Voss?" His gaze shifted back to Henry. Henry turned to face Professor Snape, who imperceptibly nodded his head. It dawned on him that this was to be a performance. "Coach, this is not my forte, but I am willing to learn." He shifted slightly to allow himself to view both professors simultaneously as a sign of respect. Clearing his throat, he began to narrate the story he had meticulously crafted. Within the tale, he intertwined his thoughts on witnessing Professor Quirrell as fainting and his speculations regarding the fourth floor, ultimately concluding, "This is the reason I have come here." What a failure, Quirinus Quirrell. Your acting could not deceive even a first-year student. No wonder everyone finds your fabricated stories so repugnant. Professor Snape leisurely applauded Henry while simultaneously unleashing venomous words towards Professor Quirrell. The disdain and humiliation in his voice made even Henry wish to deliver a solid punch to Quirrell's lifeless face. However, although he was uncertain of Snape's motives for provoking Quirrell, Henry felt a surge of tension. Indeed, upon hearing Henry's account, Quirrell's face flushed crimson. He drew his wand and pointed it at Henry, incanting, "Obliviate." Even a stutter does not hinder the timing of spell casting. Now, that is truly magical. Author's note: Henry had long been attentive to Professor Quirrell's movements. The moment he witnessed Professor Quirrell draw his wand, he swiftly unsheathed his own at a speed that far surpassed Quirrell's. Armor protection. This was the culmination of 2 months of rigorous training. He firmly believed that in the heat of battle, heightened vigilance and extraordinary reflexes could mean the difference between life and death. Thus, he focused primarily on the speed of wand drawing during his practice of spells. Indeed, his efforts bore fruit at that moment. The white spell flickered at the tip of Quirrell's wand, but as it collided with Henry, it was deflected, shattering the cauldron on the table. Instantly, the liquid within the cauldron splattered, and the stirring rod exploded. Although he was unaware of the potion Professor Snape was brewing, he was determined to avoid any splashes. Who knew what might transpire if magical energy mingled with potion ingredients? The harrowing incidents that befell Neville during potion class were still vividly etched in his memory. Henry nimbly rolled aside, while his wand remained steadfastly pointed at Professor Quirrell, ready to unleash a disarming charm should the professor make any sudden movements. Professor Quirrell merely gazed at Henry in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the fact that a first-year student could wield the shield charm, a spell typically taught in the defense against the dark arts classes of the 4th and 5th years. Perhaps, he thought, Professor Quirrell deemed it futile to attempt to break through this protective barrier and chose instead to await Professor Snape's response. For it was Snape who held the reins of action. Professor Snape appeared innocent, though a deeper examination would reveal otherwise. He had anticipated Quirrell's casting of a spell. Even considering that it might be the memory charm, his wand was already in hand, poised to intervene should he perceive any irregularities. When he beheld the flash of white light, he felt a sense of relief, yet he was unprepared for Henry's mastery of the shield charm, which effortlessly deflected the memory charm and obliterated the potion he had labored over for several hours. Although he had not intended for the potion to succeed, he managed to gather the splattered liquid in midair with his wand, and with a flick, the potion was mysteriously erased from existence. Silent casting, how enviable. Henry cast a furtive glance at the unfolding scene, feeling a mix of envy and vigilance directed towards Professor Quirrell. Professor Snape, with his cunning intentions, deliberately provoked Quirrell, initially hoping to employ the latter's hand to swiftly erase Henry's memory, thereby shielding him from entanglement in such perilous matters. To his astonishment, however, Henry emerged unscathed. Nevertheless, the performance must continue. Just observe the chaos you have all created. Professor Snape abruptly rose from his seat, the chair creaking in protest. He slammed the book he held onto the table and, pointing his wand at Professor Quirrell, bellowed furiously. With Snape as a formidable barrier, Henry felt somewhat more at ease. Hearing the professor's roar, he cast a suspicious glance, sensing an odd glimmer of triumph in Snape's demeanor. Was it merely an illusion? Professor Quirrell had relinquished his wand, seemingly embarrassed, as he realized he was unable to break the first-year student's shield charm, though he contemplated casting the soul-binding curse. It was clear that Snape was intent on protecting the student named Voss, making it impossible for Quirrell to employ dark magic, especially the unforgivable curses, in front of Snape. However, it was merely a cauldron of potions. I shall compensate. Quirrell's face flushed with indignation. You shall compensate. Mr. Voss. After more than 2 months of studying potions, can you even fathom what elixir is brewing in the cauldron? Snape's face contorted with fury, his throat emitting a growl of rage, leaving even Henry uncertain whether Snape was genuinely enraged. Called out by Snape's thunderous voice, Henry jolted upright, his mind racing. Fortunately, with the aid of his mental shielding, he swiftly connected the dots from the mugwort on the table to the questions posed by Snape to Harry during their first lesson. Should he take a gamble? He stated with conviction. It is the elixir of life, Professor. Indeed, the elixir of life. The enhanced version, prepared for that great hound. I have brewed it for a full 4 days. It was ready for use, yet you have ruined it. Snape appeared pleased, seemingly ready to expedite certain promises. Yet, he continued to express his displeasure to Professor Quirrell, emphasizing the arduous nature of the brewing process. Henry sighed in relief. He had guessed correctly, thanks to Harry's efforts. Then, feigning confusion, he asked, a large dog? Professor Snape shot him a flat expression. Observing the innocence in Henry's eyes and sensing his steadfast belief that he was unaware of what a large dog was, alongside his adept mental blocking, Snape experienced a profound sense of déjà vu. Did I make a mistake by lending him my notes on mental blocking? His lips twitched involuntarily as he averted his gaze, deciding to ignore Henry. Professor Quirrell was even less inclined to address Henry's inquiry. He probably surmised Snape's thoughts. Feeling somewhat guilty, yet stubbornly retorted, the potion of life and death is a marvelous thing, but we cannot force it down someone's throat. I believe we could administer it through food. Henry timidly raised his hand and whispered, reminiscent of his conduct in class. Quirrell, slightly flustered, thought to himself, how could he not know that? The focus then shifted as Quirrell furrowed his brow, speaking in a rather irritable tone. Do you wish for that thing inside there, without even knowing what it is? I simply think that anything desired by the professors must be exceptional, Henry replied with unwavering composure. Do you believe you have the capability to obtain it? Quirrell was intent on dissuading Henry. Did you not just see? Henry mimicked Quirrell's tone. feeling emboldened by Snape's presence. You, Quirrell exclaimed, exasperated. He found himself at a loss for words, realizing that without dark magic, he might indeed struggle to prevail. He turned his ire back towards Snape. Are you suggesting that this young wizard should also receive a share? Humph, Snape replied, his countenance darkening, yet his words startled Quirrell. Mr. Voss, Gryffindor gains a point for your defiance. Have you recognized your error? Yes, Professor. Henry lowered his head in acknowledgement, though mischief sparkled in his eyes. Just as Quirrell seemed on the verge of an outburst, Snape calmly elucidated, the potion of life and death has been destroyed. We will require 3 wizards to navigate past that large dog. Given your proficiency with the armored charm, I presume you have also mastered the stunning spell, have you not? Mr. Voss? Certainly. Henry nodded. Quirrell, suppressing his ire, repeatedly reminded himself to endure. For the sake of his master's ambitions, now is not the time for confrontation. He forced a distorted smile, then, shall we proceed, right now? After a moment of contemplation, Snape nodded in agreement. He instructed Quirrell to go ahead first to avoid arousing suspicion by walking together. Quirrell complied. Snape then repaired the damaged items in the common room with a spell and urged Henry to head towards the 4th floor. The instant Henry exited the common room, he distinctly perceived a barely visible silver gleam flickering behind him, likely a result of some unknown spell cast by Snape. Snape quickly followed. It was quite late. The hour prescribed by school regulations had long passed. The corridor on the 4th floor lay in silence, with Filch presumably patrolling other floors, greatly facilitating Henry's stealthy infiltration. Although he had developed a spell to eliminate odors, conserving magical energy was also advantageous. Quirrell, having waited impatiently, appeared eager, having already removed the lock. We shall enter directly, Snape stated flatly as he pushed the door open and led the group inside. At that moment, the 3-headed dog had yet to slumber and immediately detected their presence. Ah, it's that little one again, along with those 2 from last time. It growled deeply, rising to its feet, its massive form casting a colossal shadow in the flickering torchlight that enveloped the trio standing at the entrance. What is that creature? We never covered such a thing in defense against the dark arts, did we, Professor Quirrell? Henry momentarily displayed a visage of fear, deliberately inquiring Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell gazed back oddly. This is a magical creature. Within it, not a dark being. Have you not finished reading? Professor Snape interrupted their exchange, fixating on the 3-headed dog before them, commanding, enough, draw your wands. The trio simultaneously brandished their wands towards the beast. Having experienced the potency of such wooden implements, the creature became even more frenzied, charging towards them with a ferocious roar. Snape bellowed, now. The 3 intoned in unison, sleep now. Although there was a slight discord in their voices, almost simultaneously, crimson sparks erupted from the tips of their wands. 3 beams of red magic shooting directly at the 3-headed dog. The beast howled and bellowed, ultimately collapsing in a reluctant surrender, crashing heavily to the ground. The sight was far from graceful. Even in its fallen state, its 6 menacing eyes continued to blink, seemingly resisting the urge to succumb to slumber. Observing this, the 3 instinctively intensified their magical output, with Henry resorting to the power of his research, the force of malevolent emotions. At last, the 3-headed dog fell silent. The trio, fearing its potential revival, continued to cast the sleeping spell upon it. After a considerable time, Professor Snape gestured for them to cease. You did well. Professor Quirrell sheathed his wand, his perception of the young wizard shifting. This student indeed possessed remarkable talent, and the master had clearly sensed the malice and darkness within him. With a little coaxing, he would undoubtedly submit to his master's will. For such darkness could not coexist in the beautiful Hogwarts. This young wizard might well be the suitable vessel for the master's ambitions, and in that case, Professor Quirrell might find his liberation. At this thought, a glimmer of boundless malice and emancipation flickered in Quirrell's eyes, only to vanish in an instant. Naturally, Henry was oblivious to Quirrell's contemplations, nor did he wish to know. Breathing heavily, he followed Professor Snape forward, the exertion of magic having taken a toll on him. Gasping for breath, he marveled at the massive form before him, contemplating inquiring about the breed of the dog. A foul stench assailed his senses, prompting him to hastily cover his nose, the odor intensifying with each step forward, nearly overwhelming him. Especially given his current fatigue, he struggled to regain his breath. Yet, it seemed the professors were oblivious to the noxious odor. He silently mused, perhaps Professor Quirrell had grown accustomed to it? Or perhaps Professor Snape had discreetly cast a deodorizing charm for himself. He decided to defer his inquiries, realizing that asking now might yield no practical knowledge. He would rely on his own methods instead. Raising his wand towards the ceiling, he summoned his magic and uttered, "Wind, dust away." In the enclosed corridor, a gust of wind materialized, swirling like water, caressing every corner, particularly focusing on the dog's fur, which rippled like waves of grass. As the wind swept away all foul scents, it vanished without a trace. Professor Snape regarded Henry with astonishment. Recalling a previous occasion with Dumbledore when they inspected a conspicuous pit at the flying lesson grounds, he instantly recognized that this spell was a modified version of the earlier mysterious hurricane magic. It had been such a short time. It seemed their assessment had been somewhat understated. This child, capable of multiple spell enhancements at such a young age, might very well surpass their generation in strength. The group separated to search the area, ultimately reconvening beside the three-headed dog, their gazes penetrating through the dog's massive form, fixated on the concealed trapdoor beneath. What should they do now? Henry inquired, unburdened by the weight of idolization due to his youthfulness, and thus felt free to ask without reservation. Shall we utilize the levitation charm? Professor Snape, maintaining an expression of indifference, appeared to be contemplating a solution, or perhaps feigning to do so. Professor Quirrell, however, took the initiative to propose. It is feasible. Snape cast a penetrating gaze at Professor Quirrell and, before the latter became flustered, acquiesced to the suggestion. Henry still harbored some doubts. In his research, the amount of magical energy required to levitate such a substantial creature was considerable. What would happen if they expended too much energy here and subsequently encountered an unforeseen situation? Why not consider transforming the ground into a reflective surface or something equally smooth? Then simply push the large dog aside? Alternatively, they could employ transfiguration to lift the beast from the ground, revealing the trapdoor beneath. There were so many straightforward solutions that came to mind. Why choose this laborious method instead? Professor Chilo seemed to have his own ulterior motives. Nevertheless, since the professors had reached a consensus, he could only acquiesce. Henceforth, he would remain vigilant regarding Professor Chilo and hope that Professor Snape would recognize this issue as well. The three once again cast their spells. As they continuously channeled magical energy, the hefty body of the three-headed dog gradually ascended from the ground. With their wands moving in perfect unison, it shifted at an excruciatingly slow pace, unveiling the trapdoor below. They gently set the large dog down, yet none noticed that. At the very moment they released it, one of the creature's heads twitched its eyes slightly. Professor Snape waved his wand, expecting the trapdoor to open automatically like an ordinary door. However, the trapdoor remained utterly still. Professor Chilo stepped forward to try, but the outcome was the same. Henry came to a realization. It appeared that this trapdoor had been subjected to a counter-curse, and without the correct method, it could not be opened. The trio's attention was wholly absorbed by the trapdoor when suddenly, Henry's acute sense of smell detected a foul stench emanating from behind them. A jolt of alarm surged within him. He quickly turned around and, to his dismay, saw that the three-headed dog had risen, its three heads silently drawing closer to the trio, as if poised to strike at any moment. Can you envision the harrowing scene of a grotesque, enlarged pet dog? Its mouth agape, revealing yellowed teeth and dripping with putrid drool, advancing upon you while you are completely unprepared? Especially the palpable sense of malice that lay bare before you. An overwhelming sensation of imminent danger. Henry shouted, "Behind you, Professor," as he hurriedly rushed forward, his mind surprisingly occupied with the thought of why Voldemort had not warned Professor Quirrell. Did he wish to dispose of this servant? Or was he, perhaps, already weakened to such an extent? Professor Snape, alerted by Henry's warning, had not yet turned around, but immediately transformed a section of the floor behind him into a colossal shield, effectively blocking the three-headed dog that had been startled into attack by Henry's shout. He calmly faced the monstrous creature while Professor Quirrell lagged far behind. The latter tumbled and scrambled to evade the gnashing jaws of the giant dog, fortunate that Snape had drawn its attention, allowing him to escape safely to Henry's side. We must go, go, go. Even in such perilous circumstances, Quirrell did not abandon his stuttering persona. He urged Henry to flee, for such an exceptional backup could not be allowed to perish here, in accordance with his master's prior command. However, Henry was reluctant to leave. Where could he possibly go? This was the end of the fourth-floor corridor, with only a wall behind him. The only exit lay behind the three-headed beast. Moreover, Professor Snape was still present. Surrounded by the three heads, Professor Snape retaliated from time to time with transfiguration spells, charms, and curses. Yet, he had only a pair of eyes, struggling to defend against the onslaught of three heads. In a moment of carelessness, One of the heads seized the opportunity and bit into Professor Snape's thigh, breaking through the gigantic shield conjured by his transfiguration. Snape could only manage to transform the shattered shield into a large mass of solid cotton, attempting to mitigate the force of the beast's bite. However, the cotton was soon pierced by the sharp teeth of the three-headed dog, and blood gushed forth. The blood further provoked the beast, which shook its head vigorously, eager to drive in more teeth. Professor Snape let out a muffled groan of pain, directing repelling spells at the head that clamped onto his thigh, which only incited the other two heads to attack with increased ferocity and frequency, leaving the professor in a state of utter disarray. Seeing the professor in a precarious situation, Henry first employed a mental closure technique to suppress all fear and disturbance. However, concerned about the depletion of his magical energy, he could only approach to assist. Arriving not far from the battlefield, he directed all his remaining magical power at the three-headed dog, invoking the spell Obstacles Abound. After his initial exploration of the forbidden area, Henry had privately reviewed the strengths and weaknesses of this adventure, suddenly recalling that this particular incantation could indeed affect magical creatures with resistance to magic. Thus, he had devoted time to studying this spell, and we must rise to applaud Ron for his heartfelt contributions. Upon further study, Henry discovered that Obstacles Abound was an exceptionally versatile slowing spell. Rather than acting directly upon the creature, it dispersed magical energy around the target, creating layers of obstructions, much like the immense resistance one feels when submerged in water. Consequently, many magical beings with high resistance to spells would still be hindered by this incantation, unless they were completely indifferent to the effects of magic. Henry categorized such creatures as having magical immunity. Although he had never encountered one, he believed they must exist. The three-headed dog, thoroughly incensed, was once again plagued by that nauseating sensation. Two of its heads attempted to abandon Snape and turn their fury upon Henry, still resolute and striking swiftly at him, despite their semi-dulled state. However, Henry's dwindling magical power significantly diminished the effectiveness of the slowing spell, which was already not long-lasting by nature. Seeing Henry in danger, Professor Snape, enduring excruciating pain, seized the moment when the three-headed dog's assault momentarily faltered. He helped Henry fend off the other two heads and pointed his wand at the one that was biting his leg. In an instant, an invisible blade sliced through the flesh of that head, exposing bone, and blood quickly soaked its fur. The three-headed dog yelped in pain, reluctantly releasing its grip on the professor. Snape staggered back, limping, while attempting to use his wand to temporarily heal the wound on his leg. However, it remained uncertain whether the dog's bite bore a curse, as the injury could not be healed for the time being. Fortunately, previous cushioning had mitigated the impact, resulting in only minor flesh wounds and blood loss, with the leg bone suffering no severe damage. At this moment, Henry had completely exhausted his magical energy, yet he had grown accustomed to this sensation. Furrowing his brow, he endured the emptiness within himself and cautioned, "Professors, the obstacles are formidable." Professor Snape remained silent, yet his wand began to emit an ethereal blue beam, clearly indicating that he had taken heed of Henry's words. The immense beam continued to surge towards the massive hound, showing no sign of diminishing. Such prodigious magical power filled Henry with envy. Professor Quirrell finally seemed to regain his senses, though it was also plausible that he had deliberately delayed his reaction until now. He joined in, casting spells at the great hound alongside the others. The three-headed beast's movements grew increasingly sluggish as it repeatedly attempted to lunge forward, only to be repelled by the spells unleashed by Professor Quirrell. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, followed by the dull thud of the large dog colliding with the door and its furious growls. Speaking of which, this wooden door is of remarkable quality. Two of the trio simultaneously exhaled in relief, grateful to have survived once more. However, Professor Snape began to gasp, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Seeing this, Henry surmised that the injuries had been exacerbated by the three-headed dog. He promptly exclaimed, "Professor, allow me to assist you to the infirmary." Professor Snape's complexion was even more pallid than usual, yet he maintained his characteristic stoic expression and insisted, "Mr. Worth, you must return to your dormitory to rest. We have potions class tomorrow. I believe Professor Quirrell will escort me. Will he not?" "Why, yes, indeed. You should head back." I will accompany Snape." Professor Quirrell nodded repeatedly, indicating for Henry to take his leave. "But Professor," Henry implored, growing anxious. Anyone else could escort Professor Snape, but it was imperative that Professor Quirrell did not. Who knew if he might suddenly cast a soul-sucking curse on Snape? I have stated that you require rest. Professor Snape's tone had now turned severe. Yes. Reluctantly, Henry had no choice but to depart, leaving the two professors standing in the corridor. As Henry rounded the corner, he cast a furtive glance back. In the dim glow of the flickering firelight, the expressions on the faces of the two professors appeared indistinct, their shadows wavering behind them. He could only silently pray that Voldemort lacked the audacity to cause trouble before regaining his corporeal form, for Professor Snape's current predicament was rather precarious. With his magical reserves nearly depleted, he could not employ the highly proficient disillusionment charm. Thus, Henry endured the discomfort of his aching body as he quietly made his way along the wall back to the common room. Fortunately, he encountered neither Filch nor Madame Pomfrey along the way. Otherwise, he would have found himself at a loss for words. Surely, he could not confess that he had ventured into the forbidden forest with a professor, which would undoubtedly escalate the situation. Password. To his surprise, the fat lady was still present, dutifully performing her role. Curiously, she inquired, "Where have you been?" "Ah, bubblegum. The professor needed me for something." "We shall speak of it tomorrow, for I am utterly exhausted," Henry replied, deliberately stifling a yawn and speaking in vague terms. "Very well. It is settled then." The portrait swung open slowly. Henry tiptoed back to the dormitory, listening to Harry's resounding snores and the occasional murmurs escaping Ron's lips, who had been fervently cheering Harry on these days. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Quidditch truly is a troublesome affair. Look at how it has worn these children down. Magic is far more preferable." Alas, he had yet to witness the elusive Philosopher's Stone tonight, instead witnessing the professor sustaining injuries. However, one must ponder what transpired between Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell in the corridor. Returning to the softness of his bed, Henry's thoughts meandered until he drifted into slumber. The following morning dawned, with the mist still lingering in the sky. Henry arrived early at the potions classroom, clutching his breakfast. He yearned to discern whether Professor Snape exhibited any peculiarities. He had resolved that should he detect any abnormalities, he would promptly inform Headmaster Dumbledore. After all, if Professor Snape were indeed under the control of Voldemort, having a professor as an accomplice would significantly facilitate the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. And that would spell serious trouble. Professor Snape maintained his customary demeanor, cold and forbidding, offering no indication of any irregularities. However, considering Snape's resilient spirit as a double agent and the current weakened state of Voldemort, it seemed unlikely that he would succumb easily to his control. Or would he? Was the reality aligned with his hopes, or was there a deeper secret at play? After observing an entire class without any discernible oddities, Henry found himself engulfed in distress. It was not until the break. Henry, burdened with thoughts, stood in the frigid courtyard with Harry and another companion, engaging in a casual conversation. Tomorrow marked Harry's inaugural Quidditch match, and to everyone's surprise, he had managed to withstand the pressure. Despite Professor Snape's incessant nitpicking, Harry had not lost a single point in their previous potions class. Indeed, it appeared that Harry had devised a strategy to cope with the looming challenge. He was engrossed in reading Quidditch through the ages, having discovered that this diversion was remarkably effective in warding off disturbing thoughts. It turned out that he had misunderstood Hermione earlier. The meticulous Hermione had conjured a cluster of brilliant blue flames contained within a jar for warmth, and they took turns holding it to bask in the heat. Just as it was Henry's turn, Professor Snape hobbled over, prompting Henry to sheepishly cover the jar with his hand, fully aware that this was strictly prohibited. "What do you have there, Potter?" Snape inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Henry while completely disregarding the transgressive glass jar in his possession, his unwavering gaze fixed on Harry, extending a hand for him to surrender what he held. "Quidditch through the ages, sir," Harry declared, proudly displaying the book to Snape, confident that it was permissible to borrow. Snape snatched the book from him, perusing its pages as if it concealed profound secrets. Eventually, he pointed with satisfaction to a corner of the cover. "You've soiled this. Damaging library property incurs a deduction of 3 points for Gryffindor." Harry, taken aback, glanced at the glass jar in Henry's hand, which was not adequately concealed, with the ethereal blue flames flickering through his fingers. He then looked at Snape, who limped away with the book, having deducted points. Was the penalty not enough? The book had been confiscated as well? This was unjust. Hermione had mentioned that there had been stains on it from the outset, and Madame Pants had even recorded it. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Harry erupted in indignation, exclaiming, "I would prefer he deducted points for us casting spells in the corridors." Ron echoed his sentiment, and even Hermione displayed signs of discontent. Henry shrugged, Performing magic during recess was hardly a violation of school regulations. Indeed, as long as one was not caught, no points would be deducted. Well, it was now evident that the professor remained unchanged. He could endure the pain and limp over merely to find an excuse to deduct points from Harry. This brought a certain relief. During the subsequent potions class, Professor Snape, hindered by his leg, did not move about much. Harry fixated on him from the front of the classroom, as if he wished to pierce Snape with a deadly gaze, ideally rendering him immobile. Wait a moment. Harry suddenly realized, still somewhat dazed from earlier anger, when had Snape started limping. Never mind, he thought. He only hoped that the other leg would meet the same fate. Potter, do you possess any differing insights regarding the process of chopping the valerian root before placing it into the cauldron? Professor Snape inquired, noticing Harry's distracted stare and furrowing his brow. No, sir. Harry, lost in thought, was momentarily taken aback by the question, only snapping back to reality when Ron prompted him. No? Then, due to your inattentiveness in class, Gryffindor shall lose 2 points. Sit down. Harry sulkily complied, but this time he had no retort, feeling a twinge of guilt. He could only glare at Malfoy, who was deliberately mocking him with snickers, pondering whether if Snape's limp became more pronounced, he might be excused from attending potions class altogether. Without the distraction of his usual reading material, unease began to creep in. Harry found himself rather distracted throughout the afternoon while completing his assignments. Even though Hermione had assured him that she would inform Madame Pants and have her retrieve the book from the library directly, Harry resolved to seek out Professor Snape to reclaim it himself. He shared his intentions with his friends. Henry shrugged, indifferent to the situation. Even if Professor Snape were to refuse him, it would merely result in a slight deduction of points, and Harry would not face excessive scrutiny. However, both Ron and Hermione, in unison, urged Harry against pursuing an endeavor that seemed devoid of any potential outcome. Ultimately, Harry resolved to investigate further, convinced that as long as other professors were present, Snape would not deny such a trivial request. Yet, mere moments later, Harry emerged breathless from the portrait passage. Did you obtain the book? Ron inquired, glancing around, unable to spot the rather substantial spellbook. No, but that is no longer significant. Friends, you will absolutely not believe what I have just witnessed, Harry exclaimed, a hint of astonishment in his voice, successfully piquing Ron and Hermione's curiosity. Henry continued to calmly peruse the tome of magic beside him, as if he had already anticipated the unfolding events. In a hushed tone, reminiscent of divulging a monumental secret, Harry recounted, I ventured into Snape's quarters and overheard a conversation within. I discreetly listened as he addressed another individual, straightening his posture and mimicking Professor Snape's tone. He said, how can you keep watch over 3 heads simultaneously? Then I was discovered and made my escape. As Harry regained his composure, he asserted quietly yet assuredly, he has undoubtedly ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Do you recall the 3-headed dog guarding the door from our midnight duel? Ron and Hermione nodded fervently, for it had been a recurring nightmare for several days. We previously discussed that the package entrusted to Hagrid by Dumbledore was housed within the Forbidden Forest, and shortly after our departure, Gringotts was breached by dark wizards. This implies that Snape is indeed that dark wizard, and the creature is guarding that very object. Harry sought validation from Ron, insisting it must be of immense significance. Ron nodded vigorously. Hermione, however, expressed her reservations. Though Professor Snape is often unkind to us, I doubt he would be foolish enough to steal something entrusted to Headmaster Dumbledore. Furthermore, I do not believe there is anything that Professor Snape cannot procure. He is a master of potions. A single vial of a common potion could fetch several galleons. He might very well be the wealthiest professor at Hogwarts. According to the findings of the Daily Prophet, perhaps it is a dreadful magical artifact, Harry exclaimed with enthusiasm, just as Professor Quirrell spoke of in class. Something that would render you extraordinarily powerful if held. He then turned to Henry, inquiring, what do you think, Henry? Hermione and Ron also turned their attention to him. Seeing that escape was futile, Henry ceased his perusal of the spellbook. Under the expectant gazes of the 3 companions, he composed his thoughts in silence before articulating, well, I believe Professor Snape must have his own reasons for keeping certain things from us. Perhaps he is doing so to protect us. As for the Dark Wizard, noting the widening of Harry's eyes, Henry hesitated to shatter his hopes, but continued, I do not believe Professor Snape is a Dark Wizard. After all, Professor Dumbledore would have thoroughly investigated before hiring him. Even if we harbor doubts about Professor Snape, we must at least trust in Professor Dumbledore. Harry, not receiving the affirming response he had anticipated, hesitated, unconvinced. Sensing Harry's readiness to argue further, Henry quickly diverted the conversation. The competition is tomorrow, Harry. How prepared are you? Harry felt as if a balloon had been punctured, abruptly thrust back into the reality of impending competition. He realized that within mere hours he would be participating in the match, causing him to momentarily forget his concerns about Snape's identity and instead succumb to a state of anxious uncertainty regarding the game. After all, the Quidditch match loomed as the pressing issue at hand. What if they lost? Would he not be humiliated before Malfoy? How would Professor McGonagall and would react then? Henry observed Harry's expression shifting like the fleeting shadows of a mischievous prankster, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that the pressures Harry had been enduring in recent days had merely been displaced rather than alleviated, accumulating silently within him. A strategy must be devised to help him learn to release the weight of his burdens. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry could only manage an awkward smile. He certainly could not reveal that Professor Snape had been bitten while attempting to infiltrate the forbidden area. Such a confession would inevitably expose his own involvement in the trespass. After all, Harry was the chosen one, and for the sake of future considerations, it was better for him to bear a bit more. The anxiety lingered for 4 or 5 hours, until Harry was finally persuaded, through various arguments, to retreat to his dormitory for some rest. He needed to sleep. For only then could he muster the energy for the competition the following day. Yet, even lying in bed, he lamented his inability to fall asleep. Thus, in an effort to ensure Harry would not disturb Neville and the others, and to facilitate a more restful slumber for Harry, Henry decisively cast a sleeping charm upon him. As anticipated, the next morning, Harry awoke feeling remarkably invigorated. Having enjoyed a full night's rest, he was in exceptional spirits, happily spreading honey on his sausage and devouring it, entirely free from the anxiety of the previous night. He harbored no resentment towards Henry for the charm, rather. He thought that perhaps next time he could enlist Henry's assistance once more. It had proven to be remarkably effective. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was lively. Although the weather was cold, it was splendidly clear. There would be no postponement of the match. Conversations buzzed about the potential outcomes of the competition, with some upperclassmen already placing bets. The rascally Weasley twins had initiated the betting, but they were swiftly apprehended by Professor McGonagall. However, Henry astutely observed George discreetly passing information to Lee Jordan, who would continue the betting. Everyone eagerly anticipated a thrilling match. Henry, however, doused Harry with a bucket of cold water. "I'm sorry, but I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be joining you," he stated, estimating that it would take a considerable amount of time. "Why?" Harry's cheerful mood instantly dampened, and he fell silent for a moment before uttering that single word. Ron and Hermione exchanged astonished glances. "Well, you see, I'm not particularly interested in this sport, compared to flying on a broomstick. I would much rather learn to fly on my own sooner. Moreover, I've had a sudden inspiration that I need to experiment with, or I might forget it later." Henry shrugged, speaking somewhat awkwardly at first, but then gaining confidence as he continued. "I hope you win today's match. I know you will. You possess that talent." Henry patted Harry on the shoulder in encouragement before hastily leaving the Great Hall. He was eager to reach the 8th floor, as he still needed to converse with the original owner. After the unexpected occurrence in Transfiguration class, he suddenly had an excellent idea that was somewhat perilous and required the original owner's support. He had already devised a persuasive argument to convince them. Upon returning to the common room, deep in thought, Henry realized it was nearly noon. Upon passing through the portrait hole, he discovered a banner proclaiming Potter for victory had been hung high in the common room. It appeared to be painted on a bedsheet, adorned with a large Gryffindor lion design that cleverly concealed some inexplicable stains, likely painted on, with the pigments still shimmering in various colors. The Gryffindor students were exuberantly celebrating in the common room, with sparks and fireworks flying continuously. Suddenly, a dark-haired girl rushed over and embraced Henry with excitement, exclaiming, "Harry won. We won." Startled, Henry instinctively prepared to cast her aside. Fortunately, his reason prevailed, for he recognized her as Petal. Well, in truth, he couldn't quite distinguish whether she was Parvati Petal or Padma Petal, for they were a pair of identical twin sisters who had previously dispatched a love letter to him, which he had declined. The surrounding girls gazed at Petal with envy, seemingly taken aback by her audacity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry casually took a cup of beverage and sat in a corner, observing the revelry around him. He watched as the members of the college team were hoisted high, particularly Wood. After suffering a humiliating defeat to Slytherin last year and enduring prolonged ridicule, they finally had their moment of triumph. Soon, Hermione and the others returned from outside, astonished by the ongoing celebration. It seemed they had intended to avoid the limelight. Yet they could not escape it. As soon as Harry entered, he was whisked away, while Ron clung tightly to him. "If we are to perish, let us meet our fate together." Hermione beckoned Henry to a secluded corner and began recounting the events of the day's match. "I am beginning to believe that Snape intends to harm Harry," Hermione concluded. "However, later at Hagrid's hut, when we discussed Snape's incantation aimed at Harry's broomstick, Hagrid disagreed with our assessment, becoming somewhat agitated as the conversation progressed." Hermione's attitude toward Professor Snape had evidently undergone a significant transformation, yet Henry felt powerless to assist. After all, Snape's actions often invited misunderstanding, especially as he consistently seemed to target Harry. Anyone would draw such conclusions. Returning to the incidents that occurred during the match, Henry, much like Hagrid, does not share the belief that Professor Snape intends to harm Harry. However, he possesses a greater conviction, recalling that Professor Snape's feelings towards Harry are indeed quite complex. Perhaps Snape harbors resentment due to Harry's visage and impulsive nature, occasionally feeling the urge to express frustration through harshness. Nonetheless, it is evident that he would never wish for Harry's demise. Rather, he would risk his own life to safeguard him. It must surely be Professor Quirrell who is orchestrating these sinister events. One can imagine the vengeful Voldemort, lurking behind Quirrell's head, commanding his servant to eliminate Harry, whom he sees as the source of his own misfortune. Quirrell, however, operates with great subtlety. While Professor Snape was likely engrossed in counterspells at that moment, oblivious to the concealment required. Moreover, the ongoing tension between Harry and Snape has led Ron and Hermione to be particularly vigilant regarding Snape's actions. Consequently, Hermione was ultimately discovered, listening to her express remorse for inadvertently colliding with Professor Quirrell in her haste. It is evident she feels some concern and contemplates when she might offer an apology. Yet, Henry cautions her that should Snape overhear, it would be clear that she was responsible. In truth, poor Professor Snape finds himself in a dire situation. Not only has he lost a robe, but he has also failed to ascertain the identity of the arsonist, tarnishing his reputation considerably. Henry's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his expression. He couldn't help but wonder what Professor Snape's reaction had been at that moment. Surely, it wouldn't be his typical icy demeanor. "Have you thought of anything?" Hermione inquired, noticing Henry lost in contemplation, barely suppressing a smile. "No. Have you gathered any insights from your side?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry silently took note, nodding in understanding. Observing Hermione's troubled expression, he inquired, "Is there anything else? Perhaps I can be of assistance." Hermione tilted her head, uncertainly responding, "We have also learned of an individual named Nicholas Flamel. The package in the Forbidden Forest was entrusted to Professor Dumbledore by him. That name seems oddly familiar, as if I've encountered it somewhere, but I can't quite recall where." "Oh, that individual. I am aware of him," Henry interjected, having come across this notable figure while researching the Philosopher's Stone. He saw no harm in sharing this information with Hermione, sparing them the trouble of seeking answers elsewhere. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. She raised an eyebrow, urging Henry to continue. This matter had plagued her for quite some time. Ever since leaving Hagrid, she had been pondering that name, and she was astonished that Henry was also knowledgeable about it. "I recall first encountering this name on a chocolate frog card featuring Dumbledore." Henry shrugged, continuing, "There's no denying that Dumbledore's card appears with alarming frequency. Nicholas Flamel is a legendary French alchemist, known for his collaboration with Professor Dumbledore. And his most remarkable achievement is the Philosopher's Stone." Hermione's eyes grew even brighter as she interjected, "I knew I had seen that name before. It is mentioned in the 15th century records of magical history, particularly in the Alchemical Mysteries, which extensively references his creation of the Philosopher's Stone at the age of 76. He is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone in existence." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry suddenly caught sight of Harry and Hermione approaching, each carrying a plate of food. He quickly rose to his feet, bringing an end to the conversation, and congratulated, "Oh, hello. Well done, Harry." Harry grinned and replied, "Thank you. I heard from Hermione that it was indeed perilous. Fortunately, you held onto the broomstick tightly." Harry, with a hint of embarrassment, chuckled and inquired, "What were you discussing?" Hermione, with a tone of having finally discovered the answer, declared, "We have uncovered the identity of Nicholas Flamel. Moreover, we learned that a Philosopher's Stone is concealed within the Forbidden Forest." "Philosopher's Stone?" came a question from the Muggle world, voiced by Harry. "Good heavens, a Philosopher's Stone?" exclaimed Ron, a student from the Wizarding realm, who had grown up listening to tales of magic, his disbelief evident. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry wished to cover his face. He had already stated that it was not Professor Snape who sought the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, wait. He had not yet shared this with Harry and Ron. However, before he could explain, Ron quickly regained his composure, becoming exuberant. "What do you mean what to do?" "That is the Philosopher's Stone, Harry. It signifies an endless supply of galleons." Ron began to indulge in daydreams. "If I had the Philosopher's Stone, I could acquire a new wand, replace all my old belongings, and perhaps even buy a new house for my family." He continued, "With the Philosopher's Stone, I would undoubtedly purchase a Quidditch team and watch them play every day. Oh, and I would get a new pet. I am utterly tired of rats. As for Scabbers, I shall let him live out his days in peace." "Harry, what would you most desire if you possessed the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry pondered for a moment, uncertain, and replied, "Perhaps to concoct an elixir of immortality?" He believed he already possessed an abundance of galleons that could last a lifetime. Perhaps he could explore another benefit. Even Hermione became swept up in the excitement, declaring, "I think the same. We must find a way to brew a potion of immortality. So I would have more time to read magical texts. By the way, perhaps that is Snape's intention." Henry had already lowered his head in shame, for it was repeatedly stated that it was not Professor Snape. Ultimately, the discussion among the four transformed into a thematic debate on what one would do if one possessed a Philosopher's Stone, continuing until the conclusion of the celebration. Following the Quidditch match, Hogwarts swiftly returned to its serene routine, with students besieged by an abundance of lessons and assignments. The weather mirrored their sentiments, with rare moments of joy, even as the traditionally enchanting Christmas season approached. On Thursday evening, Professor McGonagall entered the Gryffindor common room, clutching a parchment for registering students who would remain at school during the holidays. "Are you staying as well? Won't you return home for a visit?" Upon receiving the registration form, Harry promptly inscribed his name. However, noticing Henry seated beside him also writing his name, he curiously inquired, "Are you not returning this year?" "Well, I've decided to stay and clarify a few matters this Christmas. I will send a letter and a gift home," Henry replied, aware of Harry's family circumstances, hence refraining from further questions. "By the way, I might need to borrow Hedwig. I will send her back in advance so it won't interfere with your mailing. Just remind her to take care of herself," he casually requested, knowing that the school's messenger charged a fee. "Not a problem, feel free to use her. I only have to send a letter to my uncle and aunt explaining the situation, nothing else particularly urgent," Harry assured him. "By the way, Ron and his brothers are also staying this year. He told me yesterday that Mrs. Weasley's family is planning to visit Charlie. I think it's in Romania," Harry expressed, somewhat uncertain, but quickly forgot as he cheerfully added, "I only learned yesterday that Charlie is the beater who graduated before me." Henry had not anticipated such an irony. Suddenly, he recalled the jesting words of his twin brother, and enlightenment washed over him. It was no wonder they had so audaciously mocked a certain seeker. It was, after all, his own brother. "And what of Hermione?" Henry inquired, having been preoccupied with sorting out his thoughts over the past few days, leaving him uninformed. "Oh, I've heard she is heading home. I caught her complaining that her parents are preparing Christmas gifts for her but refuse to disclose what they are. She has been able to focus on her studies lately." Harry, ever the empathetic prince, had comprehensively grasped the situation. "How lovely," Henry mused with a dreamy tone. Indeed, Harry admitted with a hint of envy, yet he swiftly added with cheer, "However, I believe this year will be the best Christmas I've ever experienced." "Of course." Henry snapped back to reality, casually chiming in, before gazing out at the overcast sky in silence. He murmured, "Given the weather, it seems snow is on the horizon." Harry had been watching the sky intently in recent days. With mid-December approaching, it was astonishing that snow had yet to fall. The snowfall had been delayed by several days. The sky remained perpetually gloomy, having concealed the sun for consecutive days. Just a week had passed since Henry suggested snow was imminent, and indeed, the heavens delivered. The chaotic defensive enchantments and barriers of Hogwarts appeared ineffectual against the natural elements of wind and snow. Perhaps this was to ensure that young wizards could remain attuned to the changes of the outside world, preventing them from becoming disconnected. Awakening from slumber. Henry beheld several feet of snow accumulated outside, cloaking Hogwarts in a luxurious coat of snow-white fur. In the distance, the surface of the Black Lake had frozen solid, reflecting the dim sky above. The forbidden forest remained shrouded in darkness, save for the branches nearby, adorned with glistening icicles, while the expansive lawn lay obscured beneath a thick blanket of snow, rendering it unrecognizable. Henry sat by the window of the tower early in the morning, admiring the falling snow while seeking a refreshing distraction. Beside him stood a grand fireplace, already cleared and ablaze with a roaring fire. This was not the cerulean magical flame akin to Hermione's. After all, magic is quite precious, but rather a fire kindled with genuine timber. Its golden red glow illuminating the faces of the few young wizards seated nearby, casting a warm blush upon their cheeks. It was still early, and many young wizards had yet to rise. Henry rested his head in his hands, gazing blankly at the snowflakes cascading from the sky, when suddenly, his attention was captured by a cacophony emanating from the courtyard. It was the notorious troublemaking duo, living up to their reputation, as they wielded their magic to manipulate several sizable white spheres, presumably snowballs, relentlessly striking Professor Chilo on the back of his head. The professor's cries echoed through the air, suggesting considerable pain, for the snowballs did not disintegrate upon impact, and their dimensions were comparable to solid projectiles. Indeed, these mischievous children were a force to be reckoned with. Perhaps this was the pinnacle of their youthful exploits. Wait a moment, with such reckless abandon? Could it be that Voldemort's first order of business upon his resurrection would be to seek retribution against them? Should he intervene to put a stop to their antics? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry sat back down, contemplating that since events had already unfolded, the only course of action was to eliminate Voldemort's intentions at their inception. He felt confident that he had a few years to accomplish this. As the time drew near, Henry rose to awaken his slumbering classmates in the dormitory, inviting them to join him for breakfast in the Great Hall, for lessons awaited them all. As he descended to the third floor, Henry suddenly spotted Professor Quirrell's figure about to vanish into the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. With a quick glance, he instructed Harry and the others to proceed ahead, then hurried after Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, Henry called out. Quirrell turned, momentarily startled to see Henry. In recent days, Henry had been elusive, and Quirrell had presumed that after the failed intrusion into the Forbidden Forest, he would no longer have the opportunity for a private conversation with him. Good morning, Mr. W. Woods, Quirrell stammered in greeting. Henry blinked in surprise, sensing that Professor Chilo seemed rather inexplicably enthusiastic today. Was it not just last time that a skirmish had broken out due to an attempted ambush? Such unwarranted cordiality could either be deceitful or benevolent. Momentarily hesitating, he instinctively heightened his guard. Yet, contemplating his own objective, he steeled himself and decided to take a chance. He gestured towards the office, inviting Professor Chilo to enter with him. Henry was the first to twist the doorknob. As he opened the door, he was immediately engulfed by a pungent stench that filled the room. Although it paled in comparison to the odor associated with Professor Chilo, it still nearly suffocated him. He stepped aside for Professor Chilo, then closed the door, surveying his surroundings. The interior was sparsely furnished, featuring a wooden desk and a few chairs positioned in the center of the room. Several scarves, identical in hue to the one worn by Professor Chilo, hung from a silk thread above. Are you perhaps in the business of scarf wholesale? Or is the testament of friendship truly so inexpensive? The overwhelming odor emanated from that very spot. In one corner stood a large bookcase, filled with ominous-looking tomes that exuded a sense of danger at first glance. Have you ever encountered a book that pulsates with a deep crimson glow? He even spotted a volume that intermittently expelled wisps of black smoke. Nearby, several leather trunks were piled up, seemingly housing unknown creatures that thudded within, producing unsettling noises. Noticing Henry's gaze directed at the trunks, Professor Chilo casually pointed his wand, and a beam of blue light struck the trunk, revealing a few dark entities. Fifth-year course. Henry nodded noncommittally, observing the emptiness of the room, where it seemed unlikely anyone could be eavesdropping. Just as he was about to speak, he reconsidered and retrieved the wand he had been gripping tightly. with a murmured incantation. He commanded, "Close your ears and shut out the sounds." A transparent barrier, reminiscent of glass, enveloped the two of them. Satisfied, Henry nodded and began, "Professor Quirrell, I have come to propose a transaction." Intrigued by Henry's mysterious demeanor, Professor Quirrell felt a surge of curiosity. With a master at his side, he harbored no fears about Henry's intentions. Moreover, he possessed the dark magic he had learned from his master. In fact, he found himself somewhat eager for Henry to take action against him, as it would afford him the opportunity to experiment with the dark arts he had yet to fully grasp. The previous humiliation of being bested by a novice wizard merely months into his studies at Snape's had resulted in a punishment from his master, a stain on Quirrell's lifelong pride. Yet, maintaining his composure, he inquired, "What transaction do you propose?" Henry smiled faintly and confidently declared, "I believe Professor Snape would arrange for you to inquire about the method to subdue the three-headed dog. Am I right? Have you made any progress?" Professor Quirrell adopted a serious demeanor. It was not only a request from Snape, but also an absolute command from his master that demanded obedience. "How could you possibly know?" He pretended to be astonished, though a trace of genuine surprise flickered within him, for he was puzzled as to why Henry would bring up such a matter. "Isn't it quite obvious? Professor Snape was bitten on the leg, and only you and I are aware of his desire to enter that place. The three-headed dog is an insurmountable obstacle. Since I have not received any similar orders, the task must fall upon you." Henry spoke with clarity and conviction, adding, "I have indeed discerned ways or strategies. It's merely a matter of whether you are willing to trade." Professor Quirrell, anxious to understand the specifics, recalled the unwavering command given by his master. He must discover a means to bypass the three-headed dog and obtain the Philosopher's Stone before Easter. Following that, his master could concoct a physical form and restore his freedom. Yet, should the deadline pass without a solution, it was certain that punishment would ensue. A chill coursed through Quirrell at the thought of the master's retribution. He nervously inquired, What do you want?" "A tome documenting the undetectable extinction charm. I require it for a current project. You know, the ministry tightly regulates this spell, but I believe the library might have a copy. That could be arranged. The undetectable extinction charm does hold considerable utility. The boxes provided by several schools indeed utilize this spell." Professor Quirrell sighed in relief. The request was rather straightforward. Were it not for Henry being a mere first-year student, he might even have procured high-level tomes on dark magic for him. Wait, it seemed such a forbidden book truly existed. Should his involvement in dark magic be revealed, Henry would certainly find no refuge within Hogwarts, and his master would only gain another follower. Professor Quirrell casually took a sheet of paper from the lectern, swiftly inscribing the title of the book along with his name, sealing it with his wand to denote his mark before presenting it to Henry. "This is requested by Madame Pants to prevent students from forging signatures." Henry took it over. "The spell book of advanced curses?" He read it aloud. "Yes, indeed. This is a book I once read. It was quite useful. Professor Quirrell had recommended this book during my 6th year. It contains a plethora of advanced spells in dark magic, most of which are taught only during private lessons by the professors. However, many spells have been prohibited for various reasons, as you might imagine. Naturally, without a professor's guidance, I did not manage to grasp many spells back then. Nor do I believe Henry could master the contents through self-study alone. Professor Quirrell would never concede to a lack of talent. Currently, I must rely on this young wizard to unveil the solution for the three-headed dog, to avoid unnecessary detours and time wastage. Let this book serve as a form of compensation. I trust Henry will soon discover that mastering dark magic is significantly easier than advanced white magic, provided one possesses a heart of malice." Henry was oblivious to Professor Quirrell's ulterior motives. He was quite satisfied, as Quirrell was a graduate of Ravenlaw, and if he deemed something useful, it must indeed hold value. However, he did not anticipate that Quirrell's heart would suddenly soften so drastically. Showing no signs of a soul once corrupted, he concealed the note within the pocket of his robe, then looked up at the expectant Professor Quirrell and said, "The large dog is named Fawn, and he is cared for by Hagrid. You might consider approaching Hagrid, whether by indulging his preferences or perhaps by inebriating him." As he spoke, his gaze sharpened suddenly, "But do not harm him. Dumbledore is watching. For the sake of the stone Professor Snape requires, ensure that no complications arise." "Very well, the deal is struck. I shall take my leave." Henry composed himself, exhaling deeply, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, and turned to depart. How could he appear more sinister than I? Professor Quirrell watched Henry's nonchalant retreat, momentarily frozen in place. His expression abruptly stiffened. Then he clutched his head tightly, a look of anguish crossing his features as he murmured in a pleading tone, "Do not punish me, master. It is not yet time. Not yet time." Suddenly, the door swung open again, and Henry poked his head back in, startling Professor Quirrell to the extent that he momentarily forgot his pain. His fearful visage twitched, and the motion of covering his head morphed into a feigned scratching. "Is there something else?" Professor Quirrell inquired nervously, anxious that Henry might have overheard his previous murmurs. Henry smiled broadly, a smile that left Professor Quirrell feeling utterly alarmed. There is also a piece of free information." Professor Quirrell, attempting to reciprocate with a smile of his own, felt as though his face was on the verge of becoming rigid. "We have identified the culprit from the last Quidditch match, the one who nearly caused Harry to fall from his broom. However, I trust he shall not attempt such a thing again. Otherwise, I believe it may be essential for Professor Dumbledore to be apprised of the true circumstances." Henry concealed his intentions behind a smile, harboring confidence in his ability to subdue Professor Quirrell directly, yet he lacked the assurance to confront Voldemort. Harry's constant scrutiny by Voldemort was indeed a cause for concern. It was not the theft itself that worried him, but rather the persistent attention of the thief. What if something were to occur? Therefore, in order to avoid alarming the snake, he resolved to invoke the name of Professor Dumbledore, believing that this would temper the actions of either Professor Quirrell or Voldemort thereafter. Professor Quirrell was genuinely taken aback, not by Henry's prowess, as he was not intimidated by a first-year student, but rather by the air of indifference that surrounded him. He discerned the sharpness hidden within Henry's smiling gaze, reminiscent of the feeling he experienced upon first encountering his master, a sensation of being the fish on the chopping block. He nodded mechanically. "Excellent," Henry affirmed with a nod of approval. Professor Quirrell remained frozen in place, unaware of Henry's departure. Henry walked with a light step, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way to the Great Hall for breakfast, followed by his peers to the potions classroom. It was yet another Friday. Hermione noticed Henry's elation and inquired about it, yet he merely smiled in silence. They proceeded directly to the underground classroom, which was significantly colder than the Great Hall. Even the chilly corridors could not compare to its frigidness. The breath of the young wizards easily manifested as a puff of white mist in front of them. And even clad in the thickest of robes, no one could withstand the biting cold. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry gave himself a nod of approval. As for his attire, it had been perfected the moment he stepped into the classroom. Malfoy, who had been observing intently, felt a twinge of resentment for not witnessing Harry and his friend's embarrassing moments. However, clad in a snug and warm robe made of special fabric, he was not consumed by jealousy. His companions, Crabbe and Goyle, were less fortunate, huddled together for warmth, resembling two plump pieces of meat in an embrace. Other friendly young wizards gathered around, seeking Henry's assistance. Yet, before he could help many of the female classmates, Professor Snape made his entrance. The young wizards scattered in a flurry, hastily returning to their seats, casting envious glances at their portly companions. Fortunately, Professor Snape had graciously permitted everyone to ignite a fire to boil a pot of water, ostensibly to facilitate the brewing of potions, prompting all to gather around the cauldron, cherishing the scant warmth it provided. Henry noticed that Professor Snape's gait had returned to normal after several days of absence. It seems that potions can sometimes prove far more effective than mere remedies, especially in alleviating negative conditions. Soon, the temperature began to rise slightly. Yet it still could not compare to the sweltering heat of the Great Hall. A dense mist enveloped the underground classroom, even beginning to cascade from the ceiling, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. However, Harry had something to express. It would be preferable for this mist to dissipate, as he could scarcely see the potion ingredients before him. Observing Harry continuously wiping his fogged glasses due to the condensation, Henry sighed. Seizing the opportunity while Professor Snape was a distance away, he signaled to Harry to quietly pass him the glasses. Upon receiving them, he discreetly used his wand beneath the table, murmuring the incantation, "Impervious." The glasses, now dry, were returned to Harry, earning him a grateful glance. Harry had devised a strategy to deal with Snape, to tread carefully, avoid mishaps, and remain indifferent, even ignoring Malfoy's taunts, which only served to frustrate the latter and prevented Professor Snape from seizing an opportunity to deduct points today. When it came time to submit assignments, Snape's expression was decidedly sour. Following Professor Snape's dismissal of the class, Henry hastily departed the classroom, having arranged to meet the trio in the Great Hall. The note nestled in his bosom felt weighty, laden with anticipation. He was impatient to procure the book from the library. It was to be the inaugural forbidden tome he would peruse, and there was no time to squander. Even upon encountering Hagrid embracing a colossal fir tree en route, he merely offered a hurried greeting, not pausing his stride. He hastened to the library, where he discovered Madame Pants diligently dusting the shelves with a feather duster, though perplexed as to why she forewent the use of magic in favor of manual labor. He deemed it inconsequential to his current objective. Henry respectfully handed Professor Chilo's note to Mrs. Pants. The note stated that students were not permitted to enter the restricted section on their own. They could only present the note to the librarian, who would assist them in retrieving the desired materials. Advanced enchantment decryption? Mrs. Pants gazed intently at Henry, seemingly questioning whether this young wizard had forged the document. She had likely perused the book before, recognizing that the spells it contained were exceedingly intricate, with some even delving into the realm of dark magic, certainly not suitable for a first-year wizard to encounter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry nodded in understanding, affirming that as long as you provide me with the book. You are right in all you say. However, this was not the end. Mrs. Pants glanced at the note, then lowered her head to scrutinize Henry with piercing eyes for a moment. She then became lost in thought, staring intently at the note, as if engaged in an internal struggle. After a considerable pause, she reluctantly remarked, very well, very well. I truly cannot fathom what Professor Chilo is thinking, allowing such a perilous book to be accessible to first-year students. Mr. Wass, please wait for me at the borrowing desk. I shall retrieve it for you. With that, Mrs. Pants stepped into the sea of monotonous, towering bookshelves and disappeared from sight. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry leaned against the registration desk, observing the ebb and flow of students with a detached air, his mind wandering over unresolved questions while inadvertently garnering a collection of subtle, admiring glances. Even a few young witches attempted to strike up a conversation, yet they were dissuaded by Henry's furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor. They were reluctant to interrupt his thoughts, pondering whether he might be engaged in something of great significance. To intrude upon his reflections could lead to unwelcome consequences. Just as Henry was on the verge of retrieving his wand for idle play, Mrs. Pants emerged, cradling a massive, time-worn tome of spells, its cover appearing to be half eroded at the edges. Henry was utterly astonished. It was indeed a millennium-old magical academy, with a collection of tomes that predated several headmasters Dumbledore. Madame Pants placed the spellbook upon the table, producing a dull thud. As she processed the registration, she imparted the essential regulations to Henry. Remember, Mr. Voss, a book borrowed on a slip of paper can only correspond to one individual. This means that the tomes within the restricted section cannot be reborrowed or lent, nor is it permissible to transcribe or replicate them. She paused, allowing Henry the necessary moment to take notes, then continued. Moreover, it is absolutely forbidden to cast spells indiscriminately upon the spellbooks. Each volume in the restricted section possesses specific protective enchantments, which may be disrupted by counteracting spells. I shall inscribe a minor magical barrier upon the book, and I will inspect it upon its return. Madame Pants raised her voice to re-emphasize. If any of the aforementioned infractions are discovered, you shall forfeit your privilege to borrow from the library's restricted section forever. Please take heed of this, Mr. Voss. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry continued to nod, as he had little choice in the matter. Under the persistent admonitions of Mrs. Pants, he clutched a tome of magic, nearly the size of his own torso, as he exited the library and made his way to the 8th floor. He intended to return this forbidden book to the small study first. Fortunately, his own magical prowess had increased significantly in recent days. Otherwise, without the aid of the levitation charm, the task would have proven quite arduous. Gazing at the first magical volume on the shelf, he was aware that he would need to return it swiftly after perusing its contents, and it was not the self-authored Henry Voss's magical conjectures he had envisioned. Yes, it had been renamed once more. Yet, he could not help but feel a surge of inexplicable accomplishment. He resolved that henceforth, this shelf would house only books of this caliber. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to this venerable collection. Henry cast one last glance at the untouched spell decryption before closing the door and preparing to head to the Great Hall. Regrettably, Tom was not on his side. Having been absent for so long, it was time to rejoin his friends. Perhaps Harry and the others were growing impatient. Upon entering the hall, Henry felt as though he had stepped into a prelude to a Christmas celebration. The expansive space was adorned with 12 towering Christmas trees, crafted from the firs he had previously seen Hagrid transporting. Each tree was draped with strings of golden baubles, serving as the basic adornment. Additional decorations adorned the branches, including sparkling icicles, hundreds of flickering candles, hexagonal snowflakes, and small gift boxes, among others. The enchanting ambience elicited an involuntary smile from Henry, who had seldom experienced such joy. The young wizards were bustling about, chattering and playfully engaging in lively antics, creating a scene of delightful chaos. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were preoccupied with arranging the Christmas decorations, seemingly indifferent to the commotion among the students. Perhaps it was a deliberate choice. They waved their wands, hanging garlands of holly along the walls. Henry looked up and beheld the ceiling adorned with countless flags, interspersed with festive balloons, reminiscent of a jubilant celebration. With immense determination, he averted his gaze and sought out the figures of Harry and his companions. He approached and seated himself beside them, only to discover that Harry and Ron were sulking, their spirits decidedly low. Henry gazed at Hermione with an inquisitive look. As for Malfoy, Ron yearned to provoke him. Yet Snape seized another opportunity to deduct 5 points from Gryffindor. Hermione shrugged her shoulders and remarked with a sense of resignation. She and Henry's earned points were invariably subjected to deductions by Professor Snape for various reasons. She had nearly grown accustomed to this reality. Henry, feeling helpless, could only advise. There will always be opportunities to teach Malfoy a lesson. Look on the bright side. The holidays are approaching, and soon we shall not see Malfoy or Professor Snape for an entire week. Besides, it is Christmas, so cheer up. This sentiment lifted the spirits of Harry and his companions. Ron vehemently declared, "One day, I will give Malfoy a good thrashing." Harry fervently nodded in agreement. A few days later, the Christmas holiday officially commenced. This afternoon, Hermione was set to depart. She would take the Hogwarts Express directly back to London, where her parents would drive to the station to meet her. Henry and company bid farewell to Hermione at the castle gates. Hermione embraced each of them, earnestly imploring Harry to endeavor to avoid transgressing school regulations, or, failing that, to emulate Henry in evading detection. Since Harry's near calamity, she had become less concerned with breaches of the rules, provided they did not incur point deductions. This had significantly ameliorated her relationship with Harry. Naturally, Harry and his cohort still refrained from blatant violations in her presence, lest they be subjected to a reprimand. "I shall send you gifts," she declared. With these parting words, Hermione, encumbered by her trunk, departed with the throng, boarding a carriage drawn by invisible steeds, which lurched and swayed as they departed. From Harry's perspective, these horses were unseen, but Henry could distinctly perceive the gaunt, yet docile, Thestrals drawing the carriage. They ceaselessly craned their necks in the direction of the group, exhibiting no animosity. Henry sensed the unblinking, white eyes of the Thestrals fixed upon him, as if they were restrained from descending upon him only by some profound duty. After a dedicated perusal of a selection of bestiaries from the library, he had discerned the true nature of these nocturnal equines, reputed to be harbingers of mortality. They are visible only to those who have witnessed, comprehended, and accepted death, a trait that has led many to regard them as ill omens. He could only surmise that his unique past allowed him to perceive the Thestrals despite never having directly confronted death. Yet he remained puzzled by their apparent affinity toward him. "Very well," he mused. "I shall venture into the Forbidden Forest at a later time to investigate this matter further." With his burgeoning magical prowess, Henry now felt adequately prepared to undertake an initial exploration of the Sylvan depths. He watched as the carriage bearing Hermione receded into the distance. Henry regained his composure and inquired, "Shall we return to the dormitory together?" He suddenly recalled that he had yet to deliver the gifts prepared for the children at the orphanage. If he delayed any longer, he would miss the Christmas deadline. He and his friends Harry and Ron hurried back to their dormitory, unearthing a large bag of candies, puddings, and a bottle of fire whiskey procured with the assistance of upperclassmen from the depths of his trunk. This was intended for Mrs. Cole. Additionally, there was a well-preserved roast turkey that merely required reheating to be ready for consumption. As for Granny Amy, Henry had prepared a pair of purple woolen gloves, believing that the hue complemented her beautifully. The gifts, along with various other knickknacks, further burdened his already meager purse. His finances had dwindled to a mere single gold galleon, a handful of silver sickles, and over 30 bronze nuts. Henry awaited Hedwig's arrival, using the interlude to pen a letter. Subsequently, he was absorbed in contemplation, his gaze fixed upon the meager purse lying upon his bed. He mused whether he ought to explore avenues for enrichment within the Forbidden Forest. Soon, Hedwig arrived. It became apparent that the parcel's weight exceeded Hedwig's capacity to transport it unaided. Reluctantly, Henry escorted Hedwig and the gift to the Ollery, where he expended 10 nuts to procure the services of a school owl. Together, Hedwig and the hired owl bore the letter and gift aloft. As he watched the departing gift parcel vanish through the Ollery's wide-open window, Henry was lost in thought, observing the snowflakes descending from the sky. He felt a pang of longing for his mother, the nanny, Dinah, and the other children, wondering about their well-being. The preparation of the gift, incidentally, was not without its minor tribulations. Initially, he intended to dispatch the assortment of sweets he had accumulated over the preceding days. Henry secretly mocked himself, thinking that once his magical prowess reached its zenith, crossed out, and he amassed wealth, he would no longer find himself in such a predicament. He would simply buy anything. However, at present, he found himself constrained by a meager purse, and every penny counted. To his dismay, just the other day, the candy he had stored improperly had been completely ravaged by the mischievous Blam-Blam. Even more infuriating was the fact that it appeared to have been reduced to mere chew toys, with scattered and contaminated sweets strewn everywhere. Curse little imp, Peter. In that moment, Henry was so enraged that he nearly drew his wand to cast the recently learned Intralic-spelling curse upon him. Ah, yes, this curse, with its name alone hinting at its gruesome and revolting nature, is indeed recorded in the annals of advanced spell decryption. Credited to the notorious Ector Raharo in the 16th century, it was initially devised for medical convenience, intended to investigate intestinal abnormalities, or perhaps even to alleviate constipation. But once tainted by malevolent emotions, it devolved into pure dark magic. During the last wizarding war instigated by Voldemort, it was wielded multiple times by those twisted Death Eaters to gruesomely dispatch an ordinary muggle. Indeed, it was a torturous demise. Furthermore, it seemed there was no counter-curse. One could only resort to medical intervention or, ideally, avoid being struck altogether. Ultimately, reason prevailed. As he pondered the consequences of Peter's demise, how would Voldemort be resurrected in accordance with the original timeline? Where could he find another servant who was not so unwaveringly loyal to Voldemort? He had meticulously safeguarded the timeline for the sole purpose of more easily vanquishing Voldemort. No anger. No anger. It was not worth disrupting his plans over such trivial matters. While he managed to quell his own fury, the matter of the gift remained unresolved. Collecting now would leave him with insufficient time. The variety of candies at Hogwarts changed daily, rotating weekly, yet there was no week left to spare. This posed a significant dilemma for a collector and perfectionist like Henry. What to do? That night, emerging from his small study, he pondered as he made his way to the common room. Just as he reached the entrance of the corridor, he collided with George, who was sneakily attempting to slip away. Out of curiosity, he inquired about George's destination, to which George candidly replied that he was heading to the kitchen for a snack. The kitchen? It was located in the underground corridor, not towards the potions classroom, but rather in the opposite direction. There, one would easily find a painting of a bowl of fruit, prominently featuring a pear. A gentle scratch on it would elicit a delightful giggle, transforming it into a green doorknob, leading directly to the kitchens of Hogwarts. Henry comprehended with sudden clarity. It was no wonder George consistently procured such delectable treats for their common room. He had discovered a fruitful avenue for foraging. This was hardly a clandestine affair, as many students were privy to it, originating from the Hufflepuff house, given their proximity. However, a tacit agreement of silence prevailed, lest the bounty become insufficient or, worse, the school authorities become aware. George, with a self-conscious scratch of his head, conceded, No, the secret is by no means as closely guarded as you might imagine. The professors, at the very least, are certainly aware. Perhaps sensing a hint of selfishness in his previous statement, George added, You understand, of course, that we are perpetually susceptible to the pangs of hunger. Indeed, Henry mused inwardly, acknowledging the necessity of replenishing the body's energy reserves after the expenditure of magic, an energy derived, naturally, from sustenance. Yet, the precise mechanisms by which nourishment transmuted into magical energy remained a topic beyond his current intellectual grasp, a matter for future contemplation. Moreover, the present moment hardly lent itself to such cerebral pursuits. He had, more or less, determined the fate of the gift he intended to bestow. As they progressed towards the kitchens in unison, Henry, after a moment's deliberation, cast a disillusionment charm upon George, an act that elicited considerable excitement. I've long yearned to experience this enchantment, George exclaimed, an indispensable spell for nocturnal escapades. Fred and I have yet to master it. The professors deem us unready. And yet, you, a mere first year, wield it with such facility. I was correct in my assessment. You are a prodigy. George lavished praise without reservation. Driven by the ulterior motive of securing future assistance, might I perhaps solicit your aid in casting the disillusionment charm upon me privately at a later time? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry could not see him. Thus, George hastily spoke up, offering assurances with his words. After all, it was merely Hogsmeade. He and Fred had traversed the hidden passageway countless times, rendering this task a trivial endeavor. Two indistinct shadows swaggered confidently before the grand painting of a massive silver bowl overflowing with fruit, located in the underground corridor. The torches in the stone hallway illuminated what should have been a dim and eerie passage, revealing not only the fruit painting but also a multitude of other exquisite and delightful artworks adorning the walls. Naturally, a greater abundance of those was delectable fare. Upon noticing the absence of others around, Henry decisively used his wand to lift the disillusionment charm from the two individuals. Although George felt a twinge of regret that his chance to experience the charm had come to an end, he recognized that satisfying his hunger was of utmost importance. He was quite famished. George extended his index finger to scratch at the oddly colored pear. To his astonishment, the pear writhed and, with a chuckle, transformed into a doorknob depicted within the painting. Ah, just remember not to be startled later, George said, grasping the doorknob. Suddenly, as if recalling something significant, he turned back, placing a finger to his lips and speaking in a mysterious tone. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry was somewhat bewildered. Was it not merely about pilfering a snack? Was such ostentation truly necessary? He glanced about, and finding himself unobserved, promptly entered the chamber, drawing the door shut behind him. He was then met with the astonishing sight of a grand room with a soaring ceiling, seemingly capable of ascending directly to the floor above. Directly before him stood a large, brick-built hearth, its height reaching nearly halfway up the room. Four sizable tables were arranged within the space, their dimensions and placement mirroring those of the house tables in the great hall above. As if the very hall of Hogwarts had been replicated in its entirety, torches blazed merrily upon the stone walls that encircled the room, beneath which stood numerous cabinets filled with an array of comestibles. In the corners were piled gleaming copper pots and basins, the source, it seemed, of the golden light he had previously observed. George was presently engaged in conversation with several diminutive beings, no more than 2 or 3 feet in stature, and whose appearance, it must be conceded, was at first glance rather unappealing. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry observed that these creatures were draped in a tea towel adorned with the Hogwarts emblem, resembling robes, akin to a uniform. Their skin appeared particularly flawed, marked by numerous wrinkles. However, Henry noted that some female or younger house elves exhibited smoother skin, while the older ones bore even more creases. Perhaps they were some wise creatures nurtured by Hogwarts. After all, in the realm of magic, anything is conceivable. Henry pondered as he unexpectedly made eye contact with those tiny creatures, and both parties stood frozen in surprise. Henry could distinctly sense that they regarded him with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. Though they were palpably enthusiastic in their adoration, they exhibited remarkable restraint, as if fearful of overstepping. What is happening here? Have we not met before? I do not even know your names. Just as Henry felt the awkwardness compel him to avert his gaze and scan the surroundings, a stroke of good fortune occurred. George finally remembered Henry, who was lingering at the back. Oh, Henry, let me introduce you. These are the house elves, exclusively serving Hogwarts. We have over 100 of them at Hogwarts, but only these few are on duty tonight. This one is Cici. Wait, no, it's Gigi. All right, I admit, I have yet to memorize all their names. George paused for a moment before continuing. All of our meals are prepared by them in the kitchen, and they also tidy our rooms. Thank you. Henry's immediate response was one of gratitude for having been attended to for so long. Such acknowledgement seemed well-deserved. Unexpectedly, the house elves appeared to be overwhelmed with joy. As if bestowed with great honor, they seemingly cast off any inhibitions, dancing and gathering around Henry, speaking in a language he could not comprehend. I apologize, but I cannot quite understand. However, do you happen to have any spare candies? Varieties of candies that differ each day, if possible. I would love to have some of each. Henry felt somewhat disoriented, yet this did not deter him from expressing his request. The house elves immediately dispersed, joyfully racing to the wall, where they wreaked havoc among the cabinets and pots. Just as Henry contemplated making a hasty retreat, they reassembled, triumphantly presenting an array of candies, their expressions brimming with anticipation. It seemed a tremendous honor for them to serve Henry. Are all these for me? Henry asked, astonished. For these were precisely the candies he desired. However, this seemed excessive. Were the house elves truly this enthusiastic? Well, all right, thank you. Please place them in this pocket. He produced a small pouch, no larger than his palm. Indeed, as one might surmise, he had effortlessly mastered the undetectable extension charm. The house elves hurriedly placed the candies inside, eager not to be overlooked. Hey, I also express my gratitude. George protested from the sidelines, somewhat disgruntled. He had never received such treatment. Could it be that the house elves were partial to appearances? Henry cast an awkward glance at George, for he remained utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. The exuberant demeanor of the little sprites left him bewildered. Could it be that he had saved the world in a past life? Among them, a sprite named Shishi, noticing George's despondent expression, felt a twinge of guilt and discreetly slipped him a few candies. However, she was met with a chorus of disapproving glares from the other sprites. As if she had committed an egregious error, George pursed his lips and reluctantly returned the sweets to the bag. He attempted to bury the candies at the very bottom, only to find that his arm delved deeper without ever reaching the bottom. Was this a stretching charm? The knowledgeable George was taken aback. As the son of a Ministry of Magic official, he was well aware of items regulated by the ministry, including those enchanted with the stretching charm. Moreover, the incantation itself was stringently controlled, typically inaccessible to ordinary individuals. George could scarcely believe that the coveted item he had long desired was now in the possession of a young wizard from the Muggle world. Just imagine the plethora of prank materials he could carry if he possessed such a bag. This revelation abruptly shifted his focus from the differential treatment he received from the sprites. Indeed. Henry was not particularly curious about how George had acquired knowledge of the spell, yet he wished to keep his own proficiency in the charm a secret from others. To that end, he proposed to present George and Fred with a small enchanted item, imbued with the stretching charm, as a Christmas gift once they were outside. The condition was that they must not disclose this information to anyone, and they should actively assist him in maintaining this secrecy. To this, George readily agreed. Even without the incentive of a hush money, he had no intention of spreading rumors, and now he found himself unexpectedly delighted. Henry let out a sigh of relief. He had finally settled on the Christmas gifts for the two brothers this year. As for what to present next year, he would leave that to his future self to ponder. Content and satisfied, George ceased his fretting. He requested the little elves to promptly bring forth some food, as he was famished. To his surprise, the elves glanced at Henry first, and only after Henry, with a bewildered expression, tentatively nodded. Did they produce a large silver tray filled to the brim with cakes, cookies, and pies, accompanied by tea, milk, and various beverages. The little elves approached Henry first, with one elf stepping forward to negotiate with him, indicating that there was plenty of food available and they could bring more if needed. Henry, feeling helpless, took a piece of cake and declared it sufficient. Only then did they present it to George. Accepting the tray, George transformed his sorrow and indignation into vigor, leaning against the table and devouring the cake, all the while casting a fierce glare at Henry, as if each bite was a piece of Henry's flesh. After a few mouthfuls, an idea suddenly struck George. Chewing vigorously, he inquired, "Henry, are you really just sending back these candies?" He had heard from his father that the orphanage from which Henry hailed seemed to lack abundant resources. Indeed, the children adore candies. Henry nodded, curious about George's sudden question. Why not simply have the little sprites fetch some roasted turkey or other ingredients? George suggested, since it would be free of charge. Free? Henry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that even possible? He crouched down to ask the sprites. Of course, replied one of the leading sprites, fidgeting with anticipation. The sprites quickly prepared the ingredients and unitedly reignited the fire to commence roasting the turkey. Is there anything else? Shall we have them prepare more? George extended his invitation once more. Perhaps not, as other foods spoil easily. Maybe just some raisin pudding would suffice. Oh, and be sure to include an almond. But only in one pudding. Henry scratched his cheek thoughtfully. The nearby sprite's eyes lit up, hurriedly jotting down the order and calling the other two sprites to prepare the pudding. Observing their industrious little figures bustling about, George mused, house-trained sprites are truly diligent. If only we had one at home, my mother wouldn't be so busy. Suddenly, he leaned in conspiratorially and asked, honestly, Henry, with the sprites treating you so well, you wouldn't happen to be the illegitimate child of some professor, would you? Rest assured, I'm quite tight-lipped. Henry rolled his eyes. The original owner was fully aware of their own origins, so it was utterly implausible that they would be ignorant of their biological father. With that thought, he shoved the untouched cake into George's mouth. Here, enjoy this. Is there truly not enough deliciousness to silence your incessant chatter? George, caught off guard, ceased his prattling. For his mischievous bag of tricks had yet to be delivered, and provoking this master was unwise. Before long, the little elves arrived, bearing steaming stuffed turkeys and freshly made raisin puddings. The essential ingredients for the Christmas gifts destined for the orphanage were now nearly complete. All that remained was to await good news from George. As they departed, the elves enthusiastically stuffed cakes and pies into Henry's pockets. Yet, whenever he inquired about their fervent generosity, they skillfully evaded the question or simply scampered away. Even after the gifts had been distributed today, Henry remained perplexed about the matter. He resolved to minimize his visits to the kitchen in the future, lest he disrupt the little elves. With the gifts now dispatched, he pondered what his next endeavor should be. Gazing out at the swirling snow, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Harry and Ron had declared their intent to spend the day playing wizard's chess in the dormitory, with Seamus temporarily lending his pieces to Harry. However, Henry found himself utterly disinterested in such pursuits. Perhaps he could seek a secluded spot to conduct that rather perilous experiment? After all, the original owner had consented to assist him in managing his erratic persona. The Forbidden Forest would suffice. It was prudent to remain away from the throngs of people. With that decision made, he turned and descended from the Ollery, casting a necessary disillusionment charm upon himself before braving the heavy snowfall and stealthily infiltrating the Forbidden Forest. The journey was eerily silent, with only a trail of footprints behind him indicating his entry into the woods, soon obscured by the falling snow, erasing all traces of his passage. Henry stepped into the Forbidden Forest. The dense foliage obscured the sky, plunging the surroundings into a dim twilight. The light filtering through the gaps in the leaves was diffused by the thick layer of snow blanketing the ground, rendering the environment even darker. As he walked, Henry furrowed his brow. It was not merely the low-hanging branches and thorny vines that snagged at his robe, but the crunching sound of his footsteps upon the snow-covered roots and leaves that could easily attract unseen creatures. He halted, brushing the accumulated snow from his garments, and, sensing the abundance of his magical energy, he pondered briefly before retrieving a well-used wooden board from a finely crafted pocket. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a levitation spell, causing it to hover gracefully in the air. Henry skillfully stepped onto the board and deftly maneuvered it into the woods, carefully avoiding the gnarled branches that reached out from above as he ventured deeper. Of course, he was cautious not to delve too far, for he harbored a fear that any misstep could attract fearsome predators, leaving him trapped. After all, even the tomes within the library contained numerous accounts warning of the perils lurking within the Forbidden Forest. Within less than a minute of his foray, he fortuitously discovered a relatively open clearing surrounded by trees, which left just enough space for his experiment. This secluded spot, enveloped in silence and devoid of any presence, was ideal for his purpose. He brushed aside a spider web that hung from a tree, landing in the soft snow below. How unfortunate! Henry was taken aback when, just before landing, he found himself ensnared in a web of spider silk. Although it had dried, the sensation of it wrapping around him was decidedly uncomfortable. He hastily tore away the cobwebs and, after adjusting his robe, retrieved a small pouch from the lining of his garment, which contained a solitary match. This pouch was, in fact, another application of the seamless extension spell. He possessed several similar pouches within the pockets of his robe, specifically crafted for this experiment. In terms of circulation value, it could be worth hundreds of gold galleons, though I find myself impoverished with merely 1.5 galleons to my name. I am nonetheless capable of procuring materials valued at over 100 galleons for magical experimentation. One might consider that a semblance of extravagance. Alas, there is no escaping the whims of such a spell. But enough of these thoughts. The more I ponder, the more it stings the heart. Henry cast aside extraneous thoughts, closed his eyes, and began to rehearse the detailed steps of the experiment in his mind, from incantation to escape, and finally, to observation of the effects. Unbeknownst to him, from beneath a spot concealed by a thick blanket of snow, two bizarre, inky, and hirsute legs emerged. Soon followed two more, then four, until at last, a total of 8 dark, insectal appendages erupted from the earth. Anchoring themselves to the ground, they exerted force in unison, and in an instant, a colossal form shook off its snowy shroud. With a clattering sound, it brandished its enormous calicery as it lunged towards Henry. It was a spider, fully the size of a horse-drawn carriage. As this initial arachnid emerged to ambush him, other similar hairy limbs began to sprout from beneath snow-covered tree trunks and within thickets. As if germinating from the soil itself, they waved, contorted, and proliferated, evoking a disconcerting and macabre sensibility reminiscent of postmodernism. Henry keenly sensed a disturbance behind him, and an unsettling emotion surged within, as if the original owner were frantically warning him. His mental simulation abruptly halted. Without a moment's hesitation, he emulated Professor Snape, transforming the branches strewn across the ground into a formidable stone shield that he positioned at his back. The powerful pincers crushed the stone shield into rubble, which ultimately reverted to splintered wood, revealing that Henry was not present within. Henry had long since departed from the range of the spider's assault. Clutching a wooden plank, he hovered in midair. Albeit his posture was somewhat ungraceful, he remained unscathed. The spider, having missed its target, or rather, having lost its grasp, hissed furiously at Henry, while its companions encircled him, producing a cacophony of clicking sounds. Henry gazed at the dense mass of spiders, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Once he regained his composure, he was astonished to discern that amidst the cacophony lay a subtle murmur of conversation. Regrettably, the dialogue was difficult to decipher, for the clashing of their formidable pincers was overwhelmingly loud. It suddenly struck him that these spiders seemed to be engaging in communication with heightened acuity. Henry caught snippets of their discourse. Clack, clack. Damn it, you let the prey escape. Clack, clack. It's not just you. If you had emerged sooner, clack, clack. It's only been a month since our last hunt, and you've already faltered? Henry was taken aback. It turned out to be a congregation of intelligent beings. Despite their seemingly dull appearance, the consumption of magical energy for such a banishment spell to drive away the spiders would be quite substantial. After all, these types of expulsion spells are best employed against ordinary beasts, as rational creatures tend to diminish the efficacy of the incantation, necessitating a greater infusion of magical power to enhance its effects. This could indeed prove counterproductive. He discreetly summoned his magical energy, attempting to slip away amidst their communication. Suddenly, one of the spiders emitted a clicking sound. Warning, stop talking. The food is about to escape. A profound silence enveloped the forest, and the spiders simultaneously turned their attention towards Henry, who was poised to flee into the air. Without any form of communication, they began to coordinate their actions. The sight of their numerous limbs moving in unison could easily be described as a nightmare for anyone. A portion of the spiders hurled broken branches, which they had scavenged from the snow, with their calicery in an attempt to knock Henry down, while another group ascended the nearby sturdy trunks, ready to leap towards him at any moment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Henry's thoughts shifted, he circled in place and intoned, flames ablaze. The desiccated branches of winter were swiftly ignited, forming a protective ring of fire around him. In the dim light, thick black smoke soon enveloped the clearing, starkly contrasting with the flickering flames. Yet, this was not a viable solution. The spiders had already encircled Henry beyond the fiery barrier, with some daringly leaping into the flames from nearby branches. Stupefy. Petrify them all. Bind them swiftly. Immobulus. Scourge them away. Arania exumi. Streams of azure, crimson, golden, and ivory light erupted from the tip of his wand as Henry spun to deflect and control the spiders, casting them into the flames to fuel the blaze. Those spiders not fully subdued writhed and screeched in the fire, filling the air with the aroma of roasting meat. However, despite this, the onslaught of spiders grew increasingly frantic, and Henry noticed more spiders in the distance awakening and hastening towards him. The singular spells proved to be of little consequence against the relentless tide of arachnids. Moreover, those spiders that had been immobilized but not incinerated quickly regained their senses. This was primarily due to Henry's reluctance to expend his magical energy fully. resulting in a brief duration of effectiveness. Have I unwittingly stumbled into a spider's lair? Henry pondered bitterly, gritting his teeth. He resolved to disregard any potential dangers that might arise from his actions in the Forbidden Forest. After all, should he fail to surmount this immediate peril, he might never learn of the dangers yet to come. He summoned his magical energy with all his might and shouted, "Confringo! Confringo! Confringo!" Henry unleashed a series of explosive spells in rapid succession. With each deep, resonant detonation, the spiders leaping through the fiery rings burst apart as if afflicted by an unseen contagion, their bodies shattering into fragments, limbs flailing wildly, and bodily fluids spraying in all directions. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry was multitasking, casting spells while his mind raced with frantic thoughts. Should he resort to that? That object was indeed an affront to nature. And since they possessed intellect, perhaps further communication was in order. As he unleashed spells to fend off the attackers, he shouted, "I am a student of Hogwarts, and I shall depart from this place immediately." Depart? A shrill screech pierced the air, momentarily halting the spider's onslaught. A spider, seemingly their leader, slowly emerged from the throng. "You wish to leave after slaying so many of our kin?" it questioned. "But you attacked us first." Henry attempted to reason with it. However, the leader spider appeared disinclined to engage in dialogue. It waved its pincers menacingly, its voice sharp. "You were the ones who disturbed our slumber, and we have scarce provisions to endure the winter." With another screech, the ranks of spiders stirred restlessly once more. Henry's expression darkened immediately. Food. After finally becoming a sorcerer, to be regarded as mere sustenance? Such an affront. Very well. If you perceive me as food, then I shall put you to the test. But beware. Should I fail to escape in time or be discovered afterward, your fate will be dire. There is no time to dwell on those thoughts. If I do not take action swiftly, I may never have the chance to be found. Moreover, let us not forget that I possess a secret weapon. He had previously unleashed spells without respite, but now his magical energy was nearly depleted, his strength exhausted, and a cacophony of negative emotions surged within him, causing his head to throb as if two tiny beings were engaged in a fierce battle. He hastily activated his mental barrier, ultimately allowing reason to persuade him to observe the chaotic dance of the demons, disregarding any other consequences. The flames blazed fiercely. Henry unleashed another burst of flames, driving back the advancing spiders before reaching into a new pocket, having lost the previous one during the initial ambush. He cast a fleeting glance at the relentless swarm of spiders attempting to breach the fiery barrier, seemingly unwilling to relent until they had torn him to shreds. He retrieved a match, disregarding the encroaching arachnids, resolutely channeling his final vestiges of magical energy into it. The match hovered in midair, rapidly destabilizing. Unable to maintain its original form, melting and transforming into a blob reminiscent of a slime. The liquid surged chaotically in all directions, intermittently ignited by flickers of light. Upon witnessing the emergence of this unknown substance, Henry breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed his last ounce of magic. Should the experiment fail, he would have no choice but to abandon it and flee. Fortunately, he had encountered such phenomena before, albeit this time without Professor McGonagall to come to his rescue. He called out loudly, "Zizi." A resounding crack echoed through the air, and the house elf he had previously encountered in the Hogwarts kitchen materialized beside him, her eyes as round as tennis balls, appearing adorably captivating to Henry. With no time for explanation, he pointed his wand at the enigmatic substance, swiftly stowing it into the pocket enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, while continuing to channel his magic. However, he immediately noticed the pocket beginning to distort. A conflict of spells was occurring. He gestured for Zizi to take hold of him and hurriedly instructed, "Take me back to the dormitory, quickly." He hurled the pocket skyward, directing it toward the swarm of spiders that was bearing down upon them. At that moment, Zizi grasped the arm Henry extended toward her. Henry was startled by a sudden, resounding crack, and just before plunging into darkness, his final sight was that of the spider's menacing pincers, its 8 obsidian eyes fixated upon him, and the grotesque spines adorning its back. And there was also the fabric bag, ascending to its zenith, beginning its descent in free fall. Yet he vanished, entering an enigmatic realm. Time became a blur, whether it was a mere second or an entire day, with a dizzying whirl. Henry and Gigi found themselves back upon their dormitory beds. The room was devoid of life. Ron and Harry were likely engrossed in a game of wizard's chess. while Seamus and Neville had already returned home. They had narrowly escaped capture. What an exhilarating experience. Truly a wondrous adventure. Though it was likely the spiders had met their demise, Henry's mind was inundated with two divergent thoughts, yet his heart brimmed with exhilaration. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance. As he looked up, he was just in time to see the dense smoke billowing from beyond the forbidden forest through the dormitory window. The dust cloud, propelled by the explosion, ascended into the heavens, resembling a mushroom. A sense of peril engulfed him. He stared wide-eyed in terror toward that direction, fully aware that the shockwave from the blast would strike here first, given that they occupied the highest vantage point. Henry snapped back to reality and instinctively pushed Gigi down behind the bed. He held her slender frame for what felt like an eternity, waiting for the anticipated shockwave. Yet it never arrived. It was only when he heard the frantic cries of young wizards in the neighboring dormitories exclaiming, "What is happening? Is someone attacking the school?" that he cautiously peered from behind the bed. To his astonishment, he witnessed a wave of dust-laden force crashing against the castle's exterior, unable to penetrate further, merely creating ripples in its wake. Distant sparks of light flickered amidst the air. The shockwave had been successfully repelled. A colossal, bowl-shaped protective barrier enveloping Hogwarts became partially visible. Releasing the overjoyed Gigi, he approached the window. From his elevated vantage point, he could see nearly everyone gazing towards the forbidden forest, including many upperclassmen. They leaned out from the windows of their dormitories, common rooms, or corridors, some filled with exhilaration, others with trepidation, as if this act would allow them to glimpse more clearly the site of the assault. This was likely the first time in their academic journey that they had witnessed an attack on their school. The remaining areas of the school soon erupted into chaos. Other young wizards, having heard the commotion, donned their robes or casual attire and ventured into the courtyard, most appearing disheveled, with unkempt hair. They gazed at the lingering shockwave and magical barrier, engaging in animated discussions, only to be swiftly ushered back to their common rooms by the arriving Filch and Professor McGonagall. Due to the prohibition of apparition within Hogwarts, the other professors had no choice but to don their robes and form a group to investigate the Forbidden Forest. They moved with urgency, and Henry even observed Professor Quirrell stumbling in the snow. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Henry composed himself, casting a final glance at the results of his experiment before turning to leave the dormitory. He intended to venture into the common room to gauge the atmosphere. This time, a significant calamity had occurred. The common room was abuzz with excitement. A circle of people had gathered around Ron, who was recounting the events that had transpired. As he had been playing wizard's chess, his position afforded him a view toward the Forbidden Forest, allowing him to witness everything that unfolded. Although he was uncertain of the underlying reasons, that did not deter him from sharing his speculations with others. "I believe it must be dark wizards attacking the school." "Just look at that black smoke," Ron said, his brow furrowed and his demeanor serious as he stood at the center of the crowd. "Do you recall the article published in the Daily Prophet before the term began? Dark wizards even dared to invade Gringotts. But I wager that if Dumbledore had not been away, they would never have had the audacity to launch an attack." Ron's assertion stirred considerable unrest among the young wizards, and the tales circulating soon grew increasingly outrageous. Some even suggested that remnants of Voldemort's followers, the Death Eaters, were banding together to exact revenge on Dumbledore. Henry felt intensely embarrassed, not anticipating that a seemingly trivial action could yield such profound consequences. Clearly, panic was spreading. Soon, reports reached Professor McGonagall, who remained at the school to manage affairs. She promptly instructed the head students to inform the young wizards that a professor had been dispatched to investigate the situation, assuring them that Hogwarts' defenses were intact. Additionally, she communicated that the headmaster would soon return, urging everyone to remain calm. However, no one paid heed. In fact, the panic only escalated. Rumors have a tendency to flourish, as individuals tend to believe only what they wish to accept. It was not until a sudden pop reverberated through the air that the figure of Professor Dumbledore materialized in the courtyard, bringing a halt to the burgeoning conspiracy theories. Dumbledore instructed Professor McGonagall to gather the students who remained for the festivities in the Great Hall, requesting the house elves to prepare some desserts as they awaited the findings of the professors who had ventured out. Upon seeing the headmaster, the young wizards settled into a serene quietude, as if they had found their anchor. Henry blended into the surroundings, subtly scrutinizing Dumbledore's expression, yet he discerned nothing amiss. Soon, the grand doors of the hall swung open, and Professor Snape entered, accompanied by Professors Flitwick, Quirrell, and Sprout. They approached Headmaster Dumbledore to share the findings of their investigation. Henry listened intently, yet all he could discern was a persistent buzzing sound, indicating that the headmaster had unknowingly cast a silencing charm. Reluctantly, he turned to the milk before him and began to sample the afternoon tea pastries, while also eavesdropping on the gossip of his classmates nearby. Indeed, with dinner still some time away, Henry had no choice but to satiate his hunger with desserts to regain his strength. The harrowing events of the afternoon had nearly overwhelmed him, and he needed nourishment to steady his nerves. As he finished his repast, the discussions among Professor Dumbledore and his colleagues reached a conclusion. He rose from his seat, and the attention of the young wizards, who had been focused on him, was immediately drawn closer. Silence. Dumbledore's voice resonated throughout the hall, and the murmurs of the remaining students ceased instantly. He continued, regrettably. The cause of the explosion in the Forbidden Forest remains unknown. The scene has been thoroughly devastated. However, it has been confirmed that no dark wizards are present in the vicinity, and we will continue to monitor the situation. Rest assured, the school is committed to ensuring your safety. But I must reiterate that the woods outside the castle and the corridor to the right on the 4th floor remain off-limits to students. Now, please enjoy your dinner. Dumbledore concluded with a nod. Once he settled back into his seat, the assortment of desserts on his plate was promptly replaced with a lavish spread. Succulent steaks, pork chops, roasted beef, fried chicken, shrimp, ham, and grilled lamb were all present, accompanied by an abundance of juices, rich soups, and milk, far more sumptuous than usual. A few days ago, Henry discovered that this marvelous exchange occurred when the house elves downstairs prepared the food and placed it upon the 4 large tables below. These tables were connected to those in the grand hall, enabling the dishes positioned on the lower tables to be magically transported to their corresponding tables in the grand hall. He had marveled at this revelation, exclaiming how magical the process was. However, now his thoughts were solely consumed by regret. He was nearly sated, left only to wistfully observe his classmates indulging in their dinner, while he sat beside them, waiting for his meal to settle, contemplating that he might still manage to eat a little more. After dinner, Dumbledore seized the moment while everyone was preoccupied with their pudding and desserts to announce that, due to unforeseen circumstances in the afternoon, the curfew would be advanced to ensure everyone's safety. Furthermore, a professor would be assigned to patrol each night. This announcement elicited a chorus of lamentations from the young wizards. Yet, Dumbledore remained unfazed, reiterating the necessity of nightly patrols by a professor. And he cast a sweeping glance across the room, particularly lingering on the twin brothers and Henry, hoping that everyone would take heed. Henry felt a peculiar sense of embarrassment. Yet he could not help but notice the pride emanating from the 2 brothers, who gazed triumphantly at those around them. Over the next 2 days, Henry adopted a more restrained demeanor, behaving with utmost decorum, even refraining from visiting his small study. Instead, he found himself seated beside Harry and Ron, engrossed in their game of wizard's chess. While Harry and Ron reveled in their spirited gameplay, Henry felt as though he was slowly withering away. There remained numerous spells within the advanced spellbook that he had yet to master. How could he afford to squander time so frivolously? This could not continue. Perhaps he should stealthily retrieve his spellbook to peruse in the common room? Reclining in the most comfortable armchair in the communal lounge, Henry mimicked Harry and Ron, absent-mindedly prodding at various delectable morsels with his fork, such as bread and pastries, while simultaneously listening to their discussions on how to orchestrate Malfoy's expulsion, occasionally interjecting his own thoughts. In addition, he juggled his own schemes in his mind. Rising from his seat, he stretched lazily, only to suddenly catch sight of the mischievous brothers stealthily making their way towards the exit of the lounge. It was already past curfew. Were they not concerned about being caught? Henry glanced at the 2 individuals engrossed in their merriment and, after a moment's reflection, decided to follow them. He intended to seek out the 2 brothers, reputed to possess the keenest insights into the happenings at Hogwarts, in order to gauge the situation. Henry halted the 2 men in the portrait corridor, a place devoid of passers-by. Hey, George, Fred, do you know what transpired in the Forbidden Forest last time? How much longer will the curfew last? Henry broached the subject directly, feeling no need for pleasantries among acquaintances. George and Fred exchanged a glance, with Fred giving a subtle nod. George turned to Henry and began to chant, "If anyone else were to inquire, we would certainly remain silent." Fred chimed in, "But since you are Henry, for your sake." George continued, "We overheard the old bat speaking to Filch, claiming the Forbidden Forest is terrifying. There lies a massive pit, several meters wide, with the remnants of spiders dissolving within. The surrounding trees are charred, and that land is lifeless, unless potions can restore its vitality. No one knows who is responsible, as the magical disturbance has obliterated all traces. The old bat speculated that perhaps a wizard is experimenting with spells. But such power is unusual and warrants caution. As for the curfew, it may well extend until the end of the holidays. Thus, the harmonious exchange between George and Fred came to a close. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry felt a chill of apprehension as he recalled the last incident that nearly cost everyone their lives. However, the revelation that Professor Snape claimed potions could eradicate radiation intrigued him. He discreetly noted this information, recognizing its significance. Should an unfortunate mishap occur during potion making that endangered others or a particular location, perhaps he could seek Professor Snape's aid with a potion to remedy the situation. Are you not afraid of being caught while you venture out? Henry pondered, a new question arising in his mind. Speak plainly. No need for theatrics. He added after a moment's reflection. George appeared visibly hurt, but proceeded to clarify. We have learned that Professor Quirrell is on his nightly patrol. If we do not seize this opportunity to partake in our traditional escapades, we may have to wait until his next round. Fred eagerly nodded in fervent agreement and boldly proposed, would you care to join us? I have a splendid idea. Let us conspire to prank Professor Quirrell together. Henry rolled his eyes, unimpressed. Were it not for the fact that everyone was gathered in the castle under the watchful eye of Professor Dumbledore, Professor Quirrell would have had ample opportunity to unleash his nefarious tactics. It is crucial to remember that he is, in truth, a genuine dark wizard, ruthless and merciless. Otherwise, would you dare to think of tormenting him? The unforgivable curse would have been cast upon you by now. No, the more I ponder, the more anxious I become. For the sake of Madame Moldy and Mr. Arthur, it is imperative that they do not continue to court disaster. A spark of inspiration ignited in my mind. And I quickly devised a rationale. Absolutely not. This is precisely the moment when the professors are on high alert. What if they mistake you for dark wizards attempting to attack Hogwarts? The division of houses is trivial. Would you not feel ashamed? If the professors keep a close watch on you, how will you ever manage to break the school rules without being caught? After much persuasion, I dissuaded the twins from their reckless intentions, redirecting their focus to a late-night feast in the kitchen. Henry finally breathed a sigh of relief. Persuading someone not to act is far more challenging than inciting them to do so. After he assisted the two brothers in renewing their illusion spell experience cards, he quietly observed their silhouettes, which had nearly vanished as they traversed the corridor. Ah, the illusion spell is becoming increasingly familiar, quite commendable. He turned back to join Harry and his companion, savoring the festive and relaxed atmosphere of the common room. Harry invited him to partake in a game of wizard's chess, often at the mercy of Ron's prowess. Although he harbored a desire to assert his dominance over others, Henry wisely declined, eliciting a look of disappointment from Harry, which was met with mockery from Ron, who had long since secured multiple victories. Henry comfortably settled into his armchair, picking up the magic book he had previously set aside. Resuming his leisurely perusal, having already confirmed the success of his experiment, he decided to indulge in another moment of relaxation, especially with Christmas Eve upon him. As he prepared for bed, Henry contemplated sneaking into the small study the following day to discreetly pocket that forbidden book before returning to his dormitory, intending to find a secluded spot to practice his spells, unaware that he would receive gifts. However, upon waking the next morning, as he sat up, he was taken aback to find a multitude of packages piled at the foot of his bed. He was astonished, unable to recall sending letters to so many people. At that moment, Harry also stirred awake, exchanging Christmas greetings with Henry before he clumsily descended from his bed. Dressed in his attire, he began to unwrap his gifts. Though he too had a collection of packages at the foot of his bed, it was evident that his bounty was considerably less than Henry's. Henry imitated his demeanor, sitting on the ground and promptly picking up a bulging paper package, which was accompanied by a letter. It was arranged from large to small. He first skimmed through the letter, written by Mr. Arthur. This Christmas, he had asked Hedwig to assist in sending Mr. Arthur a very common music box from the Muggle world, a rather simplistic one at that. It was a gift from his grandmother when he was unwell last time. Although he was unaware of its price, it was the finest possession he had, aside from galleons. Now, it seemed to have had a positive effect, as Mr. Arthur was immensely pleased, exclaiming, "This is the most wondrous creation I have ever encountered, and the finest gift I have received." This statement served as the most heartfelt gratitude directed towards Henry. Suddenly, a call from an owl resonated from Harry's direction. Henry curiously turned to look back and saw Harry puffing his cheeks as he played a rather crudely crafted flute. Harry shyly smiled at Henry, waving the flute and murmuring, "Hagrid made it. Quite impressive." Henry replied, smiling kindly. After all, a gift is measured by the thought behind it rather than its value. Something handmade represents a greater effort. Does it not? Just then, Ron also stirred awake, presumably roused by the noise, rubbing his sleepy eyes and wishing them a Merry Christmas. Henry and the others returned the gesture. Harry noticed that he had an equally large parcel, just like Henry's, and even Ron had one as well. Curiously, he picked it up and inquired, "Who sent this?" Before Henry had the opportunity to respond, Ron glanced over. Upon noticing the packages they were holding, Ron hesitantly remarked, "Oh, I think I know who sent these." His face flushed slightly as he continued, "I mentioned to my mother that you believed you wouldn't receive any gifts, and she must have sent them before she left for Romania." Upon hearing this, Henry felt a pang of sympathy for Ron's owl, named Errol. What remarkable dedication. In addition to the three of them, they had to account for Percy and the twins' share, resulting in a total of 6 substantial packages. No. Today, he must learn an additional spell to honor Errol's efforts. Henry unwrapped the paper and retrieved a thick, deep blue hand-knit sweater. He leaned closer to the opening of the package to peer inside, revealing a large box of homemade fudge. "Oh, dear," Ron groaned. "Your mom has knitted you one of those unique sweaters we have at home. I hope you don't find it too ugly." "No. This is one of the best gifts I've ever received," Henry replied, slipping the sweater over his head, feeling a warm comfort envelop him. Harry, too, joyfully pulled out a sweater, vibrant green and matching Henry's in style. Imitating Henry, he donned the sweater over his clothes, much to Ron's delight. "All right, let's take a look at the other packages." Henry casually unwrapped a piece of candy and placed it into his mouth, subsequently setting the soft confection aside to continue unwrapping the packages. The next few parcels contained an assortment of commonplace items, including candies, chocolates, and sets of clothing. Henry had even assembled an entire set of hats, scarves, and gloves, all in the latest styles. The torn wrapping paper on the floor had nearly formed a small mountain. Unfortunately, these were mostly anonymous gifts, leaving him with no clues to express his gratitude. Nevertheless, Henry could somewhat surmise which classmates were behind the generous offerings. However, he refrained from sharing this knowledge, as they were all quite young. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry believed he had been bitten by the creature and swiftly turned around. To his astonishment, he found Harry and Ron staring, wide-eyed, at the ground. There lay a mass of liquid, shimmering in a silvery gray hue. Henry felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity regarding that object. It was not the object itself he recognized, but rather he understood that it was an invisibility cloak, one of the legendary sacred artifacts. However, what struck him as familiar was the essence or material concealed within the cloak, a fleeting notion reminiscent of a prior encounter. A note slipped from the gift box. Harry picked up the note and read, "Your father left this for me before he passed. It is time to return it to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." He then looked up, puzzled, and inquired, "There is no signature. Who could have sent it? Did any of you see anything last night?" Henry, maintaining a composed demeanor, shook his head, embodying the essence of an uninformed bystander. Ron, now back to his usual self, also shook his head, having enjoyed a restful night's sleep. He tossed the Birdie Bots every flavor beans onto the bed, having just unwrapped them from their packaging, but now something far more captivating had captured his attention. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice as if about to unveil a monumental secret. "I believe I might know what this is. My father used to speak of it. It must be exceedingly rare and immensely valuable." "What is it?" Harry inquired, reaching out to grasp the liquid. Instantly, the liquid elongated and rose in response to his motion, forming a peculiar shape that only solidified when Harry's other hand pulled it away, feeling rather strange to the touch. The original liquid now hovered in midair, resembling a shimmering silver fabric. "Invisibility Cloak," Ron exclaimed, his tone laced with both envy and certainty. "I'm positive this is an invisibility cloak. Come on, try it on." Harry followed his advice and draped the cloak over his shoulders. Although Henry had anticipated that Harry would acquire such a remarkable garment, he was still astonished by its effect. The moment the fabric enveloped him, only Harry's head remained visible, while the rest of his body vanished completely, as if under the influence of an advanced disillusionment charm. With not even a hint of his outline discernible, it was nothing short of perfect invisibility. Unlike the disillusionment charm, which rendered one entirely invisible, This cloak was effective only on the covered parts. If one were to describe it, it could only be likened to an enchantment far superior to any disillusionment charm Harry could currently conjure. No wonder it was called an invisibility cloak. It truly lived up to its name. "Look, Harry, look down," Ron shouted, his voice brimming with excitement at having guessed correctly. Harry glanced downward and hurried to the mirror. And upon seeing only his head reflected, he was taken aback. After a moment's thought, he pulled the cloak over his head, rendering himself completely invisible before his friends and the mirror. "Harry, where are you?" Ron queried. Suddenly, a candy came hurtling toward Ron, striking him squarely on the forehead. He yelped, though it did not truly hurt. Quickly realizing it was Harry's playful trick, he grabbed a handful of candies, preparing to catch Harry off guard. Sure enough, Harry could not resist. Another pillow soared from his bed, aimed at Ron. As Ron ducked, he inadvertently scattered a handful of candies. The room erupted with Harry's cries of mock pain and Ron's triumphant laughter, and soon, the two were embroiled in a spirited scuffle. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry turned to the back and was immediately struck by the name of the Orphanage. It dawned on him that this was the letter from everyone at the orphanage. Eagerly, he tore open the envelope, which contained several folded letters. The first was from Mrs. Cole. She expressed her astonishment and curiosity regarding Henry's peculiar idea of enlisting an owl to assist in sending the package. Noting that it was her first experience receiving a parcel from the claws of an owl, a truly enchanting encounter, she conveyed her gratitude for the flame whiskey, turkey, and other provisions Henry had sent, indicating her satisfaction with the gifts and emphasizing that the children at the orphanage would enjoy what could be considered one of their finest Christmases. She concluded with a reminder for Henry to take good care of himself. Next was a letter from Miss Amy. She expressed her heartfelt thanks for the gloves Henry had gifted her, albeit reproaching him for being overly extravagant. She briefly recounted the happenings at the orphanage over the past few months, reiterating her plea for Henry to remember to look after himself. Additionally, within her envelope, she included a generous sum of £10, accompanied by a small note urging Henry not to be too hard on himself. A warm current surged within Henry. This must have been the result of his grandmother's frugality. He recalled how she had clung to her tattered down jacket, riddled with holes, refusing to replace it. Now, she had exchanged her meager savings for crisp new bills to gift him. He solemnly returned the envelope, with no intention of spending its contents. Next came Dana's letter. Observing her juvenile handwriting, the occasional ink blot, and the peculiar connections between letters, particularly the frequent inversion of ANE, Henry envisioned the young girl, her water-green eyes wide with concentration, hunched over a desk under the dim glow of an oil lamp. The orphanage had only installed electric lights in the dining hall before his departure. Laboriously composing her message letter by letter, words she could not spell were scribbled haphazardly, and when she found herself at a loss, she would bite the pencil and ponder. Ink trickling from its tip. A smile crept across his lips, growing ever more pronounced, yet upon returning to the letter, a wave of frustration washed over him as he struggled to decipher the contents. Upon completion, Henry concluded that despite the sprawling expanse of her writing, Dana's message boiled down to a few key points. Firstly, she expressed her dissatisfaction with his prolonged absence. They had never been apart for more than a day during their time at the orphanage, which infuriated her. She insisted that only the previous batch of buttery hard candies could soothe her wounded spirit. Secondly, she exhibited a keen curiosity about Henry's recent experiences. Noting that he had only shared the bare minimum in his letter, skimming over the more ambiguous details, she hoped that during their next encounter, he would weave these experiences into a tale for everyone to enjoy. Thirdly, she conveyed her fondness for Hedwig, although it seemed the owl had little interest in the treats she offered, which vexed her greatly. She meticulously listed the various offerings, which included worms, small fish, and mice, prey appropriate for wild owls, but certainly not for Hedwig. Lastly, she proudly boasted about having found almonds in the raisin pudding she had made, confidently asserting that this year would surely bring good fortune, and that Henry could pray to her when he needed a stroke of luck. As he read through the remaining letters, savoring each word, a smile blossomed more brightly upon his face, for these were the heartfelt blessings from children, sincere and fervent. Suddenly, his hair began to inexplicably lift. Initially, Henry thought it was merely a draft, shaking his head dismissively, but the sensation only intensified, as if something were persistently teasing him, provoking an itch that interrupted his delight. He glanced towards the window, which was firmly shut, then scanned the room, only to find Ron's stifling laughter. prompting him to connect the dots. "Stop it, Harry," Henry said with exasperation, but Harry seemed to revel in the mischief. Henry felt his hair, sleeves, and the hem of his casual attire being tugged at intermittently, while his arms and back were occasionally prodded, yet he could not discern Harry's whereabouts. "Harry, if you don't stop, don't blame me," he exclaimed playfully. If you have the ability, find out where I am." Harry's cheerful voice resonated like a 4D surround sound, seeming to echo around Henry in a playful chase. "Well then, don't blame me for being impolite." Henry had been waiting for this very moment. He intended to test whether there was a spell capable of detecting the presence of the Invisibility Cloak, or perhaps temporarily dispelling its enchantment. Even if he could not break it, he at least wanted to find a means of counteraction, just to be prepared. He drew his wand, which had been secured to his arm, and incanted into the air, "Reveal magic." This spell was specifically designed to detect magical artifacts, and worked remarkably well on items that would not otherwise reveal their extraordinary nature. He had previously used this incantation to identify the ruse of the two troublemaking brothers who had attempted to convince him that their map was merely a blank sheet of paper. For more details, refer to Chapter 43. However, although the spell had been successfully cast for several seconds, other magical items in the room, such as wands, began to shimmer with light. Ron curiously held his wand, which emitted a blue glow, examining it from side to side, while the wizarding chess pieces by the bed glowed with a brilliant white light. Harry's wand lay on the bed, radiating a red hue. Yet, around Henry, the anticipated glow did not materialize. As if the invisibility cloak were not a magical artifact at all, but rather an ordinary object devoid of any extraordinary qualities. This outcome was within Henry's expectations. If it were so easily detectable, the Invisibility Cloak would not have been described in that fairy tale book chronicling the origins of the three Deathly Hallows as a wondrous item capable of evading the Grim Reaper's pursuit. Henry pondered for a moment, then conjured a focused Gale charm, endeavoring to divest Harry of his Invisibility Cloak. He surmised that this would unveil Harry's presence. Naturally, the spell was carefully constrained, lest he be compelled to tidy the dormitory afterward. He was disinclined to commence Christmas morning with such labor, for even a single incantation would needlessly deplete his vigor. The potent gust of wind generated a resounding whoosh around Henry. Henry himself remained unscathed. Yet Harry did not become visible as anticipated. "Harry, are you still beside me?" Henry inquired, a hint of perplexity in his tone. As he had presumed, Harry would have sought cover by now. Amidst the tempestuous winds, Harry tugged at the wand Henry was brandishing, subtly indicating his continued presence. Does this strategy prove futile as well? Or perhaps the winds conjured by magic render the Invisibility Cloak ineffective? A question lingered in the air, to be explored further when the gales intensified. For the moment, let us experiment with this approach. Harry, remain stationary. Henry dispelled the hurricane charm, issuing a cautionary word before brandishing his wand with a flick and a point, directly towards the space where he perceived Harry to be. Revelio. The beam of the revealing charm hurtled towards Harry, only to vanish inexplicably, as if it had never existed. Given that the spell did not collide with the wall but dissipated mid-air, it could be inferred that it had indeed struck Harry. Even the revealing charm proves ineffectual? Henry was plunged into contemplation. Or, perhaps it would be more accurate to attribute it to the Invisibility Cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows? No, that's incorrect. Fundamentally, the so-called Deathly Hallows are merely potent magical artifacts. Anything crafted by human hands is bound to possess vulnerabilities or, indeed, methods of circumvention. Currently, however, my limited grasp of magic prevents me from devising such a solution. Henry pondered. This was a topic worthy of investigation, albeit not presently. Very well, I concede. Harry, emerge forth. He raised his hands, his gaze fixed upon the spot where the enchantment had dissipated. Indeed, at the very location where the charm had vanished. Harry cast aside the Invisibility Cloak, his face flushed with excitement. Harry, at that moment, also recognized the value and wondrous nature of this Invisibility Cloak, as even Henry, the most formidable individual he knew aside from the professors, was unable to unravel its magic. This alone testified to the potency of this magical artifact. However, he was soon beset by apprehension. But, is this truly my father's? From whence did he obtain it? Who knows? Henry shrugged. But since it has come into your possession, make good use of it. Indeed, how shall I utilize this Invisibility Cloak? Harry began to muse. After a brief reverie, he resolved to venture into the restricted section that very evening. This was the closest he had ever been to the forbidden section since learning that Henry had borrowed a tome from within. Ron received the Invisibility Cloak from Harry, eager to experience its wonders himself. Henry, Meanwhile, temporarily shelved his thoughts of researching the cloak, reasoning that there would be ample time in the future. He turned his attention back to the letters he had yet to finish reading on his bed. Presently, these letters, along with Hermione's greeting card and Mr. Weasley's reply, were carefully and preciously placed at the very bottom of Henry's trunk. These were the most cherished possessions he had acquired since arriving in this world, and thus deserved to be preserved with utmost care. He even contemplated opening a vault at Gringotts to place these letters and such within, after having cast preservative, anti-pest, and moisture-repelling enchantments upon them. However, these were matters for the future. He picked up the last package, small and light. From whom could this be? Before he could unwrap it, the dormitory door was thrust open. The mischievous Weasley twins burst in, causing Ron to quickly conceal the invisibility cloak beneath the covers, lest they discover Harry's possession and use it for their antics. Henry accompanied them in their frolics throughout the day. It wasn't until the eve of the Yuletide feast that he discovered the temporal and spatial influence on the Philosopher's Stone. Following her announcement of dismissal, she hastily departed, evidently in need of alcoholic solace to assuage the shadows lingering within her heart this night. It was during supper that Henry and his companions encountered Harry in the Great Hall, where he had been absent all afternoon. He was beaming, as if some joyous event had transpired. Ron and Hermione were overjoyed, having been concerned for him throughout the day. Henry, already aware of the situation, remained impassive, knowing that his aunt and uncle would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly upon learning of his expulsion. He longed to offer some explanation, but his mouth felt as if it were sealed with cement, rendering him speechless. He dared not turn to face Henry and the others, fearing even their sympathetic gazes, and could only stare intently at Professor McGonagall's square spectacles, thus overlooking her own astonished expression. Hermione's first thought was of Henry, whose intellect, she knew, was always quicker than her own, and who would surely devise a solution. Ignoring Hermione's tug on his robes, Henry offered a knowing smile upon witnessing Professor McGonagall's astonished expression, confident that his position was now secure. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the matter at hand. Reaching a certain altitude, Harry executed a sharp maneuver, causing his broom to pivot and align steadily with Malfoy. Malfoy, having also come to a halt, stared at Harry in utter disbelief, utterly certain that, yes, you should return now. I will escort Snape. Professor Quirrell. But Professor, Henry exclaimed urgently. Anyone could do the escorting, except Professor Quirrell, who knew if he might subject Professor Snape to the Imperius curse. I have spoken, you require rest. Professor Snape's tone had become severe. Yes, Henry conceded reluctantly and departed, leaving the two professors standing in the corridor. As Henry turned the corner, he cast a glance back. In the dim glow of the firelight, the expressions of the two professors appeared indistinct, their shadows wavering behind them. This was Harry's first encounter with a flying broomstick. Yet he was astonished by how adeptly it was maneuvered. Hand it over, Malfoy. Harry continued the sentence he had not fully voiced moments before. Or I shall knock you down. Your father is not here to rescue you. Henry certainly would not. Malfoy's expression grew somewhat rigid, and he instinctively glanced downwards, where the figures below appeared as diminutive as ants, rendering him unable to discern Henry's whereabouts. Oh, is that so? He intended to further mock Harry, but found himself in pain, reluctantly releasing his grip on the professor's mouth. Professor Snape staggered away from the jaws of the great hound, limping as he retreated. Wand pointed at his leg in an attempt to heal the wound. However, whether due to a curse associated with the three-headed dog's bite or some other cause, it remained beyond immediate remedy. Fortunately, the cotton helped mitigate the impact. It was merely a flesh wound, and the condition of the bone was not grave. At this moment, Henry found himself devoid of magic, yet he had grown accustomed to such a sensation. Frowning, he endured the emptiness within, all the while reminding himself, with obstacles aplenty, Professor Snape remained silent, yet his wand began to emit an ethereal blue beam of light, clearly indicating that he was listening. The immense beam continued to surge toward the large dog, showing no signs of abating. The sheer magnitude of magic emanating from Snape filled Henry with envy, as his expression remained taut, forcing out a vacuous remark. Harry, summoning his inner resolve, felt an innate understanding of how to wield the flying broomstick. He leaned forward, gripping the broom handle firmly in the instructed manner, and suddenly, as if a switch had been flipped, the broom surged ahead. As he ascended, nearing the ground, he summoned the last vestiges of his magic to transform the earth below into a small trampoline. Neville landed on the trampoline, bouncing a few times before dissipating the last remnants of his momentum and safely touching down. Sitting up with a pale countenance, his clothes in disarray, He gasped for breath, visibly shaken. However, the surrounding children paid little heed to his state. They erupted in cheers, celebrating Neville's successful landing, especially his friends from Gryffindor. The trampoline's duration was fleeting, soon reverting to soft earth. Regardless of whether Professor Snape could see it, Henry thought to himself, well, it seems all is well. This notebook has proven immensely beneficial to me. He pushed the notebook toward Professor Snape, albeit reluctantly, thankful for having privately employed a mental sealing technique to replicate its contents in his mind for future reference. Oh, Mr. Wass, look into my eyes. Professor Snape's voice carried an unusual allure. Henry instinctively lifted his head, yet his heart was ensnared by an omnipotent slowing charm. This incantation was not directly wielded against living beings. Rather, it diffused its magical essence around the intended target, creating layers of obstruction akin to the immense resistance one encounters while submerged in water. Must you always present such an icy demeanor? Henry could not resist a subtle jab at Professor Snape as a form of retaliation. Professor Snape, however, remained unfazed by such a slight, responding with his usual composure, indeed. If you wish to shield your thoughts from prying eyes, you must cultivate a constant vigilance, an unwavering guise, and a steadfast concealment. Oh, how lamentable, Henry sighed, uncertain for whom his lament was intended. Professor Snape lowered his eyelids and remarked, Mr. Wass, I shall spare him. This revelation prompted Ron to exhale in relief. Having narrowly escaped a frightful encounter, particularly under the unwavering gaze of those indifferent, emotionless eyes, the potion class continued, with Professor Snape instructing the young witches and wizards to pair off and guide them in concocting a simple elixir for treating scabies. It was indeed a straightforward task. Henry recalled that one merely needed to prepare the ingredients as detailed in the textbook and then add them sequentially into the cauldron for brewing. Yet, regardless of how simple the procedure, Professor Snape seemed adept at pinpointing the deficiencies of the young sorcerers, as nearly every student faced criticism, including those from Slytherin, who were not exempt from his scrutiny. I merely wish to demonstrate for you, he stated. Forget it, George. Henry casts spells far quicker than we do. Perhaps we should simply inform him directly, for he will likely uncover the secret of the parchment soon enough, Fred conceded. Very well, but you must cherish it. We risked our lives to pilfer this. The room was adorned with nothing more than a dilapidated wardrobe, a wooden chair, and an iron bed, much like the other chambers. Through the grimy window, the once luminous moonlight appeared particularly eerie, illuminating the room with a ghastly pallor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Entering the chamber with measured steps, Henry surveyed the scene, noting its immaculate condition despite apparent disuse, an unsettling cleanliness. He cautiously navigated around a wooden chair near the entrance, making his way to a dilapidated wardrobe nestled in the corner, the only object of interest in the room. Meanwhile, Molly Weasley produced a handkerchief, kneeling to tend to Ron's besmirched nose, much to his embarrassment. Ginny, who had been vociferously pointing at the window near Harry, blushed and averted her gaze upon catching his eye. These details are crucial, he scribbled, his excitement mounting, misconstruing the professor's actions as a potential hex. Reacting instinctively, Henry raised his arm in defense, only to find it rendered invisible by a familiar chill. Realizing the professor's intent was concealment, he obediently pressed against the wall, awaiting the fading footsteps in the corridor. A looming, grotesque shadow appeared at the corner, revealing Professor Snape, wand raised, his hollow eyes fixed in their direction, poised to cast a spell at the slightest provocation. Magic, though governed by certain scientific principles, is largely idealistic, Hermione had cautioned. Your role is merely to supply the power. The outcome is beyond your control. The transformation required contemplation. Snape, concealed from Percy's view, discreetly pointed his wand, uttering a subtle incantation that rendered Henry almost entirely invisible. Almost. Because Harry, with his spectacles, could still perceive a faint outline. Did you see Malfoy's incredulous expression when he saw we weren't expelled? Harry exclaimed with glee as they exited the hall. I could practically see his eyes bulging out. Indeed, Henry replied, his countenance was quite a sight to behold. Nothing more. Professor Snape commanded. Henry, feeling helpless, wished to buy more time, yet Professor Snape persistently urged him. Now, no tricks, Quirrell. I am watching you. Quirrell? Had he taken a wrong turn? Is this recorded on paper, Senior? They will protect us. Ultimately, the troll, lacking in intelligence and utterly oblivious to magic, possessed remarkable strength and an immense physique. If one were to encounter a troll alone, My advice would be to run if possible, if escape is not an option. Then grasp your wand. At this juncture, the ever-curious Harry interrupted, "Where are you going? It's so dangerous outside." Harry clutched Henry's long sleeve, fearful that he might contemplate something dire. "Rest assured, danger must also avoid me," Henry reassured, noticing the bewildered expressions on their faces. Realizing, he quickly added, "Oh, I apologize. I forgot you are not yet adept in transfiguration of inanimate objects. Then let us consider another approach. How about employing some minor hexes? I trust you have learned a few, such as, the Leglocker Curse? No. The Jellylegs Jinx? Still no. What about the Tarantaligra? Not that either. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry automatically took over the popular science work. Yet he vaguely explained, perhaps someone placed it here. In truth, there are indeed intelligent beings among the giants, though the majority adhere to scientific principles, with many still clinging to idealism. Just as Hermione advised, all one needs is to believe in oneself. Here, there is no need to strictly observe the law of conservation of mass, such as with enlargement charms, nor to consider the law of conservation of energy, as exemplified by levitation spells, for magical power provides all variables, rendering the foundational concepts of science rather simplistic. However, it is precisely this simplicity that makes it advantageous to utilize. This final thought was kept to himself, mindful of the implications. Henry felt confident. If he had sufficient magical energy, he would even dare to confront an entire tribe of giants. This rigid mindset, which Henry referred to as the inertia of scientific thought, was quite commonplace as it was widely accepted and supported by data. Yet, this is the realm of magic, where magical energy governs all. Wizards do not believe that the casting of illumination spells would. Henry believed that the consequences were not his concern. Thus, was it the mindset during the transformation that faltered? This is the final sentence recorded on paper. Henry set down his draft paper, resting his chin in contemplation as he penned his thoughts. As long as one's defenses are not breached at first, might it be possible to construct a labyrinth of thought using fabricated memories, burying genuine emotional recollections beneath, and thereby leading others astray towards erroneous directions and false memories? If that were the case, would it essentially signify an entry into the next phase of brain cloaking techniques? He sketched a large question mark on the paper, for he too lacked the answer, knowing only that practice would unveil it. It seemed he would need to trouble Professor Snape for the treasures stored within his bookshelves. After all, books are vessels of knowledge, and an abundance of them implies a wealth of wisdom. Yet regrettably, his purse was light. Taking his seat at the desk, he noticed the sparse and disordered array of drafts filled with scrawled notes, alongside small glass jars containing peculiar creatures like spiders and ants. This was his sanctum for daily practice. "Thank you, Professor," he expressed his gratitude before shouldering his bag and hurrying away. Unbeknownst to him, Professor Snape lifted his gaze. His inscrutable black eyes lingered on Henry's retreating figure, the emotion swirling within him complicated. Outside the classroom, Harry and Ron awaited him. "Henry, are you coming to Hagrid's?" Returned the notebook to Professor Snape. Once the others departed, he approached the teacher's desk. Professor Snape was tidying up the assignments submitted by students with an unusual briskness, seemingly in high spirits after finding a reason to deduct points from Harry. Upon hearing Henry's approach, he inquired without raising his head, "You appear to be feeling better? We were just about to leave. We'll be back in time for lunch." Harry warmly invited him. The memory of that moment was indeed one of his happiest. Yet he quickly snapped back to his senses. The painstakingly honed technique of brain cloaking unfurled in an instant, forcefully banishing the icy presence that lingered nearby. Was this what the art of legilimency entailed? It was truly an insidious assault. He exhaled a sigh of relief, a mix of anger and dread coursing through him, momentarily contemplating hurling a curse at Professor Snape. But reason prevailed, restraining his impulses. The first 2 chapters would soon be complete. He had until tomorrow to finalize them. Time and space bore an influence on the Philosopher's Stone. Once class was dismissed, she departed in haste, suggesting that she might seek solace in a bit of alcohol to soothe the shadows lingering in her heart. It was during dinner that Henry, along with his companions, encountered Harry, who had mysteriously vanished for the entire afternoon, in the hall. He was seated there, beaming with joy as if he had just received delightful news. Ron and Hermione were overjoyed, having worried throughout the day. Henry, who was already aware of the situation, maintained a stoic facade. Knowing that his aunt and uncle would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly for his expulsion, he yearned to articulate a defense for himself. yet his tongue felt as if it were encased in cement, rendering him speechless. He dared not glance back at Henry and the others, fearing the pity reflected in their eyes, and instead fixated on Professor McGonagall's spectacles, thereby overlooking her astonished gaze. Hermione, quick to think, immediately turned her thoughts to Henry, recognizing that a sharp mind always devised a solution faster than her own. Henry, however, paid no heed to Hermione's tugging at his robe. Upon witnessing Professor McGonagall's astonished expression, he allowed a knowing smile to grace his lips, confident that the situation was now secure. Of course, he had not forgotten the matter at hand. Ascending to a considerable height, Harry abruptly twisted his hand, causing the broomstick to pivot and align steadily towards Malfoy, who had also come to a halt. Malfoy stared at Harry in sheer shock, for he was utterly taken aback. Yes, you should return. I will escort Snape. But Professor Quirrell, Henry exclaimed in desperation. Anyone can accompany him, but not Professor Quirrell. Who knows whether he might cast a soul-sucking curse on Professor Snape. I have stated that you need to rest. Professor Snape's voice became stern. Yes. Henry, resigned, could only depart, leaving the two professors standing in the corridor. As Henry turned the corner, he cast a glance back. In the dim firelight, the expressions of the two professors appeared indistinct, their shadows swaying unpredictably behind them. It was Harry's first encounter with a flying broomstick, yet he was taken aback by Draco's remarkable flying skills. Hand it over, Malfoy. Harry continued his earlier demand, his voice firm. Or I shall knock you off. There is no father to rescue you here. Certainly not Henry. Malfoy's expression stiffened, and he instinctively glanced towards the ground, where the figures below resembled diminutive ants, rendering Henry almost invisible to him. Oh, is that so? He attempted to mock Harry further, but a sharp pain interrupted him, forcing him to release his grip on the professor's mouth. Professor Snape staggered away from the jaws of the large dog, limping as he pointed his wand at his leg, striving to heal the wound. However, whether due to the curse infused within the three-headed dog's bite, the injury refused to mend for the time being. Fortunately, the cotton provided some cushioning against the impact, resulting in merely a flesh wound, with the bones seemingly unaffected. At this moment, Henry found himself devoid of magical power, yet he had grown accustomed to this sensation. Furrowing his brow, he endured the emptiness within, simultaneously cautioning, Professor, there are numerous obstacles. Professor Snape remained silent, yet his wand began to emit an ethereal blue beam, clearly indicating he had taken heed. The immense beam continued to surge towards the large canine, showing no sign of diminishing. Such a formidable display of magic filled Henry with envy, though he could not fully relax, managing only to utter a meaningless remark. Harry, with newfound resolve, felt as if he instinctively knew how to wield a broomstick. Leaning forward, he gripped the broom's handle firmly as instructed, and suddenly, as if a switch had been flipped, the broom surged ahead. As he neared the ground, he summoned the last vestiges of his magic to transform the earth below into a small trampoline. Neville landed upon the trampoline, bouncing several times before dissipating the final remnants of his momentum and safely touching down. He sat up, his complexion pale, clothes disheveled, gasping for breath, visibly shaken by the experience. However, the surrounding children paid little mind to his state, erupting in cheers to celebrate Neville's landing, particularly his friends from Gryffindor. The trampoline's duration quickly expired, reverting to soft earth. Regardless of whether Professor Snape could perceive it, Henry mused, it seemed to be going quite well. This notebook has been immensely helpful to me. He pushed the notebook towards Professor Snape, albeit reluctantly, relieved that he had privately employed a mental occlusion technique to create a copy in his mind, ensuring he could recall it whenever he wished. Oh, Mr. Voss, look into my eyes. Professor Snape's voice carried an unusual allure. Henry instinctively raised his head, yet his heart was a universal deceleration charm, not directed at living beings, but rather dispersing magical energy around the target creature, creating layers of obstruction, akin to the immense resistance one feels while submerged in water. So, must you always present yourself so coldly? Henry could not resist needling Professor Snape in retaliation. However, Professor Snape remained unfazed by such a trivial affront, responding with his usual indifference, of course. If you wish to keep your thoughts concealed from prying eyes, you must learn to remain vigilant, perpetually disguised, and perpetually hidden. Oh, how tragic, Henry sighed, uncertain to whom his lament was directed. Professor Snape lowered his eyelids and remarked coolly, Mr. Voss. He spared him, prompting Ron to exhale in relief. He had nearly been frightened to death, especially under the gaze of those cold, emotionless eyes. The potions class continued, with Professor Snape instructing the young witches and wizards to form pairs, and guiding them in concocting a simple potion for treating scabies. It was indeed quite simple. Henry recalled that one merely needed to prepare the ingredients according to the textbook and then sequentially add them to the cauldron for brewing. Yet, no matter how straightforward the task, Professor Snape, gliding through the classroom, seemed able to pinpoint the deficiencies of the young wizards. Almost every student faced criticism. Even those from Slytherin were not exempt from his scrutiny. I merely wish to demonstrate for you. Never mind, George. Henry recites spells much faster than we do. Perhaps it's best to simply tell him, as he will likely uncover the secret of the parchment soon enough. Fred conceded. Very well, but you must cherish it. We risked our lives to steal it. The room, like the others, contained only an old wardrobe, a wooden chair, and an iron bed. Through the grimy window, the once pure moonlight appeared particularly eerie, casting a pallid glow that illuminated the room within. Henry stealthily entered the room, casting his gaze around and noting that, although it had been uninhabited for quite some time, the interior was impeccably clean, almost unnaturally so. He cautiously navigated around a wooden chair beside the door and approached a dilapidated wardrobe nestled in the corner. Trust in science. That which is unscientific does not exist. It does not exist. After mentally preparing himself, he summoned his courage and reached out once more. Enduring the slick, icy sensation, he carefully opened a narrow gap. Bracing himself to make not a sound, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After a moment of contemplation, Henry ultimately decided to relinquish his hesitation. Intuition whispered to him that the original owner's fall from the rooftop was profoundly intertwined with this very room. Whether in pursuit of the truth behind the original owner's demise or to safeguard his future existence from further repercussions, he felt compelled to investigate. Was it a curse or an otherworldly phenomenon? Since his rebirth, his scientific worldview had faced formidable challenges, casting doubt upon the existence of such ethereal matters. After all, he himself was uncertain how he had survived an event deemed impossible. However, given that the very act of soul transference had occurred, one might surmise that surviving a fall from such heights would be comparatively less injurious. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry squinted in contemplation, while Dana, beside him, eagerly pointed out everything in the courtyard, seemingly wishing to divulge all that she knew in an effort to help Henry regain his memory. Though her intentions were kind, they left Henry feeling rather uneasy. Look. There lies the smooth surface, polished and well-oiled, indicating it has been well maintained, she remarked, following him closely, anxious that he might stumble. After several futile attempts to persuade Dana to entertain herself, Henry ultimately relented. If accompanying her is what it takes, so be it. I, too, wish to explore this world further. But how can that be? Ron's enthusiastic voice interjected. The prize display room on the 4th floor, is it? Come. Let us go there at once. Following this, the sound of rustling fabric as he donned his robe could be heard. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry squinted, pondering deeply. Dana wondered what would happen if they were caught. Therefore, shall we go together? I could assist you, my hands obediently cascading down upon Malfoy, continuing to flow in tandem. Malfoy instantly froze, and in that moment, the great bird took flight. An inhuman sound erupted from Malfoy's lips, followed by the retching noises. Henry timely remarked, "What is that?" "Oh, Malfoy, look, weren't you here to find Harry? Why call upon me?" Professor McGonagall lowered her gaze to scrutinize Henry's youthful and handsome visage, sternly stating, "I have heard about your actions." She paused momentarily, content to see no alteration in Henry's expression. Her demeanor suddenly softened, and with a smile, she said, "Well done, Henry." Henry nodded with satisfaction. This was the first time since that unexpected incident during Transfiguration class that Professor McGonagall had praised him, despite him later becoming a more accomplished student than Hermione. At that moment, Malfoy began to mock Harry for his earlier fears, mimicking his gestures in an exaggerated manner, successfully drawing laughter from several Slytherin students. Their boisterous laughter drowned out even Madame Hooch's calls for attention. Ron and Hermione wore expressions of indignation. Yet they refrained from provoking any conflict with the professor present. Just then, Henry noticed an unfamiliar large bird soaring in from the woods, seemingly about to fly overhead. Malfoy, greatly disturbed, began to gag more dramatically. Madame Hooch, suppressing her laughter, approached Malfoy with her wand drawn and uttered, "Scourgify." The unknown substance adhering to Malfoy was swept away. Yet the emotional turmoil lingered unhealed. Madame Hooch instructed Malfoy to grip the broom firmly, after which the broom, as if activated by an invisible switch, shot forth. Once aloft, Malfoy directed the remaining trace of his magic toward the ground, transmuting it into a small trampoline. Neville plummeted onto the bouncy surface, rebounding for a few moments to dissipate the final vestiges of kinetic energy, ultimately landing safely. He sat up with a pale, ashen face, his clothes disheveled, gasping for breath and looking thoroughly shaken. Surrounding children, however, paid little mind to his distress. They erupted in cheers for Neville's safe descent, particularly his fellow Gryffindors. "Assistant?" Ron inquired with hopeful anticipation. Harry swallowed hard and replied dryly, "I can do it too." Henry rolled his eyes. Fully aware of the assistant's implication, it was merely a matter of collecting his own remains. "I shall not go," he declared with unwavering conviction. He gestured towards the surroundings, seemingly eager to divulge everything he knew in an attempt to expedite Henry's recovery of his memories. Despite this well-meaning gesture, Henry felt a profound unease within him. "Look, that is where you..." Yet, curiously, the lock appeared quite loose. If it were indeed a forbidden zone, why resort to an ordinary lock? Were they truly concerned that the little wizards might be too timid to approach? However, this was not the time for such musings. As he stepped back, preparing to cast a spell, he suddenly noticed Hermione had also drawn her wand from the lining of her robe. It seems tonight's magical reserves are running low. I must conserve my energy." This simple lock on the forbidden door suggested that whatever lay beyond was undoubtedly dreadful. As of now, he had no inkling of what awaited him on the other side. A budget must be allocated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry's mind was a blank as he cautiously approached the wardrobe. Guided solely by the moonlight. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke seeped through the crack, enveloping his face and startling him so profoundly that he stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. Henry's mind was a blank. Chapter 107 has been updated with 4,000 words, and Chapter 108 is on its way, likely to be released by midnight. This chapter will have to wait until tomorrow. Time and space indeed have an effect on the magic stone. After announcing the end of class, she hurriedly departed, seemingly in need of some alcohol to soothe the shadows lingering in her heart. It was during dinner that Henry, Ron, and Hermione finally encountered Harry, who had been missing for the entire afternoon. He was seated in the hall, beaming with joy as if he had just received wonderful news. Ron and Hermione were overjoyed, having spent the entire afternoon worrying about him. Henry, who had known all along, maintained a stoic demeanor. Aware that his aunt and uncle would undoubtedly mock him for being expelled, he wanted to say something in his defense, but his mouth felt as if it were cemented shut, rendering him speechless. He dared not glance back at Henry and the others, fearful of encountering their sympathetic gazes. Instead, he fixated on Professor McGonagall's framed glasses, inadvertently overlooking her look of astonishment. Hermione was the first to think of Henry. His mind always seemed to work faster than mine, so he must have a solution. However, Henry paid no heed to Hermione tugging at his robe. Upon witnessing Professor McGonagall's astonished expression, he allowed a knowing smile to grace his lips, feeling assured that matters were now secure. Of course, he had not forgotten the pressing issue at hand. Ascending to a considerable height, Harry abruptly twisted his wrist, causing his broom to veer around and face Malfoy steadily. At that moment, Malfoy had also come to a halt, his countenance marked by disbelief as he stared at Harry, for he was utterly taken aback. "Yes, you should head back." I will escort Professor Snape," Quirrell stammered. "But Professor," Henry exclaimed in desperation, "anyone can accompany him, except for Professor Quirrell. Who knows what he might do to Professor Snape?" "I have stated that you require rest." Professor Snape's voice grew stern. "Indeed." Henry conceded reluctantly, departing the scene and leaving the two professors standing in the corridor. As Henry turned the corner, he cast a fleeting glance back. In the dim glow of the firelight, the expressions of the two professors appeared hazy, their shadows swaying uncertainly behind them. Although it was Harry's first encounter with a broomstick, he was taken aback by how adeptly it soared through the air. "Hand it over, Malfoy," Harry continued, completing his earlier threat, "or I shall send you tumbling down. Your father is not here to rescue you." Henry certainly would not intervene. Malfoy's demeanor grew somewhat rigid. Instinctively, he glanced down at the ground, where the figures below seemed diminutive as ants, rendering Henry nearly invisible to him. Oh, is that so? He intended to mock Harry further, but was suddenly overcome with pain, forcing him to release his grip on the professor's mouth. Professor Snape staggered away from the jaws of the large dog, limping as he retreated, wand pointed at his injured leg in an attempt to mend the wound. However, whether due to the curse entwined with the three-headed dog's bite or some other reason, the injury remained stubbornly unhealed for the time being. Fortunately, the cotton helped to absorb the impact, resulting in merely superficial wounds, with the damage to his leg bones being minimal. At this moment, Henry found himself utterly drained of magical energy, yet he had grown accustomed to this sensation. Furrowing his brow, he endured the emptiness within him while reminding, obstacles abound, Professor. Professor Snape remained silent, yet his wand began to emit an ethereal blue beam, evidently acknowledging his words. The immense beam continued to surge towards the large dog, showing no signs of diminishing. The sheer magnitude of magical power evoked a sense of envy in Henry, who could not fully relax his expression and could only muster a meaningless utterance. Harry, resolute in his determination, felt as though he instinctively knew how to wield a broomstick. Leaning forward, he grasped the broom handle firmly in the prescribed manner, and the broom took off as if a switch had been flipped. At this juncture, Harry's insatiable curiosity interrupted. Where are you going? It's perilous outside. He grasped Henry's long sleeve, fearing he might venture into danger. Rest assured, danger will steer clear of me. The professors exchanged puzzled glances, prompting Henry to realize, oh, my apologies. I forgot you are not yet capable of transfiguring inanimate objects. Let us consider an alternative approach. Perhaps some minor hexes would suffice. I trust you have all learned a few, such as, the leg locker curse? No? The jelly legs jinx? Still nothing? How about the Tarantaligra? Not that either. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry automatically took over the task of popularizing science, yet he vaguely explained, perhaps someone placed it here. In truth, there are indeed some intelligent beings among the giants, though the majority adhere to the laws of science, while many others remain bound by idealism. Just as Hermione reminded, one simply needs to believe in oneself. Here, there is no need to adhere to the law of conservation of mass, such as with enlargement spells, nor to consider the law of conservation of energy, as seen with levitation charms, for magical power provides all variables, rendering the very foundations of the scientific realm rather simplistic. However, it is precisely this simplicity that renders it so readily exploitable. This last thought remained unspoken in his mind, should it be overheard. Henry felt quite confident that, with sufficient magical energy, he would dare to confront an entire tribe of giants. He termed this fixed mindset as the inertia of scientific thought. This is entirely normal, as it is a widely accepted notion, bolstered by data. Yet, this is the realm of magic, where magical energy is the fundamental force that governs all. Wizards do not consider the casting of illumination spells to be. Henry claimed that the consequences were in no way his responsibility. Thus, was it the thought process during the transformation that faltered? This is the final sentence recorded on paper. Henry set down the draft paper, propping his head on his hand as he pondered. He wrote, as long as all defenses are not breached immediately. Might it be possible to construct a cognitive labyrinth using fabricated memory fragments, burying genuine emotional recollections beneath the maze, thereby luring others in the wrong direction towards erroneous memories? If so, could this not be considered a preliminary practice of cerebral closure? He drew a large question mark on the page, for he too was uncertain of this answer. Only through experimentation could it be unveiled. It seemed he would have to trouble Severus Snape, whose shelves were filled with tomes, for books are vessels of knowledge, and an abundance of them signifies a wealth of wisdom. If all else fails, he could at least appear cultured, could he not? Unfortunately, he was short on funds. He approached the desk and took a seat, where the items were sparse yet cluttered, with numerous drafts scrawled upon, alongside small glass containers holding curiosities such as spiders and ants. This was a sanctuary for daily practice. Thank you, Professor. Henry expressed his gratitude before slinging his backpack over his shoulder and hastily departing. Unbeknownst to him, Professor Snape lifted his gaze, his inscrutable black eyes lingering on Henry's retreating figure, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Outside the classroom, Harry and Ron awaited him. Henry, are you coming to Hagrid's with us? Return the notebook to Professor Snape. Once they had departed, he approached the lectern. Professor Snape was organizing the assignments submitted by the students, his movements brisk, seemingly in good spirits from having found a reason to deduct points from Harry. Upon hearing Henry's approach, he inquired without lifting his head, "You appear to be feeling much better? We're ready to go now. It's just in time for lunch. Harry warmly invited. That moment held his happiest memories. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The rigorous training of cerebral closure unfolded instantaneously, casting out the chilling presence. Was this the art of memory extraction? It was indeed a relentless challenge. He exhaled in relief, tinged with anger and trepidation, even contemplating casting a hex upon Professor Snape. Yet reason prevailed, restraining him. Time and space exert influence over the Philosopher's Stone. After announcing the end of the class, she departed in haste, evidently in need of some spirits to soothe the shadows that lingered in her heart. During dinner, Henry, Ron, and Hermione encountered Harry, who had mysteriously vanished for the entire afternoon. He was seated in the hall, beaming with joy as if he had just received delightful news. Ron and Hermione were overjoyed, having worried about him all afternoon. Henry, who was already aware of the situation, maintained a facade of composure. Knowing that his aunt and uncle would undoubtedly mock him for his expulsion, he yearned to articulate a defense for himself. Yet his mouth felt as if it were sealed with cement, rendering him speechless. He dared not glance back at Henry and the others, fearful of encountering their sympathetic gazes, and instead fixated on Professor McGonagall's spectacles, thereby overlooking her astonished expression. Hermione was the first to think of Henry, recognizing that his quick would surely devise a solution. Henry paid no heed to Hermione tugging at his robes. Upon witnessing Professor McGonagall's astonished expression, he revealed a knowing smile, confident that matters were now secure. Yet, he had not forgotten the urgency of the situation. Ascending to a considerable height, Harry abruptly twisted his hand, causing the broom to pivot sharply, and he steadied himself. Aimed squarely at Malfoy, who had now come to a halt. Malfoy stared at Harry in disbelief, utterly flabbergasted, as he stammered, You should return. I will escort Snape. But Professor Quirrell, Henry exclaimed in desperation. Anyone could accompany Snape except for Professor Quirrell. Who could predict whether he would cast a curse on Professor Snape? I have said, you require rest. Professor Snape's voice grew stern. Yes. Henry, exasperated, had no choice but to depart, leaving the two professors standing in the corridor. As Henry rounded the corner, he glanced back, in the dim glow of the firelight. The expressions of the two professors appeared indistinct, their shadows wavering behind them. This was the first time Harry had encountered a flying broomstick. Yet he was astonished by how adeptly it soared. Hand it over, Malfoy. Harry continued the sentence he had left unfinished moments ago, or I shall knock you down. There is no one here to rescue you, not even your father. Certainly not Henry. Malfoy's expression grew somewhat rigid. Instinctively his gaze fell to the ground, where the figures appeared as diminutive as ants, rendering it impossible for him to locate Henry. Oh, is that so? He intended to further mock Harry. But a sudden pain halted him, forcing him to relinquish his grip on the professor's mouth. Professor Snape staggered away from the jaws of the large dog. Limping as he retreated, one pointed at his leg in an attempt to heal the wound. However, whether due to the curse accompanying the three-headed dog's bite or another factor, complete healing remained elusive for the time being. Fortunately, the cotton helped to mitigate the impact. It was merely a flesh wound, and the damage to the bone was not severe. At this moment, Henry found himself utterly drained of magical energy, yet he had grown accustomed to this sensation. Furrowing his brow, he endured the emptiness within while reminding himself, obstacles abound, Professor. Professor Snape remained silent, yet his wand began to emit ethereal blue beams, clearly indicating he was listening. The immense light continued to surge toward the large dog, showing no signs of diminishing. Such a colossal reserve of magic left Henry envious, his expression unable to fully relax, and he could only muster a meaningless remark. Harry, feeling a surge of determination, seemed to instinctively know how to wield the broomstick. Leaning forward, he grasped the broom's handle firmly in the prescribed manner, then called out, Hurry, hurry, does anyone have a camera? I need it urgently. The surrounding young wizards gazed at him in astonishment. A camera? Ah, that must be the Muggle term. A young wizard from the Muggle world silently scoffed, or rather, it was I who scoffed. All electronic devices are rendered useless at Hogwarts, meaning that to take a photo, one can only resort to an archaic, fully mechanical camera. However, who would carry such a cumbersome device? Without it, no matter if you were the savior or even a deity of creation, it would be of no avail. Wait. Perhaps with the stature of a deity, this could be feasible. Henry quickly stood up, offering an apologetic smile to the classmates he had inadvertently disturbed. He pressed down on Harry firmly, lowering his voice as he admonished, Be quiet, Harry. Do you wish for everyone to be aware of the existence of that mirror? Harry suddenly recalled that Professor Dumbledore had implored him to keep it a secret. He composed himself, yet Henry was relentless, continuing, You mentioned it that day, remember? Dumbledore will relocate the mirror. Do you now know where it has been moved? Moreover, Ron and I cannot see your family. Only you can. How can you be certain that the camera can capture them? Harry's emotions gradually sank into despair. Henry was right. Yet, this was the closest he had been to his parents. If he were unaware of their appearances, mere illusions would suffice. But now he knew their true likenesses. And yet he struggled to recall them clearly, fearing he might gradually forget their features altogether. A wave of hopelessness washed over Harry. Seeing Harry in a state of despondency, on the verge of tears, Henry quickly sought to comfort him. Do not fret. I shall devise a solution. Consider this, since both your father and mother graduated from Hogwarts. There must surely be photographs from their time in this castle. If need be, I will accompany you in the search. What do you think? After a moment's contemplation, he added, moreover, we could reach out to those who knew your parents. Surely, they must possess some photographs, do they not? I refuse to believe that not a single image remains. Harry's eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed hope. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Truly, you are remarkable, Henry. With his spirits lifted, Harry cast an admiring glance towards him. Henry accepted it calmly. There was no other choice. The advantage of a nimble mind was that it always attracted admiration. Seeing that Harry had regained his composure, Hermione continued to inquire, what of Harry's nightmares? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry closed his eyes, conceding to the unspoken truth. Hermione also understood and turned her head away. Even the typically boisterous Ron grasped the gravity of the moment, resting a hand on Harry's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Harry fixated on the chair behind Henry, as if he were asleep with his eyes wide open. It dawned on him that this was how his parents had perished. In a flash of green light, they vanished from his life. What was that green light? Harry's voice, laced with a dreamlike quality, inquired about the direct cause of his parents' demise. After a brief silence, Henry responded with an ethereal tone. The killing curse, known as Avada Kedavra, is employed solely by those driven to madness. A curse of death, a curse of murder, call it what you will. This was the only dark magic he both dreaded and found himself unable to ignore. Despite having discovered its incantation in the restricted section of the library, the killing curse was popularized by the second Dark Lord, the merciless Voldemort, and theoretically, as well as through numerous examples, it could take a life silently and painlessly, as effortlessly as the end of a lifespan beckons the Grim Reaper. According to Henry's reckless conjecture, this curse directly targets the soul, rendering magical defenses virtually ineffective against it. In essence, the spell cannot be countered by magic. To touch it is to meet death, akin to the scythe of death itself, possessing an extraordinary efficiency in severing the soul from the living. More importantly, even the most ardent practitioners of dark magic emphasize that the true horror of the killing curse lies not in the act of taking a life. Accidental deaths abound, and murder is hardly rare. Its terror resides in the fact that once successfully cast, the caster's soul spirals uncontrollably into the abyss of insanity. For a wizard, even a dark wizard, losing one's sanity is far more terrifying than losing one's life. Although dark practitioners are well aware that the indiscriminate use of dark magic leads to one's downfall, using the killing curse is equivalent to channeling extreme negative emotions to cast ordinary dark magic 1,000 times. Even the notation in the Forbidden Tome was enough to extinguish Henry's desire to learn it. However, complete ignorance was not an option. Understanding the magic was essential for effective resistance against it. Thus, Henry resigned himself to the necessity of continued study, reassuring himself that he could simply avoid casting it. According to the descriptions in the Forbidden Book he had read clandestinely in the library, to truly evade this curse, one must rely on evasion, as the spell is not directed, or defend with inanimate objects, or even sacrifice a soul to negate its effect. The tome also cautioned that even when using inanimate objects as shields, one must exercise utmost caution. In most cases, the killing curse would cause a powerful explosion upon contact with a dead object. Yet, exceptions exist. When the intent to kill is particularly concentrated and the magical power exceptionally potent, the curse can penetrate inanimate objects and strike the wizard behind the defenses. Thus, relying on inanimate objects for protection against the killing curse leaves one at the mercy of fate. Throughout the centuries, Harry was the sole survivor of such an encounter. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to assert that no one had truly survived. For, in reality, infant Harry had not been struck by the killing curse at all. This outcome was the result of his mother, Lily Potter, sacrificing her life and her profound desire to protect Harry, what Dumbledore referred to as love, rebounding Voldemort's killing curse and directly leading to his demise. Wait, that cannot be right. Voldemort did not actually perish at that time due to the existence of his Horcruxes. He escaped the killing curse. Although he later existed only as a shadow and vapor in that dark forest, the cost allowed him to survive. Thus, could it be said that Voldemort was indeed the only one struck by the killing curse yet lived to tell the tale? Ah, does this mean we have somewhat underestimated Voldemort in our everyday discourse? As long as his Horcruxes exist, he is an immortal entity? Henry scratched his head, deciding to elevate Voldemort's status somewhat. Merely escaping from the killing curse was ample reason for him to remain vigilant. Hermione and Ron were taken aback by the series of negative descriptors Henry employed, their faces paling in response. As it was their first encounter with such a portrayal of dark magic from him, they certainly did not believe Henry was attempting to frighten them. The killing curse, Harry murmured, suddenly inquiring. That chilling, maniacal laughter must have belonged to the one who murdered my parents, right? The flickering firelight from the hearth reflected in Harry's eyes, igniting a blaze of fury within him. He yearned for vengeance. However, but Harry, the Dark Lord is already dead, Hermione anxiously reminded him, glancing at Harry. He perished on the very day your parents did. Ah, yes, he is dead. Harry's anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sense of wistfulness. His parents were gone, and so was their adversary. What could he possibly do now? Perhaps seek out some photographs to reminisce about them? Henry observed the situation and felt a sense of urgency. Could he truly afford to lose motivation like this? How could one aspire to be the genuine savior? In hindsight, it might have been better not to have revealed anything to Harry. Regret began to seep in as he pondered whether to inform Harry that Voldemort had not truly perished. He gazed at Harry, weighing the depths of his anguish and confusion, and ultimately resolved to act. With a gentle flick of his wand, he summoned a silencing charm. He glanced at the two individuals nearby, who were at a loss for words in their attempts to comfort Harry, and decided against concealing the truth from them. Instead, he recognized that their support might inspire Harry to muster greater resolve in his quest to become the savior. Henry had made up his mind to subtly alter the original timeline, nurturing a savior in advance without disrupting the broader course of events. This was a bold experiment, as he felt he possessed the strength to do so. He yearned to ascertain whether the rules of the world were indeed as immutable as he had surmised. Henry cleared his throat, bringing the dazed Harry back to reality. Look at me, Harry. He sat up straight, fixing his gaze on Harry's eyes, and asked in a calm tone, what if I told you that Voldemort is not truly dead? What would you do? Are you intoxicated? Do you even comprehend what you were saying? Before Harry could respond, Hermione interjected with urgency, even for Harry's sake. Do you realize the chaos that statement could incite? This was not a challenge to Henry's credibility, but rather a demand for him to present concrete evidence. I assure you, I am quite sober, Hermione. Over these past few months, after learning of the incident from 11 years ago, I have privately examined all newspaper articles from that time. Furthermore, my recent studies on the killing curse have revealed that on the night of Harry's parents' demise, the Ministry of Magic did not locate a body belonging to Voldemort, and the people of that era did not believe him to be dead. In the restricted section, I also discovered descriptions of a certain magical object. Pardon my discretion in not disclosing its name, for it is exceedingly malevolent. With such an artifact, one could indeed evade death, Henry asserted with gravity. Time and space have an influence on the Philosopher's Stone. After announcing the end of the class, she hurriedly departed, seemingly in need of some alcohol to soothe the shadows left in her heart. It was during dinner that Henry and his companions encountered Harry, who had mysteriously vanished for the entire afternoon. He sat in the hall, beaming with joy as though he had just received splendid news. Ron and Hermione were overjoyed, having spent the afternoon in a state of worry. Henry, already aware of the situation, maintained a stoic facade. He imagined the scornful laughter of his uncle, and upon learning of his expulsion, he wished to utter something in his defense. Yet his mouth felt as though it were sealed with cement, rendering him speechless. He dared not turn to look at Henry and the others, fearful of their sympathetic gazes, and instead fixated intently on Professor McGonagall's spectacles, thus overlooking her look of astonishment. Hermione, quick-witted as ever, immediately thought of Henry. His mind always raced faster than mine. He must have a solution. Henry, however, paid no heed to Hermione tugging at his robe. Upon witnessing Professor McGonagall's expression of astonishment, he allowed a knowing smile to grace his lips. Surely, this was a sign of stability. Yet, he had not forgotten the matter at hand. Ascending to a considerable height, Harry abruptly twisted his wrist, causing the broomstick to pivot and then steadily align itself towards Malfoy. At that moment, Malfoy had also come to a halt, staring at Harry with a look of utter shock, for he was indeed, yes. You should head back, I shall escort Snape. But Professor Quirrell, Henry exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Anyone could accompany Snape, except for Professor Quirrell, who knew whether he might cast a soul-stealing curse upon Professor Snape. I have stated that you require rest. Professor Snape's voice grew stern. Very well. Henry relented, compelled to depart. This left the two professors standing in the corridor, frozen in place. As Henry rounded the corner, he cast a fleeting glance backward. In the dim glow of the firelight, the expressions on the faces of the two professors appeared indistinct, their shadows swaying uncertainly behind them. This was Harry's first encounter with a flying broomstick, yet he was taken aback by how adeptly it soared. Hand it over, Malfoy, Harry continued, finishing the sentence he had previously left hanging, or I shall send you tumbling down. There is no father here to rescue you. Henry certainly would not. Malfoy's expression grew somewhat rigid, and he instinctively glanced down at the ground, where the figures appeared diminutive, like ants, rendering Henry nearly invisible to him. Oh, is that so? He intended to mock Harry further, but a sudden pang of pain compelled him to relinquish his grip on the professor's mouth. Professor Snape, breaking free from the jaws of the monstrous hound, limped backward, directing his wand at his injured leg in an attempt to mend the wound. However, whether due to the curse embedded in the three-headed dog's bite, he found himself unable to heal completely for the time being. Fortunately, the cotton helped to absorb the impact, resulting in merely superficial injuries, with the condition of his leg bones remaining relatively intact. At this moment, Henry found himself drained of magical energy. Yet he had grown accustomed to this sensation. Furrowing his brow, he endured the void within while reminding, obstacles abound. Professor Snape remained silent. Yet his wand emitted ethereal blue beams of light, clearly indicating he was listening. The immense beam continued to surge towards the large dog, showing no sign of diminishing. Such a vast reservoir of magic evoked a sense of envy in Henry, whose expression remained tense. He could only muster a meaningless remark. Meanwhile, Harry had reached a training agreement with Henry. On the other side, Hermione and Ron were left in stunned silence. In just a few short minutes, they felt as if they had been thrust from a serene and peaceful world, one they could have gazed upon for a lifetime, into another realm, stark and dark, fraught with countless perils and bloodshed. What? The Dark Lord is not dead? What? Harry is to undergo special training for vengeance? What? The Dark Lord is set to resurrect? And the time is drawing near? The compelling evidence and the meticulously reasoned conclusions articulated by Henry left questions swirling in their minds. Questions that had nearly solidified into undeniable truths. Why were they burdened with such knowledge? They were still young, having scarcely mastered a handful of spells, and had no desire to be privy to such weighty matters. Why impart such a grave responsibility upon them? Hermione had initially thought Henry's mention of special training was a jest, only to realize, to her astonishment, that Harry was taking it seriously. Yet, if Voldemort were indeed to rise again, should it fall upon young Harry, a mere boy wizard, to confront him? What of Professor Dumbledore? What of the other professors? And the officials of the Ministry of Magic? Surely, there were numerous adult wizards. Why did they not resist? She sought to persuade Harry once more, but he rebuffed her, stating, "No more persuasion is necessary. My decision is made." Hermione, feeling anxious on the sidelines, ultimately resorted to the tactic of delay. Perhaps if Voldemort did not resurrect for some time, Harry would forget? She posed a few pointed inquiries to Henry. When might the Dark Lord return? We have no way of knowing, do we? Therefore, is it necessary to commence special training at this juncture? Moreover, there are so many adults, they will undoubtedly protect us. Won't? As she spoke, Hermione frantically gestured at Henry, imploring him with her eyes. Henry understood her meaning, yet he pursed his lips, shaking his head as he solemnly remarked, "If Voldemort has truly returned, we cannot rely on the adults." During Voldemort's reign of terror in Britain, nearly half of the pureblood families aligned themselves with him. Only a small handful stood in defiance, while the majority fled with their families to foreign lands or cowered in their homes, trembling in anticipation of calamity. The only support we can count on is the magic wands in our own hands. Henry stared at Harry's youthful visage and continued, "As for you, Harry, being the chosen one who ended Voldemort's dark reign at the height of his power, he will undoubtedly seek revenge against you. Perhaps his first act upon resurrection will be to locate you and eliminate you to assuage his pin-up fury." Unfazed, Harry's anger ignited further. "When I complete my training and return, if you do not come looking for me, I shall seek you out instead, Voldemort." "All right. I acknowledge the dramatic flair here. Hermione widened her eyes, glaring at Henry. I intended for you to gently dissuade Harry, not to incite panic. What are we to do now? Henry felt helpless, casting a glance, yet this was the undeniable reality. Although harsh, it was the truth. Hermione fell into silence, retreating into her armchair. Ron, having listened to the entire conversation among the three, now found himself enveloped in silence as well. He was caught in a dilemma. Observing Harry's resolute demeanor, both he and Hermione understood that Harry was determined to resist, and he had no choice but to do so. It was not merely about Harry's own safety, it was also about the deep-seated hatred that could not be relinquished. They pondered quietly on the appropriate course of action. Should they act as if nothing had transpired, or should they live in fear? Awaiting the moment when Voldemort truly returned and the Death Eaters would crash through the door to obliterate all that was beautiful? Fortuitously, they were still young, unlike Harry, who had been marked as Voldemort's enemy since infancy. With a stroke of luck, even if Voldemort were to rise again, it might not be their turn to face him. Perhaps they could escape abroad. After all, Voldemort's influence could not possibly extend across the entire globe. The silence among the four did not linger for long. Hermione suddenly straightened her back, her expression grave. She took a deep breath and declared, "All right, I'm in." The three regarded her with bewilderment. They did not oppose Hermione's decision, but it seemed to have been made rather hastily. Shouldn't it warrant deeper contemplation? Hermione, aware of their thoughts, rolled her eyes and explained, "I have thought it through. As you all know, I come from a Muggle family. According to the Dark Lord's previous ideology of blood purity, I am what they derogatorily term a mudblood, and I am among the first they wish to eradicate, even prioritized above ordinary Muggles." She paused, her voice strained as she continued, "Perhaps fleeing abroad would be futile. I do not wish to live in constant flight. Nor do I want to accept such a grim fate. Thus, resistance is the only path left." There was no need for extensive deliberation. Harry felt a surge of joy. With a companion joining him, the path of resistance would not feel so lonely, and fear would not weigh so heavily upon him. Ron hesitated momentarily, but ultimately, as if making a significant decision, he spoke apologetically, "I'm sorry, but I need to think about this a bit longer. Once I have come to a conclusion, I will get back to you. Rest assured, I will keep this to myself." After speaking, he turned away in shame, retreating into his armchair once more, enveloped in silence. He felt a sense of weakness, a pang of disappointment in himself for not standing alongside his friends, which led him to look down upon his own resolve. Henry nodded in understanding. He recognized that the Weasley family belonged to the pure blood lineage, being one of the 28 sacred families. As long as they did not recklessly oppose Voldemort, the proponent of pure blood ideology would not likely target them first. After all, the Death Eaters, who served Voldemort, were predominantly from pure blood families. Attacking the Weasleys would surely instill fear among them. If the Weasleys were to willingly offer their loyalty, it was likely that Voldemort would welcome them into his ranks. Therefore, Ron had no need to take such a risk. Moreover, should Ron choose to join the ranks of the resistance, it might endanger his family. Voldemort was certainly no noble character who spared the families of those he opposed. He was a treacherous serpent. The use of family members as leverage against wizards was not unheard of, and such incidents had indeed been documented in past publications. Henry understood. But Harry, who was completely unaware of the circumstances, felt a twinge of disappointment, perceiving Ron's actions as a lack of support. After all, Ron was his very first friend, excluding Henry. Certainly, he did not consider this behavior as a betrayal of friendship, yet it left him somewhat unsettled. Thus, upon witnessing the look of shame on Ron's face, Harry chose to remain silent. Henry discerned that Harry was somewhat despondent. Seizing a moment when Ron was distracted, he casually cast a protective barrier, elucidating the circumstances to the two of them. He wished to prevent any rift from developing among the trio, believing that any budding tensions should be quelled at their inception. Time and space exert an influence on the Philosopher's Stone. After announcing the conclusion of the class, she hurriedly departed, seemingly in need of some alcohol to soothe the shadows lingering in her heart. It was during dinner that Henry and his companions encountered Harry, who had mysteriously vanished for the entire afternoon. He was seated in the hall, beaming with delight as if he had just received splendid news. Ron and Hermione were overjoyed, having spent the entire afternoon in worry. Henry, who had known all along, remained composed, aware that his aunt and uncle would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly for his expulsion. He longed to articulate a defense for himself, yet his tongue felt as though it were bound by cement, rendering him speechless. He dared not glance back at Henry and the others, fearful of meeting their sympathetic gazes. Instead, he fixated intently on Professor McGonagall's rectangular glasses, inadvertently overlooking her astonished expression. Hermione was the first to think of Henry. Her mind often raced faster than mine, and she surely would devise a solution. Henry, however, paid no heed to Hermione's tugging at his robe. Upon witnessing Professor McGonagall's astonished expression, he wore a knowing smile, believing that the situation was now secured. Of course, he had not forgotten the matter at hand. Soaring to a considerable height, Harry suddenly twisted his wrist, causing the broom to pivot on its own and steadily face Malfoy. At that moment, Malfoy had also come to a halt, staring at Harry with an expression of shock, for he was utterly taken aback. Yes. You should return. I will escort Snape. But Professor Quirrell, Henry exclaimed, his anxiety mounting. Anyone could escort him, except for Professor Quirrell. Who could predict whether he would cast a soul-binding curse on Professor Snape? I insist, you need to rest. Snape's voice grew stern. Very well. Henry relented, forced to depart. This left the two professors standing in the corridor, rooted in place. As Henry rounded the corner, he cast a fleeting glance back, under the dim glow of the firelight. The expressions of the two professors appeared indistinct, their shadows wavering behind them. This was Harry's first encounter with a flying broom, and he was astonished at how adeptly it soared. Hand it over, Malfoy. Harry continued with the unfinished command, or I shall send you tumbling down. There is no one here to rescue you, not even your father. Henry certainly would not. Malfoy's expression grew somewhat rigid as he instinctively glanced toward the ground, where the figures below appeared minuscule, akin to ants. He could no longer discern Henry's location. Oh, is that so? He intended to mock Harry further, yet found himself wincing in pain, compelled to release his grip on the professor's mouth. Professor Snape staggered away from the jaws of the large dog, limping as he retreated. One pointed at his injured leg in a futile attempt to heal the wound, perhaps due to the curse entwined with the three-headed dog's bite. A complete recovery remained elusive for the time being. Fortunately, the cotton helped absorb the impact, resulting in mere flesh wounds. The damage to the bone was minimal. At this moment, Henry found himself drained of magical energy, yet he had grown accustomed to such sensations. Furrowing his brow, he endured the emptiness within while reminding himself. Obstacles abound, Professor. Professor Snape remained silent, yet his wand began to emit ethereal beams of blue light, clearly signifying that he was listening. The immense beams continued to shoot towards the large dog, showing no signs of diminishing. The sheer magnitude of magical power evoked a sense of envy within Henry, who could not fully relax his expression and could only muster a meaningless utterance. Harry, resolute, felt as though he instinctively knew how to wield the flying broomstick. Leaning forward, he grasped the broomstick firmly in the instructed manner and, like a switch, propelled himself forward. Once he was nearly off the ground, he summoned the last vestiges of his magical energy to transform the earth beneath him into a small trampoline. Neville landed on the trampoline and bounced a few times, dissipating the remaining potential energy before safely touching down. He sat up, his face pale, clothes disheveled, gasping for breath, visibly shaken. However, the surrounding children were unconcerned with his state. They erupted into cheers, celebrating Neville's safe landing, especially his friends from Gryffindor. The trampoline's duration soon expired, reverting to soft earth. Regardless of whether Professor Snape could see it, Henry thought to himself, well, it seems almost all right. This notebook had been of immense help to him. He pushed the notebook toward Professor Snape, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. Fortunate that he had privately employed a mental sealing technique to replicate its contents in his mind, allowing him to recall it whenever he wished. Oh, Mr. Wass. Look into my eyes. Professor Snape's voice carried an unusual allure. Henry instinctively raised his head, yet his heart was a universal deceleration charm. It was not directly applied to a being, but rather dispersed its magical essence around the target, creating layers of obstructions, akin to the immense resistance one experiences while submerged in water. So, must you always present yourself as cold and unapproachable? Henry couldn't resist jabbing at Professor Snape in retaliation. Professor Snape, however, remained unfazed by such a trivial affront, his expression unchanged as he replied, of course. If you wish to shield your thoughts from prying eyes, you must learn to remain vigilant, to constantly disguise and conceal. Oh, how tragic, Henry sighed, unsure for whom his lament was intended. Professor Snape lowered his eyelids and remarked coolly, Mr. Voss, let him be, which elicited a sigh of relief from Ron, who had nearly been frightened to death, particularly under the gaze of those emotionless, indifferent eyes. The potions class continued, with Professor Snape instructing the young wizards to form pairs and guiding them in concocting a simple potion for treating scabies. Indeed, it was rather straightforward. Henry recalled that one merely needed to prepare the ingredients as outlined in the textbook and then sequentially add them to the cauldron for brewing. However, No matter how simple the task, Professor Snape, gliding through the classroom, seemed to discern every flaw in the young wizard's efforts, with nearly every student receiving criticism, including those from Slytherin, who were not spared. I merely wished to demonstrate, Henry thought. Never mind, George. Henry's spellcasting is far swifter than ours. Perhaps it would be best to simply inform him, as he will likely uncover the parchment's secret soon enough. Fred conceded. Very well, but you must cherish it. We risked our lives to steal it. The room, like others, contained only an old wardrobe, a wooden chair, and an iron bed. Through the grimy window, the once pure moonlight appeared particularly eerie, casting a pale glow that illuminated the interior. Henry quietly stepped into the room, casting a glance around and observing that although it had been uninhabited for quite some time, the interior remained impeccably clean, almost unsettlingly so. He cautiously maneuvered around the wooden chair by the door, approaching the tattered wardrobe nestled in the corner of the room. After all, amidst the entire space, only this location seemed strangely illuminated by the luminous moonlight, the pallid beams casting an eerie glow throughout the interior. Henry stepped lightly into the room, glancing around to find that, despite the absence of inhabitants for an extended period, the space was immaculately clean, almost unnaturally so. He cautiously navigated around the wooden chair by the door and approached the dilapidated wardrobe nestled in the corner. After all, this was the only place where Mrs. Molly was busily retrieving a handkerchief, crouched down. The following morning, Ron had been secretly conversing with someone in the dormitory, and every time Seamus drew near or pretended to pass by, their dialogue would come to an abrupt halt. This frustrated Seamus. Yet he was particularly keen on assisting Ron in wiping the dirt from his nose, muttering something as Ron struggled against his mother's public display of affection. Ginny, initially pointing at the window where Harry and the others were seated, was abruptly silenced when Harry's gaze fell upon her, leaving her blushing and embarrassed. All of this needed to be noted. His writing became increasingly fervent, prompting Professor McGonagall to seize the opportunity to cast a hex on him. In a moment of panic, Henry instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. As a familiar chill enveloped him, he realized he could no longer discern where his hands were. Understanding that the professor intended to render him invisible, he obediently pressed himself against the corner, silently awaiting the distant footfalls in the corridor to grow closer. A colossal, peculiar shadow loomed at the corner of the wall, adhering only partially to the laws of science, leaning more towards the realm of the metaphysical. Just as Hermione had cautioned, one merely needed to supply magical energy. The resultant outcome bore no relation to the provider. Thus, the manifestation of transformation revealed itself. It was Professor Snape, leaning against the wall. He brandished his wand in this direction, his hollow, lifeless eyes fixated on Henry, suggesting that any unusual movement would prompt him to cast a spell in defense. Revealing himself was not an option. He had to avoid Percy's gaze. As he walked, Snape discreetly pointed his wand at him, and with a faint sound, Henry's figure nearly vanished entirely. Why nearly? It was due to Harry's admonishment about his vision. Did you see Malfoy's eyes nearly pop out when he realized we weren't expelled? Harry excitedly inquired after exiting the hall. Of course, his expression was truly riveting. Snape commanded. Henry found himself in a predicament. He wished to delay the inevitable, yet Professor Snape continued to urge him onward. No. No tricks, Quirrell. I am watching you. Quirrell? Had the path gone astray? Is this inscribed on paper, Senior? They will safeguard us as well. Ultimately, the troll, lacking in intellect and oblivious to the intricacies of magic, possessed remarkable strength and a formidable physique. Should one encounter a troll alone, my counsel would be to flee if possible. If escape is not an option, then grasp your wand. At this juncture, the ever-curious Harry interrupted. Where are you going? It is perilous outside. Harry clutched Henry's long sleeve, fearing he might take a reckless plunge. Rest assured, danger will shy away from me. The professors wore expressions of confusion as Henry realized. Oh, my apologies. I forgot you are still unable to perform transfiguration on inanimate objects. Let us approach this from a different angle, perhaps utilize some minor hexes. I trust you have all learned a few, such as, the Leglocker Curse? No. The Jelly Legs Jinx? Still no? The Tarantaligra? Not that either. Time and space exert their influence upon the Philosopher's Stone. After announcing the end of class, she hurried away, evidently in need of some libation to soothe the shadows lingering in her heart. Henry and his companions encountered Harry, who had been missing for the entire afternoon, only during dinner in the hall. He sat there beaming with joy, as though he had encountered some delightful news. Ron and Hermione were utterly overjoyed, having spent the afternoon in a state of concern. Henry, having been aware of the situation all along, maintained a facade of composure. Knowing that his aunt and uncle would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly for his expulsion, he wished to articulate a defense for himself. Yet his lips felt as though they were sealed with cement, rendering him speechless. He dared not glance back at Henry and the others, fearing the weight of their sympathetic gazes. Instead, he fixated on Professor McGonagall's spectacles, thereby overlooking her look of astonishment. Hermione, quick to react, immediately thought of Henry. His mind always worked faster than mine. He would surely devise a solution. Henry, however, paid no heed to Hermione tugging at his robe. Upon witnessing Professor McGonagall's astonished expression, he allowed a knowing smile to grace his lips, feeling assured of the situation. Of course, he had not forgotten the matter at hand. Ascending to a considerable height, Harry abruptly turned his hand, causing his broomstick to pivot smoothly, and he steadied himself, directing his focus towards Malfoy. At that moment, Malfoy had also come to a halt, his face a mask of shock as he stared at Harry, for he was utterly taken aback. Yes, you should just return. I shall escort Snape. But Professor, Henry exclaimed anxiously. Anyone could accompany him, except for Professor Quirrell, who knew whether he might cast a curse on Professor Snape. I have stated that you require rest. Professor Snape's voice grew stern. Indeed, Henry, with no other choice, could only depart for the time being, leaving the two professors standing in the corridor. As Henry rounded the corner, he cast a fleeting glance back, in the dim light of the flickering flames. The expressions on the faces of the two professors appeared obscured, their shadows swaying uncertainly behind them. It was Harry's first encounter with a flying broomstick, yet he was taken aback by the remarkable proficiency displayed. Hand it over, Malfoy. Harry completed his earlier threat, or I shall send you plummeting. There is no father here to rescue you. Henry was even less inclined to offer assistance. Malfoy's expression stiffened, and he instinctively glanced down, where the figures below appeared diminutive as ants, rendering Henry nearly invisible to him. Oh, is that so? He intended to continue mocking Harry, but winced in pain. Reluctantly releasing his grip on the professor's mouth, Professor Snape extricated himself from the jaws of the great hound, limping backward while pointing his wand at his leg, attempting to heal the wound. However, it seemed that the curse entwined with the three-headed dog's bite rendered full healing impossible for the time being. Fortunately, cotton helped to mitigate the impact. It was merely a flesh wound, and the damage to the bone was not severe. At this moment, Henry found himself devoid of magical energy, yet he had grown accustomed to this sensation. He furrowed his brow, enduring the emptiness within while reminding himself to persevere. Despite the overwhelming obstacles, Professor Snape remained silent, yet his wand began to emit a shimmering blue beam, clearly indicating that he was attentive. The immense light continued to surge towards the large dog, showing no signs of diminishing. Such a vast reservoir of magical power filled Henry with envy, leaving him unable to fully relax, and he could only muster a meaningless remark. Harry steeled himself, as if innately aware of how to wield the flying broomstick. He pondered employing minor hexes, convinced that they had all, to some extent, learned a few, such as, the leg locker curse? No? The jelly legs jinx? Still nothing? What about the Tarantaligra? Not that either. Henry eagerly listed a series of simple incantations, unable to contain his excitement, while a multitude of questions bubbled within him. Yearning to be asked, Henry took over the popular science work with a hint of ambiguity, explaining that perhaps someone had placed it there. In truth, some of the giants possess a degree of intelligence. However, the majority adhere to scientific principles, while many remain idealistic. Just as Hermione reminded, one only needs to believe in oneself. Here, there is no need to strictly observe the law of conservation of mass, such as with enlargement spells, nor to consider the conservation of energy, as with levitation charms, for magic provides all variables, rendering the most fundamental aspects of science rather simplistic. Yet, it is precisely this simplicity that makes it advantageous to manipulate. This final thought lingered in his mind. If overheard, it could raise suspicions. Henry was quite confident. Should his magical energy be sufficient, he would dare to confront a tribe of giants directly. He referred to this fixed mindset as the inertia of scientific thought. This is quite common, as it is widely accepted and backed by data. However, this is the realm of magic, where magical energy is the essence that governs all. Wizards do not perceive the casting of illumination spells in the same light. Henry attributed the consequences to factors beyond his control. So, was it indeed the thought process during the transformation that faltered? This is the final line recorded on paper. Henry set down the draft paper, resting his chin on his hand, pondering deeply as he wrote, as long as all defenses are not shattered at the first encounter. Could one construct a labyrinth of thought using fabricated memories, burying genuine emotional recollections beneath the maze, thereby leading others astray towards erroneous paths and false memories? If so, could this fundamentally signify an entry into the next stage of cerebral isolation practice? He drew a large question mark on the paper, for he too was uncertain of the answer, which could only be unveiled through practice. It appeared that he would soon have to trouble the shelves of Snape. For books are vessels of knowledge, and a plethora of books could symbolize an abundance of wisdom, and if all else failed, it could at least serve to cultivate an air of culture. Unfortunately, he was devoid of funds. He approached the table, which was sparsely adorned, cluttered with numerous drafts filled with writings, alongside small glass jars containing creatures such as spiders and ants. This was his daily practice space. "Thank you, Professor." Henry expressed his gratitude, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and hastily departing. What he did not notice was that Professor Snape had lifted his gaze, his inscrutable black eyes watching Henry's retreating figure with a complex expression. Upon reaching the classroom's entrance, Harry and Ron awaited him. "Henry, would you like to accompany us to Hagrid's to return the notebook to Professor Snape?" Once everyone had departed, he approached the lectern. Professor Snape was organizing the assignments submitted by the students, his movements brisk, seemingly in high spirits after finding a reason to deduct points from Harry. Upon hearing Henry's approach, he inquired without looking up, "You seem to be much improved? We're ready to go now. We'll just be back in time for lunch." Harry warmly invited. This was the happiest memory he possessed. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The cerebral isolation technique he had painstakingly practiced unfurled instantaneously, casting out that chilling presence. Is this what it means to extract thoughts? It truly is a relentless defense. He exhaled in relief, feeling a mix of anger and trepidation, even contemplating casting a curse upon Professor Snape. However, reason prevailed, restraining him. The luminescent moonlight appeared particularly eerie, its pallid glow illuminating the interior with an unsettling brightness. Henry quietly stepped into the room, glancing around and noting that, although it had been long uninhabited, it was inexplicably pristine. He carefully navigated around a wooden chair by the door and approached a dilapidated wardrobe tucked in the corner. After all, it was the only place where Mrs. Molly was rummaging through a handkerchief, half-crouched. The following morning, Ron and his companions were whispering secrets in the dormitory. Whenever Simon approached or pretended to pass by, they would abruptly cease their conversation. This irked Simon, though he was particularly eager to assist Ron in wiping the dirt from his nose. While Ron seemed uncomfortable being treated in such a manner by his mother in front of others, persistently wriggling away, Ginny had been loudly pointing at the window where Harry and his friends were seated, but upon meeting Harry's gaze, she blushed and fell silent. All of this needed to be documented. His excitement grew as he wrote, prompting Professor to take the opportunity to cast a hex on him. In his haste, Henry could not evade it, instinctively raising a hand for defense. A familiar chill enveloped him, and he realized he could no longer see where his hands were. Understanding that the professor intended to conceal him, he obediently pressed himself against the corner, quietly awaiting the footsteps in the corridor to draw closer. A colossal, peculiar shadow loomed on the corner wall, governed only partially by the laws of science, leaning more toward idealism. Just as Hermione had reminded him, one merely supplies magical energy. The ultimate outcome bears no relation to him. Thus, the manifestation of the transformation revealed none other than Professor Snape. Leaning against the wall, he held his wand pointed in Henry's direction, his hollow, lifeless gaze fixed intently, ready to unleash a spell should any disturbance arise. Henry remained concealed, careful not to draw attention as he sidestepped Percy's line of sight. As he moved, he discreetly tapped his wand, and a faint sound echoed, causing Henry's form to nearly vanish entirely. Why nearly? That was due to Harry's admonition about being observant. "Did you see Malfoy's expression when he realized we weren't expelled?" Harry excitedly inquired as they exited the hall. Indeed, his eyes nearly popped out. "Professor," commanded. Henry found himself in a predicament, although he wished to delay the inevitable. Professor Snape persistently urged him onward. "Now, no tricks, Quirrell. I am watching you." Quirrell? Had he taken a wrong turn? Is this recorded on paper, Senior? They will protect us. Ultimately, the troll, lacking in intellect and utterly oblivious to magic, possessed remarkable strength and a massive physique. If one were to encounter a troll alone, my counsel would be to run at once. If escape were not possible, then grasp your wand. At this juncture, he was interrupted by the ever-curious Harry. "Where are you going?" "It is perilous outside." Harry grasped Henry's sleeve, fearful that he might take a reckless step. "Rest assured, danger must avoid me," Henry replied, noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces. "Oh, my apologies. I forgot you are not yet capable of transfiguring inanimate objects. Let us think differently. Instead, employ some minor hexes. I trust you have all learned a few, such as, the Leglocker Curse? No. The Jellylegs Jinx? Still no. How about the Tarantaligra? Not that either." On that occasion, as no one else was present, aside from these few individuals, no one was aware of the stark contrast between Henry's strikingly handsome exterior and the vastly different soul that lay beneath. Unable to retaliate effectively and nearly choking on his indignation, with his father, the governor, far removed, he felt that perhaps it would be easier to transfer schools. Consequently, each time Malfoy unleashed his venom, he was careful not to provoke Henry. After their previous encounter, he found himself rather intimidated. Someone asked Hermione, "Oh, indeed. Do you suppose a haughty pureblood aristocrat would deign to argue with the mud beneath their feet?" Yes. This encapsulates the pureblood family's disdain for little wizards emerging from Muggle families, too proud to acknowledge them, too scornful to engage, believing that speaking to them would be an affront to their dignity, elevating the status of the mudbloods. What a narrow-minded and arrogant notion. Alas, the time is not yet ripe. We must wait until Voldemort has completely lost the support of the people. Today, Harry and Ron sat directly facing Malfoy. Upon seeing him approach, their vigilance heightened, and they hastened their chewing, swallowing their food with great effort, clearing their mouths with their drinks, preparing for a long-awaited, after a 10-day break, war of words. Henry glanced up at the visibly agitated expressions of Harry and Ron, instantly comprehending the situation. He raised his cup, using its gleaming metallic surface to observe the approaching figure behind him, faintly recognizing the distinctive light golden hair of the newcomer. He then set down his cup and resumed his breakfast, thinking to himself that it was none of his concern. This morning's use of magic had been excessive, and he needed to replenish his energy. Indeed, before the individual drew near, Malfoy's irritatingly acerbic voice rang out as usual. "Isn't this our illustrious savior?" He paused deliberately, awaiting the curious gazes of the surrounding young wizards before continuing. "I heard from others that you were scurrying about like a stray dog this morning. What is the matter? Did no one feed you? Is that why you were rummaging for scraps so early? TSK, what a pity. I woke up late and missed capturing that moment." Harry and Ron's good spirits instantly evaporated, but their retorts were clumsy. Harry merely flushed and muttered, "Shut up, Malfoy," leaving him at a loss for words. Henry found this quite exasperating. Typically, he aimed to cultivate Harry's eloquence and had not intervened in the ongoing feud between Harry and Malfoy, only to find that when confronted, Harry was still at a loss for words. "Oh, so you admit it? Foraging for food?" Malfoy laughed heartily, but no one else joined in. He shot a glance at his cronies, and after a brief hesitation, Goyle and Crabbe erupted in laughter, albeit so forcefully that Goyle ended up retching. This only provoked mild laughter from the surrounding young wizards. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Malfoy turned his attention back to Harry, his gaze dripping with provocation. Just as Harry was about to respond, he suddenly halted, hearing a faint voice clearing its throat beside him. It was Henry. He turned his gaze to see Henry facing away from Malfoy and the crowd of spectators, his right hand pressed against his throat. Harry understood that Henry was concealing his wand within his sleeve, likely pressing it against his throat, making it appear as though he was merely idly stroking his neck. Thus avoiding suspicion, Henry spoke in a hushed yet rapid manner. "Make a foolish expression and glance at him from the corner of your eye. Then I'll say one thing, and you'll say another." Harry nodded slightly, then scoffed. "What would you capture that for? To take back to the dormitory for your own amusement? Don't be ridiculous. I'm a respectable person, quite normal. Wait. If you let your hair grow out a bit. Oh, never mind. Just the thought of your sharp, caustic demeanor is nauseating. Every time I see your complex features, it's like witnessing a car crash." The onlooking young wizards burst into raucous laughter, and Henry joined in. You. Malfoy's face flushed with anger. When had Harry's words become so cutting? Just then, Henry turned to cast a sidelong glance at Malfoy. In an instant, Malfoy understood and opened his mouth to retort, but was silenced by Henry's piercing gaze. Malfoy was not one to easily concede. Yet he had underestimated the situation and found himself caught off guard. Overcome with frustration, he began to cough, gesturing for his lackeys to assist him in leaving the scene. Unfortunately, his two companions were rather dim-witted and failed to grasp the urgency. Reluctantly, he made his own exit. Goyle and Crabbe hurried to follow, stuffing their mouths with breakfast, completely oblivious to Goyle's earlier mishap. Behind them unfolded a jubilant scene among the young wizards. many of whom were witnessing the Savior's sharp tongue for the first time. As Harry savored this moment of triumph, he suddenly realized the biting words he had just spoken, turning to find Ron and Hermione looking at him with disbelief. Eager to dispel this impression, he pointed at Henry, only to be met with a warning glare from him that silenced him once more. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Henry. With a sense of shamelessness, brought closure to the incident. Once everyone had filled their stomachs and regained their composure, they rose to head towards the classroom. Curiously, no professors had intervened that morning. Typically, a professor would step in at the first hint of Malfoy's venomous remarks, which had allowed Harry and Ron to survive. Where had the professors gone? Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, nearly all the professors were present. The reason it was nearly was that Professor Snape claimed to be occupied with potion brewing and could not be disturbed, but everyone knew this was merely an excuse. He simply disliked attending meetings. Headmaster Dumbledore cheerfully announced that the curfew, which had persisted throughout the holiday, could now be lifted. However, Professor McGonagall was taken aback to receive such news so early in the morning, especially since the dark wizard who had invaded the school remained unfound. Moreover, how could they explain this to the outside world? Dumbledore, seated behind his large desk, seemed to read McGonagall's thoughts and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Minerva. Severus has unraveled the events. It was neither a dark wizard nor a follower of Voldemort. I'm afraid I cannot divulge further details, as I have promised him that I would not disclose anything to the other wizards. His piercing blue eyes, magnified by half-moon spectacles, fixed on Professor McGonagall as he added, as for an explanation to the public, we shall say it was an explosion caused by Severus's potion experiment. This explanation sufficed for Professor McGonagall, who surveyed the room for any sign of Professor Snape, but finding none, she reluctantly accepted this narrative. However, those outside would not be so easily convinced. They were eager for a scapegoat. McGonagall harbored concerns, for the rumors circulating were rampant. Had she not known that the school had not actually been invaded, but rather the specific cause remained elusive, she might have almost believed that Voldemort was preparing for a return. The Daily Prophet had deliberately spread rumors, whispers circulated among wizards, and pressure was mounting from the school's board of governors. All of this was merely a test of the most formidable wizard who resided in the headmaster's office. Their intentions extended beyond merely tarnishing Hogwarts' reputation. They sought to replace the headmaster. McGonagall even suspected that this orchestration was behind the scenes by a certain Fudge, who had only recently been elected as Minister of Magic. It was under Dumbledore's staunch support that he had secured his position in the first place. The absurdity that Dumbledore might covet his role was laughable. If the headmaster truly desired it, Fudge would stand no chance. McGonagall sighed. She recalled that it was roughly this time last year when the anxious Fudge had frequently visited Hogwarts, seeking Dumbledore's counsel on whether his policies were without fault and if unexpected consequences might arise. Little did she anticipate that matters would come to this. It seemed that power and desire indeed had the capacity to corrupt, akin to dark magic. Yet, they likely underestimated that the greatest white wizard of the century would act so resolutely. It mattered not whether belief was given or withheld. If the outside world demanded an explanation, they would provide one. Whether accepted or not was entirely up to them. How long had Dumbledore lived? What schemes had he not encountered? How could he be unaware that this situation was directed at him? His blue eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharpness that seemed to declare that this silver-haired elder remained a dominating force in the wizarding world for nearly half a century. Then, as if recalling something, Dumbledore's gaze softened. As long as the young ones within the school can settle down and continue their studies, all will be well. He paused before continuing, let us lift the curfew policy and the howling curses in the corridors starting today. Dumbledore jested, besides, the curfew has indeed been quite inconvenient. Sometimes I hesitate to leave my office at night for fear of being caught by the young wizards who venture out. Oh, here we go again. McGonagall rolled her eyes in exasperation. Very well, I shall contact the Daily Prophet. As for lifting the curfew, I will ask Professor Flitwick to notify the others. Professor Flitwick readily agreed, though inwardly he harbored doubts. He was among the professors who had initially investigated the site. What truly transpired in the Forbidden Forest? It had been utterly devastated, so much so that even the revealing charm, a pair vestigium, failed to reveal any traces of what had occurred. The magic there was entirely absent, clearly the result of a curse. Moreover, the remnants of those spiders were indeed terrifying, giving the impression that they were the work of a dark wizard. Yet, Since the headmaster had deemed the matter settled, so be it. After all, Dumbledore would never undertake any action that could jeopardize Hogwarts. This was the trust built over years of shared teaching with the headmaster. Naturally, the events in the headmaster's office were unknown to the public. However, once Professor Flitwick disseminated the news of the lifted curfew through the prefect badges, the young wizards, who had a while before classes were to commence, erupted into cheers that could have shattered the heavens. The world had long suffered under the weight of curfew. Hearing the jubilant cries echoing through the castle, Dumbledore, seated alone in his office, smiled, deepening the creases upon his face. He then squinted, considering it was time to have a word with a certain young wizard. It was imperative to restrict the location of that mysterious magical research. It must not be permitted near the school any longer. Indeed, Dumbledore cared little for the threat posed by this curse, though he was not entirely clear on its workings. He had investigated the area and discovered that it presented minimal risk to him. He had perceived far more than the professors had. Dumbledore realized that all the terrifying consequences seemed to have emanated from a mere small trigger. While he was still uncertain of what that trigger was, he understood that whether it unleashed high energy levels, extreme temperatures, and consequently disrupted the uncontrollable magic within a certain radius, leading to a magical riot, or those unknown entities capable of extinguishing all life within that range, it was all a result of that initial cause. He had observed that the area was completely barren, and that lethal entity continued to spread and erode outward, with only magic capable of combating it. It resembled pollution, had it not been for Severus's keen decisiveness, insisting that all professors don protective charms before entering that territory. They might have succumbed to contamination. With sufficient magical protection, they had avoided disaster. Furthermore, Severus had discovered a method to purify the area of magic. Abundant magic. This was why Dumbledore felt no concern, in terms of magical capacity, who could surpass him. With countermeasures in place, there was no need to fear losing control. The sole concern remained the psychological state of that certain young wizard. This curse must not be allowed to be wielded at will. Constraints must be established. Henry let out a series of sneezes, tightening his collar slightly. He believed he had merely caught a chill, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. In his mind, he was contemplating whether he could find a training venue at the wish-granting house by noon. If he succeeded, would it mean he could commence the first lesson against the Voldemort organization that very night? Henry had resolutely determined that the theme of tonight's lecture would be the Ironclad Charm, a spell capable of withstanding numerous enchantments, both convenient and practical. He rehearsed the evening's lesson repeatedly in his mind, a smile escaping him as he reflected on the amusing aspects that were too private to share with outsiders. This elicited some discontent from Madame Sprout. "Though you are one of my favored students, that hardly justifies your laughter," she remarked. "Is my lecture truly so comical?" Ultimately, the usually kind-hearted Madame Sprout merely glared at Henry, and seeing him lower his gaze in embarrassment, she chose to let it pass. Such is the privilege of being an exemplary student. The morning lessons swiftly concluded, and after bidding farewell to his companions, Henry made his way directly to the 8th floor. Lost in thought and neglecting his surroundings, he nearly collided with a woman reeking of alcohol, who was swaying unsteadily at the corner of the staircase. At that moment, a peculiar sound echoed through the air. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry recognized her as Professor Sybil Trelawney, the instructor for divination. Although this elective course was only available in the 3rd year, he had encountered her several times at various gatherings, often observing her seated with a bottle of wine, intermittently sipping from it. Eccentric and peculiar, this was Henry's initial impression of her. According to Percy, who was sitting beside him at the time, she was the great-granddaughter of the illustrious Greek prophetess Cassandra, whose extraordinary prophetic lineage likely caught the attention of Professor Dumbledore. One might wonder if it was indeed this professor who indulged in alcohol so early in the day. Appearing quite inebriated, would she conduct her classes in such a manner? Perhaps it would be prudent to simply eliminate this course when selecting electives in the 3rd year? No. Wait. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry could certainly affirm this. He was entirely oblivious to any psychic energy. Professor Trelawney stated, opening her mouth to speak. Henry felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Could it be? According to Percy, this professor had a penchant for prophesying deaths, though there were few successful instances, nevertheless. It was rather unsettling. Now, she had called out to him. Was it truly possible? Indeed. A green light, 3 in total, she murmured. Her expression vacant and her voice barely a whisper. Had it not been for Henry's keen hearing, he might not have discerned those few words at all. What? His mind was filled with questions. What was this strange occurrence that contradicted the foretold death prophecies? Only one had returned with the golden light. Suddenly, she reached out, gripping Henry's shoulder tightly, her demeanor shifting abruptly to one of terror. Through her lenses, her bulging, mutated eyes fixated on him. An unsettling intensity that sent chills down his spine. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry wished to remove that hand from his shoulder, as it was rather uncomfortable. A sideways glance revealed that the arm and fingers were adorned with an array of bangles and rings. Indeed, Hogwarts appeared to be populated by affluent individuals. However, Professor Trelawney clung on tenaciously like a griffin. Professor? Henry exclaimed, exerting more force. After a moment of stalemate, her hand was finally pried away. It was as if she transformed in an instant. Her previously peculiar expression vanished, replaced by a whimsical, intoxicated demeanor. She swatted Henry's hand away, declaring, "I'm not drunk. Don't assist me." Then, clutching an almost empty sherry bottle, she leaned against the wall and stumbled away. It was not that he was fixated on her retreating figure. Henry was utterly astonished. Was this a case of dual personalities? Could divination indeed lead to a fractured psyche? What a perilous profession, Professor. Or could it be that what transpired moments ago was her genuine prophecy? Henry's brow furrowed as this possibility occurred to him. In his previous life, he had heard tales of seers entering a frenzied state during divination, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of unknown fragments glimpsed. Their minds unable to fully process the influx. Consequently, they would relinquish control, allowing their brains to descend into madness, relying on intuition to capture and convey mere snippets. In essence, this phenomenon arose either from a deficiency in their own abilities or from the notion that incoherent ramblings sometimes resonated closer to reality, given its inherently fantastical nature. However, those were merely charlatans, preying on the contents of your purse, as evidenced by their motto, taking your money to avert disaster, a blatant act of deception. Yet, this is a world of magic. With the existence of inexplicable forces, anything is plausible. Nevertheless, Henry approached the stairwell, observing Professor Trelawney's hand gradually descending along the railing. Stroking his chin, he pondered the meaning of the words she had uttered. Green light? Avada Kedavra? And what of the gold? Bring back? Bring what back? A person? Or something else? And what of the 3-1? Suddenly, a chilling realization dawned upon Henry. Could someone have perished? Was it possible that one of Harry, Ron, or Hermione had met their end? He frowned once more. Impossible, he mused, under my watchful gaze. How could anyone die? Truly, I detest Riddlers. They should all return to Gotham. Henry felt as though his head might explode. He quickly shook his head, casting aside those distracting thoughts. There were still important tasks to attend to. He needed to finish his work promptly to have lunch, for he had yet to replenish the meager sustenance from the morning. He hurried to the exterior of the all requests room, glancing around to find no one in sight. He swiftly paced along the corridor, taking 1.5 laps while mentally sketching the structure he had envisioned, murmuring to himself, I require a room for spell training. A venue for teaching incantations. With a dual approach, surely one would prove effective. It would be ideal to acquire some literature related to spells as well. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry had prior experience and directly turned the doorknob. A shroud of darkness enveloped him, yet as he stepped across the threshold, torches ignited in rapid succession as if orchestrated by some unseen hand. Remarkably, it appeared to be motion sensor activated. Once his eyes adjusted and he surveyed the surroundings, Henry comprehended the situation. Indeed, the arrangement of the room could be established not through vague, ethereal language, but entirely according to the design sketched within his mind. As long as one's thoughts were sufficiently potent, supplemented by mental energy, the prerequisites for manifesting desires could easily be fulfilled. as one reborn. Henry took pride particularly in his formidable mental prowess. The room was spacious, far larger than his modest study. Were it not for the multitude of secrets contained within, he would have considered relocating. In the center, a designated area was cleared for Harry and the others to practice spells, while mats, targets, tables, and dummies were haphazardly piled in a corner. Adjacent to this were several grand bookshelves. Not only were the objects precisely as envisioned, but even their placements mirrored his imagination flawlessly, filling Henry with immense satisfaction. Truly, it was a realm where wishes were granted. It genuinely was. Moreover, it seemed there were delightful surprises awaiting him. Just as Henry strolled to the corner bookshelf, which was brimming with an abundance of tomes. He casually scanned the titles and realized that they were all familiar to him, works such as A Beginner's Guide to the Art of Occlumency, Curses and Counter-Curses, The Enchantment of Dark Magic, and a compendium of modern spells, among others, could all be found here. Wait a moment. This is Professor Snape's notes on the study of occlumency that he lent me. How did it come to be here? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry was on the verge of reaching a conclusion when he suddenly felt something amiss. The sheets of draft paper he had brought out from the study were tangible. Moreover, the small creatures he had taken in for experimentation were indeed contributing their very lives to the advancement of his arcane research. With this realization, Henry's gaze sharpened. There existed a most straightforward solution. He drew forth his wand and recited, "All spells shall come to an end." He believed himself to be under the influence of an illusionary spell, where his body merely resided in an ordinary chamber, while his mind perceived itself to be in this potentially illusory space. However, as the golden beam of all spells shall come to an end continued to penetrate his being, Henry felt no discernible difference. After a moment's contemplation, he transformed the edge of his robe into a small blade and gently sliced his finger. The sensation of pain was as expected, and the room remained unchanged. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry gazed at the door set into the white wall before him, lost in contemplation. Could it be that this truly is the fabled wish-fulfilling room? Is everything here genuine? Did the books I sought manifest from the recesses of my memory? Summoned forth by this enigmatic space? Had the permissions related to my recent request been granted? As he recalled the contents of the bookshelf, he pondered silently. Indeed, aside from tomes on enchantments, there were no texts from other disciplines. Why had he not noticed this sooner? It must not be mere mind reading, but rather something of a higher order, perhaps a matter of the soul or something akin to it. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Henry. He hurried back to the bookshelf, scanning it fervently from top to bottom, left to right, yet he could not locate the elusive forbidden tome he had painstakingly borrowed from the library, nor the other contraband texts he had stealthily perused in the restricted section. So, the protective enchantments placed by Hogwarts still held firm? Henry realized, of course. This is Hogwarts after all. What a pity. A pity for what? A pity for the failure to uncover a flaw in the system. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry, accompanied by Harry and the others, stealthily ascended to the 8th floor of Hogwarts, akin to thieves in the night. This location, nearly at the pinnacle of the castle apart from the towers, was seldom visited, having only been traversed at the outset to familiarize themselves with the sprawling edifice. However, what purpose could bring them here? Was there an empty classroom concealed within? During previous explorations alongside fellow students, such a place had eluded their discovery. Just as Harry pondered whether he had overlooked something significant, Henry came to a halt and declared, "This is the spot." Harry glanced around, surveying the surroundings. Here, he recognized the place, yet he was acutely aware that apart from a freshly painted white wall and an oddly designed tapestry, there was not even a door in sight, let alone an empty room. Were they to practice spells in the corridor? Ron and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances as they regarded Henry, who led the way. Henry paid no heed to the astonished gazes directed at him and instructed, "Stay here and keep an eye out for anyone approaching." He then began to pace back and forth in the corridor under the curious stares of the three. However, they soon found themselves too occupied to ponder their bewilderment. A sleek door emerged on the white wall, and Henry twisted the doorknob, beckoning them with a wave before stepping inside. They were truly astounded. There was indeed a room. This was their first realization that the 8th floor concealed such a peculiar space. particularly given the clandestine manner of entry, reminiscent of a spy's safe house. But how had Henry come to know of it? Before they could fully process their astonishment, Henry's head popped out again, signaling for them to hurry in. It was not that others could not be made aware of the room. Rather, the concern lay in the potential complications that would arise if its existence became common knowledge. The question of who would ultimately use this extraordinary space could pose significant issues, not to mention the risk of someone discovering the hidden library. The contents of that room were too sensitive to be exposed, especially considering that recent research primarily revolved around dark magic. If revealed, he feared he might be expelled. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances and promptly followed him inside. Hermione meticulously closed the door behind them and turned to survey the room that Henry had discovered, immediately drawn to the corner where a bookshelf stood brimming with volumes. "Oh my goodness, look at this," she exclaimed, rushing toward the shelf. The sight of the books, densely packed, filled her with delight. This was unlike the library, where one could borrow a maximum of 5 books at a time, and where reading was restricted to brief intervals between classes or after lessons. With a curfew to return to the dormitory by 9 o'clock, or 9:30 for 5th years and above, here, she could freely allocate her time for reading. As long as she chose to remain, she could lounge on the cushions and delve into the texts, all while waving her wand, without the worry of being interrupted by Madame Pants. Having such a room as their secret base was simply marvelous. "These books are so new," she exclaimed, her fingers gliding over the titles in admiration. Alas, they were all focused on spells. How she wished for a more diverse selection. Hermione mused, feeling a twinge of greed. Harry and Ron were equally thrilled. The spacious room made Harry think that they could even practice Quidditch here on their broomsticks. They zeroed in on a dummy placed in the corner, wielding it as an improvised weapon, or rather, a rather unattractive figurine, engaging in playful mock battles. How juvenile. Hermione scoffed at their antics before her gaze fell upon a book titled Basic Spells and Counterspells. This book. She recalled having glimpsed its contents during her last visit to the library, but was unable to borrow it then, as she had already reached her limit of 5 books. Upon returning the others, she had found it missing, presumably checked out by someone else. She glanced over at Henry, who leaned against the wall, observing them with a distant expression, seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps he was preparing a lesson? Hermione speculated. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not the perfect opportunity to read? Without hesitation, she took the book down, opened it, and settled in front of the shelf to continue from where she had left off. Henry had merely gone through in his mind the topics he intended to discuss today. When he snapped back to reality, he found Harry and Ron exuberantly losing themselves in play, joyfully bouncing on a pile of cushions after having kicked off their shoes. He watched them with a warm smile. Oh well, let them indulge in their merriment a little longer. They would have their share of seriousness soon enough. Henry had anticipated the ordeal that awaited them. After all, he was the one who had set the curriculum, was he not? After waiting for another half an hour, Henry straightened up, cleared his throat, and interjected to the trio, "Ahem. Very well, the time is nigh. We shall commence our inaugural spellcasting training." The 3 immediately composed themselves and lined up before Henry. Henry's youthful visage unexpectedly radiated an air of authority, a testament to his confidence in the subject of curses. To Harry, the individual before him resembled a professor from their institution. This morning, they had undergone a physical fitness test, and while most had met the minimum standards, those standards were tailored to their age group. However, adversaries would not adhere to such age divisions in real confrontations. A muted laughter echoed from below. Henry glanced in that direction, and the laughter ceased immediately. He could not be bothered to pursue the matter further. There would be ample time for them to face the consequences later. Henry continued, "Moreover, Voldemort's decline occurred 11 years ago. Even the youngest wizards who had just begun their studies back then could be considered his Death Eaters. Thus, his youngest followers must now be over 20. Although the majority of them are imprisoned, I firmly believe that many more Death Eaters have evaded punishment and remain at large." Hermione expressed a counterargument, stating, "Professor Dumbledore would never permit that." Harry nodded in agreement. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henri paused deliberately. Harry, even you and Malfoy are distant relatives. Harry was struck by the possibility, and a wave of nausea washed over him. He suppressed that expression. Though absurd, it could very well be true. Henri explained, "The Malfoys belong to a pureblood family. As you all are aware, what you may not know is that the lineage of the Malfoy family in England can be traced back to the 11th century. Upon their settlement in England, they swiftly adopted a belief in pure-blood supremacy and began to regard unions with Muggles as a disgrace. Ron exhibited a look of intrigue. It was the first time he had encountered such captivating information. No one had ever divulged these details to him, and he had never bothered to search for related content in the library. After all, there were far more enjoyable pursuits to occupy his time. Henry paused, allowing them to absorb his previous remarks, before continuing. As suggested by their surnames' latent connotations, the Malfoy family never forgets the pursuit of power and wealth. Due to their ideological beliefs, they only intermarry with families of pure blood, including the related Black family, the Lestrange family, and others that belong to the esteemed 28 pureblood families. Moreover, I have researched the chronicles of magical families. The Potter lineage is, in fact, quite ancient. Tracing back to a renowned pureblood family in England, I shall refrain from specifying which branch. During the nearly millennium-long presence of the Malfoy family in England since their arrival from France, it remains uncertain whether they were linked to the Potter family through marriage. When you have time, you might wish to investigate further. However, this is not the subject at hand. If you harbor any doubts, there exists an object that could serve as proof. Henry gestured, fixing his gaze upon Harry's eyes, referring to your invisibility cloak. Harry was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Henry had previously emphasized the remarkable nature of the cloak, and Ron had mentioned that it differed significantly from other invisibility cloaks he had encountered. Could it be that? Henry cleared his throat, interrupting Harry's train of thought. He concluded, I provide this example merely to illustrate the intricate relationships among the pureblood families within the wizarding world. Ron nodded in agreement, remarking that he had countless cousins with whom he shared little blood relation. Henry continued, regrettably. The vast majority of power within the wizarding community is wielded by pureblood families, as the offspring of these purebloods predominantly become wizards themselves, thus enjoying a natural advantage in numbers. So, was there any flaw in the trials of yesteryear? I firmly believe that some managed to evade justice. If Voldemort were to return, those escaped Death Eaters would undoubtedly reconvene. Therefore, the adversaries we must confront are predominantly adults. Yesterday, you deliberated upon today's lesson. So at your request, we shall commence with the study of defensive magic. The trio nodded in agreement, affirming their collective decision. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry nodded at him, urging him to elaborate. Ron initially intended to decline, but under Henry's persistent insistence, he began to speak. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. But I overheard my father mention that this spell is a defensive enchantment that all Aurors in the Ministry of Magic must master. It is even tested during the entrance examinations. The incantation is Protego. This is fundamentally correct. The shield charm is quite prevalent in combat, boasting numerous advantages. It provides comprehensive protection with no blind spots, effectively preventing enemies from launching surprise attacks from the shadows. Thus, it is an essential spell for everyone to learn. For instance, he pointed his wand at himself and intoned, Protego. A faint blue translucent shield materialized around him, leaving the three in awe. Henry elucidated. Typically, this incantation manifests as an intangible shield, revealing itself only upon being struck by other spells. However, to enhance visibility for everyone, I have deliberately amplified the frequency of magical output, resulting in a tangible barrier. While it may not withstand exceedingly powerful spells, it suffices to counteract the vast majority in combat, considering that such formidable incantations are not easily wielded by all. Henry paused momentarily and remarked, however, the issue is quite evident. This spell can only defend against magical curses and is ineffective against physical attacks, such as armor for protection. He then expanded the shield and instructed Hermione to aim her wand at the target on the ground, levitating it towards him. Hermione complied. Under her command, the target swiftly soared through the light blue shield, continuing its trajectory towards Henry, before he ultimately suspended it in midair. Henry elucidated. It is evident that the target decelerated the moment it entered the shield. This must be attributed to Hermione's levitation charm being countered by the spell. I can sense the depletion of magical energy. However, this object continues to descend due to inertia, highlighting the fact that the armored charm is ineffective against physical assaults. Therefore, we must remain vigilant regarding this aspect during combat. Henry added, furthermore, it remains uncertain whether spells of transformation, which do not directly assault through incantations but rather convert objects into living entities, can indeed counter the shield charm. This is due to the fact that the shield charm does not protect against the caster's own magical energies. Consequently, once you have truly mastered cross-species transformation, it would be worth attempting. Is there a significant cost involved? Hermione raised her hand to inquire, concerned about the spell they were currently learning. Will we be unable to use it multiple times? It appears she, too, has experienced the feeling of magical exhaustion. Henry felt a sense of relief that she had come to this realization. Magic is indeed a precious resource, especially in the heat of battle. He nodded in agreement and remarked, "Yes, this is the most crucial point. To maintain this spell continuously will require a tremendous amount of energy, as magical power is constantly depleting. Moreover, sustaining this spell while being struck by an opponent's incantation will further increase the consumption. Therefore, we must utilize the spell primarily before the battle commences, or when we become aware of an impending ambush. This necessitates your vigilance if you wish to conserve your magical energy. To achieve this level of proficiency, it is essential to engage in practice similar to the exercises we conducted today. Once you have mastered it, I will cast a spell at any one of you, and you must observe my movements closely and promptly employ the shield charm. This marks the first stage of practical combat." Noticing the sudden tension on the faces of several students, Henry elucidated, "This is merely a part of the training. Rest assured, it is not a malevolent curse, merely a stupefying charm. Well, you should all be aware of the effects of this spell, especially you, Harry." Harry reflected for a moment, then nodded, saying, "Indeed. It poses little danger, and it is quite effective for treating insomnia." "Precisely," Henry interjected. "The individual struck will essentially take a brief slumber." Hermione and Ron's expressions brightened at this revelation. In truth, there was an underlying intention to also train your resistance to the stupefying charm. Yet Henry wisely refrained from voicing this thought. During his previous experiments with spiders, he discovered that certain spells could induce a resistance through repeated practice. But this was not the focus of his current study. Thus, he merely intended to test the stupefying charm on the three of them as an experiment. After all, while they practiced the shield charm, it would also serve to provide him with data to validate his earlier hypotheses, wouldn't it? Henry lightly shook his head, casting aside a flicker of guilt, and returned to the matter at hand. "All right, time is of the essence. Let us first practice the incantation for the shield charm. Protego," he intoned. The three followed suit. No, the T should be stressed. Once more, Protego. Henry patiently corrected their pronunciation, much like Professor Flitwick during their charms lessons. Once their pronunciations were nearly indistinguishable, Henry began to instruct them on the specific gestures. "The gestures merely guide the flow of our magic. Once you have mastered them, you will need only this, shielding armor." With a casual flick of his wrist, a translucent barrier enveloped him. "By the way, this is not the most advanced technique. I have recently been practicing nonverbal spells. Once mastered, you need not utter the incantation, and others will remain oblivious to the magic you are casting, allowing for unexpected victories. Furthermore, there exists wandless magic. Thought alone brings the spell into being." Observing the envious glances of his companions, Henry contemplated sharing the tiered approach to spell casting, enabling them to clearly gauge their own magical proficiency. He added, "And you must, by the end of this semester, at least reach my current level." "Eh?" they exclaimed in unison. "It is quite simple. With sufficient practice, you will achieve it," Henry remarked nonchalantly. "I succeeded in just about 3 weeks." Their confidence quickly restored. He continued, "How about this? If any of you reach my standards this semester, I shall offer a special reward." "What reward?" Ron inquired eagerly, his enthusiasm rekindled by the earlier surprise potion. "A variant of the shield charm." "Step back. Allow me to demonstrate," Henry replied with a slight smile. Waving his wand and declaring, "Wind shield, ventus scutum," a gentle breeze swept through the space, and before Henry, a transparent shield expanded outward, distorting the air around it. Even the dust in the atmosphere was drawn into the vortex, as if a whirlwind spun rapidly around him, rendering his form somewhat indistinct. "Hermione, once more." Henry's voice became slightly distorted as it passed through the barrier. Hermione understood and aimed at a target once again. The trio was astonished to observe that this time the target did not collide directly as it had before. Instead, upon making contact with the invisible distortion, it lost its aim and veered off course, as though expelled by the shield. Henry dispelled the spell, retracting the shield back into his body, which ultimately transformed into a gentle breeze that dissipated, revealing his somewhat smug expression. "What do you think?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow at the three astonished faces before him. Spending time with children had imbued him with a touch of childishness as well. The only response he received was Hermione's applause. While Harry and Ron remained in a state of shock. They had just been informed that the shield charm could only resist spells and could not defend against physical attacks, only to turn around and witness Henry conjuring a new incantation capable of withstanding tangible assaults. Their astonishment was palpable. In truth, this innovation stemmed from Henry's earlier inspiration, derived from using a hurricane to slow Neville's descent. He combined the principles of the shield charm, which could only create a barrier of air, with the hurricane spell, meticulously controlling a vast reservoir of magical energy in an infinite loop just a few feet from his body using centrifugal force. The space between the barrier and the wizard was filled with this magical energy. In this manner, he could not only defend against magical attacks but also utilize the swirling winds to propel physical objects away. This was undoubtedly the most accomplished spell he had developed to date. Henry, akin to a seasoned salesman, meticulously elucidated the merits and demerits of the spell. This incantation is the culmination of my extensive research and adaptation. Its method of application has reached a level of maturity, serving a function analogous to the Iron Shield charm. However, as you may observe, following my enhancements, it not only provides protection against physical assaults, but also exhibits minimal magical energy depletion, allowing even novice wizards to utilize it continuously. Nevertheless, the specific threats it can mitigate ultimately depend on the wizard's own magical prowess. Formidable spells with penetrating qualities remain insurmountable. Yet, it is capable of perfectly defending against common enchantments. What do you think? Is this spell worthy of being a reward for the final assessment? Henry beheld 3 pairs of shimmering eyes. The enthusiasm of the trio had already been ignited upon witnessing the results, particularly that of Hermione. She had long observed that some of the spells Henry had recently employed were not those well-known incantations found in books. It is worth noting that in her quest to swiftly comprehend the enigmatic realm of magic, she had perused numerous tomes on spells over the past few months. Yet, the incantations Henry spoke were entirely unfamiliar to her, although many bore similar effects, most of which seemed to pale in comparison to his prowess. She had initially suspected that a professor might be providing Henry with special instruction, only to discover that he had independently devised these spells. Hermione's eyes sparkled with wonder. Possessing both beauty and intellect, could it be that Henry was the reincarnation of the Greek goddess Athena? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry's words thoroughly ignited the enthusiasm of the 3 individuals, and their progress in mastering the shield charm escalated at a remarkable pace. Their movements gradually became more refined. Along the way, Henry rose to pause the training, then retrieved from his small cloth bag the supper and beverages that the house elves of Hogwarts had kindly prepared. After such an extensive session, it was only natural that everyone had expended considerable energy. Regrettably, despite the time invested, none had yet been able to fully execute the shield charm, which diverged from his expectations. Even Hermione, who typically demonstrated keen intelligence, could merely emit a stream of tangible magical energy from the tip of her wand. At this rate, it seemed that achieving even a rudimentary form of the shield charm would require another day or 2. Conversely, Harry appeared to possess a particular aptitude in this regard, as he had already managed to conjure a hazy protective aura around himself. He proudly showcased his efforts to Hermione and Ron, only to have it dissipated with a gentle flick from Henry. Even the unformed pure magic could not withstand that. A disappointing review indeed. Ron's magical flow posed no significant issues, yet his wand movements were perpetually just shy of perfection. Furthermore, the wand he had inherited from his brother harbored an inherent flaw. Henry could sense that Ron's normally stable magic became agitated upon passing through that wand. What was intended to assist in spellasting had turned into his greatest adversary, leaving Ron's practice in a state of stagnation. The progress of their spell training faced a grave crisis. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Henry did not point it out, as it would be impossible for Ron to acquire a more suitable wand anytime soon, even if he suddenly came into money. There was no one at school to guide him to Diagon Alley for a wand purchase, especially with the absence of holidays looming ahead. He might as well make do with what he had, as this would allow him to practice further. If he could cast the armored charm with a wand that was so visibly flawed, it would surely indicate that Ron was not far from mastering the gesture needed to channel his internal magical flow. Perhaps by the end of the term, He could devise a plan to contact Mr. Arthur or Mrs. Molly, as the potions brewed under Professor Snape's guidance should alleviate some of their financial burdens. When questioned about borrowing Henry's wand, the answer was clear, aside from the notion that ones choose their wizards. It was uncertain whether a first-year child like Ron could even wield another's wand. The widely accepted taboo that wands and women are not to be lent only underscores this point. Unlike before, Ron did not exhibit resistance. He now had a new goal, which enabled him to tolerate what he perceived as criticism, yet were in fact instructive words. He was even willing to set aside his youthful pride to seek Hermione's counsel. Harry joined in, sharing his own sensations while casting spells. Observing the fervent discussion among the three, Henry resolved to alter his teaching approach. For this method of practice was progressing too slowly. Time was of the essence, with potion classes about to commence and an abundance of text still left unread. Why not jump straight into practical application? After all, they had nearly grasped the fundamentals of the armored charm. It was the pressure that would fuel their motivation. Henry pondered for a moment, then resolved to take action. Once the three had rested sufficiently, he rose to his feet, signaling for the training to resume. However, before proceeding, he declared the need to alter the training ground. With a swift wave of his wand, he levitated the cushions previously trodden upon by Harry and Ron. Positioning them behind the trio, he then instructed, "Draw your wands. A new training session commences." "What is this for?" the three asked, their anxiety palpable. "A mere precaution." Henry replied with a cheerful smile. "Remember to fall backwards." "What?" they exclaimed in unison. In an instant, 3 beams of red light erupted almost simultaneously from the tip of Henry's wand, and the 3 collapsed to the ground. "TSK, TSK, TSK, Henry lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. "I did say begin, which means one must remain vigilant. Quick, revive them. Enervate." Henry awakened the consciousness of the 3 with a revival spell. Their eyes were somewhat bewildered, reminiscent of individuals just roused from slumber. What transpired? Ron rubbed his neck as he sat up. His previous posture had been rather rigid, and it seemed his neck had twisted awkwardly. Harry was the first to regain his composure. "Why so soon? We are not yet prepared." Hermione, too, came to a sudden realization. "Is the practical training commencing already? We have not fully mastered the shield charm." "The training commenced the moment I completed my announcement." Henry's gentle demeanor shifted to seriousness. "I have previously mentioned certain precautions. The enemy will not grant you time to react. You must remain vigilant and attentive to the unusual. For instance, I just moved the cushion. Why did you not find that peculiar? If the training schedule had not changed, why did I not shift it earlier?" The trio fell into contemplative silence. This instinctual suspicion, born of immersion in a world of conflict, felt rather foreign to them, who had always lived in a realm of peace. Henry also recognized the issue and rephrased his thoughts. "Moreover, I believe that the iron armor spell can only reach its utmost potential through practical application. I sensed during your recent practice that everyone's magical energy was flowing correctly. Yet due to a lack of awareness in its application, there always seemed to be a missing opportunity, which directly impacted the casting of the iron armor spell. Therefore, since you are uncertain about whom to direct your spells at, I shall assume the role of your opponent, allowing us to advance through practice," Henry concluded. The 3 nodded in a somewhat perplexed manner. "Now," Henry continued, "let us try once more." No sooner had he spoken than 3 stunning spells were unleashed. Ron, having just risen, fell heavily once again, his body bouncing slightly on the cushion, a sight that seemed quite painful. Henry shook his head, still lacking sufficient vigilance. "No. This is certainly not an act of retaliation. The other 2 are by no means collateral damage. This is all for their own good." Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione remained seated during Henry's explanation, and thus they gently toppled over, falling with a surprising softness. Henry noticed the wand in Harry's hand with great satisfaction. It seemed that Harry's vigilance and adaptability were the strongest among the 3. At the moment he sensed the impending repetition of history, he promptly drew his wand. However, his observational skills and physical prowess were somewhat lacking, causing him to be a fraction slower, and he was struck before he could fully unsheath his wand. This aspect could certainly be developed further. "Quickly, awaken," he urged the trio once more. This time, Harry had learned his lesson. Upon regaining consciousness, he instinctively aimed his wand at Henry, his gaze filled with caution, wary of another surprise. Hermione followed suit, drawing her wand as well. Ron, perhaps still adjusting, was a beat slower, yet at the urging of Harry and Hermione, he shook his head and pointed his wand at Henry, facing 3 wands directed at him. Henry remained unperturbed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, let us amend the rules. I shall randomly select one of you every 10 seconds to cast a stunning spell upon. You will have ample time to unleash any spells you know against me, while I shall only defend myself with the shield charm. By the end of today's training, whoever successfully strikes me shall receive this small pouch as a reward. Henry brandished a small pouch before them, a glimmer of intrigue in Hermione's eyes. Is it truly? She exclaimed. She had long coveted this enchanting bag, which seemed to hold an abundance of items without adding a hint of weight. How splendid it would be to use it for her books. Day after day, she trudged through the library, the common room, and classrooms, burdened by the weight of her heavy tomes, leaving her utterly exhausted. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a flicker of interest. Is it enough to simply strike it? During the holiday following Christmas, the twins had boasted about their little pouches countless times. Yet whenever they sought to borrow one, they always found a pretext to dismiss the request. Whenever asked if it was a gift from Henry, they skillfully evaded the question. As Henry's roommates, they certainly recognized the origin of these identical pouches. Exchanging knowing looks, they silently communicated, since Henry had made such a statement. It would be somewhat unethical to reveal their intent, especially for the sake of this prize. Moreover, given Henry's recent display of skill, swift, precise, and effective, they harbored little confidence in their ability to triumph, even under numerous constraints. Henry tucked the bag back into the lining, signaling that they could commence. Could you show us that once more? Hermione inquired, her eyes glinting as she clasped her hands in a pleading gesture. Please? Of course. Henry obediently retrieved the bag and waved it before the trio. I must have misjudged it earlier. It truly is exquisite. You may return it now, Henry. As Henry lowered his head to stow the bag back into his robe, Hermione, with a mischievous smile, raised her wand in a gesture of delight and exclaimed, Ric de Sempra. This was a playful curse she had secretly learned, known as the tickling charm, which induces uncontrollable laughter in its victim. While its potency was limited, it excelled in its swift execution, making it quite effective within the context of their current game. A delicate golden spark of hope erupted from the tip of her wand, aimed directly at Henry, just as Hermione's expression illuminated with the thrill of impending success. Alas, at the very moment the spell was about to strike, Henry suddenly crouched down, the motion stirring a gust that swept away the fine dust from the ground. The tickling charm soared over his head, colliding with the wall behind him. Due to its mild nature, there was no dramatic explosion of bricks. Hermione's face froze in disbelief. Indeed, remarkable, applying what one has learned, concealing the attack within exaggerated gestures to catch the opponent off guard. Henry applauded, lavishly bestowing praise, while also suggesting areas for improvement, specifically that the movements were somewhat excessive and the spell was cast a touch slowly. Henry observed Hermione's persistent wand-waving motion and assumed she had not comprehended his explanation. He continued, due to the casting of spark-producing spells and the time required for maneuvering through the air, we can predict the trajectory of an impending spell based on the slightest movements of our opponent. However, this demands both a robust physique and keen eyesight, which is precisely why I insist on your daily training. If you adhere to my specialized regimen, I have faith that you too will master this in due time. The onlooking duo, Harry and Ron, finally grasped the situation. They possessed a clear understanding of their own physical capabilities and, upon observing Henry's grandiose gestures just a few paces away and the evident circular dust patterns on the ground, they exchanged glances and thought, no, apart from you. I doubt anyone else could evade such a close-range attack. Henry, oblivious to his surroundings, continued to promote, I will later teach you the methods of visual training. But this technique is only suitable for one-on-one duels. In chaotic battles, I still recommend keeping the enhanced iron armor spell activated as a reward. Fortunately, in our wizarding world, spells are not directed attacks. They require a direct hit to take effect. This allows one to evade through stamina, thereby alleviating magical energy consumption. Combined with the iron armor spell, one can engage in combat for a more extended period than others. Henry stroked his chin, lost in thought as he spoke. This was a point he had long wanted to criticize. The spells of this world could not lock onto their targets, forcing him to rely solely on area of effect damage against nimble opponents, which seemed rather unmagical. If one were to infuse mental energy into magical power, could it not be guided to create spells that could curve? Before Henry could further contemplate the theoretical feasibility of imbuing spells with mental energy, Hermione snapped back to attention, glaring at him. Did we not agree to use the shield charm for defense? This is cheating. Henry decided to set aside this intriguing topic and explained, my sincerest apologies. I inadvertently spoke my mind. He suddenly awoke from his reverie, halted his discourse, cleared his throat, and coughed. This brings me to the second lesson I wish to impart. Never trust your adversary in battle. Hermione rolled her eyes. Your feigned composure and forced explanations are quite impressive. An opportunity. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, raising their eyebrows in silent communication. Seizing the moment while Henry's attention was predominantly on Hermione, they unleashed their most proficient spells. Joining the fray, the chilling moonlight streamed through the window, intertwining with the warm glow of the torches in the corridor, casting a myriad of flickering shadows. It was nearly dawn. Filch and his beloved pet had already made their rounds through the castle and were now wandering the ground floor. The entire Hogwarts was enveloped in silence. At one moment, in the quiet corridor on the 8th floor, a white wall silently revealed a door. The door swung open. Harry and his companions, clutching their throbbing heads, leaned on each other for support as they stumbled out of the room of requirement. Henry followed behind, reflecting on the gains and losses of this training session. He had not anticipated that Harry and the others would take an entire night merely to scrape the surface of the shield charm. This was a stark contrast to his own experience during practice and diverged significantly from his envisioned swift and efficient training process. In his plan, by the end of today's session, he expected that Harry and his companions would at least be adept at casting the shield charm. However, aside from Harry, who appeared to possess an extraordinary talent in this regard, having successfully repelled 2 stunning spells and enduring for half a minute, Hermione and Ron faltered almost immediately after attempting the charm. Their efforts utterly insufficient against the basic spells he had cast. This was even after he had significantly diluted the intensity of his magic. Was it a matter of impatience? Perhaps overlooking the individual differences among them, Henry leaned against his forehead with his wand, pondering silently that it seemed the teaching plan would need to be extended. The curriculum had not been completed as scheduled, and Henry found himself somewhat vexed. If it were not for the classes scheduled for tomorrow, he would have preferred to let Harry and his companions stay in the room of requirement. With Voldemort's relentless pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone looming at the end of the semester, it was imperative to cultivate a savior as a worthy adversary swiftly. Was he truly expected to confront such a formidable foe alone? He had no desire to step into the limelight prematurely. He preferred to remain a guiding force behind the scenes. After all, his true interest lay in the research and development of spells. The dichotomy of light and dark entailed too much complication and trouble. How had the original timeline navigated the final trials of this academic year? A single night had passed, and even the simplest of spells, such as the ironclad charm, had yet to be mastered. Could Harry truly succeed in such a state? Henry felt a sense of confusion wash over him. Perhaps he should consult Professor Dumbledore? Yet, what fabrications would he concoct to distance himself from any implications? Dumbledore was certainly not as easily placated as Harry and the others, gazing at the trio before him, who stood in the corridor as if under the influence of a disorientation charm. Henry felt a tinge of helplessness. There was no remedy for the lingering side effects of the coma charm. Was it really possible that someone might believe that excessive use of such a charm was beneficial? The principles behind the coma charm had never been documented in any spellbook to date. The existing magical tomes merely outlined the methods of casting spells, seemingly without consideration for the underlying mechanics. At least, Henry had not encountered any relevant findings in the library's collection, although it was conceivable that the original manuscripts of the spell's inventor contained such experimental research. Indeed, this world is imbued with magic, a wondrous force that enables one's desires to manifest. Those who wield such power, the wizards, are inherently elevated above the ordinary populace, born with an advantage. For the average wizard, it suffices to learn how to harness this power, who would deign to delve deeply into the study of spells. Even at Hogwarts, one of the 4 most renowned magical institutions, instruction is primarily aimed at imparting knowledge to young wizards rather than fostering innovation or discovery within the magical community. While it is acknowledged that there are indeed more than 4 magical schools, only 4 are widely recognized. Although the professors at these magical academies occasionally announce magical breakthroughs, the creativity of these spells often pales in comparison to those researched for healing at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. After all, the wizarding world has seen a plethora of similar spells over the millennia. Professors often settle for refining or amplifying existing spells rather than striving to create new ones. In light of this stagnation, coupled with the constraints of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, it is no wonder that even as scientific thought flourishes in the Muggle world, the mindset and lifestyle of these secluded wizards remain entrenched in a medieval paradigm. Such ignorance is truly astonishing, utterly devoid of scientific reasoning, Henry lamented. having studied the history of modern magic in detail. Would you care to dispute that? He mused. For instance, can you envision a wizard in the civilized world being electrocuted by high-voltage power lines? Indeed, such incidents have occurred. Moreover, due to a lack of assistance, that wizard's body, along with his broomstick, was charred to a crisp, a grim reminder of the intertwined fates of man and magic. Fortuitously, the protective nature of magical energy safeguarded his vital organs, allowing him to survive. This incident even made headlines in the Daily Prophet, serving as a cautionary tale among wizards. After all, even children in the Muggle world understand the need to steer clear of electrified power lines. Yet, this adult wizard failed to heed the warning signs posted in the same language on the nearby power tower. Should one attribute this to arrogance, carelessness, or ignorance? Perhaps he believed that as a lofty wizard, he need not concern himself with the discoveries of Muggles. According to the reports at the time, he was likely still receiving treatment at St. Mungo's. Surviving a brush with high-voltage lines further underscored the marvels of magical power. Indeed, with ample magical energy, wizards could wield their powers as a universal wish-granting machine. With a sufficient number of wizards, transforming this world, and even the cosmos, would be a straightforward endeavor. In this light, Voldemort's pursuit of power within the wizarding community, coupled with his slaughter of Muggle-born wizards, represents a profound disgrace to the wizarding world. Even Dumbledore, who is committed to upholding the international statute of wizarding secrecy, seems to be mired in stagnation, preoccupied with restraining wizarding power rather than achieving greatness. The origins of the first true wizard remain shrouded in mystery, yet the annals of history consistently suggest that the earliest wizards emerged from ordinary Muggles, perhaps as a result of genetic mutations that allowed them to perceive the world's hidden truths, or perhaps due to some other inexplicable reason. Thus, the wizarding community came into being. Subsequently, the Dementors and basilisks that arose during the Wizarding Wars were creations of wizards. Yet, if we entertain this line of reasoning, might not dragons, phoenixes, and other mythical creatures also be the products of wizardly invention? And what of fairies, house elves, and giants? Did they not exist from the moment the world was formed? Henry was uncertain. Yet, one fact remains indisputable. The original wizards were not born as divine beings endowed with innate knowledge. They learned from one another or conducted their own research, gradually constructing systems of spells, potions, and other magical disciplines. These scholarly pursuits propelled the advancement of the wizarding world, refining their incantations and enriching the variety of potions, ultimately culminating in the vast reservoir of magical knowledge found in institutions like Hogwarts. The contributions of new wizards emerging from Muggles, known as mudbloods and half-bloods, were immeasurable. At least during the era of Gryffindor, the prevailing belief among ordinary wizards was that those born of Muggle heritage possessed greater talent. At that time, notions of pure-blood superiority as a mark of nobility were virtually non-existent. Everything flourished. However, the force of magic ultimately proved to be excessive, as ordinary Muggles could be easily manipulated without their awareness. Fearful of the wizard's powers, the ignorant and short-sighted Muggles organized repeated witch hunts, resulting in numerous tragedies. Yet, in the end, very few true wizards perished. Rather, many ordinary Muggles lost their lives. How ironic. Nonetheless, it was not without consequence, as some young wizards, or those still struggling to control their abilities, were bound to the stake and burned. The wizards who lost their loved ones were compelled, by the decree of their leaders, to hide in the shadows to survive. The wizarding leaders and prophets were equally helpless. Their numbers were simply too few. Moreover, wizards were embedded within the Muggle community, and the emergence of Muggle-born wizards served as a valuable supplement to the wizarding society. Should a war truly break out with the Muggles, the fresh seeds of wizardry born among Muggles would likely be eradicated in advance. Or the outcome of the war could lead to the complete annihilation of Muggles. In such a scenario, the wizarding community would become as rootless as reeds, susceptible to collapse at any moment. Yet, the concealed wizards remained oblivious. Hatred, resentment, and arrogance, these negative emotions indirectly fueled the rampant propagation of the pure-blood ideology over the following centuries. However, truth be told, in comparison to the various afflictions, deformities, and impotence that plagued the pure-blood centuries later, the hybrid wizards and those born of Muggles exhibited greater health. Although their innate magical capacity might be somewhat inferior, their abilities surpass those of their pure-blood counterparts. This juxtaposition underscores the absurdity of the massacre of mudbloods incited by Voldemort during the previous upheaval. given that he himself was a half-blood. Thus, the harmonious development of muggles and wizards is the ultimate truth. Ahem, I digress. Although Henry had learned a lesson from a previous experiment and concluded that certain foundational rules of the scientific world do not apply in the realm of magic, he believed that some scientific research methods, such as observation and reasoning, are generally applicable. For instance, during this training, although he did not achieve the intended goals with Harry and his companions, Henry still gained valuable insights. He pondered that, since the book did not elucidate the principles behind the stunning spell, he might as well conduct his own experiments. He had long realized that, upon activating the brain-sealing spell, he could intuitively sense the flow of magical energy. This sensation was familiar to him, as if he had experienced it before. Yet he could not recall the specifics and soon dismissed it from his mind. Spells like the stunning spell, which directly affect consciousness, are undoubtedly more complex than mere physical incapacitation. Throughout this training, Henry meticulously observed the process of stunning and reviving Harry and his friends. He discovered that the magical energy struck them and surged directly to their brains, indicating that the magic of the stunning spell exerted its influence directly on the brain, akin to inducing natural slumber. However, the precise physiological reactions within the human brain remained somewhat beyond his grasp. Nevertheless, Henry noticed that excessive use of such a spell, which forcibly induces unconsciousness, adversely impacts the body, much like over-reliance on sedatives. Harry exhibited this physical phenomenon after being struck by the stunning spell several times. He managed to maintain consciousness for about a second longer before succumbing, unlike Ron, who collapsed immediately. With his brain-sealing spell active, Henry could vaguely perceive that upon being struck by the stunning spell, Harry's magical energy seemed to boil and instinctively mobilize to resist the intrusion of the spell's magic. It was reminiscent of muscle memory. Although the delay in Harry's unconsciousness was due to Henry's relatively low magical exertion while casting the spell, it nevertheless validated some of Henry's hypotheses. Ultimately, the magic of the stunning spell does act upon the wizard's body. Similarly, prior to being struck, one could potentially marshal their internal magic in anticipation of a counteraction, akin to leading troops in battle by predicting the enemy's moves. This offered a conceptual framework for resisting the stunning spell, beyond enduring repeated experiences of being stunned and overcoming it through sheer will. It might even inspire the development of a universal counterspell against spells that affect consciousness. Tonight's acquisition of this experiential data is indeed owed to the selfless contributions of the trio. Henry gazed at the three individuals outside the door, his expression softening progressively. In the corridor, Harry and Ron were engaged in a hushed debate, arguing over who had fallen the most times, while Hermione leaned against the wall, occasionally chiming in with indistinct impressions, serving as their judge, all the while fantasizing about delivering a thorough thrashing to Henry in her mind. When she articulated the specifics of her imagined scenario, she garnered unanimous agreement from Harry and Ron. Harry even offered her strategic advice on how to inflict more pain, drawing from his considerable experience over the past few years.